I believe just a tone, and we got a four-work design group. This is really cool. Check this out. If you're a podcaster, you'll love this. Look at this thing. Let's walk right in. Oh, a little light in here. So here I could record my shows, or this is probably just a silent room, just to get away from the hustle and bustle of the show or something like that. And you could definitely hear the difference in sound. So I could see myself doing a lot of video, audio stuff in a room like this. Got a little light. I'm assuming that they can customize it if you need like a little bit of air fan or something like that in there. So let's go back outside. And as you can see, a lot of fabric led stuff here, from chairs, sitting implements to desks, and a whole bunch more. It's pretty cool. Shaman. Beds are a little bit different here, and these, I work with another company that had these types of mattresses. This is actually heated right here. So you lie down and get a nice therapeutic heat warming of your back in these stone type mats. And you can get the bed. You don't put a mattress on top of this bed, is my understanding. You just lay on this right here. This looks like it's a coffee table, but it's a bed. And they have chairs, and then they have smaller for your back, for your whatever. And they even have chairs over here. Take a look at this. Little foot massagers. And no, that is meant for, I think, putting something hot in. It's a little heat light. Warms it up. Then you sit on that, and it warms up the important parts. This is pretty cool. This is from Design Park Corporation. Look at your own little tiny home, wherever you need to. Easily collapsed and movable, as easy as that can be, for camping and more. This is nice. This is nice for a podcast place. It's kind of quiet too. So you're sitting in a nice little bench chair right here. We got over here. It actually looks like a twin-size bed, so that looks pretty comfortable. Got some plants up on top. Your TV over here. And right behind me, we got a nice little kitchenette with a small refrigerator and stove, microwave on top. Take a look up. There we go. He's got a little skylight. Bring in some natural light, but LED lights if it's a cloudy day. Now I'm here with my friends over at MIK, Made in Korea, and aving.net. And if you see up here, you'll see the banner up there. And you can't see it, but Geekazine's logo is right there. I've got my own little booth. So they're doing press pitching, they're doing competitions. Many different companies have been invited to do press pitching. And there's cool little products, startup products here, like robots, to privacy films. Over here, look at this, we got some sort of clear LED sheeting, which is pretty cool. Hi, how are you? Looks like it's app controlled for the Talk Car. Is that the name of the company, Talk Car? Over here, we've got the pitch area where companies have been pitching. They pitch, and there's a panel of judges that are rating their pitches there. Our friends over at Aving. Joseph. You're not Jeffrey. This is Joseph. Come on. So.
I'm Jeffrey Jr.
Jeffrey Jr. Nice. Okay. Jeffrey Sr. Wow. I'm a generation of Jeffs right here. Look at that. Robotics innovativery. That's Konglish right there. Innovativery. That's a little Konglish right there, if I ever heard one. Konglish is the amalgamation of English and Korean. Konglish. So, anyway, check this. This awesome. Look at that robotic arm. That's pretty cool. And up here, look at this. They got a nice little blimp. So they're getting ready to launch. Right there. Over here, looks like we got a window washing unit. Robot window mate. Oh, and yeah, I've seen you guys at CES. You guys won the CES 2017 award. We got some wrapping paper, design wrap over here. We've got, looks like PVC racks for your clothes. Water heat placement. Oh, this is a water heater right there. That's interesting. So over here, it looks like shift stone. Looks like some support items. We've got, so as you can see, it's a whole bunch of different things. A garbage disintegrator. I can say that, yes. We got Dong Seafood Company. We got some food items and a lot more. It's like some shower heads over here. So this is where I'm mostly located. Me and my friends, other media, Vietnam Plus. There's Geekazine right there. Le Café du Geek. And we're all basically getting meetings where we talk with some of these companies. You'll see a couple of those videos on Geekazine products and Smart PC. And basically, any of these companies will be we're basically judging them. We're little sharks. We're learning about from the Coder. This is an IoT device called the DOT. DOT. IoT with DOT.
Yes.
That's confusing, but that's what it is.
Smart T-shirt, smart sound, smart package, smart learning tools.
These dots are put onto T-shirts, packages, and learning tools,
And also sound. First one is the smart T-shirt.
Okay.
This is Adidas T-shirt. We activate our app. When I scan this one, we can change any other URLs.
Okay.
What else you want? We use other applications which called C Sound.
Okay. Ah. Okay.
We link to the YouTube. Any music is okay.
Okay.
We can put any codes on there.
Okay.
Cosmetic.
Okay. Oh, cosmetics. Okay.
Yes, cosmetic.
That's
Let's apply.
time reverse face mask.
Yes. And when we scan this one with the scan M, we have linked some other pages.
Okay.
And we can also have smart learning tools.
Okay.
Which one is this ABC card for kids or infants? And
So it show you an ad. Okay.
yes, Apple comes out.
Okay.
And when I third one, Angel.
Nice.
The 3M is one of our clients,
All right.
genuine authentication.
Oh, okay.
Yes. This one is 3M application.
Okay.
It says it is not a fake one. It is a genuine product.
Okay. So if this was a counterfeit, you
Then
figure that out?
yes,
Wow. Well, that's
Of course.
That's not a bad idea.
yes.
I'm getting into the moon boat. It's so lonely in this moon boat. Does it work? Is it working? So there's a speaker behind me and you'll hear some music. But check this all out. It's a regular boat. It's got some compartments in here. We got a nice little joystick. What? I'm going this way. I'm going this way. And it does a lot more. It's got the control here. So we got a light. So that's the light. We'll turn the light off. Or it's now off. We'll turn it back on. We'll change the color. You can change color with music. You can and other sounds and motion. This looks like a regular pontoon type boat, except it's shaped like a moon. It's 25,000 US dollars. So We got to start saving now. Oh wow, $700,000
Yeah,
from
right.
Samsung. Okay.
That's why with that funding, so we launched in our products. So we got started in Samsung Electronics.
Okay.
In 2016, we were awarded by the President. It's the President Award. So we got a funding additional $1,100. We launched these products in August last year.
그리고 이거는 안드로이드 버전이에요.
This is Android version,
Okay.
Bluetooth
Bluetooth.
version. Yeah.
Okay. What that is?
This is for Android.
Okay.
First, download from your applications,
Okay.
그리고 그냥 커넥만 하면 바로
and then you
연결돼요.
connect it.
Is it called iSmart Palette? Is the name of the app?
Yeah, smart
Okay.
car, right.
Okay.
As you can see, there are
30개지만
30 contents, but we have 900 contents.
900 items. Okay.
왜 30개만 해놨는데
We
콘텐츠가 너무
set up
많아요.
only 30 contents. So
언어는
this is some description about this very famous painting.
언어는 한국어, 영어, 일본어,
There are some we support Korean, English, and
Japanese.
Japanese.
Japanese. Okay.
보여드리면은
You can expand and you either zoom out and zoom in.
Okay.
올리면은 색깔을
And you can paint it.
Oh, okay.
이제 제일 굵은 거는
The thin color.
Okay.
쌤이잖아요.
Yeah. Yeah.
그리고 좀 특이한 거는
So what is interesting is that
저희가 명암이 들어갈 수 있어서
you can shade and light on the
4개까지
screen.
톤을 만들 수 있어요. 디테일하게 만들 수 있어요.
So you can paint it very detailed.
Mm-hmm.
You can mix it with the other two.
오렌지.
Other
총
12
160
colors.
컴비네이션이에요.
So you can mix it in 169 colors.
Okay.
색깔에 대한 그 환상은 아무것도 없다는 거죠.
So you don't have to worry about any colors.
Is this your own program here, or can you go outside a
Only
program?
our program.
Okay.
Everything is at 9. Not 9 hours.
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
Nine,
yeah. Okay, so we have a cycling sensor called OpenRider from Cover. Put that up there. There we go.
Offline application is navigation for bicycle, and it has a speedometer function, and it shows speed and cadence and heartbeat, some kind of calorie, and a lot of information about the bike riding. And this application can managing the history about the riding and the ranking also. This sensor can measure speed and cadence. So you can change mode to mode, cadence or speed. If you want to measure cadence, just you can fix this sensor on the crank arm of bike. And you want to measure speed, just fix on wheel hub. And in this year, we are product another product for smartphone user. This product is a smartphone holder. As you know, smartphone consumes so many battery when you're using navigation or the speedometer by smartphone.
Yeah.
So our product can adapt battery bank and the light and black box also in one set as a one set.
These are out for sale. These are on sale right now.
This is now crowdfunding now
And crowdfunding.
in Korea.
Okay. What's the Korean crowdfund?
What is it?
What is it?
Yeah, what is it?
Yeah. What is it?
No, it's not for the YID.
What is it?
It's a kind of in next year spring we are selling in the market. Maybe our plan is through Amazon or Indiegogo or Certificate. We have planned to sell this product through Kickstarter or Indiegogo or Amazon. Yes. This is my own bike.
Oh, it is. Who's it by?
Mine.
Oh, your own
It's
brand
mine,
bike.
yeah,
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah. And as you see,
Oh, there's a sensor. Okay.
yeah, this is sensor to measure cadence. You can fix on the crank arm.
Okay.
Yeah. And then if you want to measure speed, just fix on the wheel hub.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, I see. Okay, it's flashing. Got it. Okay.
And this sensor transmit the data, speed and cadence to smartphone.
Okay.
Yeah, through Bluetooth and Ant Plus.
Okay.
Yeah, and it can send to another cycling computer like Garmin, Brighton. It's compatible with any other cycling computer
Yeah.
with standard protocol. And this feature is open light speedometer screen, and it can navigation. I can show other screen. OpenLight service is a global service. Also, USA also can download and using this application in English.
Or Korean.
Yeah. You can change your language in the setting mode. Anyway, it has a function to navigation about bicycle road.
Okay.
Yeah. And it can use by speedometer, and this screen shows speed and maximum speed and average speed and wind direction,
Yeah.
and the cadence and heartbeat and the distance, any other lot of information shows through this page.
Okay. And of course, the multitude, the plethora of face creams and masks and all that other good stuff. Pretty sweet. Ear massage. So, I'm assuming they're talking about the points of the ear that you can massage. Can I wear it? Here he goes. I can hear some. There's like little. You can't feel this, but there's like there's little tongues coming in and out and going on the pressure points of the ear. I think it's just the motors, but it kind of sounded like they were doing beats at first. But there are crickets in the background, so I'm assuming you can do different music, right? You can play music. No, just the crickets.
Not technical.
Okay. Okay. Well, you know, you can sit back and relax. Is it 5 minutes? 10 minutes? Okay. So there's different time settings on here too. So this is a fun time at G Fair Korea. Jeffrey Powers with Geekazine, and thank you guys very much. Thanks to our friends over at Aving.net for bringing me here to Korea. Had a great time. I awarded a winner. I can't say much more about it. So Jeffrey Powers with Geekazine. Think Magazine put in the Geek. We'll be back. We're going to be back in Korea for other events, but we definitely have. We're going to check out everything else that I've done, including the 5 tech things about South Korea that'll be coming out if it's not out already. And we'll go from there. So thanks a lot for watching, you guys. Geek out and take care. From G Fair Korea. Asio. What up, my geeks? Jeffrey Powers here from Geekazine, and today we're doing another unboxing. We are going to unbox the GL iNet Slate. There it is. GL iNet Slate Gigabit Wireless Router. It is a Geekazine unbox. We are going to check this all out. The Slate, it's super small. It's awesome because I can put it into my rig and I can use it portably. It's got a very low footprint, it's light, super lightweight. So I can actually use that to create IP addresses for multiple computers. And when I'm in a hotel or something like that, go from there. So let's get into here. Don't forget on YouTube to like, subscribe, comment, and hit that bell notification for the next video, because we're going to do a lot more unboxings. Of course, we've got CES, we've got NAMM, we've got NAB, we've got South by Southwest. Just a ton of conferences, lots of videos you can check out. over there. So let's meet Slate really quick here. This is the Slate. It was a CES Innovation Award winner. It has a lot of features to it that I like. You can put in a micro SD card, 128 gigabyte, and be able to use it for storage. So if you're at a conference or something like that, and you want to share things and not go across their Wi-Fi network, you can do it that way. Makes life a lot easier. Maximum 300 megabits per second on basically 2.4G, and then 433 megabits per second on 5G Wi-Fi speeds. We got 3 gigabit ports in here. And so that will help on everything. So let's switch over here. This is the GL AR750 Slate. Let's give this an unbox. So we're going to slide this down. And basically a piece of paper right there. And then we got the box. Let's bring it up and go, oh, something like that. There we go. And the top of the box, it says, let's get started. Shall we? Let's all get started. So, we got a support card right here and a warranty card. We'll put that right there. We'll grab this. This is the device itself. Let's take it out of its plastique. There we are. There it is right there. We've got 2 antennas. Standard antennas. They don't look like they detach at all like the previous ones, so you can't put in a more powerful antenna. That's too bad. Got the TF card slot right here. We've got USB. This one is meant for powering the device, and then of course this one you can probably tether your phone or something like that. And then of course, like it says, it's got the 3 links. 2 of them are out, and one is where you would, you'd plug in like an external. If you have a external cable coming in to give you internet or something like that, and you're not using the wireless in, then you can do that. And then of course these 2 will go out to your computers to help you with that. Over here, looks like we have a power button and a mode button, and with this mode button, this can change, so you can make it do different things. So other than that, we've got a QR code on the bottom, which will probably hook you up to that. So let's just set this right here for now. We got a small box right here. And just so you know, I don't know if I mentioned this already, but I did purchase this outright. So everything can be found over at geekazine.com/reviews. Everything's my own opinion here. So we got just basic power wart if you decide to plug it into a wall, which is cool, or you can plug it into a USB hub. And we got 2 cables here. The first cable is the USB connection. Next one's just a standard Ethernet cable. So what we're going to do is I'm just going to plug it into this laptop right here, and then we'll power it on and go from there. I think I'll use the wireless to connect, not a wired port, but I'll definitely use this to power the device, because you can definitely do that. So we'll bring this in, plug it in. There we go, nice and plugged in. And then we're gonna just plug this into a USB port over here. This is the HP ZBook X360, by the way, which I'm reviewing. We'll find this wireless. I got 2 wireless cards in here. I will take one out. So for setting up, we gotta look for the GLAR7505. We'll go into the wireless, and we'll see some link lights here. There they are. And this will take a minute to power on. These are not going to be super fast. So we got 3 things. We got the power. This is the power light. Looks like we've got the... Okay, this is the 2G light, and this is the 5G light. So if you go 2G or 2.4 gigahertz or 5 gigahertz, you'll know. So everything looks ready to go. So now we should see the device in here. There we are. We got the 5G and we've got the 2G. So we'll just choose that and we'll say connect. And I'm going to change this as I go. So I'll put it in its own passwords and security, but we're just using the defaults right now, just to show you what we've got. Bang, enter the security key, which is good life. And once again, I'll change that once I get this all set up. We're not allowed the PC. I will do that. And it's still it since it's not plugged into anything. It's trying to figure out if there is an external source for internet, which there is none. So there, yep, it says no internet and secured. So let's take a look at the properties really quick. And there we are. We're into the router itself. It's saying choose your language. We'll say English and next. And it's saying, hey, you should set up your admin password. We'll just do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Weak. But yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And we'll submit that. So basically this is it. We have the in, we have the out, we have a VPN option here. So we can bring in, we got one wireless client, which is the laptop, of course. We can do cable connection. We can tether it as a repeater. So I could hit the repeater and go down here and I can scan my Wi-Fi. I could use my phone to connect up there. I can tether in a 3G or 4G modem or my phone with a cable. So it's a really cool device. The previous version that I had did a great job, and then it passed. So, but you know, I overworked it. So this new box, it's a little bit more powerful and allows me to actually set up 2 zones on the network, so I can have one of those ports go to my cameras and the other one go to my computers. And then they can work separately, but then work together. So anyway, that's it. That's the unboxing of the GLINet Slate Gigabit Wireless Router over at Geekazine.com. If you have any questions, feel free to tweet me, feel free to Facebook me, feel free to LinkedIn me, Instagram me, whatever, over at Geekazine. That you'll find me. Just type in Geekazine, think magazine, put in a geek. And of course on YouTube, go ahead, like, subscribe, comment down below. That bell notification will tell you, hey, the next video is coming up. You better watch it. It's important. So, and of course, even on Geekazine, I have on the bottom right-hand corner, it has that little notification to tell you when the next post comes up on Geekazine. So definitely check it there, and we'll go from there. So that was the unboxing of the GL Slate. I hope you enjoyed it. If you have any questions, let me know. Till next time, you guys geek out and take care. Jeffrey Powers, NAB 2019. We're here at the Western Digital booth. We've got Matt here, and we're going to be talking about the latest drives and some cool stuff next on Geekazine. So Matt, what are we going to talk about today?
Well, we're going to talk about an exciting new product that we have. It's our rugged drive called Armor ATD, which is our all-terrain drive. It's part of our rugged family, and we'll show the entire family what we're doing, from thick drives that you can put in your pocket and that you can take out and use in really tough weather.
All right, well, let's do it.
All right.
Behind the camera, and we'll go from there.
All right, so our Armor ATD all-terrain drive, we announced at the show. It comes in a 1 terabyte, 2 terabyte, and 4 terabyte. The 1 terabyte's at $89, and this is our entry-level rugged drive. It's got waterproofing to IP54.
Okay.
It's got USB-C as well. So we have a USB-C port, so it's compatible. We also have a cable in the box that lets you go to USB-A.
Okay.
It's crush-proof to 1,000 pounds. Wow. So 1,000 pounds crush-proof, nice metal here. And it's also drop-proof to 1 meter. Okay. So the real nice part about this is if you're, using this out and about, you're outside and it's raining, or you're on a hike and you're trying to back up some photos from your camera or from videos.
Or I'm getting very frustrated and I end up throwing it across the quad. Yeah.
Well, you don't want to throw it across the quad. You kind of want to just back up your photos on this, right?
Okay, yeah.
And if you throw this one, it should survive.
Okay.
All right, so there you go. But this is a great product, entry level. And once you go from this, if you want to go to a really solid state, which everyone's talking about SSD these days, right? We got our G drive, mobile SSD. So this product runs with a USB-C at a total speed of 500 megabytes per second sustained. We got that little blue in there. That blue is a heatsink. That heatsink makes sure that all the heat dissipates so it can be sustained performance. It doesn't slow down.
Awesome.
And so the good part about this, you can get this in a 500 gigabyte, 1 terabyte, and you can get it in 2 terabytes. And this is just wonderful. You go get it today, anytime, And
Right now?
you can get it right now.
Okay.
You go buy it.
I'll take it. Oh, how much is that?
This one depends. If you get a 500 gigabytes, we're in the $130 range, and
Okay.
it goes up from there.
Okay.
And then our ultimate, I got to connect it
that's
up to the
plugged
drive
in,
right now.
yeah, so-
Yeah, it's
okay.
plugged in. I can unplug it.
No, don't worry about it. We're all good. Go for it.
So this is our G Drive Mobile Pro SSD.
Okay.
And the cool part about this is using latest NVMe technology. It's all Thunderbolt based. So what does that mean? It means we can operate at sustained speeds of up to 2,800 megabytes per second. That lets you do live 4K video editing in the field.
Awesome.
So certain people want this, they want demanding performance, and this delivers.
Okay.
So the really interesting, fun thing about it, it's rugged as well. It's crush proof. Not as waterproof in this case, because we made some sacrifice for speed and that, but it's really, really a great drive that just gets the job done in a rough and tumble environment.
Okay.
All right? So this is our family going from the $89, right, of 1 terabyte up to 4, 500 gigabytes up to 2 terabytes, and this is 500 gigabytes up to 2 terabytes as well. We announced our 2 terabytes here at the show.
Okay. Did you have a price point on that yet or no?
On the 2 terabytes, I don't have the price point on this, and our other price points are pretty comparable, around $200.
Okay. Cool. And except for the 2 terabyte, that's available.
Available today, yeah.
Okay.
2 terabytes will be in about a month.
Okay, perfect.
All right.
So where do people go for more information?
Well, more information, go to g-technology.com. You can go right to our site and actually make some purchases as well.
Okay, perfect. And we got really quick. We got a nice little setup here for the videographer that I'm assuming.
Exactly,
you're using for all that.
exactly. This is our DIT cart, typically brought in for production. Here's an example. If you have a red camera, right? You're filming your camera, you're doing all your things, and now you're done, right? You got your cartridge with all your precious video and audio on it.
Yeah.
You bring it over here, and what you can do is you can plug it right in, right? And go ahead and copy your data to the hard drives up here.
Okay.
So the real interesting part on this is our EV series. It's our G-Speed Shuttle XL.
Okay.
You can configure this with all drives and just get up to 112 terabytes of storage with our 14 terabyte drives.
Wow.
Or you can decide to make some trade-offs, run these in RAID 5, for example. Let's say you've got some Atomos media you got from us from your Atomos system. You can plug it in just like the Red, and you can go ahead and back everything up. So the really cool part about this is you configure this before your production. You get it all set. It plugs in via Thunderbolt directly into your Mac,
Yeah.
and you can just get to go. Our Pelly right down here
Oh,
is custom Pelly.
hold on.
That custom Pelly.
case?
Yes, you can drop this right in, ship it to wherever you need. Everything's there. There's no cables and everything. It's one cable going to your Mac. And then the real cool part is, let's say you've ingested all of your stuff. You got all your videos in here, and you want to make copies. I can make a copy right to an SSD, take it right out, wrap it if I want in a nice rugged piece, and ship this out. So I can ship multiple copies out and keep plugging in new ones and copying as I need.
Can I do that with the NVMe drive or no?
No, this is a particular SSD drive for this, for our EV series. All the 50s. So this is USB, but it also has a SATA side, so we can
Got
get
it.
the speeds,
Got
right?
it.
So it all works right in our system.
Awesome.
But configurability lets the pros do what they need and get it ready before they go out.
All right, perfect.
All right?
All right. Well, thank you very much for your time. Appreciate that much. It's a great run through of everything here, Matt.
Awesome. Well, I appreciate it. The time to be able to show us. Remember, G Technology for professional solutions.
Of course, go over to Geekazine.com. We got a lot of great NAB action coming your way. So go ahead and like, subscribe, comment, click that bell for notification for the next video. Until next time, you guys geek out and store on. Hey everybody, Jeffrey Powers from Geekazine, and we are here in the Computer History Museum. We're here for HardwareCon 2019, their 5th of the year, and we're about ready to walk into the hardware hall, which is right here, and see what's going on. So let's do it. Let's flip this around and go from there. All right. So lots of different things. We'll start with the owls. We're here at Hackster.io, and they got some pretty cool stuff here. The AI robot owl, and the TR-10 robot. So you got a lot of development boards here. This is the Ultimate 96 boards. and an AI interface right here. So here I am. This little board that's running it. It's doing some facial tracking. Pretty cool stuff. And I could win. Can I win something cool? Are you spinning it for me? Spin it. Come on. Oh, no, I got to really spin it like this. There you go. Big money, big money, big money, big money. A lightsaber. No, I'm kidding. No, I'm good. I'm good. Thanks. Yeah, I cheated. That's how it works. To cheat every now and then, you got to do that. So, all right. So we got some more boards here. The Mini Z, is that how you pronounce that? Mini Z iOS apps. And what app are you running right now? Nothing right now. Is that like a kiosk or something? Did they get you with your mouth full?
Yes, I'm
sorry.
I'm not the best person to ask, but I think it's just basically showing off that you can build an iOS application.
Okay.
And you can, the Mini Z, I believe, is what's doing the sort of the interfacing, and I think that's what it's doing, right, Joel?
Yeah, I don't think it's running any app right now. But basically, it's just showing the board.
Just showing the board?
To configure a quick time to market solution.
Okay.
It's a quick BLE solution. So either for development, or we have customers that are actually going to market with something like this, so they don't have to develop it all themselves. It's a very cost-effective solution.
Awesome.
To bring in.
Cool. Thank you very much.
Sure.
And we put our FPGAs in the cloud, so people don't really need a physical board. If they want to play with our FPGAs, they can rent instances from like AWS for $1 something a minute. Use it to accelerate their applications. We also are.
Well, you got a lot of stuff here,
yeah,
so yeah.
Free ebook download.
You can do a free ebook download.
So just look up Exploring Zinc MPSoC, and you'll see the free ebook. You can learn all about technology, machine learning, and our Python framework, which is over here.
Okay.
So we're showing off Pink. Which
all right.
is
Okay. Yeah, we could go all day on that, but I'm trying to do a quick walkthrough here. So, all right. Thank you. All right. Well, this is pretty interesting. This is a part of Hardware Boulevard. Here's something interesting: the phone charger to go. So, okay, I see what's going on. So you scan that, and then you get your Electron, which is one of these chargers. Then plug it and go, and then you return it to this little hive-looking thing. So that's pretty cool. And they charge $1 for that, so that's not too bad. What else do we got? Just walk down Hardware Row. There's a thing called Calaxy. Sensor technology. Time-lapse video to help consumers know the story behind their food. Nobody around, so we'll just keep going. Mojo Mobility.
Nice to meet you.
How you doing? In a nutshell, what is this?
So we do wireless charging solutions, and we originally started with consumer electronics. So if you guys are familiar with what AirPower promised by Apple, we were actually able to deliver it. So here,
so this is your AirPower.
This is our AirPower solution. As long as it's a Qi compatible device, it will charge on the surface, continuously charges across the surface. So like you can place it anywhere across this mat.
Okay.
You could do multiple devices across it.
What's the box for then?
So the box, we adapted this technology, and for the past few years we've been working with car manufacturers to develop basically the same wireless charging, but for electric vehicles.
Okay.
So
that's okay. That would be a cell inside of an electric car.
Right. So this would be the component that would go with the electric car. You would have basically a receiver that gets mounted on the bottom of the car, and then you would drive over a parking space that is essentially one of our transmitter pads.
Oh, okay.
You would push a button on your phone, and then you would
charge your car.
Wirelessly charge your car.
That's awesome.
We
cool.
Successfully demonstrated.
We're good. Thank you very much, Mojo Mobility. All right, let's move on. We got Frontier Bio here. It doesn't look like you're set up, so. Where are you set up?
So we do 3D bioprinting, so like body parts.
Oh yeah, body parts. Wow. I need a new spleen. Can I get a
We're
new
not
spleen?
quite to that level yet.
Oh, okay.
So like we can do simple things like the low hanging fruit is like cartilage,
A toe,
blood vessels,
a blood vessel. Oh, okay.
simple things like that.
Okay. Pancreas.
Yeah, but we can print with bio inks and
Okay.
biomaterials.
Okay.
And so the method behind it is like you create the scaffolding.
Okay.
Right
Like
here,
that.
so you
That's
print
that's
these.
what a inner ear or something like that.
Yeah, that's the actual ear. So that this was used for someone that had like a microtia,
Okay.
like the like cauliflower ear.
Okay.
And then what we do is we print out something like this, where it's like porous, and then we print cells on top of it.
Okay. Cool.
And then we can grow like ears and stuff.
Okay. Thank you very much. All right. Let's move on. We got a nice little bio area here. Ava. Revolutionary new smart indoor garden to help you get growing all year round. Definitely need that in the Midwest. And then over here we got Ryobi. Ryobi? Ryobi.
That's a cooling
Ryobi. Look at that. It's a Ryobi.
It is.
So anyway, so this is intelligent robot for children, right?
Educational robot.
Educational robot.
Age 3 to 7 in language learning.
All right, cool. Thank you very much. All right, and our friend is doing some recording, so we won't get in his way.
That's cool.
No, please.
So
Please get my way.
we got a little robot here. What company are you with?
Orangewood Labs.
Okay, cool. And you make robotics.
Yes.
Robotics.
So we're a Y Combinator-backed startup,
Okay.
and we're making low-cost robots using AI models.
Okay, cool. Thank you very much. Let's keep walking here because I have a limited amount of time before live stream starts again. We're at Simplexity. We got. What do you guys make?
We're a product development and engineering firm.
Okay.
What is that?
That's
It's a mini camera.
Osmo Pocket.
What is it?
Osmo Pocket.
Osmo.
Oh, tell me more about you. Don't tell. We'll talk about that later.
Oh,
So.
okay. We're a product development, engineering, and design firm. Actually, this is our director of business
I can
development
tell
for
you
the
that.
Bay Area.
Hi.
What would you like to know?
Just a
I'll tell you anything and
quick
everything.
rundown. I'm walking through really quick.
Yes. So we're a company that does a lot of electronics engineering, both mechanical engineering, electrical engineering, firmware, software, moving parts, mechatronics. Those are all parts of what we do. About 90 people, 4 West Coast offices. We're all in the same time zone, and we're really nice people.
Cool. Thank you very much. All right, let's move over here. I want to get to this thing right here. I saw it yesterday. Let's play some cricket. Yeah, I bet you everybody says it that way. They get that some sort of accent that they've never had before, and say, "Let's play some cricket." So, what was the inspiration on this thing?
So my boss is from India, so really into cricket. Through his family, his brother actually played Ranji Trophy, which is like the second tier of, I think it's either second or very top tier of cricket in India.
Okay.
So he was fascinated by trying to make a game that kind of replicated it more.
Yeah.
The ball flies through the air, so
Oh.
it's fully three-dimensional. The batsman
Let's-
can hit it in the air.
So do that again. Don't hit the camera when you do that. Oh,
You want to just reach in and just try.
I gotta be the batsman.
Yeah,
Okay.
Just try the just the side knob.
Just the side? Oh, okay, I get it. Let me straighten this out a little bit. Okay. Ready? Oh, that sucked. Do it again.
Let's try one more.
Yay! I hit it.
And
So that's pretty cool. Oh, what are these buttons right here?
So the buttons are part of the game is to combine kind of a regular arcade break room game like foosball with a digital aspect. So you can see we have a large scoreboard, and this does all of your commentary, scorekeeping, but it also allows us to merge in aspects of mobile gaming like leaderboards, head-to-head records, milestones, achievements, things like that. And so the sensors here is obviously we're limited in where we can sense. So this button, if you manage to hit it outside the net, you push this to tell.
Oh, tell it that this is beyond a sensor point. Okay,
and
cool.
then down the other end, there's ones that signify caught out. So if you hit it at the fielders,
these guys are movable. Okay,
they'll catch it.
Okay, and then you say they catch it. Okay, cool.
So I can move these. The other purpose they serve is it's a timing-based scoring system. So the faster you hit it off, the more runs you get.
Okay.
So similar to baseball or the real sport, where if you hit it slower than a regular person would be able to catch it.
Okay, cool. Thanks a lot. Take
Cheers.
care. All right, let's move on. We got Berkeley Sourcing Solutions, hardware startups and scaled over. It's got some really cool thing here. Drum pants.
Yeah, drum pants.
Look at that. I gotta wear these. I gotta try these. Yeah, I'm being a drummer. That's cool. Lots of different things. So thank you very much.
Yeah.
All right, let's move on. All right, what we got over here? A lot of people eating lunch right now, which is what I should be doing. But hey, that's only food. So as you can see, lots of hardware-based companies here. This is Propel, platform for future brands. You got how do you pronounce it? Grepo? Grepo? Yeah. And these are all batteries for different devices, right?
Yes.
So this could be your watch battery. This could be your.
So this is generation 1 and 2 smartwatch.
Okay.
And then gradually they've been adjusted due to the resizing of the PCBs.
Okay.
So now we can use the circular ones and the more square ones for the watches. And then you have smart rings,
Bluetooth devices, and then if you got a really big finger and you need a big battery, this one right here is gonna fit right there on my finger.
Right there, easy.
Yeah. So thank you very much.
No problem.
All right. We're in Hong Kong now, Asia's World City, right there. And you guys are just talking about the Hong Kong experience. Is that what's going on?
My company should go to Hong Kong where the business goes to grow.
Awesome. Well, thank you very much. All right. So this is more than just products. It's about pitching your company in different places and different things. I got Fremont Bank here. I'm guessing that if you need an investment, you can talk to them. And let's move on from there. We're getting towards the full circle here, so let's. We got Breadware, make IoT product development simple. We got furry animals and fun toys from Creative Incorporated. You guys don't make the Furbies, but you.
We don't manufacture. We do toy design and development work.
Oh, okay. So if I have an R2D2 or actually, it's really funny is at my mom's home, they have these cats sitting there for them to pet, which is pretty cool. So
it was a very interesting project. We also worked on this Aflac duck, which has different emotional states on those little tags.
So it goes Aflac. Oh, okay. Okay. So
this is for kids with
very
difficult diseases.
Tell me how much you get.
Okay.
To help them communicate how they're feeling about different procedures and stuff like that.
It's kind of like when you go into the store and you see that. What do you like about the experience?
Yes.
You can go, I love the experience, and then this is gonna go Aflac, and then they're gonna go, I didn't like the experience. Go Aflac or something like that, right?
Yeah. It just helps them to when the duck feels more comfortable. Turns out the kids feel more comfortable.
Okay.
So there's different. We're all about the user experience and the content, gameplay, design, all that kind of stuff.
Okay. And then we can say, "Hey Google, talk to Dustin from Stranger Things."
You could,
but it's not active.
Our
Okay.
network is not great right now.
Oh,
You can do all that on your phone.
Can I do it on my home Google? Okay,
Yeah.
cool.
Oh, yeah.
Awesome. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
All right. We got some more product development here from Savvy Print Solutions. It looks like probably the boxes. So if you need a box for your product, we'll go from there. Over here, simulating the future. Looks like simulation software of some sort from ANSYS. Altair PBS Works for the Altair Startup Program. Simulated driven innovation. So, hi, how's it going? And we've got a little VR experience from NIST here. You're not wearing any VR glasses. That looks like a real Apple. This looks like a real experience. So.
I know, right?
Yeah.
It's that good.
Yeah. Well, it looks real. And then free chocolate from our friends over at Dragon Innovation here. Manufacturing for when you need it. So, and then let's come back over here. We got some more, looks like more product stuff. We got rush order, hardware product logistics for rapid growth. And, excuse me. So you guys take these products and then you kind of push them into the next level? Is that what's going on, or?
We're like warehouse fulfillment center. So these are our clients.
Okay.
Once they've gone through manufacturing and are ready to get it out of there, we'll store it for them, and then B2B, B2C, and kind of whatever they like to have.
Okay.
Back end execute.
So you have enough stock in the Midwest and enough stock in the East Coast and for the orders. Okay, cool. Thank you very much.
Flexible solutions for rapid growth.
Awesome. Thanks. All right, and then over here's microchip. And what do you guys do?
We build.
I'm sorry.
We build microcontrollers. Can I have one? Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, great. Microcontrollers. Yes.
Microcontrollers. The computer that's everywhere.
Like this one right here.
Like that one right there.
So if I need like well, in this case that would possibly be that could be a dongle for a piece of software. That could be a controller for a front door or anything.
Absolutely.
Right?
Absolutely.
Okay. Cool. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
All right, let's move on really quick. We got a line eye. I saw a little bit about it. It's about spreadsheets and kind of controlling your data across the cloud. And then finally, 219 Design Engineering. So you guys make all these products right here, correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
Design, yep.
Okay. So they engineer it for you, and yeah. So I'm assuming you take the product there. I'm sorry, you're eating. So you have an idea. You take it and then make it into production, right?
Yeah. And sometimes there's fragments, like one aspect of a design, wheel drive, or yeah.
Okay, cool. All right. Well, thank you very much. And that's it. Let me flip this around. That's it. That's in the hardware area. Over at Hardware Con, where we've gotten more live streams, and of course, all those live streams, those videos are going to be produced into actual 30-minute videos that you can watch over on Geekazine, youtube.com/Geekazine. Thanks a lot for watching. That was Hardware Alley. I'm going to go eat, and then I'm going to go do some more streaming. And we're here in California for the next week, is also going to be here for my Build Day Live over at Cohesi. So next time, you guys geek out and take care. Hey everybody, Jeffrey Powers here from Geekazine. We're in my garage because I want to cook. And we're going to do that with the Heston Q next on Geekazine. The Heston Q I did get for review, the product. I did not get paid to do this review. All opinions are of Geekazine. If you want to know more about that, go over to geekazine.com/review. Hey everybody, Jeffrey Powers here from Geekazine Think Magazine, Put in a Geek, and today we're in the garage and we're going to be doing some cooking. You say to yourself, why wouldn't I cook in my kitchen? This is a different type of cooking. And you know, it would have been a great day for grilling. It was raining outside, so I decided to set up and do some cooking in the garage with the Heston Q. Now, you don't have to cook in your garage. You can actually cook outside. Yeah, RVers love this because they can take it with them if you've got like a tiny home, or if you've got your kitchen full, maybe on a Thanksgiving Eve or something like that, you need to cook up some mashed potatoes, you can set up another burner on a table and cook away. So you got the Heston Q system. This is an induction burning system. Let's take this off the device. This is the inductive burner. Basically what it is a bunch of magnets that are going around heating up the system and allowing you, basically heating up this burner and heating up this plate. So just a little disclaimer here, this does get hot, just like any other stove will get hot. Keep in mind, you want to keep your paper and stuff away beyond safe surfaces that you can cook upon, and of course, be ready for any type of situation to handle it as you go. So this is how it works. So like I said, this is induction. It uses an iron-based pan, and they've got two pans here. We've got the main pot, which you can do soups, you can do lobsters. You can do, you can do lots of cool cooking and baking stuff in here. And then of course we've got the nice little pan here, a little bit of frying action. And we're going to start by frying an egg, because it seems to be a simple thing that a lot of people have problems doing every now and then. I know I'm one of them. I love my eggs either sunny side up or over easy. I like the little runny yolk in there, and sometimes that's tough to do. We've got the inductive plate here. With this inductive plate, a whole bunch of magnets inside are moving around so they can generate heat onto this iron skillet. You can use a lot of different types of iron skillets. They say don't use a cast iron skillet, very important, but you can bring your own pots and pans if they have the iron core, because that's what it needs to do to create the heat and the magic to happen. They always recommend the Heston Cube because these things have sensors in it, and the sensors are actually in the handle. I'll show you right here on the overhead. You basically twist this off. This is where the battery goes in. Once you put the triple blade battery in, you can twist it back in. They do have a couple different versions of this model, so you might not have this specific type of twist to get the battery in, but the other one also needs a battery to run in. It runs the Bluetooth, it runs the sensor to let you know when it's time to cook. Now I'm going to take this pan off and I'm going to replace it with my other piece that I really need to do the cooking, and that is this, the iPad or Android device. Here's the app right here. This is the Heston Q app, and it has a lot of different recipes, and not just for just this induction burner. It shows you how to do some cooking in the oven, it shows you how to do some cooking with the sous vide. I reviewed a sous vide about a year ago, and there are some great recipes that they show you on how you can use the sous vide and the Heston Q to really make your meals pop out. We got a lot of things. The first one, of course, we've got eggs. We want to show you how to make eggs. There's different types of eggs, crispy bacon and eggs. And so we have the two buttons here. The first button is the power button. We'll turn that on. We have the Bluetooth button right here to tell us that there's possibly your pots are nearby. And then we have this dial right here, which is going to activate the Q on its own, which means that you can actually cook without the app at all. But in this case, we're going to cook with the app. So we're going to place the pan on top. Now, the other thing you got to be aware of is to have this as level as possible. There were a couple times I was outside doing some cooking, and this table was not level, and the pan decided to slide forward as it's going, because it's actually doing, the magnets are heating up this, so this will vibrate, move around. So you want to have a nice level playing field when you're cooking all of this. All right, let's do this. And the best part about this app is it's going to go through the directions. All right, now we got this all set up. We're going to hit the Get Started button. It's going to search for my device, which will take a minute or two. Now it starts in the app and it says measure your ingredients, and in this case we're only doing 1 large egg. Extra, we got that I was going. So we'll hit the next step. It says to prepare the eggs. With large eggs, crack 2 eggs into a small bowl, making sure that you keep the yolks intact. In this case, I'm just going to crack it right on the edge here. Hopefully I won't break the yolks. Place the Heston pan on the burner. We've got that. Next step, prepare your burner, and we do that by hitting the power button and then the triangle to let it know that's going on here. Add some olive oil, 2 tablespoons. So I'm just going to do that. That looks to be about 2 tablespoons. We hit next step. Q is preheating the pan, and you might want to have this by, or have the spatula by, to kind of mix around the oil on the pan. And once again, very important to have this pan on a level surface, because as you can see, this moves a little bit, which makes me think this is not totally level. Let's see what we can do here. It's preheating the pan. It's going to, you can see the temperature right there from the pan. Now it's time to add the eggs, and in this case, we're going to add just the 1 egg as we go. So we're going to hit that, and bring that down. All right. We'll hit the next step. Now it says Q is frying the eggs. Now this is a fried egg. This won't have a cover over it. If you want it more of an over easy as opposed to sunny side up, you'd want to put a cover on top of that so the top also gets cooked as well. And once again, like I said, if you want the top a little bit frosted over, you want to put this on top here. and it will adjust on the heat. Now I've done a little bit more than just frying eggs for sure, like in this video that you're seeing right now. What I did was I was using the Heston Q next to my grill, grilling some vegetables while I was grilling my proteins right on the grill. It's a great combination for that. And they've got some great recipes. Like I said, they show you how to do some oven baked stuff. They show you how to use your sous vide if you have one. They show you how to do different things with it. It's not just cooking with one device and being the Heston Q. Finish the eggs by spooning hot oil over the whites immediately surrounding the yolks. Okay, well I don't have a spoon. Let's just see if the spatula works. Because it didn't say a spoon, did it? I don't remember saying a spoon. Alright, let me put some oil on top. Now we can use the spatula to remove the eggs from a pan and transfer them to a plate. And there you go. All right, next up we're gonna do the one thing that you probably want to know a little bit more about, and that's making a steak. That's what we're gonna do that. So we got the steak set up here. Couple things you want to know. Basically, they show the ingredients: the New York strip, the kosher salt, the black pepper, canola oil. I'm not going to actually be crushing cloves of garlic. Also, another thing that they don't talk about at the beginning is measuring the width of your steak, how thick your steak is. Mine's about 1/4 inch, so you got to know that because they're going to ask you that during the whole thing. So let's hit the get started. Now it's asking, is your New York strip tempered? Which means have you brought it to room temperature so it cooks evenly? Yes, it's already tempered. Place the Heston pan on the burner. Next step. How thick is your New York strip? And what we want, do we want it pink and juicy, rare, a touch of pink in the middle, or well done? We like a pink and juicy steak. So let's hit the next step. So now we've got to pair the device, which we just did. Add 2 tablespoons of canola oil. Next step. Dry the steak using a paper towel. Thoroughly dry your steak. Let's just pat them down. There we go. Next step. Choose your salts. We're actually using kosher salt. So we're gonna hit that, and then we're gonna do some salt and pepper of the steaks. So let's do that really quick. All right. Next step. Add the steak. Carefully add. Now, once again, these are hot pans, so carefully add your steak. See that? You can hear that. I want to get that center just touchless, so let's move that forward a little bit. I'm going to hit next step already. Now it says about at 148 at 405 as it's going. It didn't say to add the garlic, but I like my garlic on it early, so I'm going to do that. So yeah, you can basically do what they're saying or kind of improvise a little bit as you go. But as we go, we got about 1:09 left before we go and flip the steaks. So I'm gonna grab my tongs this time. And as you can see, they got videos going as it's going, so it shows you how that works. And I don't know if you can see the front there, but the lines are, and it's on a full 100% on the heat. And we're doing this all from my garage. That's pretty cool, right? All right, now it's saying flip the steak. So look at that, we got a nice little sear on that. We just flipped the steak. We're gonna take that garlic, we're gonna put it on top of here. Put it on top of here. Now another good thing this is for, use the pots. In the Midwest, in Wisconsin, we make brats. And we put brats on the grill, but we soak our brats in beer first. And sometimes that smells up a kitchen. So by having this out here, we can actually boil the brats out here and not put the smell in the kitchen. And then when they're ready to go on the grill, boom, we put them on the grill. It's now reduced the temperature. The Q cooks the steaks evenly throughout, it says. Looks like we have still a little bit of pink on the side there, which you can fix by just kind of flipping the steak. So it says flip the steak again. So we're gonna do that. And this time we're gonna keep the garlic on there. I'm gonna hit next step. That's still ain't gonna need to add the garlic and the thyme. This time, we'll just put the thyme on. And just a touch more garlic. Next step. With that, it says the steaks are done. Probably just soak up some of the grease there. There we go. Next step. Drain the oil, discard the aromatics, and then that's pretty much it. Draining basically to clean the pan. Now you can clean the pan using a little bit of water as well. I always think of it like with a cast iron pan. You want to put a little bit of water in, let it boil up, wipe it out with a towel. Although these aren't dishwasher safe, you can wash them with soap and water if you need to. But at any rate, we've got some steaks done. Are you hungry? Would you like a steak? Oh, of course, we can cook a lot more, but you get the idea of what this system is about. Now let's talk about price. Let's talk about availability. It's available now. You can get them on Amazon. You can get them at the Heston Q store. The websites, all the links are going to be down in the show notes there. The base price is $399 for the burner and one pan. $299 for just the burner. Now, if you're using this outside of your kitchen, this can really start paying for itself pretty quick. And of course, the Heston, you have the regular burners. You could actually replace your stove with their Heston range, which they do have. And they have other different cookware with more cookware options coming very soon. As for what I think about the Heston Q, I've been using it for the last few weeks. It's amazing. The one thing, there's some things you need to worry about. Once again, like I said, you want to be in a well-ventilated area. When you're not in front of your stove, you don't have your grease trap above you. So having this outside, not in the rain, of course, outside, but somewhere where it's covered, so the grease can escape in any direction. That's a good idea. The other thing is to always have fire extinguisher. Be prepared if something does catch on fire. Even though you're not getting a flame from this, it's still producing heat. Don't touch anything. This is still hot. Very, very hot. Even if you lift this up and touch right here, this is over 150 degrees at least right now, and this has been cooling down for about 2 minutes. It's going to cool faster than a stove for sure, but it's something that you got to be aware of. So if you're going to be cooking on it, don't think you can just pick it up, move it somewhere else, and drop it down and cook again. Now, with all that said, I've been using it to cook a lot of things. Keeping this level, very important. So if you're going to be using this and you put this on a picnic table or something like that, you might want to have some sort of shim, some way to level this so the pan doesn't go going back and forth. It's too bad that it's not machine washable, but it's understandable why it's not machine washable, because there are electronics in here, and of course cleaning it out, you clean it out like you would a cast iron pan, you'll be fine. I love this alternative cooking with the sous vide, cooking with the air fryer, cooking with the Heston Q. You can do a lot more, and the best part is this app right here, because it's going to show you how to make things not just for the Heston Q. You want to make some dinner rolls with all of this, it's going to show you how to do it in the oven in that same multi-step way that it's doing, minus the fact of monitoring the heat. The app also allows you to cook on your own. You don't need the app to run. In fact, if you can just run your finger up and the dial goes up to the top, goes down to the bottom. It tells you how warm to hot the cooking is gonna be through those lines. You can also go into the app and say, I want to make sure this is at 400 degrees, and you can set it there, and set up timers and things like that. So if you're boiling water, let's say you're simmering something for 7 minutes, like pasta or something like that, you say, I want it at a simmer temperature, and hit 7 minutes, and then it's going to let you know. It's really nice to do when you're outside in that sweltering heat. You can go inside for a few minutes and cool off and know when it's time to come back to finish up what you need to do. Overall, it's a great unit. The only thing I wish, like I said, with the leveling, it would be nice if there was a way that this burner could level itself. The pans are well made, so that's going to add to my cooking needs and uses. And technically, I suppose we could use these on a regular stove, but I would say leave them for the Q. The other thing is it does take a AAA battery inside the pan, so if you're not going to use it for extended periods of time, twist that off, take the battery off, and then put it back in. Hang them up like you would any other pan, and you're good to go. So Heston Q. Prices start at $399 for this base unit. Of course, $299 for an extra burner. Great way to cook from outside, perfect for RV life, perfect for some camping life if you have electricity. Doesn't matter how people think you made it, as long as you made it, right? Jeffrey Powers from Geekazine, thanks a lot for watching. Remember, like, subscribe, comment down below, hit the bell notification on Geekazine.com and on YouTube.com to let you know when the next video comes out. Until next time, you guys geek out and cook on, and I'm having some steak. See you later. Cooking these with me. Bye. NAMM 2019, Jeffrey Powers with Anthony. We're going to talk about hook audio and binaural recording for your iPhone and other devices next on Geekazine. So pretty interesting stuff here. Of course, when we listen on our phone or we record on our phone, it's usually, it's not really stereo, it's more mono type recording. And you've got a solution for that to give us a more expansive style.
Yeah, correct. I like to say we record audio on our phones the equivalent of walking around with one ear.
Okay.
It's mono, it's flat, two-dimensional.
All right.
What we at Hook Audio are trying to do is bring recording on your smartphone to full 3D sound and
Okay.
full binaural audio.
Okay.
And the way we're doing that is through a device that you already own. A pair of Bluetooth headphones. So this is the Hook Verse. It's
Okay.
the world's first pair of binaural recording wireless headphones.
Okay.
The concept here is that we don't want people to add another piece of gear to their lives.
Yeah.
It's hard to walk out the door and be like, let me grab my phone, my headphones, and my microphones. With this, we bring it all into one device, and it attempts to change the way you record the world in a super easy way.
Okay.
You pair them to your phone, they work like a regular pair of Bluetooth headphones. You can listen to music, take hands-free calls, do anything you need to.
Okay.
If inspiration strikes and you want to record, releasing these and unlocking them into 3D audio microphones is as simple as opening up our mobile app.
Okay.
You open up the mobile app, sends a message, transforms them from headphones into microphones, and immediately allows you to record video or audio only in rich binaural audio.
Okay.
Now, many
Is that iOS and Android? Or
correct. That's iOS and Android.
Okay.
And it is Bluetooth. And many people will think, Bluetooth, latency, low quality.
Yeah.
Well, that's why we built our own codec. We've built the first dual-channel lossless Bluetooth recording codec.
You built the recording end or the listening end or both?
It's kind of both. So
Okay.
on the listening end, you're just using your standard Bluetooth to listen
So
back.
that's a Bluetooth 4 type situation.
Correct. Bluetooth
Okay.
4 A2DP.
Okay.
When we do record, there's firmware on the device and on the mobile app that sort of makes the handshake with
Okay.
this custom codec that we're
All right.
sending.
So what's the latency on that?
0.0043 milliseconds of latency.
As opposed to, do you know what the standard Bluetooth latency is?
Oh man, it can vary depending on how much Bluetooth traffic is in the area.
Okay.
But enough to see separation between
Okay.
visual and audio.
So 0.4, say that again.
0.0043.
0043.
We could really say zero. But
Okay. What about the distance on that? How far away can you be?
You can check on our YouTube. There's many people that have tested that. We're seeing around 30 to 40 feet.
Oh, okay, that's nice. And you don't get too much cut out from 30 or 40 feet, or?
No. And in a place like this where there are thousands of Bluetooth devices around, you might get a little less range. But no, if you're really out there, you can really go.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
And I don't have to worry about wireless signals from labs, somebody trying to compete with that.
Yeah, that's kind of the idea.
And now that's for the phone, but you can also connect it to other devices. There's Bluetooth, so you can connect it like a regular Bluetooth device,
Right.
but you don't have a PC app or anything like that just yet.
No, the way in which you would go to a PC is with a device that we actually have.
Okay.
So we've created this cable. So if you want to record to something that doesn't have Bluetooth, we've invented this.
Yeah.
When plugged into the charging port on the product, it immediately turns it into a wired microphone.
Okay.
So now you have a wired mic and you have a Y cable, two connectors. One is for a GoPro and the other is for the external mic on a field recorder, DSLR, computer.
My camera, stuff like that. So
Camera like that.
that is awesome.
So really, it's the most versatile binaural microphone on the market. and it also happens to be a pair of headphones.
Plus, you have these really cool socks.
Yeah.
You got socks for headphones. Go figure. So
around Christmas, we want to do like a little Argyle print as a special edition.
That's awesome.
This is a theater hack. I used to be a theatrical sound designer, and this is a lavalier windscreen. So basically, this goes onto the earbud, fits like that, pops through. You put the ear tip back on. Now you're good to snowboard, mountain bike, do whatever in the wind, and that's not going anywhere.
You're going to make ugly sweater ones too, right?
I'm open to.
All right,
got to sell
cool.
a few more units.
Got it.
That's the idea.
You just, now you started out 2014, right? And
That's right.
you had a very successful crowdfund.
Yeah, in 2014, I like to say you couldn't really put 3D audio into ones and zeros on a spreadsheet. Kickstarter was a good way to validate it. Say, hey, is there enough people out there?
Yeah.
And we did. We did well enough to get enough support to say, hey, there's something behind this.
Okay.
We launched in the summer of 2017, been in the market for about a year and a half, and we're about to open up to some retail locations in the beginning of 2019.
That's awesome. What's the plans for? Are you looking for any companies to come and partner with you, or
a little bit? We're actually seeing a lot of large audio companies enter the space with products like this of their own.
Okay.
There's a larger audio company that has a product very similar to ours. It's wired. It only works on an iPhone. We do have the patent on the wireless recording tech.
Okay.
But we're seeing, in the 3D audio space, not only innovation in playback, but now in recording.
Okay.
It's kind of like you saw the Super Bowl recorded in HD, and then you want to record HD yourself.
Yeah.
That's where we're headed with this, like any major format.
Absolutely. So,
Yeah.
all right. So they're out now.
Correct.
What do we got for price points?
So you can buy them on our site. They retail for $239.
Okay.
We actually have a promotional deal right now on our Amazon. You can buy them on Amazon at $159.
And I'll have that link in the show notes down below. So you are planning a wireless for cameras, but we can't talk about that just yet.
Yeah, V2. This is the verse. It's our first verse. Keep your eye out for the chorus.
Ooh, and then the bridge, and then the
bridge, the note,
the coda, and
the fermata, which is just a big long pause. There's actually no product release.
And then the fortissimo, make it loud.
Oh yeah, that's going to be our 3D audio sound speaker.
I'm trying to remember all my music terms right now.
That's pretty good.
All right, well, where do people go for more information?
Check out our site. It's HOOKE audio.com. That's hookaudio.com. The E is for ears, as we say.
Oh, that's nice. That's awesome. So,
yeah.
Anthony, thank you very much for your time.
Thanks so much, Jeff.
All right, well, there you go. Hook Audio, awesome 3D binaural for, not only just for recording, but for podcasting and all that other good stuff. Hook it up to your phone, hook it up to your camera. Tell us what you think. Let me know in the show notes. Comment down below over at youtube.com/Geekazine. Like, comment, subscribe, bell. You got that part. We got a lot more video at NAMM 2019. Of course, we have the CES videos as well. Lots of videos in the first part of 2019. So go over there and just geek out with us, and we'll all rock out. What up, my geeks? Jeffrey Powers here from Geekazine, and today we are taking a look at an HP printer. We've got the HP LaserJet Pro MFP M148 FDW. You got that number, right? It's engraved in your hand, right? We do. Yeah, we're talking printers today. And, of course, you can check everything out over at Geekazine. Think Magazine, put in a geek. YouTube.com/Geekazine, where you can like, subscribe, comment, bell notification for the next video. We're also on Twitch, twitch.tv/Geekazine 24/7. We're live. We're live either doing reviews like this or pre-recorded content. And everything is over at Geekazine. And of course, we've got the new merch, including the podcast merch over at geekazine.com/merch. Be a part of the Patreon over at patreon.com/Geekazine. One-time tip at paypal.me/Jeff Powers. Somebody tipped me last night. Thank you very much to that person. So today, we are taking a look at the HP LaserJet Pro MFP M148 FDW, not DWF, FDW. And because at DWF is Dallas Fort Worth, and you're probably not in Dallas Fort Worth, you're probably somewhere else. And if you are in Dallas Fort Worth, how you doing? So anyway, what this is a printer. This is a black and white printer that comes right out of the box, and you throw in a whole ream of paper, can do 1,000 pages just like that. because it comes with the toner, comes with the drum right in the box. It's a relatively low priced printer. Started at $199. I believe it's $149, but of course that's at the time of this recording, and everything can change. We did get product, just so you know. We did get the printer to review. All opinions are of my own. You can go over to geekazine.com/review to find out all my policies right there. I did an unboxing video, which you will see up here. And of course, the unboxing video will also be found on YouTube as well. You can go there. But here it is. This is the printer itself. It's relatively small. It's about, I'd say about 20 to 25 pounds. Relatively lightweight. You still want to have two people when you unpack it. But you could possibly unpack it with one person, as opposed to my 577, which is a two-person job. And that's tough. That's a lot heavier. But anyway, it's a smaller printer. It's got less features than with the 577. Of course, this is black and white only. This does double-sided. This hooks up to your Ethernet. This hooks up to your wireless. This hooks up to your fax machine. It's got a scanner, scan fax, and go through the app to do a lot more. Straightforward, nice printing, and like I said, you set it up, you take all the tape off, and then you turn it on, you connect it up to your network, and it's good to go. Inside here, we've got the tray, which doesn't pull out at all. You can do paper types, different types of paper types. Up on top, there's a little latch that goes down. You can kind of see it. And inside that latch, you can do envelopes and a couple other different size papers. Once you close that, it's ready to go. You have the scanner, of course, up here, which can do up to an A4 scan, which is not too shabby. And then when we lift this all up and we lift this part up, the thing beeps at us because it says, "Don't do that, the door is open." But this is where your toner is, and it's a two-piece toner system. It's relatively small, as you can see, but it can get about, I think it was said about 20,000 prints on the page. We'll go back to the page in a second here. So we have the toner here, and then of course we have the drum, which pulls out just like that. As you can see, relatively small, so it will be a lot less space in your cabinets when you have stock for the toner printer to come back in. So you put that back in, you bring that down, you bring this down. It says, "Hey, I'm initializing," and there you go. All right, so on the back, let's see if we can do this without unplugging it. Let's spin her around, and if we unplug it, hey, that's no big deal. So on the back, we have, there we go. This is for if you have any type of jams or anything like that. And then down here, let's go down there for a second. There we go. Down about, oh yeah, let's bring it into play. Down here, this is where we've got your fax machine right here and right here. We got your Ethernet right here, and then of course a USB-B cable that will fit right there. If you notice, there is no USB hard drive or flash drive, whatever you want to call it, access on this thing, and that's kind of sad. You know, I would figure that that's something that people would want on there, but if you think about it, there are some companies that don't want you to have that functionality. They want you to print through a PC or a Mac or of course the phone, if you can connect it up. And then of course you have this setup. Let's take a look. Let's zoom in first of all on this panel here. This is the panel. As you can see, it's not the LCD panels that you've been seeing on a lot of these printers. This is a little bit more taking the step back with push button technology and a slight LCD display right there. Going through the menus is pretty straightforward. All you have to do is hit the button and go from there. You want to configure the wireless, you can do that from there. And then of course it's HP Smart Software, which then connects up to the printer and of course tells you what you have, your estimated card from the PC, from the Mac, or through the scan. This top button is how you scan. So you can put the paper on the top tray, or you lift up the tray and put it in there, and then hit the copy, and then it'll say, do you want one copy, multiple copies? And then you have different options here, like number of copies and stuff like that. So over here we have the fax information. If you have a fax machine, which I do not, we'll just turn that off. There we go. Hit the cancel button. We got a cancel button, we got a return button, and an OK button. It's a little in a odd spot, but you know, hey, it works. It works, as you can see, pretty easy to navigate through. You'll see that's the important part here. Let's take a look at the specs over on the page. We'll hit the specification buttons. It does print, copy, scan, and fax. It will do a black and white up to 30 pages per minute, and that includes double-sided if you need it to go double-sided. And you can do double-sided flip, or you can do flip. Either way. Duty cycle up to 20,000 pages. So the print quality is 1200 by 1200 DPI. Not the best quality out there, but this is meant for quick jobs, non-color prints, and of course, you know, just something that you need to print out, like directions or something like that. They do have the print resolution fast res 1200 technology in there to help with making those black specifications if you want to check it all out. Now, let's take a look at some of the pros and cons of this printer, because there are a few of them, and we're going to start with our pros, of course. It's a smaller and printing, so black and white, of course, 30 pages per minute. And it's ready to print right out of the box. So you're ready to go. Boom, there you are. You can go in and set it up and go once you have it all configured. However, let's look at some in a second. WPS or PIN on first configuration. There's no USB drive support, which I talked about. The scanner top actually slams down. You got to watch out for that. And there's poor documentation. And a lot of people have noticed that the poor documentation. Basically, we'll start with the first part, and that's the setup. When I went to set this printer up, it asked me either I got to do the WPS, which is basically you go to your router, there's usually a little button that you can press that will send out a signal to any device that's listening and say, join our USB to connect up to a PC. And there's a way to do it on the app. They keep talking about it and this is why we said poor documentation. Went in there and it said, you go into the app, you go to your Wi-Fi settings, you find the HP setup, and then you connect to that Wi-Fi, and then go back into the app, and then it's going to ask, well, what's the Wi-Fi SSID and password? It didn't do that. In fact, there was no HP setup. It showed the printer Wi-Fi. And so when I went back into the app, it did absolutely nothing. It just stayed there. It's like, well, what do we do now? Okay, and of course, you know, maybe a firmware update can fix that, or software update on the app. And that, of course, was on the iOS device. I did not test it on the Android device. Now, they say that otherwise you cannot, without the WPS, you cannot configure it. And that's kind of not true. The best way to do this is to plug it into your network via Ethernet cable, and then give it an IP address, and then go to the page, because there is a configuration page, and I'm going to show that to you right now. There's the configuration page, and in here, you can actually configure the wireless network. You can't do it on the app. You got to do it on the page. And so once I figured that out, I was able to configure it without WPS, but that seems to basic toner with it, but refills on the toner. This is the basic toner refill, $46.99 for that. If you need a higher yield toner, if you're doing more like 2,000 prints a month, then $84.99 for that one, and go from there. And of course, drum, every time you're buying toner, you're probably going to get 2 or 3 toners before you get a new drum. And let's see, cartridge yield is 23,000 pages on that, as opposed to this, which you get about 2,800 pages per cartridge. That's the high-end black toner, 1,200 pages for the regular black toner. So, and you get the idea on that. So about 1,200 pages, you're replacing your toner at about $45, $46 So as you can see, well, you can't see on that, but once we go back here, it fits right on the corner of my desk. So it'll probably take up a good corner. But if you're doing if you need something to print out whatever, then you need it can only that, of course, being on Amazon's website, HP's website, and of course the other places that you can buy this. And we're seeing about a 3.5 stars for this printer. There's a lot of confusion as to the setup, and the documentation, it was not as great as they want to be, and I totally agree on that. It actually was documentation for 3 or 4 different printers. And like I said, with the setup, it said you go. So I'd give it about the 3.5 stars. That sounds about right for a review price. But it does, once it's hooked up, you hook it up to your phone. The computers see it pretty quick, and next thing you know, you're printing just like you would any other printer. So if you can bypass that, if you can get past all that setup, or you just hook it up directly, and you don't have to worry about that, or hook it up via USB, then you're good to go. And this prints up into the program every time and say, hey, I want it to be double-sided. There's no way to set it up that I've found yet to set it up to double-side print every single time. So, but you can configure it in multiple ways. You can set it up to do single-sided printing, double-sided printing, or multiplex printing. Yeah. And that is the HP LaserJet Pro MFP M148 FDW. I hope you enjoyed it. If you have any questions, feel free to contact me over at Geekazine. Think magazine, put in geek. I can't troubleshoot your problems. I can help you. I can try, but I'm not support. You should probably contact support if you have a technical issue to begin with. I get a lot of those comments and questions and calls. So, but anyway, you can find me over on Geekazine, of course, Facebook, YouTube. Go ahead, comment, like, subscribe. You've been watching the HP LaserJet Pro MFP M148 FDW review. Thanks a lot for watching. You guys geek out, and we will see you next time. Take care. What up, my geeks? Jeffrey Powers here from Geekazine. Today we're taking a look at a printer from our friends over at HP. This is a black and white LaserJet printer. It's meant to print 1,000 pages right out of the box with toner and everything. I'm not sure if paper's in there, and we're going to find out. It's pretty lightweight, and it is a nice little printer to have. And of course, you can also attach it to your phone so you can print from mobilely if you need to, and all that other good stuff. Jeffrey Powers from Geekazine. Think magazine, put in a geek. You can find me over on youtube.com/Geekazine, twitch.tv/Geekazine, Facebook Geekazine. Go ahead, like, subscribe, comment, hit that bell notification for the next video. Lots of cool consumer tech, music tech, and all that other cool tech in between. So we're taking a look at this right here. It is the LaserJet Pro MFP M148 FDW. Like I said, it's black and white, and it is it's got a lot of great features, including sharp text, bold blacks, affordable running costs, and a drum designed to last up to 23,000 pages. Let's take a look at some of the specifics. You can print, copy, scan, and fax. You can do 30 pages per minute, and since it's only black cartridge, you can get 7.3 seconds per sheet. Duty cycle of 20,000 pages, and mostly 200 to 2,000 pages. So what we're going to do is we're going to unbox this puppy. We got it right behind me here. Let's switch over to that one. There it is right there, right here. There's my finger. And we're going to unbox this right now. So let's get going here. I'm going to switch up and stand up and move the chair. So here it's basically, it feels like about 20 to 25 pounds. You probably still want to have a second person here to help you lift it up. But we're definitely going to unbox it here. And we'll get that going. We'll bring that up. And we'll open it up this way. have a knife handy, have a screwdriver handy. That's always a good practice for unboxing anything like this. So now we've unboxed this. Let's take that to the side. Practicing knife safety. We'll fold these over a little bit better so they don't flap back up. This is probably some special instructions for me. And then, of course, we've got the instruction manuals for the LaserJet printer. And there we go. Now, inside looks like we have this is a phone cord for your fax. What else have we got in here? We've got a USB-B cable and then a regular power cable right there. We'll pop that out. We'll pop this out right here. I think this is one piece. So this is where you usually get a second person to help you, but we will go ahead and do this. Sometimes the best thing to do when you unbox something like this, and actually I think that's how they designed it, because there's the top right there. So we're going to set it on its side like that, and then we're going to slide it right out of the box. Trying to have a foothold on the side of the box here so it doesn't slide on these hardwood floors. Grab it by the plastic here. There we go. So now we've unboxed the printer. Take off the styrofoam to the side, the styrofoam to the side, and there's the printer right there. As you can see, it's actually fairly small here. Let's see if I can switch over and show you. I can lift this up fairly easy. Let's switch over to my main camera. There we go. So this is the printer itself. As you can see, two hands is the best way to hold it as you go. Side, side. We'll take off the plastic here in a second. Here, let's set this back down. Let's switch back over here. And bring this back down. Now, the best part about HP printers is anything that has an orange piece of tape on it, you want to take off. So once we take the plastic off here, we'll have to do that by lifting up. Bring it back. And there we go. So it's a lot smaller than the other multifunction printers that I've had, that I've reviewed for HP before. So let's get it up on the table and we'll show you a little bit more. All right, so here we go. We've got this printer up on the table. Let's turn it around. As you can see, like I said, there's orange tape everywhere. So you want to go ahead and get rid of some of the orange tape. And some of that orange tape is going to be sitting inside. And I'm going to put the tape right there just in case I need to repackage this for other reviews. Open it up, make sure that there's nothing in there. This might be a return tray or a duplicator tray. I don't know just yet, but there's some tape up here. And we have a piece right here. And you definitely want to open everything up and make sure that you get all the tape. If there's a area that needs to be opened, yeah, I got to open it. So I didn't see any toner with this. I think the drum is inside here. This is an NAG Star label. Up there. Open it up. As you can see, yep. See, there's a piece of tape down here that's holding in where the paper tray is. So this is the paper tray all together. We'll put this over here. And I'm just gonna look inside. I don't see anything else. But yeah, you definitely put the paper in right there and close that up. So we got tape right here that holds down this part right here. We got tape down here. And we got tape right here. There we go. Piece of tape right here. Usually doesn't rip like that, so that's an odd one. We got a piece of tape right here. This holds down the scanner side. There's another piece of tape right there. As you can see, it does a good job of doing that. Do that, and now you can open up. You see the scanner. There's actually a piece of tape here, but it's telling you to watch out because this needs to be cleared. So let's see. We got a power button here. We got like an accessory thing that we don't have over here, and we've got a film on top of the keypad right here. So how do you take that off? There we go. So it doesn't look like the LCD tabs, the LCD areas that you see on most HP printers. This is a little bit kind of push buttony. So, and I'm guessing this is just going to be straight up LCD, nothing color or anything about it. So there's got to be a way that this opens up. We got the paper here. So over here on the side, you can see that's where you can download the app. And I think that's that. We can lift this up so we can get our regular paper. And okay, this is where the toner drum is. So that's it. That's open. That's all the tape, and we'll close that abruptly. Close that, and of course, put that there. So you have your paper that goes right here. We'll get a few sheets of paper here in a minute, and we'll get this starting to print. That's basically the unboxing of the LaserJet Pro MFP M148 DFW. Smaller printer, black and white printer, perfect for everyday work that doesn't need color to it. And like I said, 1,000 sheets out of the box. We'll be testing that and going from there. You can check everything out over on Geekazine, Think Magazine, Put in a Geek, and of course, Facebook.com. YouTube.com/Geekazine. Go ahead, like, subscribe, comment, hit the bell notification for the next video. And check out the full review, which we will be doing shortly thereafter, of this printer. So once I can get all the bells and whistles going on it. So thanks a lot for watching. Till next time, you guys geek out. This has been the LaserJet Pro MFP Geekazine unboxing. You guys geek out, and thanks a lot for watching. Take care.
Hi everyone, I'm Jacqueline Montolo with HP. First, thank you guys so much for being here. I know some of you traveled, other just taking the time out of your day to come. We really appreciate it. So what we're going to be doing today, as mentioned in the email, is we're really going to be kind of doing an unveil of our new this printer. It is targeted at small businesses, which is why today we're actually in a real small business. So Aaron Cook here is the owner, founder of 360 Espresso. So kind of the storyline we're going to talk to is just kind of why technology matters for small businesses. A few folks to introduce. We'll have Vlad Mouter in here, director of our HPS marketing team. Oh, I can scroll through and I can show you headshots. Boom. Okay, Brandon McGovern over here, director of customer experience with our home printing business. Marcus Thomas, who's back in the corner, product manager on our solutions that we're going to share with you today, Smart Tasks. And then we have Caroline Ning, who is the future product manager on the products that we are unveiling all the way from Singapore. So thank you for being here. With that, I would say I'm going to hand it over to Lad, who's going to kick us.
To talk about small business. We haven't talked about small business for a while, I think too long actually, and it's a really important segment of our economy and of our business for home printing. So I'm going to talk to you guys a little bit about what's happening with home printing and how we're really looking at this overall and how we're really trying to reinvent the whole category as we look at this and create some vibrancy in here and how that's working across the board. And then Brandon's going to dive into some specifics on the OfficeJet Pro and how we're really relaunching and looking at this space and really bringing to life some really great innovation here. So we're excited to talk about that. But I love that it's a small business, but it's small, so I'm trying to figure out how to stand here. There's three things that we've been thinking about when we think about our strategy overall for home printing. And the first is really around the core and how we accelerate the core. And a lot of what we're doing in the core, it comes around two things: it's design and experience. And when we think about the core, it's dollars. Frankly, we're not what they should have been. We have put a lot of investment into reigniting the core and figuring out what this is. These innovations are the product of that multiple years of investment and really re-engineering what that looks like and reimagining that. Taking everything that we know from the previous generation, I'm going to talk about why that is and how that works, but also how you experience it. What is the way in which you experience? We live in a world that's dominated by our smartphone, and we're connected and working everywhere, and how that really plays out. And the solutions are a big part of the story today that you're going to hear, and that's all about how we're really looking at our core experience. You'll bring to life a whole new form factor of design and a whole new experience really to talk about, and really great coverage about how that has been, and great consumer response in terms of how that's really working. And feel free, if you have questions, you can just ask a question really about how we position ourselves for growth. And there's two really important parts of this. This is about our services and how we think about new business models. And we're going to talk a lot today about Instant Ink and how that's really a core function of the printer and really an integral part of the proposition today, and how that's really changing the way people are actually thinking about printing and creating a whole new level of freedom in terms of their ability to access print instead of being held back by some of our traditional business model. We're also looking at new categories in the space. We've made new behaviors in printing for new generations, and we're going to be continuing to have, we have a lot of exciting news actually there later this year as well that you're going to see. And then last, we are really working to reimagine use cases for print in the home and home office of the future. And here, that's where we're building problems that we didn't have printing do before. And I can't talk to you a lot about that because that's really where our deepest secrets are held. But we're really working a lot to think about what is print today? How is it still valuable? Some of the things that we've been thinking about and seeing is that we are in a very important. But we have to reimagine maybe how we deliver it to you, how it could be used, what that is. And you've seen us reapply some of our technologies. You think about how inkjet has transitioned to 3D. We're able to look at these things and look at them in new different ways, and we're going to be doing that consistently and trying to find new ways in which this becomes relevant far into the future and really think about what that looks like. A little bit about how we do this and how we've been thinking about this at HP. So megatrends is an overall idea, and trend watching is nothing new, but HP has really taken seriously through our technology office, our CTO office, what are the megatrends that really affect technology and really affect our services and our offerings in the future. And there's three that I want to talk about here that are really relevant to what we're talking about today. If you're interested in this and you want to go really deep, the Megatrend study does get published every year, and it's quite interesting. There's even some summary articles we're happy to share with you if you want to get into that. I find it fascinating to think about what this is and how these forces are changing who we are and what that looks like. We have used this as a way to think about what we need to be innovating around. As we talk about three here, rapid urbanization, the 3,500 square foot home in the suburbs of New Jersey is not a relevant, is still there, but it's not there for a lot of people anymore. More and more people are living in cities around the world. It's a global phenomenon, trend. We need to be thinking about smaller footprints, easier connectivity, the ability to print wherever you are and connect into that space. Personal is no longer just about your printer, but where you are in that, and how can you access your content in that way in those different urban environments and how we design for that. That's why footprint and experience is a large part of this innovation today. The gig economy. We know that more than ever, people are working in different types of job arrangements. Much less people have, corporate jobs like myself, but most of my friends and peers are working in all kinds of different jobs and side gigs and hustles. And what that means in terms of the entrepreneurial spirit and what that's done, I think largely a product of the internet and of digital transformation, how entrepreneurship has become mainstream in a way, is that you need tools that work for you, that are flexible, that you can get into in different ways, that help you pick up some of the busy work that maybe you don't have time for because you don't have an admin staff, and you sit down at a WeWork and that's where you're going to work today, or at a coffee shop, and what do you need there to access? So we're really thinking about how we can create more access point for people in the gig economy so that they can be successful and still have access to some of the things they need to run their business, like a printer or like printing. And the last thing that's really relevant is smarter everything. And this is not news, but if we're going to be relevant today. And we have put so much more intelligence into this product for small business than I think you'll have seen across the board or anything in this market. And that's a big part of it. It has to work like everything else does. Consumers, whether you're a home consumer or a home business or a small business, has a different expectation for technology and how it works. It needs to be smart enough to work like your smartphone does, to work like your smart thermostat does, to integrate with the rest of that. And we're really building that into the way in which this works and all the things work across our portfolio. And building upon that, a huge body of work that we've done, as you guys are all involved in the printing industry or in the small business industry, we've done a ton of work over the course of the last 2 years to understand why people print today or why paper is even important. So we talked to, over the course of the last 18 months, 22,000 people from 9 countries around the world, really understanding behaviors and experiences that people are having with paper and print and what that really is. And that's because we wanted to make sure that we had a really robust body of knowledge to understand what the innovation centers would be for how people are actually using these processes, whether it's coming out of a printer, whether it's a piece of paper, whether it's a book, and how those use cases are. So we could think about not only how our current innovation would work within that context, but also what future innovation would look like. And there are 3 kind of main areas that we've really kind of come out of this as an overall learning or insight into why people are accessing print or printed materials today. And there's 3 categories: manage, grow, and create. And when we looked at this and we look at the data, and it's really robust quantitative study that we've used to really identify and build our innovation around, 55% of people are using printers to help manage their documents in their offices. That's very relevant. Aaron's going to talk to you about how he uses printing here. A lot of it is dealing with regulatory and management things that need to be done on printed paper to work with the city, et cetera. That's very common. Financial documents, et cetera. So there's a lot happening there. We want to make sure that as we go forward, our use cases and our solutions and our printers are built around those types of ideas. To grow, to learn, to teach, to research, to have interest. People are not stopping in their interest of these things, and as much as you can get into digital technology to learn, the ability to look at a printed page and go deeper and get deep learning is something that is very resonant for people in the education space, but also in the workspace. We think about how people are really digging into deep understanding and learning of what that is and how that's different from the digital space, and which can be relatively fleeting and not actually stick with you so much, which is a really interesting space for us, I think, going forward. And the last, to create. People are using print to send cards, to connect with people and make real connections, and that happens from a small business perspective when we think about the kinds of marketing collateral that people use or the value of a physical card versus a digital piece, and to all the way to a photograph and how that can really stay with you. We really think that gamut is really important as we think about how those different things develop over time. And then last, all of that's well and good. You can talk trends, et cetera, but how are you really applying that? And so I want to introduce as well the innovation framework that we're really looking at to think about how we're bringing that to market. Because in all of that context, and we'll go deeper on this, the opportunity is to really look at this category, which we have a lot of issues historically. Like, printer doesn't work, it's expensive, it never works when I need it to. How are those things really issues that we want to address, and how do we overcome those? So 3 things that you're going to see in every single one of our products or solutions as we go forward that are really important. We already talked about design, but design is critical, and not just design for the sake of design, but design to fit within the path of your life. So it needs to fit within the context of your business, it needs to fit within the connectivity experience that you need to have, and it needs to work in the way in which you work or live, and that's really critical so that we can have a role there that's relevant and not obtrusive to the way in which that is. A lot of this came out of the insight that people were spending more money creating furniture to hide their printers than they were to actually buy a printer, and that's a real thing, and it should be able to fit within the architectural ethos that you have so that it can be accessed and used, because if it doesn't, then it's just going to become irrelevant. So we find that to be really important. Second, experience, and this is really about the app ecosystem that we're building, the way in which you want to access your content in a way that's most relevant to you in the context of printing. And so you're going to hear a lot today about the Smart app, which is the best mobile print app on the market. A huge success story for us in terms of driving page growth and engagement with printing, and making it so much easier for people to access. But it's not just about being able to print from your mobile phone, but about what the experiences are, how that connects to the rest of your digital ecosystem. And so what you're going to see today is the way in which that starts to enable us to move whole steps forward in terms of what we deliver, what kind of productivity solutions you can have within that when we start building some of the things that you may have seen only in big businesses now being available for small businesses, and we think about workflows and ways in which those operate. I'm trying not to give too much away. And then last, simplicity. Things need to work when you need them, how you need them, and you need to have the right ink at the right time for you. We're going to talk a lot within the context of the product about instant ink. Instant ink in a market like the US has become a hugely valuable part of our portfolio and of our offering. So you're going to see this really integrated into the experience, because what we found is that people, when they subscribe to instant ink, have a great response. They enjoy printing a lot more. They have a lot less friction related to it, because nobody wants to run out and nobody wants to feel like they're getting ripped off. So we really feel like we're able to deliver great value. And as we talk today, we're going to talk about the way in which we're going to deliver specific plans for small business that help with higher yield issues, and give people some greater opportunities to get the savings that we've been able to offer customers with Instant Ink and the improved customer experience that comes with them. Okay, I think that's it for that's our 30,000 foot view. If that's the kind of tracking there. Any questions there before we move on to the next section? Well, you can also ask later. Okay, so I'm going to introduce Ramon Wright. He's the executive editor of Small Business Tech, and he's going to also bring up Aaron Cook, who's the owner of this established that 3C Espresso, and they're going to talk a little bit about small business and what it's like to be a small business today. Through the process of us developing this product, but also, and I'm in marketing, but also in the development of the marketing, we spent a lot of time with small business people. We really dive in and understand what is it that drives them, what are the issues that they have, what are they trying to solve, and how can printing help in that way. And so we're going to talk a little bit about what small business is like today, what some of those things are, and then as we go through the innovation, I think you'll see the way in which some of those things really start to map and how we start to solve real problems for people. Thank you, Ramon.
No round of applause. Thank you all for being here today. How was the coffee, tea, or espresso, whatever you had? How was it? All right, good. They said it was pretty good. So, well, I'm big worried. But no, really, thank you all for being here today. And I'm a small business owner myself, an entrepreneur, started a few companies, and it's always exciting to sit with a peer of entrepreneurship. And I think it's very appropriate as well. We could be in a co-working space or anywhere else, but we're here in a small business. Many of us write and talk about this stuff kind of in a glass tower somehow, you know what I mean? But I think it's nice to be in the place where small businesses are at. So, Aaron, thanks for being here. And why don't you just start off by telling us a little about yourself personally, and why you chose the pain and aggravation and suffering to be a small business owner in New York City. Tell us about it.
That's an everyday question that I ask myself, obviously. Okay, so accent, Australian. I know that's normally the first question. Okay. Yeah. So I moved here 6 years ago to New York, straight from Perth, Australia, and to start a startup, coffee business.
So you came here wanting to start in the coffee business, okay?
Correct, yeah. So it wasn't by accident. Okay. A company called Bluestone Lane, which is now quite prominent throughout the city.
Nice, good.
Yeah, bootstrap funded, barely earns anything. Okay. But it was the opportunity to do something that was elevated in the kind of more espresso and cafe realm from what you normally see in bodegas and diners, and that coffee experience here. So I wanted to bring what is a very strong Australian culture around coffee and cafes to New York.
And is it fair to say coffee also in community? I mean, do you see this as a sort of a community center as well? People can come and relax and get work done. Is actually Vlad into that today as well?
Yeah, it's actually an interesting point. People who come here, they often refer to me, and in a nice way, they go, "You build community." And it's funny, I've never really thought of it like that. I guess I knew it here, but no one had actually said it. And so as much as I feel like I'm in business and trying to earn a living, building community at the same time.
And mayor of New York City or something like that.
At least in the village.
Great. Let's talk about it again. I wish we had like hours we could have this conversation because I love small business. But let's jump right into it. A day in the life of small businesses. I think that most of us, when we get our coffees, our lattes, our teas, whatever, the interaction we have is probably like right there. And we say, I'll take this. We sit and go. That's not your life though. Or the life of your peers or your colleagues. He's going to say, no, it's not. So help us understand the many hats that you're wearing as an entrepreneur, as a business owner, as a, all these roles you're having. Help us understand the day in the life of Aaron Cook. The brief version. Don't give us the 24-hour version.
Well, first one is I'm a firefighter. I'm always putting out fires.
Okay.
Obviously, figuratively.
I got you.
Wake up at whatever time to go to the bathroom, check your phone as the opening barista called out sick. So if I don't do that and I wake up at 7, it's already too late. And so I should have already been there. So that's the first thing. Make sure the store's open. So that's an operational thing. I'm also a barista, so I'll take a lot of those shifts. So I'm a leader, I'm a mentor, I have to be a problem solver, a psychologist, for my friend over there, Jonah. A friend, and as we touched on community, I need to be very open and engaged in the community. So we do a lot of charity event type things around this area specifically, by donating coffee, by donating our time. Obviously, I need to be an administrator.
That's the fun part of small business growth. Not really. Let's talk a little bit more about that. I mean, as a business owner myself, and I think many of you will agree, we come to finances, administrative tasks, payroll, hiring, firing, dealing with New York City rules and regulations. Can you open up a bit and share with us about how that side of the day works? And thank you for being the firefighter community owner. What about the admin tasks that none of us, my wife, in fact, has a small business, and the reason she doesn't want to be in a business, she said, Ramon, I see all this paper, I see stuff you're doing, all these things. What is this all about? So help us understand this, the admin task.
Well, I think from day one, it's a bureaucratic mess. So you're navigating the system of health department, building department, fire department. They come in. Everyone wants a piece of it, basically, and you need to make sure that all your documents are up to date, filed for various licenses, etc. So that's in the background, but you're always getting reminded of that. If I want to employ someone, I'm printing off employee papers because I could do it online, but they probably don't have a PDF that they can modify. For them, I'm a business person, I do have that. They don't have that software.
And isn't that ironic? We talk about the paperless office for what, 25, 50, 100 years, 3,000 years? So paper is still important, and I do think we are in a digital world, as you're saying, but paper is still a part of it. Please.
I have to provide them the tools to fill those forms in. The licenses and everything I touched on, I have to have physical copies of them in the store. Now, typically you have all this kind of stuff now. I've taken them off the wall because they look ugly. So just for the event today, so they're kind of batched over there.
But normally you see a whole slightly new atmosphere.
They're typically visible, or I'll get a fine and then I'll probably have to print off some papers to fill in that form. Licensing, paperwork for staff, payroll. You know, I'm probably dedicating at least 1 or 2 hours a day to administrative tasks.
And if you had to think, this is like a tough Jeopardy question. If you woke up in the morning and had to think, do I want to do admin tasks for 8 hours? Or do I want to talk to my peers and serve a cup of great espresso and build community? Which one would you pick? Think about it carefully. Which one would you pick?
First, as we grew, without necessarily the infrastructure and money, I became more and more that administrator. And that's not what I got into it for. So I opened 9 stores in 2.5 years. Imagine the paperwork behind that.
That's a big deal.
And then I went, that's not me. I don't want to do that anymore. So I stripped it back and opened this store where I do spend 80% of my time customer facing. And I consider the administrative things I actually try to bounce between the coffee machine and my computer at times, but I try as much as I can to do it after hours. So I'll sit back here after the store's closed, get my printer out, get my laptop out, and put on some music and just try to chill. But I try not, as much as I possibly can, not to let it interfere with the day-to-day interactions.
And what do you say, I mean, again, the pain point of many smaller businesses, and we've talked about this already, but to drive this point home, do you feel, Aaron, sometimes that if you had more time, maybe you could grow more, do more, help more employees, help more New Yorkers passing by here? Is that something? And I know that's the nirvana for all of us, but what does that fit into your ecosystem? What are your dreams? Maybe that's the question. What do you say, wow, if I could get an 8-day, if I could get the 26 hour of the day, I would do this. How does it fit with you?
Yeah, it's quite topical. I really want to develop this as a coffee training centre. So, but the amount of time that's going to take for me to write up a curriculum for that and then actually teach it is huge.
Yeah.
So, in the rapid growth I had in my other business, I saw the Achilles heel was training staff. If you're opening a heap of coffee shops and you aspire to be that quality, you need the staff to do it, and baristas. So that's what I want to do here, not only for my store here, but can actually then filter those people out into the workforce.
Okay, awesome. And when we look at here, I mean, since we're all here, I think it's such a unique position. When we look here at this store, can you walk us through this cup of coffee we're drinking? What goes into that? I mean, I guess you have, just to recap, you have to hire someone. So you have to advertise to get people in the door.
Yep. Okay. Yep. You bring them in, or after you've gone through their resume, you bring them in. They often say they've got coffee experience. Okay. This one here.
Okay.
Stood on.
I think there was actually a lot. What's your name?
This is Joe.
Welcome. Okay, go ahead.
So
you're a star now.
Okay. Was it Mason Kaiser you worked for?
Yeah, so I opened up about 10 Mason Kaisers in the city before I came here. But the level of coffee that we were doing there versus the level of coffee you experience here is two different types of coffee. So I do coffee.
So you think you're a barista, and you fell apart on the machine.
Okay.
And but Joe is a great example of that level of quality that is here versus what I want.
Right.
And over time, probably took a year, I would say, for him to be working part-time then full-time, for him to step up and now be able to knock it out.
Awesome. Yeah. And let's talk about one other thing, 2 or 3 more questions, and I think we'll move on, is the getting people in the door. I know this is a retail business, obviously. I'm assuming, correct me if I'm wrong, that people are coming in, I'm using the word knee-jerk reaction, that's the wrong word, but passers-by who come in when they see it. What are some of those marketing things that you have to do, advertising things that you do to get people in here, build the community beyond just random strangers?
Yep. So the standards are Yelp, as an example, Google Maps. I've even used some Bluetooth technology where people will be close by and there's a pop-up that hits their phone. This is all money, of course. In terms of that 26 hour,
26 hour or 8 day.
Social media. I don't spend enough time on Instagram and Facebook because that's in everyone's face all the time. In a business like this, you should be posting once, maybe twice a day, a story or
those pictures of what's happening.
Yeah, beautiful photos and arrangement of coffees and food. I'm probably lucky to do it once every second week. Because I want to be customer facing, so you've got my attention as my customer. I'm not wanting to duck around the corner and be posting. Right. So, but at the same time, that will help bring in traffic. So it's a push-pull.
No, I understand. Going back to the admin task. My last question for you, my $1 million question. Are you ready? If you could find a tool that could help reduce some of the admin tasks, would you? And would you give those admin tasks to a printer?
Yeah, absolutely.
He didn't hesitate. I mean, it was like this.
No.
Yes.
No, I didn't want to say yes. I wanted to emphasize yes. Yeah, absolutely. It just frees me up so much.
Awesome. Yeah. Well, listen. Any questions? Any thoughts? Great. No questions. Love it. Thank you all for listening to our little discussion. I'll turn this back over to the HBT. Great. Thank you.
Good luck up here, the savages.
Yeah, no. Hopefully you got calmed down after this. So that was really insightful. And thank both of you for kind of walking us through that, understanding the day in the life, understanding some of the pain points of being a small business owner, right? And really that balance between, let's see if I can get this right, the balance between the way I think about it, that there are things you have to do to work in the business, that administrative stuff that you have to do day to day, versus working on your business to help engage with customers, to help your business grow, right? And as a small business owner, you're constantly juggling with that. Just listening to them reminded me of another small business owner that we had interviewed. Happens to be a guy in Austin, Texas, who owns a tequila distiller. I guess that's what you call it. Pretty interesting business. He brings it in, distills it, and distributes it from Mexico. And he said, the thing he spends most of his time on, and the thing that he hates the most, is basically everything that doesn't have to do with promoting and selling his brand. Right? So it really resonates with what you just heard, right? I want to spend time in front of customers. I want to be helping my business grow, but I have all of these administrative things. In fact, we did some research, 68%, if you look across other small business owners, on average, 68% of their time is spent on these day-to-day tasks, working in their business. And all of them are looking for opportunities to minimize that, shrink that, so that they can shift to that idea of working on your business, working on that growth strategy, working on where do we go? How do I bring in new customers? I don't even know if I should talk to this because they did such a great job illustrating it, but there's just all of these tasks that a small business owner has to work with, right? In purple, finance, accounting, HR, all of these things that are in the business versus these marketing and other areas where you're really working on expanding your business. I love how he illustrated, actually, this is from a business lens, but there's also all of the soft things that you have to do, and they're probably more impactful, right? I think you said the word that you're a mentor and a coach, all of that, an advisor, right? A therapist, right? There's a lot of other things that go beyond just these organizational structure type things. But that in a large organization, you might have different people taking ownership of and delegating. These small business owners don't. So we took these insights, and that's what led us to really refocusing and redesigning our OfficeJet Pro line in the business work to help these small business owners kind of free their time and shift to help enabling their growth strategy. And I'm going to talk to you about the product and some of the decisions that we made along the way to really help and bring that to life. But before we do that, I wanted to start, and as with all of our product development journeys, it usually starts with looking at, well, what are customers buying today? What is the previous generation product? And what are some of the feedback that we heard on it? It's a good place to benchmark ourselves and just start that cycle of innovation, because we're constantly looking to improve and refocus and recalculate. So actually, right over there, you'll see the previous generation OfficeJet Pro. Also, the picture here, it came in 2 colors. Overwhelmingly, what we saw from customers is some of the accolades, some of the really positive things were around the print quality, the print speed, Instant Ink. We talked a little bit about Instant Ink. We'll go a little bit deeper on that later. But the value that we're offering with Instant Ink is really unique, and customers are really appreciating that. But there's always good and there's always bad. There's always things that we need to improve on and continue enhancing. These may or may not come to a surprise to some of you, but the 2 biggest were around scanning and the experience around scanning. It's complicated. It takes too much time. And then connectivity. Connectivity is about, first, getting it up and running, just connecting. Second, staying connected. You expect it to be on whenever you go to access it, right? And you don't have time, back to this idea of balancing your time, you don't have time to troubleshoot. So we took these insights and this understanding of where, of the challenges that are the design decisions that we made, using that innovation framework that Lad introduced earlier. The design, experiences, and simplicity. And this is really with the focus around each of these. How did we create a design that fit in an SMB environment? What are the experiences that are really relevant to small businesses? And how do we make it simpler? How do we make it simpler so that the product works for you, not against you? Helps freeze up your time. But it starts with design. It starts with the design because, frankly, that's what you see. That's what pulls you in. But all of these other ones are equally, if not more important, once you start using the device. So we'll start with design on our journey here. Now, let's talk to you about this idea of rapid urbanization. Rapid urbanization is basically, as we see really across the world, homes and places are just getting smaller. There's more people coming to the larger cities. In fact, a research study I recently read showed that studio apartments Over the past 10 years, studio apartments have reduced in size by 10%. But at the same time, over the same 10 years, they've increased in price, rent, by 28%. That phenomenon isn't just in renting your apartment, but it's also happening, that trend is also happening in environments like this, when you have to pay rent. So naturally, we see spaces are getting smaller, and we have to really be creative about optimizing your space and really maximizing the things, optimizing the things that you put in, so you're maximizing the usability of that space. And we talked about WeWork in these different environments. Really, what we see are business professionals getting more creative about being more flexible and more collaborative in these environments. So with that, we really looked to at how we would design these products to fit in there. And it started with really creating this more intuitive design. What you see when you first look at this, and I might stand over here so I can kind of point, oh, I don't want to point. I'll stand over here. But what you see, the first thing you notice is this block right in the middle. These hard lines make it feel more modern. When we tested this design, some of the words that customers got back to us on is, they called it refreshing and cool. They also said it looks durable, and that's deliberate. The durability kind of comes from these very hard lines. We also have this tri-color. If you notice, there are 3 different colors that kind of contrast that white block in the middle. What we've done is we've used these color accents to help navigate your eye, but also your hands as you use the device to the things that you want to engage in. First, you have your paper tray and your output tray. You'll notice it's a little bit lighter gray. We have around your control panel, you have that same color, and also on the ADF. These were purposely done, and you'll see we have other colors. For example, this coral color that really accentuates that, because these are the areas where where the customer or the user really starts to engage with the products. We have 3 different colors that we're going to be announcing. The first one is this basalt. It's this lighter gray color. Second is oasis, this teal color, and then third is coral. Interestingly, so these color profiles came from a tremendous amount of research that our design organization does in order to understand what's trending, what are the colors that are trending, because you have to forecast this out many years. We have to think about what customers buy today, tomorrow. They look cross-industry. It's not about what colors are relevant in the printing industry. In fact, you don't find these colors on printers today, but it's about what colors are relevant across the industry. Fashion, furniture, and especially this oasis, this coral color are things that are really starting to pop and to become more and more popular. An interesting note, and this is actually a good proof point of that, is that coral was named the Pantone Color of the Year for 2019, which just recently came out. And we're offering these different colors because as you bring this printer into a small business like this, the small business owners, they want it to fit in the environment that they're using it in, right? This could sit on the counter and really start to blend in, probably a little bit more than our previous generation. So that's the design. That's kind of what it looks like. But then we also said, well, if all of these environments are shrinking, we need to kind of make sure that our devices are following the same trend. So with these devices, we've reduced the size by volume up to 39%. That's a pretty significant reduction, generation over generation. But we did that specifically focused on not making trade-offs on the experience. I mentioned earlier, the print quality, the speed. Those were important, and customers were very satisfied with them in the previous generation. So we made sure we didn't want to make a trade-off. We didn't go smaller and make a trade-off on those. But beyond that, we didn't just not make trade-offs, we actually added more capabilities to be able to make this a more productive device. I want to showcase some of those to you. The first thing, I'll walk through each of these, and I'm actually going to turn your attention to this because I'll just show them to you on here. The first thing we did, one of the things we did, is we added single pass duplex scanning through the ADF. So if you put something in here, put a page in to scan it, we now have the scan bar here, and you also have a scan bar on top here. So we can speed up the scan speed. Well, we can double it. In our previous generation, we did duplex scanning, but it required 2 passes. Again, this is about really trying to improve the productivity of these of our customers. We've also added an extra tray. So as you can see here, the capacity is up to 500 sheets. And this is to remove that interruption of, oh, I just ran out of paper. You can add an entire ream, 500 sheet ream, and not have to return back to it. This one I love. In fact, I should just demo it. Who's ever scanned something like your ID? Okay, we have to do that sometimes. I'll just pick a card out of here. I want to scan it because it's my credit card. One of the challenges is that once you get it on here, you can't get it off. Does that ever happen to you? You try and peel it off, and it kind of hits the edge, and then you kind of have to. It takes a couple of minutes. These are small pain points, but this is something that kind of is just a frustrating task that you have to do when you have to do it. So with this new product, we have this easy slide off. In fact, if you want to come try, you can try and slide this off. This easy slide off glass that makes it quite simple to just pull it all the way off. You don't have that edge to now catch. And then this other one that I love is really about another piece of just simplifying the experience and really looking and trying to walk in the shoes of our customers and understand them. Have any of you ever printed, and when you're printing your documents, maybe the output tray starts to overflow and suddenly you have pages on the ground? Well, one, it's frustrating because you have pages on the ground and you have to bend over and you have to pick them up, right? Two, what if it needed to be in order? Now you got to spend the next 5 minutes resorting and reordering all the prints that you have. It's really frustrating. So in this product now we have output tray sensor that when you print and it gets to 100 pages, which is the capacity of the output tray, it'll actually stop. And it'll wait for you to take the paper away, and then it'll restart from where it left off. Again, another pain point, trying to alleviate some of the time that people have to spend managing their printer so that they can get to work. Any questions on these? Excellent. So that's really about the design, and we're really excited about this design. I personally think it's a beautiful device. I would be very proud to put this out. In fact, I have one in my house. But it looks really nice. It looks nice here on the counter. And I think the additional design elements that we put into it to make sure that we had even more productivity in some of these use cases really add a special touch across a lot of the experiences. That brings me now to how we make these experiences more accessible, more relevant to the customer whenever they're using it. And this really gets back to standing in the shoes of your customer, really trying to understand what are they doing in a day-to-day. And it starts with, as Lad had already previewed, the HP Smart App. Our HP Smart App is really designed around unlocking you from your desk, unlocking you from your PC, and really enabling printing from anywhere, mobile printing from your phone. It's no secret. I probably don't have to prove to everyone that we use our phones more today than you probably use your PC. There's a lot of content that gets loaded into your phone that you might want to just print off. I'll give you an example. Every week, my son's in daycare, and every week I get an itinerary of like what he's going to be doing on a day-to-day, day by day. When I get it, I used to have to go to my PC, load it, print it, and it was just an extra step that I had to remember. Now, I receive the email, pops up on my phone. In 2 clicks, it's printed at home, no matter where I am. So that when I get home, I can just grab it, throw it up on the fridge, because we always refer to it throughout the week to engage in a kind of, what did you learn today? Did you do this, right? So it really frees up my time and kind of mental capacity, so I don't have to remember to do that when I get home. With the Smart App, we've integrated different experiences like scanning. So you're going to see some demos. And one of the really cool things that you can do is the scanning from your smartphone. So here, yes, we do have the flatbed scanner. We also have your ADF to quickly scan, but you can also use your phone to quickly capture things, to scan it or copy it in. And you'll see some of that soon. But back to what we heard earlier in some of our customer feedback, scanning can be a pain point. Scanning can be somewhat cumbersome. There's a lot of steps to it. In fact, when we dig into this, this idea of digitizing documents, it is very time consuming. About a month ago, I was on a trip. I went to, I guess it was actually a couple weeks ago. I was overseas, and kind of. But in HP, we have kind of an older expense system, and I use my Smart App to capture all of this. Now, the challenge is, let me take you through my journey on this. For the first day, I did all of these different things, took cabs, dinners, had all my receipts. At the end of the day, I scanned in all of my receipts, and I named them, and I thought I was being really smart because I named them, dinner at such and such. And I emailed it to myself, dinner at such and such. I emailed it to myself, and cab ride 2, emailed it to myself. Fast forward the next day, I do the same thing. But I'm not really thinking, and I named them all something different. I named them receipt 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then and I emailed all this to myself, and the title of it was something different. So then when I went back, I struggled because I didn't know how to sort my email and get all of these out. Not only was each one of these a unique process, it was very repetitive. Every time I went through this process, I had to do it again and again, right? And customers have to do that every time they scan. You have to grab it, you have to rename it, you have to put it where you want it, and it takes time. It's very manual. And sometimes the integration between different apps is really anymore. This is consistent with my experience in enterprise and also with some of the small business owners. So we wanted to really help and simplify that. And we're launching something called Smart Tasks. This is within the Smart App, but also within the experience of the device itself, and you can access it from the control panel. And again, you'll see a demo of this, but this is really a way to create custom shortcuts. Now I can remove a lot of the steps that were repetitive and create a custom shortcut that quickly captures. It automatically syncs it up, perhaps with your Google Drive, with your OneDrive, with your Box, Dropbox, even QuickBooks. You can automatically sync this. But you can also sync it not just with your smartphone, which I don't have here, but also with the device. So you can access these. You can access it directly from the printer. You can also access it from your phone. And then we also added some some really nice bells and whistles to that experience, such as smart file name. And also, if you want to, it can create an editable PDF, so that when you access it from the cloud, you can access it, make edits, and move on. Again, trying to take out some of these steps by automating these custom shortcuts, or automating these steps to help you capture and get on with what you need to do. We're really excited about Smart Tasks. As when we tested this, we realized what we recognize is we're able to remove 81% of the steps involved in scanning, capturing, and either storing, or sometimes you want to scan or make a copy of something and just automatically print it out. In fact, we can do both. By creating a custom shortcut, you can scan, store, and print a copy all within your custom shortcut. And it saves our customers about 50% of the time that it used to take whenever they're scanning. So this is something that we're very excited about. Okay, so we have the design. We've really tried to create an experience that really meets the customer where they are, starting with that mobile app, but also improving some of the core experiences around that were pain points like scanning. But then we move on to this idea of simplicity. How do we make a product that works for you and not against you? I think I've used that a couple times now. How do we make it seamless so that you're not dealing with interruptions that they have? And the common theme across them were this idea of interruptions. I get interrupted when I'm low on ink, out of ink. I get interrupted when I have a problem with the printer, when the printer malfunctions. And what you can see, these numbers actually, when we ask the question, we ask them if they're frustrated or extremely frustrated, and this is the percentage of the respondents that said that they're either frustrated or extremely frustrated. And these were some of the highest ones. All with a common theme of this idea of, I don't want to be interrupted. I don't want to be interrupted to do something else that's working in my business. I want to free that up. I want to get this done quickly. I get it, so I can work on my business. The first piece on that was connectivity. I mentioned this earlier. The product, some of the product feedback that we heard on previous generation, and that I see a number of people shaking or nodding their head on, connectivity is a pain point. How do we improve this? We really took that to heart and looked at the connectivity journey to understand how can we connect easily, but then how do we stay connected? And that idea of staying connected, we've implemented a new self-healing Wi-Fi. Now, if you might recall, we first announced some of the self-healing Wi-Fi capabilities in our previous, in the fall launch of Tango, but we're enhancing it even more in our OJ Pro line. How self-healing Wi-Fi works, let me just walk you through it. We're constantly looking to detect issues. If you have a dropped connection, what happens is the printer will automatically try and recover. It may reset your module, it may reset the device, but it'll go through various steps to recover, all without you knowing. Trying to keep your uptime higher by trying to look out for you to make sure it's on. Now, sometimes that doesn't work. Sometimes I change the name of my access point. Sometimes I've changed my password. Sometimes something else has happened. Sometimes I move the device to another location. So a simple reset isn't going to actually make it connect. Well, we're intelligently looking at different things, and based on cues, we will prompt you on the screen, or your app, of what steps you need to take to help guide you through getting reconnected in a more intelligent way. Not just taking you through kind of like this, not just taking you through a set of predetermined steps, but really trying to be more reactive to each situation and understanding what's causing the issue and what you need to fix. It may be insert your new password or something like that. So all of this is happening. These first two things are happening without your knowledge. And we only bring you in if we need your input. The second thing that was on that slide was really around the interruption of when I run out of ink. Now, I'm sure a lot of you have heard about our Instant Ink program, but just to kind of recap it, just to help make sure everyone has a common understanding, Instant Ink really helps to solve that problem. What we do is we're monitoring how much ink you have, or how many pages you're using, how much ink you have left. And when we see that your ink levels drop below a certain threshold, we proactively send you ink. Now, the customer previously had subscribed to some level of service, and that's the only payment that they make. Our plan started at $2.99, not $299, but $2.99 a month for the lowest plan, and that's counted, I say lowest, that's how many pages you print per month. And we'll send you ink proactively without charging you for that ink that we're sending you. It's all bundled in that. Now we're actually, as we're launching this product to focus more on SMB, we recognize that there is a higher volume of print needed. Previously, we went up to about, I think, 300 pages, and now we're launching a 700-page plan that is $19.99 per month to help solve that need of all those regulatory issues and all those things that he's printing a lot higher volume. Any questions on Instant Ink? Lad's going to take you a little bit deeper into the Instant Ink value prop and program and how it works. But this is what we've seen. This is a really compelling, not just a compelling value prop, but customers who are involved, who enroll in Instant Ink are generally have higher satisfaction than customers who don't. Not just about the ink, but about the overall experience with the product. The last thing we recognized is this about making a simpler experience was really this idea of security and privacy. This is a big deal. Security and privacy is a big deal. Today, it's always been a big deal, but it has a lot of spotlight on it, even more recently. Small business owners have a pretty big challenge on their hand when it comes to privacy and security. On the enterprise side, of course, it's a big deal, but typically you have teams of folks who are really strong and expert at security. As you get to the small business owner, they're wearing all the hats. You can't expect them to be a security expert, a barista, and a therapist. Pick two, can't do all three. So we wanted to take on some of that burden. We wanted to make sure that we were making this, really bringing that best-in-class security to the OfficeJet Pro series to help those small business owners. We really look, when we talk about security, we look at the device, the data, and the document. We look and we work to how do we secure each of these. I'll highlight a couple of them that I think are really, really interesting. First, when it comes to the physical device itself, we have secure boot. Basically what happens is every time the device boots up, we're validating the firmware, the BIOS, or equivalent BIOS, and making sure that it's authenticated by HP. And if it's not, we will reset it. So if you get a virus in there or something changes, we're constantly monitoring that. Even once it comes up, we continue monitoring that as data passes through. And we'll reset it if needed to make sure that you have the highest level of security. That's that runtime code integrity. We also have WPA Enterprise capability that we're bringing to the OfficeJet Pro line so that you can put this in different types of environments, like an enterprise environment, with a tighter, more secure connectivity story. We're encrypting. This idea of encryption is very important as you're passing data back and forth. Even within a local network, you want it to be, maybe even more so within a local network, you want it to be encrypted as it's passing around. So that as you're in a small environment, if somebody else is on your Wi-Fi, they can't grab those packets and see what you're doing. So we have end-to-end encryption. And then finally, we have secure, this is actually the first product with secure IPP, or Internet Printing Protocol, as well as some other secure printing to make sure that the documents that you're accessing or the documents that you're sending stay secure, or are secure whenever they're passing over. This is a very important, I'll just kind of reiterate, we really take seriously the privacy and security aspect and want to make sure that we're protecting our customers whenever they're engaging with the product. So I talked to you about the design, the experiences, and the simplicity that we're bringing, the innovations across those three pillars. And this is the lineup that we're launching. It starts from the 8025, the OfficeJet Pro 8025 at 169, so and goes up to the 9025, which is this product here. We're also launching an OfficeJet Pro Premier at $399. Now these are all available. These three are March. You can kind of read on the slide, and these two will become available in May. You will also get. We can also provide data sheets for you that will go even deeper in some of these specs. But one of the things I want to kind of offer as a takeaway is we haven't really talked about specs, and that's somewhat intentional because what we're doing is really innovating around the experience of it, right? We're really looking at this as an ecosystem. you've heard about different solutions that we're bringing to market to help ease some of the pain and some of the pain points around frustrations, around engaging with your printer, around scanning, around getting it connected, staying connected. And we're really looking at not just how do we make it faster or a little bit better print quality. Yeah, we're looking at that. We do that. We have really good engineering around all of these in our print business. But how do we make it an easier experience? How do we get you engaged so that we can take more of your time off that working in your business and shift it to working on your business?
Jeffrey Powers, Geekazine.com. We're here at the Huawei and Honor booth. We're going to learn about the Mate 20. We're going to learn about their MateBook Series 13-inch laptop running at high-end core. A lot of power here. We're going to do that next on Geekazine CES 2019. All right, we're going to start with this. This is the Honor View 20. Nice little red color right here. It is an Android phone that's running on the Kirin 987 nanometer AI processor. Of course, 24 megapixel AI triple camera, 6.39 Magic Full View display, 40 watt Magic Charge with TUV safety certification, dual frequency precise GPS. Pretty nice one. Some of these phones, they have a 4,000 milliamp battery, which means that it'll charge 50% within 30 minutes. So that's pretty cool if you need a quick charge. So this is the Honor 8X, another nice little Android phone right here. Let's take a look at the back. Of course, this is the AI camera right here. We've got a fingerprint sensor right there. It's a 6.5-inch full view display, 91% screen to body ratio right there. 20 megapixel AI dual camera with a 16 megapixel selfie camera. This has got the notch on the front here. This phone has a 3750 milliamp battery and 12 nanometer Kin 720 octa-core chipset. All right, so tell us a little bit more about the Mate 13.
Since our first introduction in PC industry, so we've been evolving our portfolios. We have MateBook X as our flagship series. We have MateBook D series that has been compelling to students and young professionals. Yeah. We also have a MateBook E series that for the business users on the go and with its innovative two-in-one design. Okay. So this year, we're bringing our new Huawei MateBook 13. It's positioned between the MateBook X Pro and the MateBook D for the people who's demanding premium and powerful performance, portability at an affordable price.
So yeah, and I saw some of the specs. Is this a customizable thing, or like I noticed that had a two gigabyte two SKUs on there, so you can choose one or the other from there. Okay, perfect.
Okay, we're offering two SKUs of MateBook 13 in United States. It's up to 8th gen Intel Core i7 with 8 GB memory and 512 storage. The graphic card's NVIDIA MX150 with 2G memory and TDP power is 25 watts. And for the people who doesn't need high spec, so we do offer another one. It's i5, 8 GB memory, 256 with Intel UHD 620 graphic cards.
And of course, this is the Huawei MediaPad M5 Pro, their tablet. They got 3 different versions. You got the Lite, the M5, and the M5 Pro. This one coming with, looks like it comes with a case. 4096 level high precision stylus with it, and a PC mode for work. 10.8-inch 2K display and quad stereo speakers with Harman Kardon tuning in it. It's got a 7500 milliamp battery, runs Android 8.0, and it has 4 gigabytes of RAM with 64 gigabytes of ROM, an 8 megapixel front camera, 13 megapixel rear camera, and a stylus is included. And that is at the Honor Huawei booth at CES 2019. We got a lot more coverage over at Geekazine.com. Go over to Geekazine.com, YouTube.com/Geekazine. Go ahead, like, subscribe, comment down in the show notes there, and hit that bell notification for the next video. Thanks a lot for watching. We'll see you next time. Until then, you guys geek out. Hey everybody, Jeffrey Powers with Geekazine. We're here at Huddle Cam, and we're taking a look at a couple new Huddle Cams here. This one is a simple, straightforward USB cam. It's got a privacy filter on it. It goes up to 1080p. Hooks right up to your on top of your TV, or it's got a mount for a camera. And they're coming out with it. They don't have a price point on this yet, but it is coming out very soon. So if you're looking for something with a simple streaming options, maybe some live streaming, some gaming or something like that, it's USB controlled. Competes with, of course, the Logitech type camera, and that'll be coming out soon. If you have a room, you want to do some conference type style. This isn't PTZ style. This is the Huddle Pair is what it's called. This is a higher end camera, also USB driven, placed right on top of the TV. It comes with the wireless speakerphone, so we've got that, and the speakerphone is right here. So you put this on your tabletop, and then of course you put the camera up by the TV, so you can have like a conference type thing. But this can also work for some live streaming if you want to do it that way. That's a nice little pair. And this little pair right here is only $499. So that is pretty cool. That's the Huddle Pair, and then of course the webcam as well. And then they have the big thing right here. This is the new, is it HuddleCam HD? Is that what it's called?
Yeah.
Okay, HuddleCam HD. It is a simple track, which means that it tracks you. Now you'll see up here up on the screen, you'll have some lines, which of course won't be in your final video, and that's the tracking area. So when he walks, the camera moves with him. Now this camera, it's a little bit pricey, at about $3,000. But hey, if you're looking for something like, for instance, when I do live streaming, I'm a one-man show. So when somebody's walking around on stage and I'm trying to fix another problem, I can kind of do that without having to worry about losing the subject in the live stream. So pretty cool stuff. Let's take a look at the back really quick here. So on the back we have, looks like we have the Ethernet. We have USB 3.0, RS-232, SD, and of course a DVI. And that's all the fun, cool stuff at the Huddle Cam and PTZ Optics booth. They've got some great cameras. I've used their cameras as well. $3,000 for that interactive camera, but it's well worth it if you're doing a lot of recording of people moving around. So awesome stuff. And then of course the conference cameras, the USB cameras, amazing stuff. Everything over at Geekazine. Go over to Geekazine, like, subscribe, comment over at geekazine.com, youtube.com/Geekazine. And both of them will have that little bell that'll notify you when the next video comes out. Until next time, you guys, geek out and take care.
So what we're showing here, this is the iRig Micro Amp. The iRig Micro Amp is a 15-watt portable guitar amplifier. You can plug it in or it'll run off of batteries. It's got 3 channels, clean, drive, and lead, with mid, low, high, and gain control, so you're able to get a really nice range of tones. But what makes this really special is actually it has an iRig HD2 circuit built in, so you can also connect it to your iPhone, your iPad, or your Mac and PC. Now that's really cool for us because we make Amplitude, which is going to give you tons of really great modeled guitar tones, but it also works with tons of other apps, so it makes it a really powerful practice solution. You can use it with Musician to learn, you can use it with Ultimate Guitar to practice songs, you can use it with GarageBand or Cubasis to record. So it's a very simple way to plug into a very wide range of all different kinds of learning and music creation apps. It actually has a cabinet output, so you can plug it into a larger cab like we have here. 15 watts is only going to get you so loud. Yeah. So yeah, you could absolutely mic it up and have that mic go to a PA or something like that. Well, it also actually has a headphone output too, so if you wanted, you could actually go directly to headphones or into a mixing board, so you wouldn't have any sound at all. $149.99 MSRP.
Yeah. Cool. Well, Dan, thank you very much for your time.
You're very welcome.
And that is the iRig sweet. It's so small and it's so lightweight, and you know, I could see if you're a quick performer, you know, going to an open mic or something like that, and you want to have a different sound than just going straight through the board. You can do that here. You can bring it in, set it down, go from there, plug in your iPad, use a program like Ultimate Guitar or something like that to pull up your lyrics and tones, and it's amazing what you can do. And check it out over at Geekazine, youtube.com/Geekazine. Go ahead, like, subscribe, comment, hit the bell notification for the next video, and we'll go from there. So next time, you guys rock out and geek out. What's up, my geeks? Jeffrey Powers here from Geekazine, and we're in the studio doing an unboxing today. We are unboxing the IK Multimedia iRig Micro Amp, and we're going to do that right now. Jeffrey Powers from Geekazine, Think Magazine, Put in a Geek. You got me. You can find me over on Twitter. You can find me over on Facebook. Just Think Magazine, Put in a Geek. Boom, there you are. So today we're going to be taking a look at this thing right here. It is the iRig Micro Amp from IK Multimedia. What is it? It is a 15-watt amp for guitar playing, and it connects up to your phone, so you could actually use the Amplitude software or a vast amount of other software to change the tone of your guitar to play like the artist plays. In some cases, you just have to call up an app and it'll have the pedal board for you. Just hit the button and the sound is exactly the same. It's pretty amazing. Check it out. We've got the page up here over on IK Multimedia's website. It is the iRig Micro Amp 15 watt battery powered guitar amplifier iOS USB interface. So again, you can use more than just iOS. There is some iRig devices for Android, and I don't know if they're going to hook them up here, but we'll definitely use this. You can use this. The one cool thing about this is something you can also use on stage as well as in the practice area. Now you think to yourself, a 15-watt amp, that's not going to be that great. But when you pair it into a system, put a nice microphone to it to go through your main system, that can carry your sound. And this could have the right sound for you, but it's not for everybody. Not at all. So let's just move the coffee mug here. Let's give it an unboxing. Let's see where we go from there. So here, we're gonna flip it around. This is the iRig Micro Amp. As you can see, we look at the side here. Got the top. It tells you some of the different the apps that you can use. On the side here, it shows you the on-off switch, the instrument input, the auxiliary input, stuff like that. So let's go ahead and give this open this up, and I think I started here. So we'll pull that out here. We'll open this up, and then we'll slide this out. Sometimes it's just easy to let gravity take its natural course on things. And maybe not. Let's just pull this out here. That's always the fun part, is trying to get these first boxes out. There we go. There we go. Natural gravity. There it is. We'll just set that there, because we do need to return this. By the way, this is a product that I got from the company. No sponsorship with it, and I'm actually going to be returning this product. You got any questions, you can go over to my review page over at geekazine.com/review. That will tell you how I review things and how you can get your product in the studio to get reviewed as well. So let's go back here. Let's take a look at this. So we got an opening right here. I'm going to pop this open, but I think I need to turn this way. All right. Lift the lid, and it says it's inspected. Can you see that? Inspected by 4. 4 inspected this one. Right there. So let's do that. Now, on top, what we have here, and I don't know how well you can see that. Let me just kind of... So what we got here, we'll start with this. We got, it looks like the USB micro cable. We got a cable that is iPhone to USB micro. These are very handy cables right here. So this is the first cable. This is the second cable. We got over here, we've got, looks like some sort of, it's connection. Basically, you can put this onto a microphone stand and turn it into a stand for cameras or iPads or whatever. That's the idea of this one. I'm not sure exactly what that goes for just yet. We've got 6 AA batteries here, so we can start rocking right away. The IK multimedia software. Now I've found that this is very important to keep around, because this usually has like a serial number for the software in it, and you definitely want those. And then of course, once again we're going to let gravity do the work and pull out the main thing here. Let's just switch it back here. There we go. And then we'll slide this out. Here we are, the iRig micro amp. We got some styrofoam we'll take out, and we've got some plastic on the side that will pop out here. Now once again, this is 15 watt amp, so on its own it's, you know, it's a great little practice amp, but once again it's got some pretty serious gear inside of it, so you could hook this up and put this into your production area. And look at this, and it's so lightweight. I mean, I don't have a scale nearby, but I'd say at least a pound or two. It's all plastic on the outside, and this feels like some sort of rubber right here. On the front here we have the iRig logo, and then the speaker, I'm guessing it's right here. Single speaker. Gosh, that has to be what, 6 inches maybe? 6-inch speaker. On the top here, let's just zoom in a little bit so you can see the top a little bit better. There we go. So we have the power button up here. We've got the gain, the bass, the mid, the treble, the volume. We got a clean channel, a drive channel, and a lead channel. We've got where you plug in your guitar or other instrument. You don't have to use the guitar, you can use another instrument. The auxiliary in and headphone out, and then the USB. Oh, that's a light, and that's the USB adapter, and that's micro in. So and you might not be able to see this on the back here. And there we go. On the back here we do have DC power, which you don't get a plug for, so you'd have to get your own DC power. It looks like a 9 to 15 volt plug with the tip as a negative, I believe. Let me double check. Yeah, tip is negative and the shield is positive. And then of course this is your speaker out, so you can actually plug this into a cab if you wanted to. So if you're at a practice facility or something like that, you can definitely plug it into their cab and use their cab and power it more. Looks like we got the AA's right there, so we're going to quickly pop the back on here. We'll flip this around. We'll just hit the power button. And it looks like we got some lights lighting up. We got the clean channel, we got the drive channel, we got the lead channel. And this will depend on how you have your phone set up. Now let's hope, because I didn't bring in the iPad, silly me, but let's hope that the iPhone will not have any phone calls while we're doing this unbox here. Now, first of all, I just want to see, yeah, okay. So this screw thing right here can go, looks like it can go underneath possibly. We'll have to take it out too. Let's make absolutely sure here. So you can put this onto a microphone stand and use it like that. So let's do that. Let's see. Oh yeah, it screws right in. So it would just basically put your iRig on a microphone stand, so have it on a stick if you wanted to. So you could have it close by. So this might also be a perfect guitar monitor for you, so you can put it right next to your microphone and have it pointed towards you, so you can hear what you're playing, as opposed to, you know, a mix of stuff. So that's pretty cool. All right, let's make sure it's on clean. That way we're not blowing apart anything. We'll just plug this in, and I haven't used the Amplitude software on my iPhone in a while. There we are. So here's the Amplitude software. We'll put that in, and there we go. Enable analytics. Yeah, let's do that. But here we are. So we've got our different sounds right here. So what we do now, let's flip this around. Let's go to the main camera here. So now we have the amplitude and slight mess here. Let's grab the guitar, and we got a plug right here. We're gonna plug in one end to here and the other end to here. We'll get some volume. And so I have it on clean. Let's go to drive. If there's a drive. No, it doesn't look like it. I think we have to set it up. So we can do that. We can put some, let's put some mid and bass in here. To get an idea, let's point the speaker towards this so you can hear a little bit better. Now, as you can see, we'll hit gets right now. We've got no stomp pedals in here. Let's add a pedal. And let's do delay. Let's just do a delay. I don't know if it's connected just up. Okay. Now plug this back in. And we're going to get a sound. Let's add, let's see. Let's add something that's a little bit more mellow. Let's do a little phase action. Turn that on. You get that, and let's see, we can do live, and the cool thing about live is they've got different presets, if I remember. Let's do an almost clean. Lead. I'll show you on the PTZ side. So there's that's what we have right now. And of course we can use different apps. Like for instance, let's see. Let's bring up my tabs app. I think we'll see if there's Kid Rock has a tone bridge. Yeah, okay. So we have the tone bridge, which is the effect for the song All Summer Long. So that's technically if you wanted to play All Summer Long by Kid Rock, which is basically this. You can do that, nice little riff right there. Or if we want to change this to something a little bit more, you know, like the Eagles or something like that. Let's see if there's a tone bridge. I haven't played this in a while. All right, let's point it this way. So as you can see, pretty good sounding amp. I think I'd probably would turn down, put a little bit more bass into it. You get the idea. So basically, that is the iRig Micro. Say you can rock along, and perfect for practice. Sometimes perfect for taking out with gigs for you. The only thing that's missing, I think it really does need a handle. I think that's the one thing that is really missing. But you can also put this onto a microphone stand with the adapter. And of course, you can plug it into your iPhone. It doesn't look like you can plug it into an Android that I know of, but that might be wrong. You can plug this into your PC and use tones from there, and go from there. Pretty cool little amp, iRig multi-recording, or iRig, excuse me, micro amp. That's what it's called, micro amp. And you can check it out. It's $149, and we'll show you the page once more of the micro amp. $149. I'll have a link in the show notes on how to get it and go from there. Thanks a lot for watching. Jeffrey Powers here. You've been watching the IK Multimedia iRig Micro Amp unboxing. I hope you enjoyed it, and you enjoyed a little bit of my guitar playing, even though it wasn't perfect. You can find me over at Geekazine, over at youtube.com/Geekazine. Let's turn down this gain, and let's turn up this volume, and let's do some strumming. And a lot more, so you can check that out over at Geekazine, Think Magazine, Food and the Geek. And until next time, you guys geek out and take. This video is brought to you by Kingston Technology, makers of solutions that accelerate production in the film industry. So, Michael, tell us what we got here.
Sure. So, what you have here are, you're at the Insta360 booth, and we have a whole line of 360-degree cameras, all the way from small, tiny, consumer-friendly cameras, all the way to more advanced cinematic cameras. And so what we're going to do is we're actually going to focus on our two most popular cameras today.
Okay.
The first one that we're going to talk about is the Insta360 1X.
Okay.
The 1X is the world's most popular consumer 360 camera.
Yeah.
It's not positioned as a camera for VR. It's an action camera that just happens to shoot 360.
Okay.
And the major difference being that if you're looking at getting a normal fixed angle action camera versus a 360, why limit yourself to just one field of view? You can get everything.
Okay.
Now the resolution on this shoots up to 5.7K.
Okay.
You can shoot 24, 25, 30 frames per second. It can also shoot high frame rate, all the way up to 50 and 100 frames per second.
Okay. Wow. 100 frames per second.
Slow motion at 3K.
That's awesome.
The great part is there's been some great improvements over the former generation. It's now Wi-Fi enabled. It has this great LCD screen. The sensor and the lens is physically bigger, and it's got removable batteries.
Okay.
So beyond just the simple features, what's really amazing about this camera is what you can do on the post side. So
Okay.
after you're done shooting, you essentially take the video file. You can either wirelessly download directly onto your phone, or you can plug a cable in to download 2 times faster. And once you do that, you get the option to reframe, add filters, color correct, do all these things in the app, speed ramp, add motion blur that you can't normally do in a normal action camera.
Okay.
So we're really
Is this
excited about
what type of USB connection are we talking?
so there's physically on the side of the camera, there's a micro USB connection, but there's 3 cables that comes with the camera: micro USB to Lightning, micro USB to micro USB, and micro USB to Type C.
Okay.
So we fit all phone types, for
Okay.
Android and iOS.
Perfect.
And what's really great is the resolution that you're able to extract after you reframe. So with a 5.7K camera, if you select the best angles and moments from your shot, you're getting at least a 1080 all the way to 2K file that you can then import into your regular timeline.
Okay. Wow.
So at the capture level, it saves a user a ton of time, and you also get so much more. So for example, you're flying in a helicopter. Instead of having, if you want to get a shot of a bird's eye, and then you also want to get a shot of a camera panning up and revealing the cityscape, you would have to do that 2 times. And
Yeah.
basically have to do. This time, all you do is you capture it 1 time, and then you shoot first point later.
That's
do
awesome.
everything in post.
Now, I was looking at a company that they had the car, and then they had all the screens around it. You get in the car, it looks like you're driving nightlife and stuff like that. You could actually put this camera on top of your car to record that type of footage to use for something like that, right?
Absolutely, yeah.
Oh, that's awesome. That is awesome. And of course, you're not seeing this, but down on the app, it's a little bit fuzzy, but that's because of the wireless connection. But this is where you can see, hopefully you can see that with a little bit of glare, but we can see what's going on as we're recording, and it's doing it. It's doing it pretty well.
Yeah, that's a good point. You know, on the former generation, live previewing on the capture side was not an option.
Yeah.
And with the upgraded chipset and sensor, you can do that now. So.
Awesome. So, and now this camera, let's talk about price points and availability. What, how much is it?
$399 at retail.
Okay.
It also comes with a variety of accessories because it's got the quarter 20 mount on it. So the accessory that you're seeing on it now is our selfie stick.
Okay.
And if you scroll down, the selfie stick gets auto erased from the shot. So this is live. So you're not seeing it.
Oh, that's my tripod you're seeing. Okay. Yeah, you see a little.
We're seeing the tripod itself.
I don't know if you can see that because there's a glare on the screen, but I'm trying to do that. But yeah, you see the other tripods.
So if I take the camera and hold it, this is the better shot right here. Wait, hold on 1 second. We're recording, guys. So if you look at us, you're not seeing the pole in my hand.
That is crazy.
And I can move it anywhere.
Okay.
Pretty cool, right?
Yeah, awesome. Very awesome. So, and it's available now, you said, right?
It's available now. It's available on Insta360.com. It's available on Amazon. It's available at every Apple store globally, so you can get it in a variety of places.
Okay, perfect. So, that's for the consumer. Let's talk about the professional that wants to do a little bit more than this.
Absolutely. So once you've used an Insta360 camera, you can use this small camera or you can use this big camera the same exact way. There's a very small learning curve for what it takes to use it. It connects to Wi-Fi. You can control the camera through your phone app, through a computer, through an iPad. It's pretty device agnostic.
Okay.
And the difference being resolution. So this camera is called the Titan. It records up to 11K 2D or 10K 3D.
Say that again.
It records up to 11K 2D or 10K 3D.
Okay.
So what does that mean?
Yeah, what does that mean?
So 10K and 11K is all around you. It's the sphere.
Yeah.
So what we're trying to show is that a 360 camera can be used not just for VR, but for traditional capture as well.
Okay.
So when you're reframing on this camera and you're selecting the best angles and moments that you care about, you're able to extract 4K out of this camera.
Okay.
So
wow.
you can take that reframed 4K and you can put it into your professional workflow for TV, for film, for Netflix deliverables that's delivering 4K.
Yeah.
So it's super high-end. And the camera sensors itself, they're micro four thirds, so the low light shooting is incredible. It comes with this device, which is called Farsight. Farsight, it may sound very trivial to the average filmmaker, but for 360 cameras, it's unheard of. In fact, it's so new that nobody else has it for their cameras. It's the first ever long-range wireless transmitter that will send a fully stitched 360 video file up to 1/3 of a mile away, so you can live monitor and not be in your own shot.
Really? That is awesome.
Wow. And now, recording-wise, each of the camera sensors, it has 8 of them, has their own full-size SD card that it records a file onto.
Okay.
When you're ready for post, you take each of the files out and you essentially you put them into a multi-card SD reader.
Okay.
You bring them onto your computer, and then you can import them immediately as a stitched file into Premiere or into RStudio. Whereas years before, you had to fully stitch the file before you can do anything with it, which could take days. And you're also shooting in the dark. So we've made some major improvements for the whole industry from a production standpoint and from a post-production standpoint.
That is awesome.
Titan is available for pre-order now. It's going to start shipping next week, as early as next week, and it retails for $15,000 US.
15,000. Yeah. So I'll let me just grab my wallet here really quick.
You'll take 2, right?
I'll take 2. Okay. And we got the small one right here, which is $399, and we got the big one here coming out soon, the Titan, for $15,000.
$15,000, and then we have a
$399, $15. $399, $15. Awesome.
And we got a couple in between.
Okay. Oh yeah. I see one. There's one in the background over there, if you can see it, and awesome stuff. So, Insta360.com.
Yes.
Awesome. Well, thank you very much for your time. All right. So thanks to Michael for everything. Jeffrey Powers with Geekazine. YouTube.com/Geekazine. Go ahead, like, subscribe, comment. That bell notification on YouTube and on Geekazine.com will tell you when the next video is coming out, and we'll go from there. Thanks a lot for everybody and my friends over at Kingston Technologies for getting me out to Civic Year 2019. And until next time, you guys geek out in a VR world. Take care. What's up, my geeks? Jeffrey Powers here from Geekazine, and today we're taking a look at this IK Multimedia iRig microamp right here. Next on Geekazine. Welcome to Geekazine. My name is Jeffrey Powers, www.geekazine.com. And I take a look at all the cool tech, including music tech, because I'm a musician. And we're taking a look at this thing right here. It's IK Multimedia iRig microamp. Of course, as you know, like I said, I play music myself. You know, as a musician, we have to practice, and sometimes we can't find the place to practice, especially when we want to really kind of grunge it up, make it sound really powerful, because, you know, you just can't always play without that crunch, without those effects, because sometimes those effects really help in expressing yourself and expressing what you're trying to do, so you can practice, so you can do it in front of the crowds and make lots of money and lots of fame and notoriety. And that's where a product like the iRig microamp really comes into play. It competes, it's not really meant for on-stage performance. It's meant for practicing. It's meant for getting in the backyard and just kind of showing your friends what you can do type thing. Similar to the Pig Nose of many, many years ago, the really compact portable amp. This one is very similar. It runs on several AA batteries or up to a 15-watt power supply. It gives you three options: a clean tone, a semi-clean tone, and a lead tone. And of course, dials for gain and treble, mid, and bass to really bring in your tone. You can use a 4-inch speaker that's inside of here, which is okay. It's not the greatest thing to listen through, but it's great for practice. Or you can plug in a set of headphones through the amp. You could also bring in an audio source like a CD or an MP3 player, or maybe your iPhone or something like that. And then have the music pass through while you're playing. So it's perfect for practicing. But the real power is when you do plug it into your iPhone, your iOS device, your tablet, your Android device in some cases, or your computer through the adjoining cable, and using the Amplitude app or whatever software you use to really model your amps after. You can really start to make some sound out of this for your practice time, for your small playing, buskering time, and stuff like that. It's a perfect little amp for that. Now, it does convert to 24-bit, and it does have a sample rate of either 44.1 kilohertz, 88.2 kilohertz, or 96 kilohertz. And it can accept anything with a 1/4-inch plug. So you could plug in a microphone if you wanted to. You could plug in another instrument, but this is really meant for the guitar. This can also be kind of a personal monitor if you have it set up right on stage, as long as your main sound doesn't come through this. That you should be fine, but you could probably hook this up on stage, point it towards yourself so you have some sound coming back, or you know, for a piano or for a guitar even possibly. So completely turned off. Let's take a look at this. You have a 4-inch speaker inside of here. Up on top, you have the dials. Once again, you have your gain dial, your bass, your mid, your treb, and then of course the volume button. You have 3 buttons. These 3 buttons only work if you do not have any iOS device plugged in. You have your power button right here. You have an auxiliary input, and then of course a headphone jack so you can hear what you're doing. Over here is the USB. It's a micro USB, so you'll have to have, and it comes with a micro USB to Lightning, and I believe one to USB. But you might have to get one for your device, especially if it's USB-C. Back here you have a single plug, 2 plugs. Basically, this goes to an external speaker or a mixer, like I will be doing shortly, and then a DC of 9 to 15 volts. And of course, in the back we can plug in. We got 6 batteries, AA batteries. I'm not sure why they just didn't do a 9-volt battery, but 6 AA batteries. I'm using the plug to keep it powered on. On the bottom is a screw for the ability to put it onto a stand, so you could actually have it kind of to your face so you can hear what's going on. One thing that this is missing is a handle. It's so small, it's kind of hard. It's too big to pick up with one hand. I move this around a lot. And if you're holding onto a guitar, you know, you just don't have two hands to sometimes grab onto it. And so I feel that it's best if it had some sort of handle. It's easy to put a handle onto one of these things, a little strap handle. But that was the one thing that was I felt was missing right off the bat. Of course, this device really starts to shine when you do plug it into bigger amps. So let's say you go to a practice space and there's an old amp there. You can plug this into that and really push out the sound so people can hear it. When you actually attach the iPad or the iPhone to it and bring in your own sounds, your pedal board, maybe the iRig Stomp, you can really make this sound pretty decent. Not perfect, but you know, it's a 15 watt amp. Then no matter what you do, it's still going to be a 15 watt amp in the end. But it's perfect for schlepping around for a practice or having in your car just in case you decide to do some busking or something like that. Now let's go on the overhead cam and see how this sounds. Okay, so here we go. We got the cam overhead here. And I've got the iRig. First of all, we're going to show you, I turned down the gain all the way to nothing. And we're going to go through the 3 settings without any gain. And then we're going to plug it in the iPad and then bring the gain back in. So just strum. Pretty straightforward on there. We'll give it a little bit more teeth here. Real teeth. No gain once again. And this is directly into the amp through a 1/4 inch cable into the mixing board. So now we'll go back here. We'll give it part gain. We'll go about 50% here and see what happens. Also put a little bit of compression on this channel so it doesn't blow out completely. Let's go a little bit part heavier. All right, and now let's give it all. All right, let's go back here. As you can hear on that high end, you're gonna get a lot of noise. We're gonna do total gain. We're gonna turn down the volume just a touch here. So. And I'm going to plug this into the iPad to show you some of the different tones that I've got. These 3 buttons right here will not work at all because everything is coming through here. Now we'll crunch it up a little bit. A little bit of lead. Oops, missed on that. We'll go back to the one I usually use, and we'll go right into the pedals. As you can see, there's my pedals. I got a acoustic simulator, the T-Rex Molar decomp and a limiter, and then of course just a standard reverb type amp. And then let's see, we've got the post effects being a delay, which is turned off right now, and obsession. Both of those are turned off right now, so we'll just leave those off. As you can hear, we've got a little bit of slap back on that reverb coil. That's kind of nice. I like that. And so you have it from there. So you can use your iPad and get some good sounds, or just use this as it's on its own, and just to get some rough, work out some really rough stuff like that. And then of course you can put in the headphones so you can hear it as you go. That way you're not bothering anybody as you're trying to practice. And of course you can hear it from the small speaker here. It doesn't have a bad sound to it when it comes to practicing. I'll most likely have headphones in here when I go to practice, but it's great. It's a great little amplifier to have. I've also plugged it into my keyboards, and it's great that I can put it on top of the piano and have something coming back at me, because sometimes when you're playing, some of the other instrumentalists, vocalists get a little bit louder than what you want to hear, and having something you can even put a set of headphones into to hear what you're doing can help you build better chops. But anyway, have you tried the micro amp? Let me know by tweeting me over at Geekazine, of course, facebook.com/Geekazine, and then of course, youtube.com/Geekazine. And don't forget to subscribe, like, and comment, and all that other cool stuff over there. And over on Geekazine.com, there is a bell notification to let you know when the next video comes out, because we've got lots of videos coming out, and especially with CES 2020 coming out very soon. We're going to have a lot of stuff from there. Got a lot of stuff from NAMM as well. So I will definitely be checking out IK Multimedia's new products. You can go and check me out at Geekazine.com. Until next time, you guys geek out and take care.
All right, really quick here. Just so you know, I did just hook it up to a microphone, even though this is not meant for a microphone. I know a few of you are going to be asking about it. Just using a regular dynamic microphone right there. And we're putting in the iRig. As you can see, there's nothing plugged in just yet, but there is a micro, and we'll show you that in a second here. Regular volume, you get a little bit more here, and then you can kind of adjust the gain. Let's bring that down a little bit. In fact, I'm going to bring it all down for this last one here so we don't squelch your ears out. Going to bring it up just a little bit. Now, what's really cool about this is I can turn up the gain. Let me show you really quick.
And so that's the sports score. Tonight we won 22-21. Can you believe it? You get a little bit of a fun effect here. But we can also plug it into and use a program called Microome, which is part of the IK Multimedia family. Let's do that really quick.
Everybody. So here we go. We've got it hooked up here. As you can see, I'm going to turn down the volume, turn up the volume using this, and so you hear that. So we got a regular dynamic microphone. Let's switch it up into a dynamic 20. So this is more of your podcast type microphone right here. Really deeper sound. We'll go to condenser right here. Let's hit the condenser microphone. So this has a little bit more plosives because I'm closer to my microphone, because this is a dynamic microphone we're coming from. So as you can see, as you can hear, you could definitely use this for something like, if you're doing like little speeches on your front steps or something like that, you could definitely set this up as a vocal microphone. You'll need the right cable to do it, and that's basically an XLR to 1/4-inch cable. But if you're down in the basement, you're just having some fun, maybe doing some karaoke. This has got a nice old telephone mic sound to it. You can definitely do that. We'll raise up the volume just a little bit and have some fun with it. So that is Microome, which is also part of IK Multimedia, into the iRig, and it sounds pretty good. So I could see this, like I said, not for a band, but for solo work. If you're just giving a speech or something like that, perfect for a speaker that's doing a presentation in odd places. I don't know. So, and I might even use this for some of my live streams, because sometimes they have audiences. And that's really nice if I had an amp that just showed a little bit of sound, gave a little bit of sound, so people could hear the overall sound. So not too bad. And yeah, there we go.
Does that sound good? Then there's the rules over there. All right, let's move on from here. Let's talk about our main subject here, and that is Apple and the new Mac Pro and the new I already forgot the name of the version of Apple, Catalina, Mac Catalina, iOS Catalina, iOS 13, all that other good stuff, and they basically announced, hey, with all these new updates, one of the things, and we knew it was coming, iTunes was old. It started out, it was great when it started out, and then it got better, and it got better. Then they had podcasts, it got better. Then they added it for Windows, and it got better. And now it's just like, okay, we're in 2005 technology. Let's get into 2019. This is basically an albatross on our Macs. So let's do away with it. And they've been working on doing away with it for years. In fact, the first thing they wanted to make sure was that iPhone and iPad did not really come up with iTunes. In fact, what was it, last year or something like that? They basically split it up. And they said, okay, you got your podcast app, you got your music app, and you got there's a third app, and I'm blanking on it right now, but that's okay. We don't care about those apps. So already your iPhone and your iPad does this. There's no iTunes now. So now they're giving you a version of Mac where you don't need to download iTunes. No, that piece of software, don't worry about it. In fact, when you install Catalina, iTunes will go away. It doesn't mean your music's going away. It doesn't mean your TV and movies. That's the other one. It doesn't mean your Apple TV movies and stuff like that's going away. It doesn't mean your podcasts are going away. It just means that it's going to take those apps that we saw on the iPhone, that we saw on the iPad, and put them onto your desktop and put them into the operating system. It also technically doesn't mean that iTunes is going away just yet. Eventually it will. But I'm guessing this is going to be a multi-year thing, where 5 years from now, we're going to report, hey, iTunes is finally dead. Because there's a lot of people that are asking, what about the Windows users? What about the Mac users that can't upgrade to Catalina? All of those people will still have a version of iTunes, and they'll continue to do updates for an amount of time, just like any other piece of software. And then at one point, a couple years down the road, maybe a year, well, Apple's pretty quick at throwing down the axe sometimes, but I think it's going to be at least 2 years before iTunes will start to go to end of life cycle for these other programs. So you'll still see some updates on Windows. You'll still see some updates on Mac. Maybe in a year we'll see a Windows version of the podcast app, of the Apple TV app, and of the music app, because there's still a good amount of people that have an iPhone but still have a Windows desktop, and then they'll have those apps individually set up. But for now, we've got Catalina. They want to get Catalina, the Mac, to work pretty natively with these programs, and they're just going to show up as icons on your Mac. Go to your podcast app, go to your Apple TV app, go to your music app, and do what you need to do. And then iTunes, eventually, down the road, 5 years. 5 years at most. I'm thinking since it's Apple, it'll be a lot less, but I'll just say 5 years. Take a conservative approach on this, and in 5 years, gone. For now, still have iTunes. You still have your podcast. You still have your music. You still have your Apple TV. If you live in that ecosystem. If you don't live in that ecosystem, doesn't matter. That's going to all stay the same. So, and like I said, iTunes, it's time for iTunes to go bye-bye. It was one of the best things to have at the beginning, and it's made them a lot of money. But sometimes you just got to go, okay, time to move forward, and that's what's going on here. Is they are moving forward with free apps. And down the road, that could even split into more apps. Well, maybe with Apple TV, you might have Apple TV and Apple Movies or something like that. I don't know. But for now, it's just the 3, and which makes perfect sense. And the best part is now, if they decide to do subscriptions on any of these things, they can do individual subscriptions. Could you imagine Apple doing a podcast subscription service where for $10 a month, you can get Apple Podcasts, Apple-approved podcast stuff that's not on your regular podcast feeds? Would it still be called a podcast? It's on Apple. People are still going to call it a podcast, even if it ditches the RSS feed. That's kind of the catch-22. Even though Apple didn't really start podcasting, they've owned podcasting since 2005, 2004, whenever they started on iTunes. So it is what it is, and we just accept it. And I want them to do that. I want them to kind of say, okay, we're kind of ditching the RSS feed in a way, and we're going to have it where we're going to have podcasts that don't come with an RSS feed that you can see at least, because the RSS feed is starting to get old. It needs to be updated some way. And that's what I like about Facebook. That's what I like about and I created an audio version of this podcast, which does go up on iTunes, does go up on podcasts, and you can watch it on YouTube. You can listen to it, watch it on Facebook. You can listen to it on iTunes. You got 3 ways to do it, and that's great. But with in some of these cases, I don't have to worry about an RSS feed. Just put it on my Facebook group, and that's what I love about Facebook podcasting. So I'm going to do some more videos on how to Facebook podcast. I think this is going to be it's going to grow. It's going to grow, and especially if Facebook decides to get into the audio game. They can't ignore the fact that Spotify is going all in on podcasting. They can't ignore the fact that that podcasting is going to be $1 billion industry in a few years, advertising-wise. So I'm expecting Facebook to have a podcast area, audio-only podcast area, because they do video already. So I don't know. What do you guys think about it? You can let me know. You can tweet me over at Geekazine, geekazine@gmail.com, facebook.com/Geekazine, or groups/how to podcast. Go down, ask the questions. How do I do this? How do I do that? And we'll talk about it on the show, and I'll try and answer your questions as we go, and go from there. So, all right, that does it for this week. Thank you guys very much for watching. Thank you guys very much for listening. We'll, like I said, schedule will dictate no show next week, but we'll be back in 2 weeks with another episode of How to Podcast. And please give me some input so I can continue to keep this show rolling in the positive direction that it always is going. So thanks a lot for watching. Thanks a lot for listening. Until next time, you guys geek out, and we'll see you next time. Take care.
Damn, 2019, we're in the loud part already. We're here with Marco, and we've got this thing right here. It's called the Jammy. We're going to jam the Jammy next on Geekazine NAMM 2019. So, what is so special about this guitar?
Well, this guitar is special in a number of ways. First, it's a digital travel guitar. So we set out with an idea to make a guitar that a player like myself would be able to take with me on any trip I go, even if it's for business, because I don't do music professionally. Yeah. So I wanted to have an instrument that I could put in my backpack and not have to worry about the airlines crashing it. I wanted to take it with me on the plane.
Put it right in the overhead.
Yeah, I wanted to put it on in the overhead. So how do we do that? We decided we're gonna make the guitar split just like this.
Whoa! 2 parts.
So it splits in 2 parts.
Oh, that's cool.
And it comes as close as possible to a real guitar size. So it's 15 frets. Okay. And it's got real steel strings, so it preserves that real guitar feel.
Okay. So basically, you got a button here, or is it this thing? Okay.
Let me disconnect the strap for now.
So does this take it apart right here?
Yep.
Okay, so I lift that up.
Yep. And then
pull it out.
Yep.
All right. So there's the neck right there, and then we have the base, and there's the connection for the base. But there's more taking apart of this, right?
Yeah, sure. So the body just comes off like this,
So
and it folds like so.
Wow. Do you need these parts with you? Can you just take these two pieces?
You can play with just these two pieces. We just found that these add the comfort for when you want to play while sitting down.
Yeah. So I can sit here and strum. And
Yeah. On a strap, this works perfectly fine.
Okay.
But if you want to play while sitting down, you want to add this part. It just makes it.
Will that become modular? Like you can have different designs and things like that?
Yeah. That's the idea going forward. But for now, we're just focusing on making the basic, the main experience work really well.
Okay.
But yeah, I can imagine this having more buttons, allowing you some other possibilities. For now, like we're pretty minimalistic in terms of the controls we have here.
Yeah.
This knob, it controls the volume, but if you press it, it toggles between effects pedals that are built into the sound engine right here on board.
What kind of like a reverb or?
Yeah, let me show you right here.
So this is the app right here.
And this is me pressing the button.
Yeah. So you can set up a not only just a pedal, but a pedal chain.
Yes, a whole chain, and this way you're switching between the chains.
Okay. And then these pedals, they're software that you guys developed, or are they?
Yeah, they're basically these pedals. They trigger the built-in effects on one of the chips that we're using right here.
Okay. So you guys did a crowdfund.
Yeah,
we
ran a crowdfunding on Indiegogo. For the original run, we collected something like almost 500 pre-orders.
Okay.
Right now, towards the end of our pre-order phase, we're up to 1,000 pre-orders.
Okay. Wow! Congratulations!
Yeah. Thank you. We ran a successful beta test, collected tons of really useful, helpful feedback.
Does this collect data as well, or no?
It does, and in a way, it's so since it's basically MIDI, we can store pretty much everything that you play. I think up to 48 hours of music.
Oh wow!
Yeah, and then you can retrieve all of that through the app. So
you can see which notes you missed as you're in your.
Absolutely. Unlike some other MIDI guitars, this doesn't require you to use the app. So it's fully standalone. It's got the sound engine right here on board, and the effects are right here on board. It even has backing tracks.
Oh, okay.
Right here on board. So if you want to practice,
like a headphone jack.
Yeah, there's a headphone jack right here.
Okay.
So you can plug in your headphones, launch a backing track, and play on top of that with all the effects that you want.
Wow. Where do people go for more information?
They can go to playjammy.com.
Playjammy.com.
Yeah.
Jammy with a Y.
Jammy with a Y. Double M-Y.
Double M-Y. J-A-M-M-Y. I think you can see that. And go from there. Marco, thank you very much.
Thanks so much, Jeffrey.
Rock out. That's awesome. Modular guitars, practice guitars. Being able to bring in the backing tracks, being able to have effects there.
Trigger MIDI.
Amazing stuff. Yeah, definitely. Check out everything. Yeah, 2019. We're in the Loud area, so we got a lot more videos to go. So check it out over at Geekazine.com, youtube.com/Geekazine. Thanks a lot for watching. You guys rock out and geek out. I got to play Gary Kasparov, and I got a chessboard too. Gonna talk about that more on Geekazine. Hey everybody, Jeffrey Powers from Geekazine. It's getting really loud in here, and I didn't bring the right microphone, but it was last minute. I got into a chess game with Gary Kasparov, the folks at Twitter and Avast, who I've talked about in the past. Just amazing time. He played 10 people at the same time, me being one of them. One person didn't show up, so they said, hey, can you put down the camera and play? And I said, hey, yeah, why not? So that's what I did. An amazing time. I was the first one out, because I was trying to be defensive. I was trying to think too much. and that's what got me. So here it is. Here's what happened.
And welcome to Gary has for us Best Picture Match. I'm with the Fast Software, and Gary is our security ambassador here at South by Southwest. We had an amazing talk this morning about artificial intelligence and his experience playing IBM Deep Blue. And now before he heads out, he's showing off his skills against these 9 players. So thanks for watching and enjoy the show.
Here we go.
You ready?
Good luck. Do you think I need luck? I don't know.
He just knows what to do next. He just knows every time, every opener, right? That's exactly right.
Gary was at South by Southwest with the Vast Software to remind us that although computers are smart, they can fall apart easily.
People keep buying devices, so they are attracted by washing machines, coffee machines that can talk to you, not recognizing that one bad apple will make the whole floor drop. So the security of your smart home. So if you have one device, then there's easy entry for potential predators that are sitting there in these peaceful jungles, waiting just to grab.
If you think about it, Gary playing chess with 10 people is just like 10 IoT devices inside your home, with Gary as the hacker, playing the game until he can find a way to win almost every time. For me, he only took 10 moves to win. And then this guy, 4th place. Good job. Good job.
So I want to congratulate you
First,
playing
last place,
stepping up to the plate.
That's great.
Hot day out here. I asked Gary, you intimidated? He said, yes, I am by the sun, but he put on a cap. So he had his win. We had a great time with him, right, Jeff?
Absolutely, absolutely. I had a great time with Jordan. So we might do a couple more videos for South by Southwest here.
Until next time.
Awesome. You guys geek out, and we'll see. Go ahead, like, subscribe, comment over on YouTube, and until next time, geek out like I'm doing right now. Go play some chess. Thank you very much. Here we go. We're at the Keyboard Pro 4 booth, and I'm sitting down to this drum set right here. And it is a drum set, but it's also a electric piano and synth, and we're going to talk about that next on Geekazine. Now, 2019. So check this out. So this isn't your standard drum set, but we have a bass drum down here. We have a snare, and we have these wild bop pads. We've got the laptop that's controlling it, and of course the mallet station. The mallet station is just a MIDI keyboard, which has to plug into a computer, so you'll have to use something like Ableton Live or something like that to do that. And you plug in the headphones. Over here we have the Mimic Pro, powered by Slate, and it's a Pearl device right here. So I'm gonna put it in. You can do drum set. Or we can do the mallets. And of course, together, we can do this.
So you get the idea. This is the mallet station. This is about $999, and of course you got the bob pads. All the prices down here, and then of course you hook it up to a computer. It's a pretty cool thing. It's perfect for theater setup. If you're doing something for a Broadway show or anything like that, it keeps the footprint low. Or you can be a solo musician, solo drummer musician, and go from there. So that's what's happening. We got more over at NAMM 2019. Got a lot of great stuff here in the drum area over at the Pro booth. Check everything out over at geekazine.com, youtube.com/Geekazine. Until next time, you guys geek out and rock on. Jeffrey Powers from Geekazine. We're here at NAB 2019. We're here at the KiloView booth, and we've got some NDI controllers right here we're going to take a look at next on Geekazine. So you want to get into NDI with whatever streaming you're doing here. We've got a couple of great boxes that have some great prices to them to get you in here, especially this one. This is a pretty low price. It's from a company called KiloView, and these are demo models. They don't have their regular models out, but they are out for order now. And they use the NDI HX protocol. This one right here, simple box. You can see some SDI in and out. There's also, you've got USB right here. They also have an HDI version of this, $350. $350. And of course, it's wired, it's not wireless. So you would put this into your workflow. 2 or 3 boxes. You have like 2 or 3 cameras on there using the NDI protocol, pretty cool. If you need a wireless solution, this is like a wireless camera pack right here. This is called the 4G LTE wireless for HDMI, and of course they also have an SDI version as well. We've got HDMI here. You can power it through here. This is also battery powered, my understanding. USB here, if you do need to put it on Ethernet, you just basically do a USB to Ethernet jack and then go from there. So you got 3 SDI cards on the side so you can do the recording. And a nice little sturdy box that, like I said, just attaches right on the camera, so you could do some travel NDI and go from there. This is going to be $650 on there, but if you're doing a lot of in-studio stuff, this box right here would be a really great thing to have. And it's pretty lightweight, so great for the travel. I would use this a lot for when I have to hook up a computer screen to do talking head plus a PowerPoint presentation type thing. The company is called KiloView, so you can check that all out. Of course, Geekazine.com, NAB 2019. We got a lot more great action coming your way, so stick around. Go ahead, like, subscribe, comment, hit the bell notification for the next video. Until next time,
Jeffrey Powers here. You guys geek out and take care. Jeffrey Powers here from Geekazine. We got Dane here. We're at the Kingston booth, NAB 2019. We're going to talk about the new memory, NVMe memory, and of course all the SSD storage. We'll talk about that next on Geekazine. So Dane, kind of popular guy. You've done some films that some people know about, like, you know, if you're a big SpongeBob fan, you got something coming out. But of course, also what, Annabelle?
We did the recent Annabelle, but you done 3 billboards outside Ebbing, Missouri. That was kind of the big one.
Okay.
Got an Oscar a few years ago for that one.
Do you have your Oscar here? Or?
No. I'm right behind everybody else. Unfortunately,
You don't
I'm polishing the Oscar for other people.
Okay.
That's there.
But you got to touch it at least.
A little bit, yeah.
Okay, so now you're here at the Kingston booth talking about the newer memory, the NVMe side of things, and of course how it's helped you workflow production. So tell us a little bit about what you got.
Well, really, it's just about production and post-production technology, and really the work that I've been trying to develop over the last 2 years in partnership with Kingston is to create a device, a storage system that can refine the 4K, 8K production workflow system that we use in motion picture and streaming and any of the studio-based projects for the most part, because we're working with lots of data, big data print. Well, we want to be able to get that data as fast as possible to the laboratory and not sit there an extra hour, 2 hours after we had a 12 or 14-hour day to get there. So that's a really important part of the work, really, is just to get it done, but also encryption is a big deal. We have to control all that data. We have to make sure that no one else can see it. And so with traditional drives, we had an issue with encryption just not being fast enough, but interfacing it. But with NVMe and really the Kingston, both the consumer and the enterprise products, but really the enterprise products have that all built in.
Yeah.
So it makes my work much easier, much faster. We're looking at somewhere about a 12 to 15 hour savings per week on like a 4K Netflix or
you're not bringing
studio production.
1, 2, or U2 rack to things. You're just using a basic enclosure.
Yeah, we're using a basic enclosure. The one I currently use is made by Akidio OWC.
There we go.
And basically the NVMe is inside. You can kind of see it in its chassis. Here's the chassis right here. But really the best thing about NVMe and why it's so exciting is 2 things. One is it has the ability to read and write simultaneously, whereas like traditional SATA devices could not do that because they need to send the data one way or the other at a time. So that gives you, we call it IOPS. IO's huge, absolutely massive, rated in the millions. So that is a big factor, especially for checksumming and writing data to a given drive. So that's the kind of first benefit. The second benefit is we now can take that as the chassis gets faster, as the connections get bigger, as the technology in that field advances, we now can use that same NVMe, which is definitely faster than anything that's out there right now, continuously over 2, 3, 5 years, hopefully. So that's a big deal for any kind of consumable storage device. I mean, most people, if you talk to them, hey, are you using a drive from 5 years ago? A few people might say, yeah, I keep a few in my bag. It's my spare drive. But professionals, even semi-professionals, would be like, no, absolutely not. Like
I'm constantly upgrading my drives because newer, faster, better always helps in situations like this where you're on the road. You don't have your full production rig there, but you gotta get the video out. You gotta get your work done. So
the important thing is that it's a PCIe connection, and that is basically the main connection for your computer. It's the fastest, it's the lowest latency, it's the best, fattest connection that we can get. And then you just bridge it out from there based off of what your needs are. I mean, if you're a YouTuber, you have to have something like really portable, or if you need to have in production with like a gang of 8 of them or 12 of them because you need to carry around 64 terabytes or 48 terabytes of worth of data. So I think it's a great tool, but also it helps everybody get through the production. It saves them time, which means more time for clients, more time for life, more time to do the things, your passions. You know.
Absolutely. And tell us what you guys have for this year.
So we're coming out with one of our new data center drives is the DC1000M. So this is a 4-channel PCIe drive, NVMe U.2 form factor. So this is capable of about 3 gigabytes per second read and write. It's used in the data center. You can see it's a 2.5-inch form factor U.2.
Okay.
Used in the data center from if you've got like servers, like 2U servers with 24 bays across, they're serviceable from there.
Okay.
We're at NAB, so we're using them actually to use on set and as transports to go to post.
Okay, perfect. They're not out yet, correct?
This is not out.
Okay, when do they come out?
I think we're looking at June, July.
And is that the only product you're showing off at NAB?
Well, we also have the DC500. So the DC500 R and M. So that's R is our read-centric drive. M is the mixed-use drive.
Okay.
The DC500 is a SATA drive, and it's out now. They're available. We're shipping. We've been sampling them for months, data centers, and they're going gangbusters now. We're getting to the point where there's really going to be probably going to be a price parity between SATA and NVMe. SATA is still going to. We expect SATA to keep selling quite well in the meantime, but in the next year and a half, once NVMe and SATA come to parity price-wise, we can expect all the data centers and end users at the desktop level, small business, when you go to make that purchase decision on your next machine, rather than going, oh, well, NVMe is, 50% or 100% more expensive than SATA, once they become the same price, there's going to be a lot more motivation to spend the same amount of money to get 5 to 6 times the performance for the same flash, right?
Okay. Interesting drives.
Yeah.
Awesome stuff. And, what are you working on now?
Can't talk about what I'm working on right now, but currently we're just facilitating other productions.
Okay.
Apple, Warner Brothers, Sony. Those are kind of the main studios I'm working with right now to kind of facilitate that.
You can do my biopic. How's that?
Oh, done.
Awesome.
Done. Here, we'll start right now.
Wants to see my biopic. They do. They really do. I've grown up from a child.
I could see it. You haven't changed. You just have a goatee now, right?
No, I had the goatee when I was a child. I came out. Anyway, we won't talk about that. Well, you'll learn about it in the biopic. So.
Cool.
All right. Well,
thank you so much.
Where do people go for more information on you?
You can go to Cintegral.tech. That's CINTEGRAL.tech.
Okay.
And you can kind of see some of the exciting stuff done and some of the projects we've used at NVMe and VR 360. A little bit of everything on there.
Okay, and then of course Kingston.com.
Kingston Technology, couldn't do it without them.
Absolutely, Kingston Technology.
They're the anchor in this whole thing.
Absolutely.
So
Well,
it's great.
Dane, thank you very much
so
for
much.
taking some time. Jeffrey Powers with Geekazine. We got a lot more NAB video coming your way, so go ahead on you. Check it all out, Geekazine.com. Thanks a lot for watching. Until next time, you guys. Geek out. Hey everybody, Jeffrey Powers from Geekazine, and we're here with Kolsko at MIK 2019. It looks like we got some food here, so that's pretty cool. John, was it John?
Yeah, my name is
John. Come on closer a little bit.
Okay.
All right, tell us a little bit about what you got.
We would like to introduce cooking foil, which is a combination of traditional Korean paper and charcoal pans.
Oh, wow.
One of the benefits of traditional Korean paper is it has antimicrobial properties and breathability.
Breathability, okay.
One of its other properties is it absorbs odors.
Okay.
The white side is the traditional Korean hanji.
Okay.
The other side is the charcoal pan.
Okay. So you can put this into a pan. You can put this onto a charcoal bin. Is that how that works?
Yeah, we only use the pan.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Because we see a frying pan here and some bacon.
Yeah.
So you put the bacon on here, and it's supposed to keep the odor low. Okay.
그래서 얘가 기름 흡수율이 굉장히 좋아요.
Has really good oil absorption.
Oh, okay.
그래서 우리가
In Korea, when they eat pork belly, there's a lot of grease.
Lots of grease, yeah.
This helps absorb the grease and the oil.
Okay.
So it reduces the amount of smoke and smell in the house by 50%.
Okay, so if I put a burger on here, burgers usually stink up the place. Put the burgers on here, that'll soak it in, and I won't have. Will I have the smoke? I'll have the smoke and the smell that comes in there. Okay. Okay. Nice. So
have you used the air fryer? Air fryer.
We have an air fryer at home.
have
Yes.
an air fryer.
Yes.
에어 프라이의 문제점이 뭔가 좀 한번 물어봐 주세요.
So what is the biggest problem with air fryers?
Grease all over the place.
기름 청소가 쉽냐고 물어보세요. 기름 청소.
Is it easy to clean up the grease afterwards?
This one it's better, but yeah, there are. I'm concerned there are spots in the air fryer that I'm not getting, and there's grease buildup happening. Yes.
This is fish, and he put it in the air fryer.
Okay.
But because he placed this cooking foil at the bottom, it absorbed all the grease that he didn't need to clean up afterwards.
Oh, nice. No,
Chicken has more grease.
Yeah, the chicken has a lot more grease, and so you put that underneath, and look at that right there. It's hard to see, but it shows that the air fryer doesn't have that grease buildup, the drip pan that you end up having.
좀 더해져요.
So the charcoal scent kind of flavors the food as well.
Oh, give it like you just grilled it on charcoal. Yeah, nice.
This is instant fish and microwavable fish.
Okay.
Now they're placing this product underneath it.
Okay.
Before they export it because it prevents it from getting stale or getting smelled. And they export to America, Canada, Taiwan, and Australia.
So when I go to the grocer, I get the meat, and then they have like a little, I don't know, it's like a diaper type thing underneath. So this would replace that thing with the charcoal, and then you could just put it right in the microwave or whatnot and cook it right there, and it would go from frozen or cold to hot without issue.
네, 전자레인지로 이렇게 넣게 되는 거예요. 생거로.
So using this product, it doesn't have to be pre-cooked. You can put in raw ingredients and it'll cook it. In the microwave.
Okay.
이거.
So you can do it on the stove. You can do it in the microwave. I'm assuming you can also do it in the oven. Air fryer. Can you do it on a grill?
다만 except는 fire는 안 돼요. 직접 조인 때문에. The only exception, you can use it in a variety of places, but the only exception is you can't use it over direct flame.
Okay. So no grill.
This is marinated short rib.
Okay.
One of the problems when you cook short rib at home is the marinade burns.
Okay.
And it's carcinogen on the meat. But when you use this product, it
soaks that up. It soaks it up. What about vegetables?
Yeah, vegetable. I don't know vegetable.
You haven't tried it with vegetables. There's some we can try it with. Vegetables. Okay. Slow cooker. Does that work with the slow cooker?
Yeah, slow.
Okay. Another one. There we go.
요거는 이제 닭가슴살인데.
Okay. Well, we get the idea here. So let's talk price. First of all, let's talk about what your plans are for the next year. Where do you want to go with this? Are you out to market or?
I want to. 우선
currently they're used to export fish. They place it at the bottom when they export it. Now they would like to export the product itself to the States.
Okay. So you use this on a commercial level to make sure that the food is fresh, and now you want to sell it to consumers. Okay, perfect. That's a great plan. It looks like you have different versions from the circular one to it looks like you have one for pan, square.
Square, round, roll.
Oh, a little roll, like a plastic wrap or something like that. Yeah. Okay.
Same material.
Okay. What are the prices?
Price is now is 여기 백화점에서
this is sold in department stores for around $7,000.
It's about $7.
요건 6,000원이고요. 이건 스몰이고 20. 하이 25,000원.
Okay. That's the cooking foil right there. Let's open it up really quick. Just show it right there. So you get it in a foil like you would wax paper or aluminum foil or something like that, and then just put it in the bottom of the pan and it soaks up the grease. All right. And this isn't
Are you selling it in Korea right now, or?
Selling now.
Okay.
It's a department store.
Okay.
They're currently selling this at 신세계 department store at the duty free.
Okay.
그리고 행복한 백화점에서 판매해요. 행복한 백화점.
They also are currently selling it in another department store called Department Store.
Okay.
And they've exported to New York once.
Okay. So it is in the States just a little bit, but you want to go globally with it. And I think it's a great product. So, all right. Well, thank you very much for your time. Take care. There you go. It's called, what's it called? It's called
수투문 한지.
Sutuno Hanji. There you go.
Hanji with charcoal.
Hanji with charcoal. And of course, I'm assuming when you go to the United States, it'll have a more U.S. name to it. So, okay, perfect. Well, there you go. Check it out when it comes to the States. Charcoal pads for the bottom of your frying pan or something like that to reduce the smoke, reduce the smell, and reduce the oil usage. So you just cook these. Is it one-time use?
Yeah, one time.
One-time use, and then throw it away, and then you have cleaner pans go from there. So thank you very much, John, for that. MIK 2019 got a lot more coming, so geek out over at Geekazine. Hey everybody, Jeffrey Powers here from Geekazine, and we are here at the Made in Korea booth. Aving.net has put together this awesome spot for companies in South Korea. I don't know if it's North Korea and South Korea, but definitely South Korea companies to show off their wares at CES 2019. And as they're trying to break into markets and stuff like that. We got 8 companies that I'm going to show you. I'm going to show you the first 4 companies as a walkthrough, and then of course we'll go through the next 4 companies in the second video. So let's get started. We're going to start with this one right here. It's PIMS, and basically this is a company that is working with patents, and the idea is simple. They are talking with companies like, let's say I have a patent for, I don't know, this lanyard right here. And there's somebody in South Korea that has a patent for this lanyard, similar patents. The idea is it's a negotiator that will talk between me and that person in Korea to see, so if I want to enter into that market, I can do so legally and without stepping on any toes. Because we all want to make money in the end. We all want our intellectual properties to be well known wherever we go. So what this does is they negotiate with these clients, so they have a working relationship, especially when you're talking languages. I mean, I know a little bit of Korean, but I would not want to I cannot hold a good conversation with anybody in Korea except to say, 감사합니다. That's pretty much it for me, but you get the idea. So this company is working right now. They just started up, so they're working in South Korea. There's a lot of talk, of course, with working with North Korea, because there's probably a lot of patents in North Korea that we don't know about just yet. And then if that trade market opens up, we'll be able to find out some cool innovations over there. And then we would talk to these people to see how our patents would work with their patents, especially if you improve an item that you know came from another country. You add a pin to the lanyard, for example, then you can add to the patent and go from there. So that is IP and PIMS. Next up, we have Shangdae Technology. This is about blockchain. This is actually about working with companies to create with real estate transactions, allow you to work in other countries, to work with people that want to look for properties you might have in other countries and allow them to work back and forth and go from there. It, of course, goes through blockchain, so when you're talking about Korean won versus US dollars, then you don't have those translation issues right there. It's an IoT application which includes GIS. And you have to forgive me because my blockchain knowledge is down to here. I'm working on that right now. So it's a business-to-business supply chain management type situation. And that is Shangdae Technology. Next up is we have Big Pictures. This is a training simulator for big industrial equipment. Now they have forklifts and they have bigger type industrial equipment. And the idea is that you would train on this type of simulator. Now, what the cool thing about this is, and I was talking to him about it, this is something that you could actually put into your home. I mean, granted, this system is something that they lease out, and would take it would cost you about $15,000 to rent out. But imagine having a simulator at home just for fun, or a gaming system. I mean, this would be a perfect gaming rig for some people. They built all the hardware, and they have the hardware. They can sell the hardware modular from what I saw on the catalog. And you basically, if you're looking to get into doing some industrial as your job, getting the training, this might be what you're using for your training in the future. And their plan is they're working in South Korea, and their plan is to grow into other markets internationally. Finally, we have Protostar right here, and this is a share space. So when I was in South Korea last month, I was in an area where they had a lot of malls, but a lot of those malls had a lot of empty office space, business space. What this company is doing is they're building an application so you can do like an Airbnb type of situation where you can rent out that space for a short-term time. So these real estate companies have tenants when they don't have anybody on a long-term basis. Their plan is to go, once they get the international translators going in the app, to actually go into international businesses. And of course, work in the United States, work in Europe, work in Russia, work in wherever their app can be found on networks. So this is Protostar, and a brand new company from South Korea. And of course, that's the first 4 in this 8-company look into made in Korea. My friends over at aving.net, thank you for inviting me to come and talk with these companies. Of course, it was very easy while we were at CES 2019. A lot of companies like this come overseas to show what they're doing and see, kind of test what it would work in the US market. So we got another video just like this. We got 4 more companies, so check that out. We'll have the link in the show notes. Go over to Geekazine.com. Go over to youtube.com/Geekazine, and go ahead, like, subscribe, comment. Click that bell for notification on the next one. And until then, you guys geek out and take care. We're at the aving.net booth, CES 2019. I'm photobombing my friend Joseph, who is doing an interview right now for MIK Invitational Hotspot, excuse me. So CES 2019, we've got some companies that we're gonna look at here. This is in 2 videos, so you probably saw the first video with the cool innovations here. We're gonna continue this on, so let's get started with these companies. We're gonna start with this. This is AB Ross, and Guava is the name of, it's a POS system, and AB stands for Awesome Brothers, I think it was. So anyway, the idea is simple. It's a POS system for companies that help with many different ways to get your product sold. So for instance, you could come into the shop and you could order an item, whether it be a store or a restaurant or whatnot. And you can order an item, and of course do it the regular way. Or you can pull up an app, and with this app, it will help you choose the stuff that you want, and when it's time to check out, you pay for it on the app, and then of course, a receipt will go over at the store. They will then give you your items, and you can be on your way. Now, what's really cool is this app also translates into different languages. Like for instance, I was in South Korea last month. Instead of having the translation issues, I could actually order it on the app and then go pick it up. I have an English version of it. They have a Korean version of it, and I got my products, they got their money, everybody's happy. So this is a POS system that stretches way past the fact of doing some in-store ordering or anything like that. Because you could actually be at your house, they say, I want to get some milk, I want to get some eggs, and I want to get some bread, and I need to get it fast. You can do that, you can order it, you can be in and out, and you don't need to go through the checkout lines. So that's pretty cool. It's the Guava POS system. Next up, we got Good Tech Incorporated. It's all about these plugs. Now check this out. Now these are smart plugs, but the difference between these smart plugs is the fact that they are Bluetooth enabled more than Wi-Fi enabled. So you don't hook it up to your Alexa, you don't hook it up to your Google or anything like that. This runs on Bluetooth location. So you pair this up with your device, and when you are home within right now within a 10-meter range, your lights can turn on, your TV can turn on, your excuse me, your anything can turn on, and you don't have to. And when you walk away from it, it actually turns off. Now, this was inspired by the fact that they have a lot of home fires and residential fires because they have things like heaters plugged in, and then people walk away, and then of course that starts a fire. With this, when they walk away, that gets turned off. Now, the one thing I asked them is there a pin system that they're planning to put into this so they can, so the neighbors don't come in and try to pair their devices to the Bluetooth so your lights don't turn on when you don't want them to. And that's something that he's working on. They also have plans for a Wi-Fi/Bluetooth model, so you can look on an app in the future to see if the lights are on while you're away. You know, because you can give this app and this PIN number to friends and family, so when they come over to your place, the lights will turn on from the whatever they need to use they'll be able to use, and when they're not at home, it'll just be off. So that's pretty cool. This is Good Tech Incorporated. Next we have Bugbox. This is an app and a donation system. So they have one game right now, and the idea is you play the game to a certain amount of points, and if you reach that goal, you can donate money to a charity of your choice. Now, they're just in production on the one app, but the idea is they want to take this system and actually distribute it to other games, to other companies. So you could be playing a game on your console system, and you could say, okay, if I get to 1 million points, I'll donate $100 to this charity. And you can also, another thing that they're planning on is working, so you could do a group effort to get to, let's say by the end of this year, if we get to 1 million points on this game, we're gonna donate this much money to our favorite charity. So you get the idea. It's all about charitable, or being a charitable person, and doing the one thing you love, and that's gaming on whatever platform it is. And that is Bugsbox. This is going to be a busy booth because they've got a very interesting product called Deep Scent. Now, what this is, and I'm going to show you this in a second, it is a box. And within the box, you have these little cups, kind of like your coffee cups. And you put them into the box. You can put up to 4 in, and you can change the smell. They can have different scents in different capsules in each of these units. And then you go into your app, and you say, I want a little bit more lavender into the scent. It'll change to give you lavender in the scent. I want a little bit more strawberry. I want a little bit more whatnot. These are all natural flavors. These are basically dehydrated scents. And then, of course, once they go in the activator, that heats them up. And then you have aroma filling the house with natural scents, which is really cool. Let's take a look at this box. So this is the box right here. Now they're starting a Kickstarter this week, and it's going to run till February. And these are the little pods that I was talking about. And you can go in there and you can mix and match. And with the app, you can say, okay, at 6 o'clock, I want more strawberry flavor. I want more lavender flavor. I want more sandalwood or whatever. And it will allow you to, or it'll do it automatically on a daily basis, whatever you have for your schedule. So pretty cool stuff there. Like I said, they're going to start in the Kickstarter. They're going to stay in Korea for this year, but they're planning to find a distributor for US rollout within the upcoming years. And that is made in Korea. There's a lot more companies here, but these are the 8 that I was asked to talk about. And of course, you can check that all out. We had a lot of fun at CES 2018. Of course, I had a lot of fun going to South Korea last month and doing some judging for competitions for that there. And I want to thank that guy right there for helping me come to South Korea. We'll be doing a lot more work with aving.net and getting more cool products, find out what's coming from South Korea and coming to the United States. So you can check out Geekazine, stay on Geekazine, youtube.com/Geekazine. Go ahead, like, subscribe, comment, hit the bell notification for the next video. And until next time, you guys, geek out.
Their introduction in Korean was actually from here. So
Okay.
like we are making bioproducts that incorporate cutting edge stem cell science from stem cell science.
Oh, okay.
From,
It's right
yeah,
there.
stem cell
It's
science.
written right here. Stem
Yeah.
cell science. Yes.
From smart farm materials to address a very variety of skin disease caused by accumulation of harmful substances in cosmetics.
Okay. They got a little QR code here, so show that QR code if you want to try and scan it on video. All right. So, did you bring any products with you? Or?
혹시 제품을 가져오신 거는 보여주실 수 있는 제품은 혹시 안 가져오셨나요?
저희가 아직 제품 출시 전이어가지고 샘플만 있거든요.
샘플도 괜찮을 것 같아요. So at this moment, they've only got some samples. That's because they haven't released any of their production yet.
Okay.
So not in the market yet.
Okay.
So yeah, they will bring some samples.
How long has the company been around?
이 회사는 지금 몇 년 정도 됐나요?
1년.
Just around a year.
A year? Okay. What? How did you decide you wanted to be in the beauty market?
근데 왜 이 뷰티 마켓 쪽을 시작하게 되셨는지 딱히 회사에서 이유가 있으실까요?
저희 그 슬로건 보시면은 이제
As she introduced her company as well, like she said about a lot of skin disease caused by the accumulation of harmful substances in cosmetics. The CEO of this company, she already kind of recognized about this kind of problem in cosmetics. You know, you are using cosmetics to kind of enhance your skin condition much better, but actually it sometimes harm to your skin.
Harmful,
so
yeah.
she wanted to kind of develop a new type of cosmetic, which is kind of using just natural materials, not chemical.
Okay.
So that was the idea how they started their company first. Wow, that's a mask. LED mask인가요?
LED
So that's a LED mask, which is quite trendy nowadays.
Yeah, I know.
in Korea.
I tried one.
Oh, it looks like an Iron Man.
Iron
Like Iron Man, yeah.
Iron Man.
여기 2초 이상 누르면
어디를요? 여기를. So you press the button here, like more than 2 seconds. 여긴가요? 어디에? 눌러주세요.
So sorry.
That's okay.
Yeah, she's nervous because you're too handsome.
Oh, there it goes.
Yeah. So you just saw the blinks of the light. So that's a touchpad.
Ah, there we go.
Yeah, it's working
There's
now.
like a LED light going
Yeah.
on in here. So,
And then,
레드 파장.
so that's the red light.
이거는 콜라겐 생성이랑 근적에서 파장이 같이 나오는 파장이에요.
어떤 게 레드가요?
ah, now there's a blue light.
So this is different blue light and it depends on the color light.
Okay.
So it has a different functions. So the first one, the red one, is
Okay.
kind of help your skin to generate more collagen. Blue is good for sanitize your skin. So
Okay.
like let's say for example like pimples, if you have some kind of inflammation disease in your skin cells, then that will be helpful.
Okay.
And 3 step.
And third one, because they've got 3 steps,
핑크 라이트.
and that's pink light, and then yeah, she touched it twice.
네, 코로 넘어갔어요.
Ah, okay, yeah. 네. 그럼 모두가 몇 개?
It's doing a mood lighting.
Ah,
thing. Okay,
yeah, there's
yeah.
4 steps you can use.
Okay.
Yeah, so this is the third one.
그래서 핑크 파장 같은 경우는 레드 파장이랑 블루 파장이 합쳐진 파장이라고 생각하시면
So this pink waves light
Okay.
is a combination of the first and second one, like
Okay.
red and blue.
Okay.
So you can have both benefit by using this one.
Okay.
So if you just press the 2 seconds to the touchpad, then yeah, you can turn off as well.
It gets with when you breathe in there, it gets a little bit humid in there, which I'm assuming is helping with the.
이렇게 쓰고 있으면요, 안에가 좀 이렇게 습기가 차는 느낌이 드는데 그거는 이제 숨 쉬고 말하고 그래서 그런 걸까요? 아니면 이게 원래 그렇게? Well, yeah, that's because we kept talking inside while you're wearing it, and it was too tight when you wear it.
You want me to put it back on? Okay. I need that. Is there a strap that comes up like that?
이 스트랩이 혹시 뭐 이게 나오는 거예요 여기? 이 위에는 이거는 뭐예요?
There should be, because it pulls.
아 이게 이렇게 흘러내리는데 혹시 이걸로만 고정을 하는 건가요? Because that's the only
Yeah.
way you can kind of make the
Yeah,
shape.
but if there was a strap on top, it would hold this right here.
여기에 스트랩이 있으면 더 좋을 것 같아. 이게 무거워서 좀 이렇게 떨어지니까. Yeah, that would consider to put more strap in.
Oh yeah, turn it on.
She's gonna turn it on again. And once again.
This is what it looks like inside. I can't see that, so I didn't notice that. So let's do that. Hopefully, they're LEDs, but you're seeing this a little bit more because this isn't focusing in right. So see, there we go. So as you can see, there's the LEDs right there. But that's a pretty intense view right there. Look at that.
이게 눌리는 느낌 좀 덜하지 않을까? 아마 코가 더 높아서 좀 느낄까요? And also they've got some product for hair loose.
We got some product too. I need some product.
Another product for the hair loose.
For the what?
Hair loss.
Hair loss. I don't have no hair loss.
I know, but your product it is.
What's got hair loss?
No offense.
Now go.
Let's spray it like that.
It's an interesting smell. Do I rub it on or?
이거 혹시 뭐 문질러야 되나요? 아니면 그냥 뿌리기만 하나요?
No, go ahead.
No, you don't need to rub. It's just a spray. 그거, and also this one is aroma stick.
Is that a needle?
Because the hair loose, if you have a lot of heat inside of your body, that's sometimes stimulate to your head to grow out.
Okay.
So
if I wake up with a full head of hair,
you can find her.
Just put it on the back.
Yeah. Like rub right there around your neck.
Okay. So that will
help the body heat goes through to your head.
Oh, because of this, where the stem cell is, right? Oh, okay. So they are altering my stem cell.
So last year, the main agenda for them to research was the hair loss. And then this year they are just focusing on new kind of material using the smartphone. They said from the smartphone.
Okay. I guess I'm asking. What I'm really asking is, how safe is this? It's
그러면
pretty
이게
safe, right?
그죠? So for the stem cell they're using, it's already got the certificate from the international. So it's like a load to use for the cosmetic by the global standards.
Okay.
They already got some data by doing the experiment period, and also they've got patents for their products as well.
Okay.
So
Perfect.
if anyone wants some more information,
So if you guys want any more information, then we got the link down there, koreabiolab.co.kr. What's your plan for this next year? When are you going to release the products?
그러면 언제 they're aiming for next January in next year they will release their perfume line.
Okay.
And then through March to July next year they will release all their products in market, like from the mask pack and also the hair loose products.
All right, we're here with LA Meditech. Jeffrey Bowers with Geekazine at MIK 2019. Your name? Sungjae.
Yeah.
And we're going to learn about a device that's going to help draw blood without a needle, correct?
All right, tell us a little bit about it.
Yeah, this is a Handray Pro. Yeah, we call it Handray Pro. This is a laser lensing device.
Okay.
We make a blood sample without needle.
Okay.
Yeah. If you use our device, you can reduce some pain when you make a blood sample with a needle.
Okay.
Yeah. So you can say.
So this is basically drawing your blood, or
capillary blood.
taking your
on
finger.
your
Okay.
fingertip.
Okay.
So
it's pricking your finger. Okay.
Yeah. So our device has several benefits. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Less pain than needle lancet.
How so?
Yeah. Shut the laser on your finger and then make a little hole on your finger.
Smaller hole. Okay.
Yeah. And then make getting the blood sample from the hole.
Okay.
Yeah. We don't use needle. So
okay.
using the laser. So
laser needle.
Yeah, laser needle. Yeah.
It is Star Trek.
So if you use a laser, you don't worry about second infection. Yeah.
Don't worry about what?
Second infection.
Oh, it's staph infection.
Yeah.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. It's one of our advantage.
Okay.
Yeah. They are using this laser.
Okay.
To regeneration the skin.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you still have to do the finger, or can you do other places?
Maybe we usually recommend the fingertip is the best place to get a blood sample. But in case of baby, we recommend here
on the foot.
Yeah.
Okay.
On the foot
Okay.
here. Yeah.
Okay. All right, on the foot, and then there's laser sounds. That's weird. So, all right. So, what type of price points are we talking with? Is this a home unit, or
we have two models?
Okay.
Yeah. This is for large hospital.
Okay.
Yeah. This model for home and small clinic, both of them.
And for what?
Small clinic.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Large hospital.
Larger. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
There is some difference. Yeah. The using time is one charge 300 times, one charge 200 times.
So you can do 200 on one charge.
Yeah.
You can do 300 on one charge. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Perfect. What are the price points on these?
We got an FDA. Yeah, last year.
Okay.
For this model.
Okay.
But we don't have not yet.
You need an FDA on that. Okay, but you got the FDA on this one. Okay, perfect.
So in Korean market, we sell this model at 400,000 won.
So $400.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's not too bad. That's not too bad. So
if you buy this model, this product, you can use more than 20,000 times. So if you use at home, you can use forever. Consumable.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So those are little plastic tabs of some sort? Okay.
This is we call it the single-use tab.
Okay.
You need to bring the single-use tab on the device here.
Okay. So that is technically the needle.
Yeah, right.
Okay.
Yeah. So this tab has two functions to protecting the optical lens.
Okay.
Yeah. From the blood stain, some smoke.
Yeah. All right. Okay.
Yeah. And then the other one is to prevent second infection. Yeah.
So this thing will contact the skin.
Yeah.
The laser will come through. Will any blood get on this?
Yeah.
Okay. So this would be thrown into a
Not get
biohazard.
on this. Yeah.
Okay.
Just protecting the optical lens and then not to contact device to the skin.
But that would possibly be thrown into a biohazard then of some sort. Yes. Okay. Okay. Cool. And that's $400. Okay. Is it out now?
Yeah.
Okay. Perfect. What's your plan for the next year? What are you guys gonna do?
We're gonna find a good distributor in the US market.
Okay.
Yeah, we already.
You're based in Korea right now, right? And you want to get to the US market in the next year. Okay. That's understandable.
Yeah. So we're gonna join some exhibition in US.
Okay.
Regarding the diabetes.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Cool.
All right. Well, it's LA Meditech, and this is called the Handy Ray Pro, correct?
Yeah, Handy Ray Pro and Handy Ray.
Okay, Handy Ray. There you go.
Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you very much for your time. So lots of cool stuff here at MIK 2019. We got a lot more, so check it out and geek out. Hey everybody, Jeffrey Powers here from Geekazine. We're at the Lenovo booth. Just had a nice lunch. We're going to learn about the Lenovo products, including the accessories, the computers, and of course the smart products, which we're going to talk about next. So we'll start here. This is the Lenovo smart clock right here. Of course, something for your bedside. It's got a MediaTek 8167S processor at 1.5 gigahertz. It runs Google Assistant and is about 4 inches, IPS resolution of 480 by 800. It is touch compatible and is 2.4 and 5G wireless. On the back, it is USB charge options, so you can plug in your phone and keep this at your bedpost. Next to it is the Lenovo Smart Display. It's what they announced last year, and it's a little bit bigger screen, and of course speaker. So, and of course, also can be on your bedside, or it can be on your desk at work, or anything like that. We'll start with a bevy full of accessories here, including the USB-C powered hub, which has one HDMI 2.0, one VGA port, a single 4K 60 hertz display, USB-C powered base pass-through, and RJ45 gigabit Ethernet. It's going to be available in March. Next up, we have the Yoga Mouse Laser Presenter. So it can be a mouse and it can be a laser presenter. So this thing will twist like that to shift between mouse and presentation mode. So there's presentation mode, it's nice and flat, and mouse mode would bring a nice little angle so you can move it around a little bit. Integrated class 1 laser pointer, on the fly DPI adjustments, 1600 DPI at the most, and that's a nice 5mm size, and integrated rechargeable battery lasting up to 2 months. It's going to be available in June of 2009. Next up is we have the Lenovo 700 Ultra Portable Bluetooth speaker. It's 11 nanometers thin, which is pretty sweet. Bluetooth 5.0 with NFC connection, up to 2 devices simultaneous. Fast charges in 2 hours, lasts for 8 hours. Easy and quick access to touch controls, IPX2 splash resistant, and compatible with Siri and Google Assistant. This is going to be available in March of 2019. Finally, we have the Lenovo VoiceOver IP 360 camera speaker, 1920 by 1080, 30 frames per second, 4 display modes, or you can turn the camera completely off. You don't need to put anything on top of it. This is where the camera seems to be located here. 360 sound capture with a 6.7 inch radius range, 360 speaker at 6.7 inches, and supports Skype, Amazon Chime, Cisco Jabber, Cisco WebEx, Google Hangout, and QQ. I'm guessing if you also plug it into the computer for another program, you'll be able to use the audio for that. And it's going to be available in April of 2019. This is the Lenovo Legion Y540 15-inch Intel Core processor. It's got a display of 144 hertz, 15.6 inch, 1920 by 1080, 300 nits display with Dolby Vision HDR 60 hertz, 15.6 inch FHD at 1920 by 1080. Of course, it's running Windows 10 Home or Pro, it's your choice. It's got up to 32 gigabytes of DDR4, 2666 megahertz memory, and up to 256 gigabytes of PCI SSD storage. Got an NVIDIA GeForce RTX 2060 card and a battery of 52 watts and 57 watts, configurable dependent, and the Harman speakers and smart amp with Dolby Atmos. And it's about 5 pounds inside, and it's got 3 USB 3.1 ports, a USB 3.1 Type-C port, HDMI 2.0, and DP with a LAN and 3.5mm audio. So if you're looking for a gaming headset, check out the Legion H500 Pro 7.1 surround sound gaming headset. Driverless 7.1 surround sound audio, dynamic 50 millimeter drivers, retractable noise canceling, microphone, and comfortable ear cup with memorable foam and protein leather. It's available in 2019. All right, what we have here is the Lenovo Yoga A940. It's a fully convertible, high-performance machine, desktop machine for if you need to do audio, video, or even doing some drawing. It can go down, and of course, with the Wacom stylus, you can you have a full touch screen to do your editing and browsing or whatever you need to do with it. It's got a 27-inch UHD display at 3840 by 2160 IPS touchscreen, Dolby Vision 27-inch. It's running Windows 10 Home. It's got memory starting at 8 gigabytes to 32 gigabytes of DDR4. It has 128 gigabytes to 512 gigabytes PCIe SSD storage, and a 1 terabyte to 2 terabyte SATA HD hard drive. AMD Radeon RX 560 is inside here, along with Dolby Atmos speaker system, 3 watts and 5 watts by 2 optional. It's about 32 pounds in size, but of course this is meant to sit on your desktop, not travel with you. 4 USB 3.0 ports, 2 USB 2.0 ports, and a USB 3.1 port. It's got Thunderbolt in it in a 3-in-1 card reader. It's got a LAN, and of course it's got an audio jack for your headphones or your speakers. It's got a precision dial on it here. So of course it's a dual hinge, so you can move from the desktop up to viewing mode. It's got an IR camera and LED lights on it, and comes with a 3-month trial of Adobe software. We got the full line of laptops, including the Lenovo Yoga 730, C730 with AMOLED in here. It's got the 8th generation Intel i7 processor, up to 16 gigabytes of DDR4 and 512 gigabyte PCIe SSD in here. Integrated Intel UHD 620 graphics and a battery targeting up to 8 hours. Next up is we have the Lenovo Yoga S940, also an i7 processor, 13.9-inch contour glass, UHD at 3840 by 2400, and 8 gigabytes or 16 gigabytes DDR3 in here, 256 gigabytes to start to 1 terabyte PCIe SSD. We have the ThinkPad X1 Carbon 7th generation, 8th generation Intel Core with a 14-inch FHD IPS display at 400 nits. And of course we have the ThinkPad X1 Yoga 4th generation laptop here. 8 gigabytes of memory, 16 gigabytes of memory, DDR3, up to 2 terabyte SSD. And it's got the 8th generation Intel Core in here as well. And of course, look at this beast. No more multi-monitors. This is the ThinkVision P44W. It is 43 by 4 inches, has a WVGA borderless 1800R curved screen panel. It's got a gamut of 99% as an sRGB and a max brightness of 450 CD. This HDR 400 Versa, refresh rate of 144 Hertz. It has resolution of 3840 by 1200, viewing angle of 178 inches. It's got 2 HDMI ports. It's got USB 3.1 Type-C, 2 Type-C USB ports, a Gen 1 and a Gen 2. It's got picture-in-picture and includes HDMI cables, USB-C Type-C cables, and it's going to be available in April of 2019. And so that's some of the cool gear over at Lenovo from CES. Jeffrey Powers with Geekazine. Go over to geekazine.com, youtube.com/Geekazine. Go ahead, like, subscribe, comment, hit the bell notification for the next video. We got a lot more great videos coming from CES 2019. So check it all out on Facebook, on YouTube, on Twitter. You get the idea. And of course, we'll see you at the next one. So you guys geek out.
I was always interested in surround sound. Back in the day, I had a Dynakit. Anybody? No, you're too young. I had a Dynakit which allowed me to construct a Dynaco amplifier myself. Plus, it had an accessory that converted it to quadraphonic sound, quad. Actually, I love that. And Leslie at Skywalker Sound was a pioneer in that world too. I remember I was up at Skywalker working on a surround sound project, and although Leslie was not the engineer for the project, she was kind of busy. She supervised it and made it really comfortable for me to be there. She dropped by periodically, and we laughed and joked about the old days. And I'm always so happy to see her and give her a big hug. We did that today. Her boss, George Lucas, came down one day and Leslie introduced me to him, and he said hello. And I found out that somehow he was influenced in some way by a record I had recorded with Miles Davis for an assignment when he was in film school. You never know about stuff like that. Regardless of gender, she's one of the best ever. It warms my heart every time I see her. She did the Jones to me proud. I'm so proud to be here tonight to end up Leslie Ann Jones. It's about time too.
Oh my goodness. It's hard to look at that video and realize I did all that stuff. My God. Well, I think I'm supposed to be the palate cleanser between all the equipment awards. Good evening. I want to thank Jeff Sheftel and Denise Blant for the wonderful video. It really is like my life flashing before me. Yeah, please, give them a hand. I have known Jeff's work through the Recording Academy because he had done so many of the tribute videos, and I was so happy to know that he and Denise were going to work on this. And I wanted to thank Herbie for such a wonderful introduction. I was so pleased when I heard you were going to introduce me. It seems like only yesterday we were at Studio C at the Automat working together. And we'd put up a reel of 2-inch tape and press record, and Herbie and the cats would just go out and play. And silly me, I just thought they were jamming. But it was jamming with a purpose. They definitely knew where they were going. And when they were done, Herbie would come in with David, and they'd write down all the parts of the tune. And then David and I would proceed to edit the 2-inch, and we would take a 15-minute jam and turn it into a fantastic 4 to 5 minute album cut. And it really speaks to the wonderful creativity of Herbie and David. And the lessons that I learned on those sessions have been some of the touchstones of my career. So I really want to thank you for everything that you contributed to what I did. I want to thank the Tech Hall of Fame Committee for voting to induct me. It's one thing to get an award for a particular project you did. It's another thing to get an award for your career and the life that you've led. So I thank you for this great honor. And as a small aside, I wanted to acknowledge Rose Manchurni. I don't know if Rose is here. Rose was the first woman to get this award. It was well-deserved. And more importantly, it takes a lot of pressure off me. So I'm really, really happy about No one gets here alone. So I wanted to take just a few minutes to give thanks, and Larry, father of my godchildren, I don't want to hear any playoff music. I hear Phil Spector took 20 minutes, so, you know, I'm hoping not to take that long. I'll see if I can keep it short. First of all, I want to thank Phil Kay, head of ABC Studios, for giving me my first job. I'll be forever grateful that he took a chance on hiring me when there were no other women working at any prominent studios. In fact, I know I was the first woman assistant or engineer at most of the studios I worked for, and it was a learning curve for us all. As much as we might like to be treated as one of the guys, we aren't, and that's okay. I remember when David Rubinson hired Michelle Zarin to run the Automat. Michelle had come from the record plant in Sausalito and had loads of experience. She called me into her office and told me she was putting me on a session that coming weekend. And I looked at the date and I said, I can't do it. She looked at me like she had never heard those words before. I'm sure all the engineers and assistants she had worked with would be climbing over themselves trying to get that gig. She asked why, and I said, well, I have tickets to a tennis match final with my girlfriend and can't work. Well, I don't know if it was refusing a session for a tennis match or having a girlfriend that shocked her the most. But let's just say I went to the tennis match, so. I'm very fortunate to have spent almost my entire career at big studios. I love the constant flow of different clients and different work, but particularly the teamwork of the engineering staffs I've had the pleasure of working with. Tonight, I think there are people here from all the studios I've worked with. ABC Studios, the Automat, Capitol, and Skywalker. And your support and friendship then and now means the world to me. But especially my team on the scoring stage at Skywalker. I'm grateful to lead such a fantastic group of engineers who flew down from San Francisco tonight to be with me. They do whatever it takes. They say yes and make it happen, and that's how it should be. I have a theory that that's part of the DNA of Skywalker, part of the culture, starting with George Lucas. After all, Skywalker was created to realize his vision of the sound for his film. Whether it's film or television or recording or a scoring session, that attitude remains. At Skywalker, the bar is set very high. There are so many smart and creative people, and we work in such a collaborative environment, and everyone is happy for everyone's success. You don't find that in most places. It's quite a place to end up. I wanted to give a special acknowledgement to my family, who are here tonight, including my mother, as Hervey mentioned. As my brother Spike likes to say, I got into show business the old-fashioned way. I was born into it. I grew up being exposed to great music through my father, musical satirist Spike Jones. And my mother, singer Helen Greco. I can't believe, my mother couldn't believe that she was in the video while watching a bit of her singing. It's amazing. When we were young, we would tour with them, and I remember watching them perform every night. I learned my love of orchestration from my father. Those gunshots and cowbells and gags, they all had a particular place in the music, and it was written out in the score. I think of it now as early sound design, so perhaps it was fate that I ended up at Skywalker Sound. And I learned so much about singing and singers from watching my mother. Night after night, she sang the same songs and made them meaningful each night to a new audience, like it was the very first time. The art of storytelling by song. I always remember that when I'm working with singers. Whether classical or not, there's always a story to tell. And it's my job as the engineer or the producer to make sure that story gets told and that the audience gets what that story is. Thanks to my family for their love and support and for being here tonight, all the way from Los Angeles. In closing, several years ago, Tom Kenny and I were in New York at AES and saw Hamilton. For those of you that haven't seen it, for me it was a life-changing experience. But there's a song that the Aaron Burr character sings about wanting to be in the room when it happens. When all those deals and plans happen. Tom went on to write one of his many beautiful editorials, taking that phrase and relating it to being an assistant engineer. Being in the room when the magic happens. I've been so fortunate throughout my life and career to have been in the room, whether it was watching my parents perform or watching their contemporaries, sitting in on sessions before I ever knew I was going to be an engineer. And then, of course, the path from apprentice to assistant to engineer, finally sitting in the big chair, and now producing. And I would offer it is not just being in the room when it happens, but what you do with that. How you pay attention and ask questions and think ahead and be prepared for whatever the next room offers. There's always a door that will open, so just walk in and see what's on the other side. I have never been disappointed. Thank you so much.
New Business Center Vice President, Mr. Samuel Chang. So welcome, Mr. Chang.
I think that photo was like 7 years ago. So actually I have a team both in Silicon Valley and Korea, focused on new product development and also partnership. And this is actually our first year as LG Electronics hosting an event along with our sister company, LG Ventures. And I'm actually from Southeast, so it's actually good to be coming back to the southern states. And I think a lot of questions that people ask us, why is the electronic company coming here? There are a company like Sony also hosting as well, but they're a lot of focus on media and entertainment. And as one of the leading companies in consumer electronics, we're finding more and more understanding what consumers think about in terms of trend, and also how they really experience and go day to day with technology really becoming critical as we think about new product development and also improve our existing products. So we really want to, in some sense, give you some products we're looking at that's in the pipeline. Also hear feedback from you in terms of what are the things you're seeing in terms of technology and lifestyle change. So I'll go and introduce 3 other panel speakers who are hosting today. First is Mr. Cho Lee. He spent a lot of time at LG Electronics heading a lot of design work. Hello. Hello. Okay. In the middle. Second person is Mr. T.I. Cho. He heads our convergence lab under our CTO office. And third person is Mr. Dong-Soo Lee. He's head of our corporate. Dong-Soo Kim, sorry. There are only like 3 last names in Korean to figure it out. Actually, I know Dong-Soo. He and I also share office in Silicon Valley as well. He heads our corporate venture arm based in Silicon Valley. I guess I'll start with Mr. Charlie. Can you share us a little bit in terms of how you think about South by Southwest and your motivation attending here today?
Actually, we as electronics are attending many of the so-called trade shows here and there, CS, MWC, and so on. And South by Southwest was kind of the Yeah, somebody was asking to me why you are not joining South by Southwest, and I said that if I go there, it feels like I'm having too much fun. It's like a fun place. But normally we are showing off the product for sales to the trade shows. But what if we are going to share some kind of the innovation idea with the thought leaders and innovators in South by Southwest? So I decided to bring all those prototypes, not the products to scale. So and share our ideas with lots of innovators here. That's why we are here, just talk and communicate with the thought leaders and trend leaders here in South by Southwest.
And I know there are a lot of products that we're actually showing that's about to launch, and also some product that we're actually not shipping in US but available in other markets. So can you take some of the interesting products that you worked on and your team?
Okay, actually, sorry, Sam and I, same team, but in Korea, like a styler, which is steam refreshener for the garments, it's popular in Korea, and I think it will be coming to the US someday. Actually, it is already. And we have done like a homebrew beer maker that we spent like a 2 or 3 years time invested there. So we are, actually there are many products that I'm not allowed to talk about, but many of the innovations are coming on this market as well. And we even initiated the skincare product, anti-aging electronics product in Korea. It's established in Korea. After a certain period of time, after we finish the test, we will bring it into the US market as well.
Yeah, actually, one of the products that's going to be available in Korea is a beer maker. And you will actually get to sample after this session. So hold on for another maybe 15, 20 minutes. And yeah, there's actually a product we've been shipping in Korea called Cryo. It's a beauty product that improves your skin texture and also make it look younger. So it's one of the things when you watch K-drama, something to think about. Maybe I'll switch to Mr. Chi Cho. I know you've been among all of us is doing LG Electronic. Can you tell me in terms of what technology do you see that will drive impact as you look at next, 5, 10 years out?
Before start, please understand my poor English. This is first time to interview in English. At LG, artificial intelligence is the key technology we think, and AI capabilities will evolve through learning over time. And through intelligence will provide for the more comfortable and more seamless way for the connectivity among the all home entertainment devices and appliances, and even more outdoor mobile products. And to the AI capabilities is so important, so we classify these AI capabilities by 4 profiles. First one is expert, and tailor, butler, and partner. And each profiles will evolve from the novice level to the advanced level, I think.
Thank you. Maybe I'll move on to Mr. Kim. All right. I know that corporate venture got set up, I think sometime mid last year. So can you share us a little bit in terms of the vision as you see for the venture?
Sure. So briefly, LG Technology Ventures started May 1st of last year. Really, it was a vision from LG to do corporate venture capital the right way. Right now, we're set up. We are managing over $400 million. We're headquartered in Silicon Valley. We can invest anywhere in the world, though, and we invest in all areas of technology that LG is interested in, not just LG Electronics related technologies like AI and robots, but also things related with lithium-ion batteries and materials and devices, displays. So, we obviously we're trying to promote a win-win relationship between the startups and LG. Try to connect them with the right people within LG, help them with not just investment, but also on setting up strategic collaborations with different LG business units in our business.
Maybe to extend it a little bit, what do you think are some of the benefits? There are a lot of startups, I think, looking to show off their new product or technology at the event when they work with someone like LG Ventures.
Sure. So I think right now the trend definitely is for some of the technology areas, there's definitely a benefit for a startup to partner with a bigger company like LG. I mean, obviously, the LG can provide the scale and needed the marketing power and just working together to create synergies. The most difficult part that I constantly hear from different startups is, who do I go to? I mean, I want to work with LG, but it's such a big company and headquartered in Korea, and this is quite a bit of challenge. A lot of times, startups approach somebody, it might not be the right people, and then they may not be interested in what the startup is doing, and then the startup thinks, oh no, LG is not interested. But that's not necessarily true. There could be other people within LG who really wants to work with a startup like yours. So because LG Technology Ventures, we are here in the US, but also we have a team of what we call an internal business development team guys who have worked with open innovation centers within LG for a long time, so they know who would be interested in that particular technology that the startup might be working on. So they can make the right connection, put it in front of the right people, sometimes provide advice on how to talk to different people within LG and so forth. And really, at the end of the day, we're just trying to help the company do business with LG. And obviously, an investment can really also help the company with the resources that is needed to support a relationship with a big company like LG. So I think it's really a mutually beneficial relationship for both sides, and we're just trying to promote it.
So we're showcasing a lot of product ranging from robots to beer maker, as well as rollable TV. From your perspective, if you had to pick, let's say, 3 key focus areas for technologies you think about investment, what would those 3 be?
I think, again, it's a term that is used a lot, but smart home is really in a stage to take off. Now, there's definitely all the appliances going to be connected with the internet. I mean, now almost every home has Wi-Fi with the 5G coming up, and also with AI to help these appliances to manage the data that is collecting more intelligently to provide different service. I think that the potential is just huge. Where different startups can help is that they might have, so LG builds a platform, all these startups might have all these innovative ideas of how to leverage that platform to create services that is very differentiated. So I think that's an area that I'm really keen on, that I'm trying to invest more.
Maybe I'll switch back to Charlie. I know we talk a lot about technology, but also user experience and design is also very critical. And I know your team also is working a lot in automotive space. So do you have any perspective to share in terms of design or user experience in the automotive as we think about technology?
In terms of the automotive, we are evolving into the autonomous industry, autonomous vehicle era. And by combining all those communication and UX and the AI technology, we hope that we could be leading on one of the most important space in the autonomous driving technology. So we are collaborating with the global leaders in many fields, but I can't reveal everything. But for instance, with the TI's help, many of the AI-driven cabin experience will be led by LG Electronics. I can say that. So we also have a automotive vehicle platform, but other than that, in terms of the cabin experience, what people want to do in the autonomous vehicle, maybe they want to sleep, or they want to chat, they want to see the movie. So it is like a business class experience in the airplanes. The same experience goes to the vehicle, and we are heavily investing into that space. And you see a lot of the concepts and the propositions from LG in the near future in that field.
Okay, I think we have maybe a few more minutes left, so we can open up for any questions. If I can say, feel free to raise your hand.
Give us an idea of what the future shows. Future get shows.
Video television.
I think the question was what from our point of view, what does future TV means?
Actually, he's the expert in TV. But, yeah, I can answer. With the OLED technology and mainly the LED technology that are evolving into the TV space, and as you see, the OLED are there. More of the TV itself, it will be like emerging into the space itself. So TV will not merely a product; it will be part of the space. And maybe in the near future, we'll be proposing lots of the TV, which is more integral concept with the space like that. So how we are going to cope with the space, as well as the contents. And in addition to the AI proposition of today, the TV will be evolving into more converged product with the space and experience itself. And we definitely think that we will be the leader in the space. And many people are complaining about the pricing. But we have like a legacy and a great history of making those accessibility to be more affordable to the people. So yeah, maybe some of the early adapters can afford it, but I know that I can even, I'm afraid of revealing what the price of today at those kind of TV, but it will be more affordable, and we are very good at commoditizing those kind of products in the future. But definitely it will be more melting into the space and the experience as well.
Anything else to add there, to
Yeah, back to 2020 and 13, when I was in format document division. At the time, our team is very vigorously developed 4K UHD TV and OLED TV and smart TV at the same time. And it's enhanced for the customer viewing experience dramatically. And now, for the hardware sales, differentiation is important. And for the software and content side, software platform and UX is important. And nowadays, many medias combine to the TV built-in. So there's another new paradigm. So far, we about 6 to 7 years to integrate many intelligence and contents. And now, around 5 to 10 to 50, now 20% of videos are combined quickly in the TV. That's the trend.
So, I think if you think about it, we're getting so much more content and ability to do 4K, 8K at home. So I think we're going to continue to get more of the TV. On the flip side, I think we're also going to get less. Just like rollable TV, people say, I want to experience TV and not watch it. But when I'm not watching it, I want it to disappear. So I think we're going to get more and less at the same time. Any other questions? Go ahead.
So I noticed the BTS little section over there, but I want to know what is the future for entertainment that LG would do? Is there any more with that going on, like music entertainment? I'm just curious, what was the thought process, or what do you think innovatively you can do with entertainment wise?
Okay, I think the question was, my wife is a big fan of BTS, by the way, so she saw some materials with BTS. So what do we think in terms of future of technology and entertainment? Do you want to take that question?
Yeah, actually that's a question not just for LG Electronics, but LG Group. You may or may not know, but LG has one of the subsidiaries, LG U+, which is one of the top 3 mobile carrier in Korea. They're very aggressively pushing 5G infrastructure in Korea. Actually, probably I would say it's probably one of the most aggressive in terms of deploying 5G. So with the new mobile 5G platform and all sorts of different content and the home connected, I think everything has to merge into a single seamless user experience where you're always connected. You're always you can have access to any content that you want anywhere, wherever you are, And also not just that, but also with AI, you can seamlessly suggest content that you might want. We should be able to somewhat guess what you would probably want at the time of the day or wherever you are, and just provide things that you might want seamlessly. So I think that's where the content is going, entertainment is going, and I think it's going to be a very exciting future for the next 10 years.
Yeah, I think that comment about 5G is a really interesting one. About 15 years ago, I actually had a chance to visit Korea as a visitor, and this was when they had a gigabit Ethernet long before we were still dealing with the dial-up or even just 1 megabit in the US. And I had a very peculiar experience. I went to visit someone, and this person, I will not disclose who, was doing peer-to-peer download of a movie. And there was two things that was interesting. So it took only about 2 minutes to download the whole movie. It was high-speed internet. But once it finished playing, he deleted the movie, which you would never do in US. So I told him, why did you do that? He's like, oh, it's just as easy to download next time. And I think it was like foretold of kind of streaming as we think about it, right? No one downloads Netflix unless you go on an airplane. But now with a 5G, they're really going to drive in terms of how we consume content. So we're really excited, but I think there are a lot of things that we cannot even imagine will happen in the next 5 to 10 years. Any other questions? Go ahead.
Speaking of 5G, do you think on planes will we be able to keep our phones on and keep our cellular service going?
I think the question was as relating to 5G, will we be able to keep our cell phones on during flight?
I can answer that question. One of the NBC, my vision, our company driving into is that not only the autonomous driving car, we are heavily investing ourselves into the aircraft cabin space. And we recently launched can you do that?
I'm not actually sure. Well, so we don't know. So I think
no, there's a news. Okay, there's news coverage. So we will be going into the joint venture with the Lufthansa Technik, one of the world-leading aircraft technology company. So we'll be going into the aircraft, and you know that we are very good at communication technology. We'll be one of the very first company who will launch 5G phones. But in the airplane, the Wi-Fi is the most advanced the telecommunication protocol. So we'll be evolving the cabin experience into the future. So some of the connectivity will be there. Now, I'm not sure when the 5G will be coming up, but because 5G antenna and so on is pretty big. But with even you don't have any freedom of the Wi-Fi, and you have to pay a lot of money for that. But we'll be evolving those experiences to be more affordable, more convenient, for faster connection experience in the future. And then we are there. We are in the aviation and the cabin experience business as well. But you will be, and you will soon see what kind of vision we will be projecting to the market.
Yeah, so I think we're actually investing both in technology in terms of communication and even display, as it goes to not only cars but airline cockpits and also passenger space. But I think there's still a lot of things that we can do as an industry, getting the common standard. It's not just 5G in a single market, but airplane turns out goes across borders. And some of that cellular technology will need to be harmonized across different countries and regions. So I think there are a lot of innovation happening there, but also regulatory that we need to overcome. I think we have maybe time for one more question. Okay, maybe you guys are a lot more thirsty than expected.
I have a question about these plots, and it's all about artificial technology, but emotions are very real. So how do you combine that artificial intelligence with things that are very tangible humans?
Okay, that's a long story.
Sure.
If you see the time space here and some of the cabots, the emotion is everything. It's a very analog technology. Analog watches with the position mapping, it's nothing, but it's creating some kind of the exquisite experience on top of the watch. And the robots, why we are spending so much time to develop that eye motion. Like like this. We are saying that God created nature and God created our human being, which is imperfect creature. We are not perfect. So why people are living together like this? We are social existence. So if there's a person who has a disability in the expressing their emotion or social capability, maybe he will not be living that well because he's not social existence. So we have to develop our relationship building capability as well as the good personality to be a good citizen. But AI resembles a human being, which is imperfect creature. So AI also needs like a relationship building capability and the personality in the future. We know that. Actually, we don't know that. Nowadays, AI is saying about what kind of the exact function we are doing, what kind of the functionality they do have. But we see the future, and AI will have those kind of relationship capability and the personality as well. How we can make more personality-based communication with the AI, that's a big task for the engineers like us. So we are heavily going into the more emotional communication with the AI. That's why we are heavily researching into the eye movement and the gesture. To have a communication between human beings, we need a gesture like this. But to put a manipulation type of the hand into the robot, the hand price itself will be much more expensive than the body or brain of the robots. So instead of that, we do have a projected hand. We can do many of the gestures with the hand, but in affordable price. If we do have both of the ambidextrous hand in there, maybe robot price could be $15,000 for the home use. That's ridiculous. How we can make it to be more affordable and how we can provide more emotional communication with the AI. That's a vision for us, and we'll be in the leading position to make it happen. It's a long story though.
Well, thank you very much for coming to our event, and also enjoy the rest of South by Southwest. And I'd like to also thank the three panelists speaking today.
Thank you.
This is going to wrap up the panel discussion. Please feel free to turn on the display and enjoy our
CES 2019, Jeffrey Powers, Geekazine. Of course, you know who I am, but do you know who this guy is? It's Martin. It's me. Hello. So anyway, we're here at the LG booth and we're looking at this. This is awesome. I want this in my living room. How do I get the whole thing in my living room?
Oh man, we can make it happen. We can make it happen one of these years.
So this is the LG signature line OLED TV R, right?
Yes, I'm calling it the ROLED.
ROLED?
The ROLED.
So, oh wait, we got to go down.
Another level.
Let's go down. We're going down. We're going down. Bye.
See you.
Bye. Tell us, how does this thing work?
So, what we've done is we've gotten rid of the rigid substrate that's on the other TVs. Hard backing.
The back.
We got rid of.
They're bringing sexy back away from
we're
back.
rolling sexy.
Something like that. Yeah. Okay.
So what we're able to do now is we're able to roll up, because OLED is phenomenal. It's
Yeah.
just like the best revolutionary, evolutionary, all-in-one technology around.
Absolutely.
It's so perfect that now, look, with our design, we could actually have it roll up into these boxes. These boxes are what comes with it, because that's where all of the
That's all the
power
screen,
and
yeah,
HDMI and everything. It's got the mechanics in there. It's a 100-watt speaker.
Wow.
Right there. Yep. Very cool stuff. It's got a couple of things. What it can do is it could actually stop midway through. I'm gonna guess about this much.
Okay.
And it's got a little dashboard right there. And then what you can see the weather. You can play music through the 100-watt speaker.
Okay.
You can see all kinds of cool little blips, little wall
So there's
street
like
text.
little LEDs in there. Or,
Well, no, it'll just pop up, but it'll only pop up in what we call line.
Okay.
So it'll pop up like so, weather, music, stocks, or you can just look through the dashboard, go to what you want, and then it opens up the rest of the way.
Oh, that is awesome.
65-inch TV, gotta have the box. Please don't sit on it. It's not a bench.
can you flip it upside down, put it on the ceiling, and
Not
go
yet.
down?
No,
not yet.
not yet. No,
It's
you can't
got to
do
be
it.
going up.
This is
so it
the
can't go
ground floor
sideways.
one.
It got up.
Exactly.
So that okay, perfect.
Yeah, you can't. Yes. No.
But that's something that could happen in the future.
You know what? There's no telling with OLED. I mean, we're making OLED lighting out of the thing. We're making OLED. We've got transparent OLEDs. We've got the big waterfall of OLED that's out there. So yeah. There's no
Speaking of
telling.
which, how many nits? What's the brightness on this thing?
So these are pretty bright. I mean, we've gotten up to I think about now. Don't quote me on this.
Don't.
We've gotten about 950 or somewhere around there.
950. Okay.
We're pretty bright for what an OLED could do.
Yeah.
It's not about the brightness. The sustained brightness is what really matters. If you get that going on, you notice that the picture is going to be great. You're going to be able to see in the shadows with our deep learning that's now in the Alpha 9 Gen 2.
Okay.
That deep learning stuff is going to actually look at your environment. It's going to say, okay, this needs to be brighter here. It's going to listen to your environment. It's going to say, okay, the sound needs to go here. You can turn on the AI sound. It's got the deep learning. So what we've done is we've actually put in all the data. And we're saying the picture needs to be right here because it's looking at all the shapes and everything. If you send in a picture that's right here, our deep learning is going to learn that and try to bring it as close to perfect as possible.
Okay.
So you get that beautiful picture. That's the next generation from the Alpha 9 doing all that stuff. The sound, we've now got Alexa built into these bad boys as well as Google.
Sweet.
So you've got all these buttons you can press and just use your voice. Whatever voice you want to use, man, it understands.
That's right, baby. What about soundbar? If I wanted to hook up like a 5.1 soundbar or something like that?
You've got the HDMI ports on there, so you can go ahead and do that, and you can turn the sound off. It's just like any of the other TVs.
Okay.
You go into sound, you turn off TV speakers, same difference. Or if you're hooking up with optical, not using Dolby Atmos because you got to have HDMI, Dolby
baby.
Atmos,
Yeah.
and DTSX. If you want to hook up the optical, you can do that and have TV speakers and optical. So you get the Dolby Atmos from the TV itself, and then optical from your surround sound. So
awesome.
Yeah, best of both worlds, if you will.
So the real question that they're asking, I'm asking, they're asking, how much?
You know what? I wish I knew. They didn't give us any prices yet. It's going to be like the second half. We're going to find out when it hits the charts, if you will.
Hits the charts in the
hits
second
the charts
half.
In the second half, we'll know the price, and we'll make it happen.
We'll make it happen. So awesome! Thank you very much, Martin.
Absolute pleasure.
So LG.com is where they go, or
You know
they can call you directly and get one of them for themselves. Call them cell phone.
No, head over to www.lg.com. to the USA site, and you'll see all kinds of information on this bad boy right here that we didn't discuss right now.
That's awesome. Well, thank you very much for your time. So check everything out over at Geekazine.com, YouTube.com/Geekazine. Go ahead, like, subscribe, comment, hit that button, that bell. It's there. It could be there. It could be up there. It could be over here. I don't know. And for notification. And until next time, you guys geek out. Bye. 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 And we're back. Jeffrey Powers with Geekazine CES 2019, and we've got this right here. We're at the LG booth. This is the LG ultra wide monitor. This is actually two LG ultra wide monitors, curved screens for all of your needs, computer needs. I want to put this on my desk. We're going to talk about this next on Geekazine. We got Greg here from the L and the G, and these are ultra wide monitors. Now last year we saw some really cool, powerful monitors. Right. This, I want it on my desktop, so tell us a little bit about what these ultra wide monitors are all about.
Well, what we're looking at here is not one, but of course two monitors. This is our 49-inch 32 by 9, or the equivalent of two 16 by 9 monitors side by side.
And that's what, 5160 by 1440, right?
5120 by 4040.
I was off by 40.
That's all right. That's okay. Well, 10%, deviation.
Well, I'm always off by 40. I'm only 7 years old. So
perfect.
Tell us a little bit about it.
So the nice thing about this is that you want real estate, and so we have 5K across, 40 up the side, so somewhere between 1 and 2K vertically.
Okay.
But it's somebody who's working, whether you're doing content development, if you're doing video, if you're doing data analysis, more real estate is definitely better.
Okay.
So we'd much rather move our heads left and right than up and down. Of course, this kind of blows that because it's up and down here as well, but we chose to do that. But you don't have that seam right in the middle of it. And with this, we can run up to 3 picture by pictures across the screen and have essentially 3 computers.
Like 3 desktops, and then of course
Right.
with 2 monitors you have up to 6 desktops all together.
Right. So with dual controller, we have the ability to have 2 computers connected simultaneously, but they would share a keyboard and a mouse. So as I flip between one screen to the other screen, it switches control back and forth between the two computers. It also allows me to do file sharing using USB-C,
nice.
all from one display.
And but we have 2 displays here, so we could actually have 4 computers.
Well, we don't have quad controllers, so you're looking at
yeah, I know, but you could have one computer on both screens, and then a second computer on the top screen, and a third computer on the bottom screen. I'm getting complex, but I have a complex system. How many of the ultra-wide monitor models do you guys have right now?
We have 2 that we're showing here. One that we see behind us, and there's another one that's set up just as a single monitor.
Okay.
As far as we know, the big difference is the color of the back.
Okay.
So
and
one has a white color.
That's a silver as opposed to black.
White, actually, versus black.
All right. I want one. How can I just take this home?
Well, cash check or charge, but we'll charge you once we know the
give
pricing.
you $1.
Is. Okay.
Per monitor, I mean that's not too bad.
How about $1 per pixel? I think we can work something out.
No, how much is one of these cost?
We don't have pricing on any of the products yet, and delivery first half of 2019. But we do support HDR10, dual HDMI. We have DisplayPort, USB-C. Does have charging, the dual controller, lots of real estate. Somebody just wants to be able to do all sorts of stuff on one screen at one time, which is the way I prefer, without multiple monitors and the complexity of that. This is a great solution.
Well, the single monitor idea, just, because I have a dual monitor system at home, and it's nice, but it's getting a little bit old. To be able to connect up 2 computers to the single monitor might not be a bad thing, and of course, it's better resolution than, it's time to upgrade my monitor.
Right, so in this case, less is more.
Exactly. But more is good.
More is good.
More is LG. And LG is good.
And we're LG.
There you go. No complaints there. You said first half of this 2019 sometime, and then no price just
yet.
But they can go to LG.com to find out more information.
Always, absolutely.
Awesome. There you go. Well,
appreciate you coming by.
For your time.
Thanks.
And you guys go over to Geekazine.com, YouTube.com/Geekazine, Facebook.com/Geek. Get the idea. So CES 2019, we got a lot more video coming your way. Go ahead, like, subscribe, comment, hit the bell for notification, and all that other good stuff. And until next time, you guys, geek out with Greg. Jeffrey Powers with Geekazine. We're here with Andrew at the Lightshare booth at Cinegear 2019, and we're going to talk about this thing right here. It's a light, and the new versions and all that other good stuff next on Geekazine. So, this is Andrew.
Hey guys,
how's it going?
It's going awesome. How are you guys doing?
Awesome. We're doing great. Tell us a little bit about what you guys have coming out. You brought out.
What we're showing you here is our Lightshare Pro, which under the TV over there, if you film it, is we won Best in Show at NAB. We got Innovation Award at
over
CES.
there. Okay,
yeah.
right there. Okay.
So this thing's super cool, kind of a best in class. It has a OLED display, which gives you a whole ton of information. Right now it's saying it's at 50% of the power, so it's 600 lumen. It goes up to 1,200 lumen.
Okay.
It's saying it's at 3,300 Kelvin, it's just in 100 degree increments where you can press and hold. But it goes from 3,000 to 6,000. So if you can see them, I'm real orange, or 3,000K.
Yeah.
And I'll zip all the way through to 6,000 to show you that I get really cool, almost blue. And you can adjust it anywhere in the middle, so I'll put it to daylight right now. That's natural daylight color. This light is app controllable, so I can control this from an iPhone or an Android. And I can adjust up to 7 of these lights or put them in groups. It's waterproof to 90 feet. There's accessories like what I'm being filmed with is a softbox. I'll pull it into frame here. This breaks down flat, snaps right onto the front of the light, so that's the same light as this, with just the softbox accessory on the front, which makes a real nice even cast light for interviews or macro. We have barn doors that go on the front.
For more directional video, or more directional light.
The light does the tungsten range, but we also have color filters, so red, yellow, green, blue, and a diffuser, flat filter that just snaps on the front.
Oh, nice.
Like that.
Is that magnetic or is it a snap?
No, it's a mechanical snap.
Mechanical snap, okay.
And then we have a honeycomb grid.
Honeycomb grid, okay.
So you can do the same thing, just get more directional light, focused light. So this light is whether it's underwater, video, photo, macro, interview, 3-point lighting. This is like what with 3 of these on 3 small light stands like this, you're gonna replace what you used to put in the wagon. Set up a whole 3-point lighting interview type setting.
Or in my case, this thing goes into a bag really, really easy, which is why I have mine with me in my backpack right now. So.
Exactly. Rugged, drop proof. It's just an amazing light. People are loving what they can do with this.
All right. What are the prices then?
So the light you're holding, the Lytra Pro, retails for $219.95. The softbox retails for $45, as do the barn doors. The comforters are $25. Honeycomb grid is, I believe, $25.
Okay, perfect. And where do people go for more information?
Directly to Lytra.com or any of our retail partners. They can see a dealer locator on the site to find their local dealer. We are in Adorama, B&H, Mike's, Dodds, Hunt's, and many other camera stores as well.
Okay, perfect. All right, perfect. Thank you very much, Andrew. So this whole time I was actually holding the light. That's how lightweight this puppy is. So, and I was trying to move it around for a little bit of angle so you can kind of see how that works. And of course, Andrew works at, was it 4,600? Yeah, 4,800. That's where this is at right now. Jeffrey Powers with Geekazine. We got a lot more cool action at Cinegear 2019, and I'll get a light in to review this a little bit later. But in the meantime, go down, like, subscribe, comment, and if you're on Geekazine.com, go ahead, hit that bell for the next video. Until next time, you guys, I don't have any hands, but until the next time, you guys geek out and take care. Hey everybody, Jeffrey Powers here from Geekazine, and let's do an unboxing here. I was just at Cinegear. My friends at Lytra have supplied me with a cool Lytra set. In fact, I'm lighting up this set with a Lytra light underneath the table here, which I can. So let's just do an unboxing. We've got the Lytra Pro, the softbox, the filter set, the honeycomb, and the barn door. We'll start with the Lytra Pro right here. Now the only thing I've done is I've cleared the tape, so I haven't opened up these boxes otherwise. Let's pull this out. All right, we've got the Lytra light here. This is the Lytra Pro light, which goes from, I think it was 36 to 6,000 Kelvin. We've got the quick start guide right here. Let's zoom down a little bit. There we go. Okay, so what do we got here? We've got actually the Lytra Pro right here, so that's got that. Let's see if it turns on right away. Yep, turns on without a problem. We've got it's at 10%, 3,000 Kelvin. And of course on the top we have the percentage button of how much light we can go, and of course the 3,000. See if you can see that 3,000 to 6,000 Kelvin is the group. Looks like we got a pretty good battery, so I could probably just use this tomorrow. That's awesome. So we got that. Let's just put that to the side. Move a little bit extra light here. In here we have, it looks like, now we got a nice little case for it, and of course a soft filter, a diffuser. We've got a mount for any type of GoPro type situation. We've got, what else we got? We got a USB cord to charge it, and then an adapter, a shoe adapter for your camera. Anyway, so that comes with the Lytra itself. Let's go on to the next part here, and that is the softbox. Open up the softbox. It comes in a nice case. That side. Zip that open. Pull it out. We got the door system. Okay, like that. Looks like they're all individually placed. And then the main piece right here. Now, oh, we got another piece. We got this is the shoe that goes into the light. Excuse me. So let's see. We got 1, 2, all 4 of them are of equal size, it looks like. And there's some configuration. Let's see if I can get it on the first try. And then we snap the camera in, or the light in, excuse me, and it all falls apart. So, okay. So if I had more time to do that. So basically that's that. All right, so now we have the barn door accessory. Pull that out. Once again, it's in its little case, so unzip that and bring this out. Let's take this light. Let's get some sort of light in here. So we'll put it right there so you can see what's going on. There we go. So with this one, let's see, we got the barn doors and then a diffuser. Let's pull up the barn doors. So this is more for focus lights, if you want to focus on your subject. So we'll just take this and we'll break it down. There we go. Okay, perfect. All right, so now we pop this on. A little bit of pressure. And now we've got barn doors on our Lytra light. That's pretty cool. So you can, so what that does is, oops, I forgot the diffuser. But anyway, what that does is, if you really want to focus it in a specific area, as you can see, there it is focused a little bit more. Well, that closed it. But you get the idea, as opposed to spreading the light out completely. So that's the barn door. Pop that off. And then next we got the honeycomb. Let's see, let's pop open the honeycomb. And take that out of its case. Once again, it's got a nice little case for it. This, I've never used a honeycomb before, so see how that looks. Pull it out. We have 2 different honeycombs. It looks like we have 2 honeycombs here, so let's pop this out. A little rubber band around here. Yeah, it looks like we have 2 different honeycombs. I think they look exactly the same, so it looks like you get 2 honeycombs with it. So once again, pop it on and turn it on. And there you go, that's the honeycomb look. It's a little bit more focused as well. It's not as bright as opposed, let's just pop it off. So let's see the, oops. There's the honeycomb on and then the honeycomb off. So that's the honeycomb. And then finally, let's look at the filter set. Now it's a, I think it's a multi-filters. So we just open up the box and there's another bag. Always a bag for it. That's pretty cool. And we'll open this up. And oh, it looks like we got a few filters in here. So I see a red and a yellow. It's probably a blue. And I have a feeling that you put 2 filters together to make other colors. So we got the red, we got the green, and we got the yellow. And these pop out. Oh, there's blue. Okay. So it looks like red and green are, and blue are, these are the statics, and then there's a yellow in here. Yep, okay. These pop right out. And then we have yellow, and then we have another diffuser. So if we want, let's get a nice, let's do the green light. Geekazine loves green. So we'll pop that right on there. And we'll turn it on. And look at that. Nice little green light. Do I double it? Will it double for fun and action? Yeah, there you go. It's gonna take more power to get there, but as you can see, there it is with 2 filters on. It kind of kills itself with that. So then we'll pop off the green. Oh wow, that's 100%. And we'll put on the blue, and there's the blue. And there you go. That's the full unbox of the Lytra family of product. Let's just put this back in here. We got the light itself. We've got the filters. We got the honeycombs. We got the softbox, which kind of fell apart because I didn't get to put it back together properly. So that is the full collection of the Lytra Light Pro. And this light is gonna be pretty cool because it's Bluetooth controlled. Like I said, 3000 to 6000 Kelvin. And it's
waterproof, and we have the review at we got the interview from Cinegear, so you can watch that over on Geekazine, and then of course I'll do a more detailed review on this a little bit later. So that's it. Thanks a lot for watching. You guys geek out. Go over to YouTube, like, subscribe, comment, and we'll go from there. Take care. Jeffrey Powers with Geekazine. We're at the Marat's booth. We've got Augusto here, and we're going to be talking about the turret and the AVS, some for you live streamers, all in one unit. And we're going to do that next.
First of all, thanks for watching this video. You're big welcome to our Marantz Professional booth here at NAB 2019. The first product I'm going to show you is the turret. This is our very first all-in-one solution for broadcast people, video logging, podcasters, YouTubers, and all people streaming on Twitch and Instagram and everything else. So how does it work?
How does it work?
This is a full HD camera, 30 frames per second. Comes already with an LED light ring and a dimmer. So you can also switch from the 3 included filters. We have the warm filter, the cool filter, and the neutral. So you can compensate to your ambient lights. Just pop them in, dim the lights up, and you're ready to go.
How many nits, how bright does it get?
So this one here would do as bright as your eyes can resist for a 30 minutes YouTube.
Okay.
If you want to know more specific, the Kelvin temperature is 5,400 K. This is a 5,400 Kelvin, 3,200 Kelvin, and this is a 4,500 Kelvin for what we consider as a halogen or something like your indoors lights.
Okay.
Included in the turret is this fantastic, high quality, superb microphone. This is a cardioid polar pattern, comes also with a 10 dB attenuation pad and audio, video, and lights, all with just one cable to your computer. By the way, we're using USB-C for a very fast and low latency transmission from the unit. Another thing that is happening inside the turret is the H.264 compression. So basically the turret is your next go-to product for your broadcasting, streaming, YouTube or Twitch session.
I'm going to back up really quick and see, show this to you, because they got the screen down here.
Okay.
So let's see, nobody's behind me. So there's the screen right there, and there's Augusto as he's gone. We just got a basic OBS system here, and this is running at 1080p, or is this running at 720?
This is 720 because of the OBS right now, but we can upscale it for 1080p. So it's pretty much a full HD camera as much as you can. The H.264 compression is done inside the hardware, so your computer will be less stressed by CPU usage.
Okay.
Do we want to have a look at the AVS?
Yeah, let's take a quick look at the AVS.
So for all of you fans of Geekazine, this is the Marantz Pro AVS. This is from the turret family. However, we learned from the market. And as many people are using streaming to educational videos, trainings, meeting, conferences, and actually they don't need a condenser microphone to get that radio voice, we got a boundary mic into the table of the base of the AVS.
Okay, so that's where I was wondering where that microphone was. So it's in the base.
Exactly. So the AVS has the same video camera, the same LED light ring with the dimmer. It also comes with the 3 filters. However, the AVS is perfect for a tabletop situation where everybody speaking towards the table will then have their audio captured and streamed by the AVS.
So how much is the AVS?
AVS, $199 map. You can find it online, and many dealers are carrying this fantastic product for you.
Okay, and then the turret?
The turret is $299, and the price difference stays, of course, because of the chassis. If you want, feel free to have a touch. That is the steel, very sturdy base with the flexible arm and a high quality microphone, hence the $299 price. This one is $199 because it's also more portable. It's a boundary mic, so a little bit less features in terms of the audio, but video wise and the LED light ring is the same.
All right, perfect.
All right.
And where do people go for more information?
So for more information, you're more than welcome to visit MarantzPro.com. Thank you very much.
And you got a lot more products than just these.
Oh, absolutely. These are just the 2 starter products. By the way, we're bringing as a separate product just the microphone of the turret, and we baptize it Umpire because it pretty much looks like the Umpire ready,
nice.
waiting there for your sound to come. So you can mix and match. You can have the turret all in one, you can have the AVS, or you can buy the microphone separate. That's the Umpire by Marantz Pro.
All right.
All right.
Perfect. Well,
thank you, Jeffrey.
Augusto, thank you very much
Thank
for your
you.
time. And you guys go over to Geekazine.com.
Geekazine.
Geekazine. YouTube.com/Geekazine. Don't forget to like, subscribe, comment down below. Bell notifications for the next video. We got a lot more at NAB, so check it out. And until next time, you guys geek out.
Thank you.
This is Mokibo, and what they are is they're showing us the keyboard over the iPad. Now the camera, overhead camera is right there. So as you can see, we're gonna switch it over to this. This is a Bluetooth keyboard that you can connect up to an iPad, to a PC, and more. You can connect up to Android, 3 devices. Right?
Android, yeah.
Android, yes, absolutely.
iPad, MacBook.
Okay. So tell us a little bit about it.
Okay, this looks like just a normal pentagram keyboard, very portable and thin and light. And then the one special feature is this whole surface of the keyboard is turned into large touchpad.
Large touchpad, yeah.
So when you're typing it, it's just keyboard. If you slightly touch this click button, and then if you move your finger, then you can see the mouse is moving.
Yeah.
So you don't need to bring another mouse or trackpad on your back. So it's very simple and easy to carry.
Okay. Yeah, perfect. You know, and with the iPad, it needs to be iOS 13, so older iPads won't be able to use this.
Yes.
And for Windows and Mac.
Windows, Mac, and Android,
and
all support.
What version of Android does it need to be?
It's up to 4.2.
4.2?
Yeah, it's a very normal, very low, old version of Android also works.
Okay. Okay. So if you have an older version of Android, it might not work, but that's, you know, you have to update your phone or something.
For the Windows, it's from it supports from Windows 8.
Windows 8 or better? Okay. Okay. So you've had this out already for a while. How's everything been going? You had it Indiegogo, right?
Yeah, we finalized the mass production this May.
Okay.
And then we shipped to all the backers until last month.
Okay.
And then we just about to go to market right now.
Just to go to just about.
Yeah.
Will you get it before Christmas time, or will it be after the New Year?
We actually have a stock in our stores.
Okay.
So you can order right now.
Okay, as in a pre-order type.
Yeah.
Situation.
No, you can order through Indiegogo or through my homepage, or we are preparing launching in Phone Shop in Korea and also on Amazon.
Amazon
in a few weeks.
Okay, in a few weeks.
Yes.
Okay. What's the price of the keyboard?
It's about $120.
Okay. Okay, sorry. Let's do that again. Okay, $120.
Yes.
And are there going to be different kinds of keyboards?
We have a red color and this black color, 2 types of keyboard. We have.
Okay.
And as an accessory, we have a smart cover.
Okay.
The smart cover is detachable by magnetic.
Okay.
And then you can cover like this and then protect your keyboard, easy to carry. And then also this cover turns into the
holder.
Yeah, stand.
Will that hold with? You have just the iPad, but if you have an iPad case, will it be able to hold it with that? Or
Yeah, sure. The thickness is really big.
In some cases, right?
Yeah. Even though we have this kind of cases,
okay.
So also support here.
Okay, there's
and
a case.
also one other feature is if you don't need this stand, you can just fold back so that you can make the tilt
lift the keyboard up a little bit. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. How much is the case?
It's a $15 US.
$15 US.
Yes.
So 120 and then an extra 15 for the case. So. That's awesome. It's a great little keyboard. I've used it. Like I said, I have one already, and I've used it. It's awesome. The best part is how you switch it. Show them how you switch it between the computers.
Okay. At the moment, we have there is a click button on the bottom, and then if you slightly touch this click button, then the lights on. Then this is a mouse mode.
Mouse mode.
If you release your finger, lights off. Then it's just normal keyboard mode.
Yeah, but switching between from iOS to computer, that's the function key, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
So you can connect to 3 different devices with Bluetooth. And if once you connect it to one device, you can choose Windows, Android, and MacBook or iPad.
Okay.
By function with together, and then you can choose the OS. Then this layout slightly changes according to the OS.
Okay. So just so you know, basically what happens is that you hit function F1, you set up the iPad. Function F2, you set it up for your desktop or your laptop. Function F3, you can set it up for another device, maybe another computer or something like that. So then when you switch back and forth, you can actually, it's kind of like a KVM type situation. And then of course, when that little light is on right here, that means that, whoops, how do you, once that light is on, oh, you hold it.
Just hold it.
And then
hold it, and then mouse.
And then, oh, you have to hold it. Okay. So I got to go like this, and then we're like, okay.
Or you can fix the touchpad. There's a touch lock mode.
Okay,
and then lights on. Just lights.
I knew where there was a way to do it hands free. Yeah, but, okay.
At the moment, this was connected to the iPad.
Yep.
If you change the channel to channel 1, then it blinks.
Then
1 second,
the little light blinks,
and then now you
screen.
connect to the iPad.
Okay.
MacBook, so you can control mouse like the normal touchpad.
I think they can see that, but you know, they get the idea.
And then
you just pushed it off screen.
Okay. You can also scroll. You support scroll.
With this and this, if you did that and this, like okay, so I'm moving around on here. Yeah, it confuses it a little bit, but yeah. So, but the best part about that is if let's say you use your MacBook as your movie thing. Like for instance, I could be in the hotel room. I can use this back at the bed to go to the next movie or find a new movie while the MacBook is over by the TV. That's pretty cool. So, and it's pretty thin. Take a look at this. It's a metal.
The bottom
chassis.
is aluminum. Full body
chassis,
aluminum.
okay.
And then on the top is plastic.
All plastic. Keys right there, and then the 2 buttons, mouse pad. It works like a Windows button mouse pad,
right?
And then just a flat keyboard, and pretty cool. So
it has a rechargeable battery inside, and you can recharge 2 hours, and then you can use 60 hours.
Charge 2 hours to use for 60.
And then for the slim mode, it lasts 5 months.
5 months?
And for slim mode.
For slim mode?
Slim mode, yes.
Okay. That's a different keyboard, or?
Slim mode is a power saving mode.
Oh, okay. How do you get to power saving mode on here?
If you just leave 20 minutes, it goes into
power.
Or you can, if you press the 2 buttons together 2 seconds, then it goes to the slim mode.
Got it. All right, cool. Well, that's. What? Oh, the homepage. Yeah.
Yeah. My company name is InnoPresso. It's homepage is innopresso.com.
Perfect.
The one thing I want to say is we are going to a CE show next year.
CES?
In January, yeah.
Oh,
CES.
Definitely see at CES.
In the CES, there's a startup booth.
A what?
Startup booth.
Startup booth, yeah. Well, you'll be with the other Korean startups, right? Yeah, because they have an area for French startups. They have an area for Spain, and of course Korea will have its own startup area. So it's a really cool area too. So all right, well, 감사합니다 and 안녕하세요. So
bye.
Thank you. There you go. All right, that was Mokibo. Jeffrey Powers with Geekazine. We're here at the Moon Selfie. Is it Moon Selfie light?
Moon Selfie.
Moon
Yeah,
Selfie. Cool lights for your phone. We're going to talk about that next. South by Southwest 2019. All right, Ed.
Yes.
Tell us a little bit about what this is.
So if you think about moments, right, people love to capture them. And one of the most difficult things is when you're out at night, lighting is absolutely awful.
Yeah.
So you end up missing these amazing moments with your friends, family members. So we wanted to solve that problem by creating an elegant lighting solution that fits on any mobile device, whether it's your tablet, laptop, or phone.
Yeah.
And you can easily create the perfect lighting for those scenarios to make sure you get the perfect light for your photos.
That's awesome. Yeah, because when I bring the phone out and we do a little selfie thing like this right here.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, I gotta flip it. And then you get that little white screen as the light. It doesn't really work as well.
It doesn't work well because you want to be able to see the actual action that is happening.
Yeah.
You don't want to spend time editing photos and at the same time just checking through and trying all over and over again.
Okay.
And this is what happened to my wife and I at a restaurant. And we were frustrated, so I figured we could make a solution that was easy to use.
Now, does this pair to the app, or you want to do it on this phone? Or
absolutely, we can do it on any phone. That's the beauty of it, because you can actually take it off. So
this is my phone.
Yes.
This is my phone here. So go ahead.
So you can actually just clip it onto a phone. Once it's on the back of the phone, you just touch it, 2 fingers, and then now you can actually adjust the brightness, so you can actually dim it down to the increment you want and adjust, as well as color temperature. So if you wanted to go a little more cooler or warmer, you can do that as well.
Okay.
To make sure you get the absolute light that you want.
So yeah, let's do that. So you got the touch in the back, and I'll maybe you'll see that, and go from there. But you have a light like this. So now when we go to take our selfie, it probably would work in a more darker environment.
Even in this one, you'll notice your shadows are going to go away on your eyes.
How do I turn it off?
Also, it's the same way you're just going to dim it down by touching the left one.
Okay.
And once it dims down, you let it go. 3 seconds, it's going to shut off.
There you go. Turns right off. That's awesome. This is a nice small product, so it can fit. Could probably even clip it on your.
Absolutely. Put it in your pocket. Clip it in the thing. Carry it in a purse. I usually sometimes clip an extra one on my wallet just because I want to be ready for the night in the moment.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Let's talk about price really quick.
Yeah, $39.99 is our price point.
I'm sorry?
$39.99.
$39.99.
Yeah.
And what do you get with just that?
In the packaging, so our packaging looks like this. You actually get, not only do you get our unit, you get our unit, but you also get a carrying case and a really high-end USB cable for charging it.
Okay.
And the idea is to really be able to carry something with you everywhere you go, so you never miss that moment.
Awesome. So where do people go for more information?
On our website, moonselfie.me.
Moonselfie.me.
Absolutely.
M-E.
Yes.
On there. So Ed, thank you very much
Pleasure
for
to
your
meet you.
time. All right. It's time. Maybe put it on my glasses.
Oh, yeah.
I could be a cameraman like this. So, anyway, I don't know. We got the Moon Selfie light. I'll have a link in the show notes where you can get it, of course. And if you need, light for your phone, front or back, you can flip it around pretty easily.
Not just for your phone, but what if you're a foodie and you love to take food photos and you're out? You can hold it up to your food. You can do some macro stuff. There's a lot of other applications.
Oh yeah, I've many times where I don't need the light. I want to have the light coming from an angle rather than the front.
Exactly.
And
you can really shape it.
One on the phone and one in an angle, so you could definitely do that. Do you offer discounts for multiple purchases?
We can.
Two or more?
We want to talk about that.
Yeah, let's talk about that.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, perfect. Well, there you go. You can check that out. We've got a lot more cool stuff. South by Southwest coming your way. So keep on Geekazine.com, YouTube.com/Geekazine. Don't forget to like, subscribe, comment, hit the bell notification for the next video.
Photobombing, guys.
Oh, light. We need a light for the photobomb. I don't know.
There you go.
Yeah, I missed that. All right, there you go. All right. There you go. Thanks a lot. And you guys geek out.
Awesome.
We're here at Petronics in the Eureka Park, and your cat's probably going crazy, going, what's that? What's that? What's that? What's that? We're going to talk about that next on CES 2019. Hey everybody, Jeffrey Powers here from Geekazine, Think Magazine, Put in a Geek. You can find me at YouTube and all that other stuff. We got a toy for cats, and you're thinking, yeah, I got a toy for cats at home. It is what it is, but this is a toy that you can use. It's got a little bit of interaction with your mobile device from Petronics. Now, this is called Mouser, right? M-O-U-S-R, correct? Okay. And what these are they just move around, and you can direct it with an app, but of course your cat can direct it as well. Like, for instance, I don't know. Can I grab one of those? Oh, there we go. Oh, that's perfect. He's on the ground. Oh, he's down for the count. We don't know what's going to happen. Oh, wait. Oh, now he's back up. How cool is that? Let's do that again because I want to make sure I'm in the shot here. So he's down for the count here. He doesn't know. Oh, now he's back up. There you go. So if your cat decides, hey, I wanna chew on him a little bit, that mouse will react. Now you see that little green light right there. That means when you hold on the tail, go ahead and do that. That's gonna change.
So here,
oh wait,
one of these.
let me. Okay, you see how it's now a purple light? It means that it's being interacted with something. Maybe it's the cat. Maybe it's the couch. I don't know. Maybe your couch wants to play. It's very possible. So when that happens, then it knows not to yank too hard or do anything that could hurt your cat by any means. So you haven't had any issues with fur or anything like that in these?
No, not at all.
Okay.
And if anything, you can easily take the wheels off and just unscrew it. And so if there's anything caught in there.
If there's anything caught in there, you can take the wheels off pretty easy, and this guy will be back up and running, just like with your vacuum. You know, got to clean the hair out of the vacuum cleaner every now and then. So, pretty cool stuff. And do you have the app by chance around?
Yeah. So I can pull the app up.
Okay. Well, just you should have brought a cat.
That'd be pretty mean to the cat.
Yeah, it would be, but you know, then we get a night. Well,
An
okay.
example of what it would look
Okay,
like
there's the app. Let me center it really quick here. Zoom it in. So there's the app, and so I'm assuming this is the directionality and mouse tail. And what are these buttons for?
Backwards, that orients it. This would be how fast you're going.
Okay.
There are also other parts of the app. This would just be the driving.
Okay. Is it Bluetooth paired or Wi-Fi paired?
Bluetooth.
Bluetooth paired. Okay, perfect. Thank you. So that's it. Those are the that's the Petronics. Boom. The Mouser, MOUSR. Cool toys for your cats. Cool technology for your pets. Can't go wrong there. Jeffrey Powers with Geekazine CES 2019 Action. We got a lot of stuff, so go over to geekazine.com, youtube.com/geekazine. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and comment down below. Hit the bell so your cat can get a mouse. And until next time, you guys geek out. Take care. Jeffrey Powers with Geekazine. I'm here with my good friend, Mr. Jeff Adams. You could tell us apart, right? Because of the name Jeff.
Two Jeffries.
Somebody will say, hey, Jeff. And it's like, what? Anyway, we're here at Multicam NAB 2019. We're ready to go to talk a little bit about switching hands-free. And we'll do that next on Geekazine. So, Multicam, it's a switcher, but with a little bit of AI involved, right?
Yeah, so basically we have different softwares. Our first concentration's in broadcasting radio. The company, Multicam's been around for 8 years, and they took a problem and found a solution for it. A lot of radio stations were having a hard time figuring out how to do visual radio. And being a Wirecast guy, vMix, and TriCaster and
OBS.
Yeah, it's a lot. It's a handful. So for a workflow in a radio station environment, and I was doing it when I was doing the Jeff Adams show. I was doing the radio program. I had a TriCaster sitting down, producing the show, switching things, running the board, and a lot of people just can't do that. Yeah. So they came up with a solution, the radio solution, where it's phenomenal. Anything you could possibly think about. And even though we deal with a lot of radio engineers, if push comes to shove, a DJ could come in there and manually do things himself and be okay.
But now you say a DJ. Do you actually mean a DJ, or are you talking about?
A shock jock or whatever, talk radio.
Oh, okay.
And be able to go in there and literally solve the problem.
Okay.
So that's what I was gravitated about Multicam the most is, being knowing the different switches that are out there. I said, man, when I met Stan, the CEO, I was like, wow, this is a great solution for radio. I mean, where was this when I was doing it? It would have made my life a whole lot easier.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of integrations that happen. So we work with a lot of high-end console boards for radio, like, for instance, Wide Orbit, Wheatstone. So through, IP to come directly into the system. So then we created a lot of shortcuts. So if you're using the RCS, an automation playout system for radio, necessarily the talent doesn't even have to see the board. Everything's set up in AI. The cameras are switching. It's voice activated. So whoever's talking on the microphone, that shot will be on them. And also, because we always talk about talking heads, because we all have done it. We're on the video streams, and we're limited and per camera shots. But the cool thing about it, you can, like if I'm the main host on the program, I can do a couple different shots and angles. So when the AI is actually kicking in, it kind of gives you like, wow, this is a really high-end produced show. They're putting a lot of power in the punch, but you know, as a producer, you're producing the radio show, you can't be sitting there and switching cameras either.
Yeah.
So the AI kicks in, and you know, lower thirds come in through RCS, the automation. You can have what songs playing next if you're playing songs. You can do weather reports through the RSS. And there's so much things you can do with NDI technology. The graphics, we have great graphics and their lower thirds, the whole nine. Just really easy to use.
Oh, that's awesome. And it's more than just DJ or morning shows or anything like that. I mean, we're talking conference rooms, we're talking conferences for that matter, or anything like that.
Yeah, so there's different applications. We have a conference app, we have a radio app, we have a studio app. So all those softwares are sold separately based on people's needs. But you know, the cool thing is we have a tracking app. So if you know you have clients that are doing a lot of TED Talks, you can literally set it up where you have two cameras tracking the talent, and it follows their movement, and the AI takes in and just follows them around. You can have a cup of coffee. But a cool feature I wanted to talk about is our new recording feature. It's where we can grab flag clips, and it's a really I'll use, for example, I talked to a guy that does weddings. Okay. And out of all things, they would come here to this booth, and I just said, hey, and I kind of did a workflow. I said, hey, what's your workflow? And he goes, well, I hire guys that, you know, $1,000 a day to do camera work. So I basically, as of yesterday, made those people unemployed now, because he's like, I could pay this thing off and actually save money long term, because there's so many cool things. So say if you're in the tracking, you're doing a TED Talk, you could sit back there and literally drink a cup of coffee. But at the same time, with this new functionality where you can like record and grab clips, you can be out there and doing post-production when the live's already going on, and bring in clips, merge clips, bring in the highlights. You can take notes. So normally if you do an event, you got to go home and edit. Like you got to go, eventually edit this.
That's why I love live switching, is because the editing is minimal at best. So.
And so, and what you could do if you had a client, you could really sell the impact of like, look, not only are we going to switch for you professionally, but in real time, every hour we're going to take the best highlights and flag them. We can post them to social media. You can post it to Facebook. You can post it to YouTube. Because if live stream, you're obviously going to live stream it, but you have the ability to do high produced clips on the fly, where you don't have to go take it to Premiere or Final Cut afterwards. You can do it on the fly and upload it to their FTP site if their social media team wants to push it. So it's a really cool flexibility. And plus, we also have the assist software with our system. So it basically, if you have anybody in the network, they can get logged on their computer and help assist you produce the program as well, edit videos, do the whole nine.
Awesome, lots of great stuff there. So. Multicam systems in a basis, is it a box? Is it a turnkey solution? Is it software? What?
Yeah, it's all turnkey. Okay. Everything's turnkey with it. We do packages with the cameras. We have a new IP box, where there's no SDI or HDMI. It's all based on, IP cameras, NDI. Then we have
all NDI. Okay.
Yeah, and then we have, and I want to clarify that too. We're NDI in, NDI out, and all of our devices. So if you have some things that you want to, other things that you want to work, it can play nicely with multicam as well. Okay. And then we have the 4 SDI boxes and the 8 SDI boxes as well. I always recommend those if you're gonna rack mount them in and put them in a station, leave them there. Yeah. But the IP box is about this big. We'll show it here, and it's you can put it in the backpack and go.
What do prices start at then? I'm assuming it's going to be very modular on what you want.
Yes. The IP box, you go to all the pricing at multicam, multicamsystems.com. You can pull up all the pricings there, but the IP box is pretty affordable. You can buy the box alone for like $10,000. Okay. So it's pretty affordable with software. Once you get the software is good for life. You don't have these recurring yearly fees. And there's always updates going on. And we have our own branded PDZ cameras that we manufacture. That you can use other cameras, but we recommend using our cameras because I had a client the other day that bought Nutec's PDZ cameras, New Tech did some update. They weren't working the cameras.
Oh, wow.
You know, so, and I was like, hey, did you check their website for any updates?
Yeah.
And so we know exactly, we can log in quickly on someone's account and fix
So
the problem.
you can help with, you have service accounts.
Oh, absolutely.
Awesome. Where do people go for more information?
Multicamsystems.com.
There you go. Jeff, thanks a lot.
All right, thanks.
All right, well, there you go. Multicam Systems. You can check everything out over there. And, of course, Geekazine.com. You can check out everything over there. YouTube.com/Geekazine. Go ahead, like, subscribe, comment. Bell notification for that next video, and then we'll go from there. Thanks a lot to Jeff. So where do people find you? Facebook?
Yeah, Facebook. You can find me. Just look for the ugly mug. I'm there.
Which one? Hey, Joe. Yeah. So anyway, we got a lot more video at NAB. So check it all out. Until next time, you guys, geek out. We're in a nice suite in the MGM Grand. It is CES 2019, and we're not on the show floor, which is kind of nice. It's really hectic over there. So, Jeffrey Powers with Geekazine. All right, we got Brian here, and we're talking about Mushkin. And it's the awesome name, Mushkin.
Yeah, it's it was the last name of our founder back in the day. Yeah.
Okay, and of course you've been around for years.
Right. Yeah, since '94.
Making lots of memory and lots of probably hard drives at the time, right?
We never got into the hard drive market, but since we had experience with SMT and memory modules, SSDs were the next logical evolution of that.
Okay. So I've probably had memory from Mushkin and didn't know it. You've probably had memory from Mushkin, didn't know it.
Most people have probably used something that's had Mushkin memory in it. Throughout. We're in point of sale, ATMs, all that kind of stuff.
But you focus on higher end, the gaming systems, the video systems, the performance system. Do you do enterprise stuff too? Or?
A little bit. We're more client focused, but we've been doing overclocking memory for forever since we started, and that's really big, for esports and keeping those systems running at their best.
Awesome. Yeah. So what do you got for CES?
So for CES 2019, we have 4 new products we're offering, promoting. So we'll start here. First, we have the Source 2 drive. So sure.
Here.
So our original Source drive is based on the 2258 XT controller with Micron 64-layer flash. It's been a great combination, very well reviewed and received, by the end users. The Source 2 uses the next generation of that controller, the 2259 XT, and with the next generation of Micron flash. So this recipe, will give you more robustness, more reliability. We're already pretty much saturated in terms of SATA performance, but as the new generation of flash matures, it's going to become most cost effective, and so this product will support those new components and be competitive with the market when that gets released.
Storage range?
Up to 1 terabytes. We're going to start at 250.
Okay.
250, 500, and 1 terabyte.
Okay. Yeah. And this is not out yet, of course. But
not out yet.
What do you have a price plan for?
The pricing for SSDs is so volatile that I wouldn't want to say a price right now, because by the time this is available, the price is going to be different.
Can you say it's more than $1?
I can say that it's more than $1, but
it's going to be more than $1.
Definitely, I think
you heard it here first.
I think the pricing has been very good for consumers, especially over the last few months. We had terabyte SSDs out there over 200 not that long ago, and now they're in the low hundreds. So next up, we're getting into NVMe PCIe space. This drive is the Helix L. So this is an M.2 2280 form factor, PCIe Gen 3 by 4, using the SMI SM2263 XT controller. What's really nice about this is that even though you'll notice here, under the label, these are just flash memory chips. There's no DRAM on here, which most drives use, especially PCIe drives.
Okay.
But what's really cool about these new generation of DRAM-less SSDs from Mushkin is that we're able to use a technology called host memory buffer. So what we do is we take a small little chunk of your system memory, and we use that to store the tables and all that information. That a drive with DRAM would use in order to accelerate the transactions.
But that speeds that up then?
It speeds it up greatly. And especially on the random read performance on here, really gives a nice boost. So you get most of the benefit of a DRAM SSD without the DRAM, which will save you a few extra bucks when you're going to pull the trigger on a purchase.
I won't ask you about the price because we've already gone through that.
Right.
But when are you expecting that to be out?
This should be out Q1 of this year.
Okay.
And this is going to be ranging in capacities from 250 to 1 terabyte.
Okay. Now you have a previous version on this out, right? Or is it the next one?
The next one,
Okay.
yep.
Well,
So
let's talk about that.
Sure. So this is the Pilot E. We have a version shipping right now just called the Pilot, Pilot E, Pilot Enhanced. So the enhanced nature of this comes from the controller. This is the 2262EN controller. So SMI has optimized a few things in the firmware and the design of this controller to increase the throughput even more and get us to top tier specs for PCIe. So we're hitting up to 3.4 gigabytes a second read, about 2.5 gigabytes a second write, really high transaction performance. We're in upper 300,000s as far as IOPS go.
Okay.
So this is your flagship. You got a high-end graphics card. You're wanting to play all your games at the maximum performance, or you're doing heavier workloads, media content creation, things like that. You need a fast drive to support that, and this drive is going to do that for you. As I mentioned before, this has DRAM, so you're not going to take up that little bit of system RAM like the Helix drive would, although it's very low footprint anyway. It's all local to the drive itself.
So would this be used, would you use with the DRAM chip for like an older machine, or what would be an advantage on that?
So, the DRAM on these really helps to store the map data, the tables in there, so that when the drive needs to do something, it has really fast access. Compared to older generations of DRAM-less SSDs where it was all just stored in the flash. And even though an SSD with flash is fast, it's not as fast as DRAM in terms of accessing and modifying those tables.
No, I was curious why you updated this if you have this and this, and you say that this is going to be better.
Yeah, so this one will max out a little bit short of a couple gigabytes a second on the reads and about 1.5 on the writes, whereas this will go up to about 3.4 gigabytes per second on the reads and about 2.5 on the writes. So almost twice as fast. Especially for the heavier workloads, this will hold up a lot better to that, whereas the Helix is more of a little bit of an entry-level NVMe. Still subjectively, compared to a spinning drive you may have in your system, these are going to be huge upgrades.
We got one more thing here. What do we got?
Sure, yeah. This is the Carbon X100 external drive.
Okay.
So this is a nice little form factor. It's USB-C, USB 3.1 Gen 2. And so this supports speeds up to about a gig a second. And really good transactional performance on this too. So say you run out of space and you need to put some more games on your machine for your kids like I do, or you're traveling around and you need a working drive to modify media files or whatever.
And a thumb drive just won't do.
Yeah, because those are in here. You actually have an SSD and it runs on the NVMe protocol, whereas a thumb drive that's just a single chip solution, very poor IOPS performance compared to something like this. So this can actually run an OS, run your games, and it will feel just as fast, as an internal drive.
Okay.
Yeah, this will be a really great product for anyone on the go that needs fast storage, or additional storage to augment something, and you don't want it pinned to a particular system. You could take this to your laptop, back up your photos, take it to your gaming machine, play your games off of it. So it's a nice, just portable, fast storage.
Yeah. Let's just go through this really quick here.
Sure.
So this is the Source 2.
Yep.
And SSD drive, and this is coming out Q1.
Probably Q2 for this one.
On that.
Yep, depending on flash availability.
Going to go up to 1 terabyte of drive.
1 terabyte.
1 terabyte, and then we have the Helix, which is doesn't have the
DRAM.
That's
No
it.
DRAM, but it does use host memory buffer, so
Yeah.
you get most of the benefits of DRAM without having to pay for it.
And that also comes out Q2.
This would be Q1.
Q1, okay.
Yep.
And then we do have DRAM in the Pilot E,
Yep.
which is going to be available.
Q1. This is your highest end solution for the heavy workloads, gamers, media professionals.
Or if you have an Intel NUC or something like that.
Yeah, you just want really fast storage. One thing about us is we always price fairly. We're always competitive.
Okay. And then finally the X100. Nice little thumb drive. Did we say storage? What does this go up to?
Currently, the plans are up to 1 terabyte. We're investigating up to 2 terabytes.
Nice.
So, and this will give you about 1 gigabyte per second through USB 3.1 Gen 2 USB-C.
Okay. And this is going to be available?
Q2.
Q2. There
Q2.
you go.
Yep.
Where do people go for more information?
You can visit our website, mushkin.com, or you can, look at any of our retailers, Amazon, Newegg, all the big guys carry us.
Okay. And I'll be getting some of this in to test it out. And if you have any questions, feel free to contact me over at Geekazine. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Thanks to the crew here at this beautiful suite in downtown Las Vegas. That's where we are, Las Vegas, for CES 2019. Got a lot more video over at geekazine.com, youtube.com/geekazine, the live channel over at YouTube, and of course facebook.com/geekazine. We're doing live all week during CES, so you can check it out there. So thanks a lot for watching. Thanks for letting me come here and relaxing before the insanity continues, and we'll go from there. So you guys take care and geek out.
So this might look like a flask. It's kind of got liquid in it, but you're not going to drink it. We're going to talk about this. My FC, we've got Michael here. We're going to do that next. CES 2019. So it says Jock. Is that how you pronounce it on there?
Jack.
Jack?
Yes.
Okay. Tell us a little bit about what this is and what we're talking about here.
Right. So this is My FC. My FC stands for My Fuel Cell. We are world leaders of micro fuel cell technology, right?
Okay.
So today we have this fuel cell power bank right there.
Okay.
This means that you can actually charge your phone from water, and you don't have to use the, like the power outlet.
Okay.
So you're completely free.
And that's where this comes. It's
exactly.
Tell us how that works.
Right. So this card is the fuel. This card contains water, salt, and reaction components. You plug the card in, and when you do that, you create hydrogen gas.
Okay.
The hydrogen gas flows through the fuel cells, and the fuel cells converts the hydrogen gas into electricity in order to charge up the internal lithium-ion battery.
Okay. So these fuel cells, it's a mixture of water and salt, and what was the other thing?
So it's water, salt, and reaction components.
Okay.
And that mixture is in the card.
Okay.
It's in the power card.
So these things, basically, you get them in the mail, you send them back, you get another in the mail, correct?
Well, for now, it's the product is live on the Japanese market, right? So you buy the card in convenience stores.
Okay.
And that's how you supply it.
Oh, okay. And then, but there is a recycling plan.
Right. We want them back, so we need to get them back. So, for instance, in Sweden, where this company is based, we have the recycling system set up.
Okay.
In countries that doesn't have this recycling system, a customer in those countries can actually send the cards back to us.
Do you get a discount for or cash back for it?
That's an incentive, of course.
Okay. All right. So you've got these in production, not in the United States. What are you planning to hit the United States with this?
I'm not sure about that yet.
Okay. And what? How much charge is it? How many milliamps? How many times does it charge a phone?
Right. So the battery inside the power bank has 2,700 milliamps.
Okay.
The card gives you approximately 1,000 milliamps. So
For the recharge.
Exactly for the recharge. So
Okay,
you're gonna
perfect.
need approximately 2 cards in order to charge an iPhone fully.
Okay.
Depending on iPhone, of
Okay.
course.
How much does it cost?
So it's retail price $59 for the fuel cell power bank.
Okay.
$2 a piece for the power card.
$2. Oh, so for $4 you can recharge
Right.
your power bank at a time and go from there. All right.
That's
well,
correct.
Where do people go for more information?
myfc.se.
.se.
Yeah, as in Sweden.
myfc.se. So, all right, Michael, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
There you go. That's MyFC. Check it all out. I'll have the links in the show notes, of course, over at geekazine.com and youtube.com/geekazine. Go ahead, like, subscribe, comment down below. And of course, we got a lot more CES 2019 action. So check it all out over there. And until the next one, you guys geek out and take care. Jeffrey Powers here in the camera. You see me waving to everybody. We got Travis right here. He's the guy with the beard. And of course, we're going to be talking. We're at New Blue FX booth, and we're going to be talking about some new features with New Blue FX right now at NAB 2019. So, all right, we got. You guys have been growing and growing since I met you a few years ago, and this year you've got this really cool feature. You're kind of getting into the Snapchat or the Facebook, Instagram filter type thing with your own version of filters now for live streaming.
Sure, yeah. So we're doing a technology preview here at the show of an application that's doing switching and graphics together. Really heavy on the graphics because that's our forte.
Yeah.
But we're also floating the idea out to the live broadcast community. If you could have live graphics and live transitions like people have in post,
yeah,
because we have a whole bevy of effects and transitions for that. Would that make sense?
Yeah.
So
well, the one thing right here is you're seeing on the screen there's a blur.
Oh yeah. So let's
one of the pictures.
Let's go live with that.
That is perfect because if you got to do some sort of super secretive or don't want to be seen by the public type thing, then you can do that quick and easy with that right there.
Exactly, and we could also do other things like this would be a skin touch-up, for example. So we could pick my forehead here. We could even see the mask that's operating.
Okay.
And, you know, where's that skin tone?
Yeah.
And then you know, crank up the correction or the skin correction. You can't really see it in this light very well.
Yeah.
But those kinds of effects that might be useful in production. Also, another effect. We'll go ahead and go live with that. Or you might want to do something. Pretty. Yeah, I look pretty. Or maybe something. You notice we have a lot of effects here.
Yeah. Well, you have to have a lot of effects because you don't know when somebody needs to open up their mouth and a dog's tongue comes out or something. I want that.
There you go. Or let's say one of our richer color correction and grading effects, Color Fast 2.
Okay.
You could bring that in. So you could do things
now,
like...
This is perfect if you have multiple cameras and one of them uses the Panasonic sensor, one of them uses the Sony sensor maybe.
Or simply have a remote guest coming into your channel and they didn't light themselves very well.
Yeah,
or you know, the tone of their camera that you have no control over.
Yeah.
Is so first thing we could do is maybe find something that should be gray. Let's say right here. And then we'll go ahead. We could just jump through different grades of color correction.
Nice little LUT right there. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. So Tri-X. So obviously you wouldn't do a lot of rich colorization like you do in film because it doesn't seem right for live production.
Yeah.
But color correction, is the light right? Is the contrast and everything right?
Do you want a TV shot?
You want a TV shot, like exactly. That, yeah. Or we could do things as crazy as...
that'd be cool because then I could create a box that looks like a TV, an old-fashioned CRT TV, and then have the vertical lines going through.
That's actually very right. So let's see.
A lot of vertical and very green.
Yeah,
there we go.
right?
Oh, there we go. Yeah.
So maybe an old TV look, and you want to go into here and you want to dial in. What does that look with, let's say, the curvature? You know, so you'd be changing whatever parameters that you want. It all depends on the story you want to tell via broadcasting, via live broadcasting.
Yeah, absolutely. So, lots of great features. This isn't out yet, correct?
No, this is definitely a technology preview. This isn't even the workflow we might propose.
Okay.
But we're really getting people's feedback. And another way to think about it, well, there's two places that we're thinking it could exist. One is in the switcher of your choice, and that's really a good place, especially for transition purposes, which we'll show you in a second.
Okay.
Also, the idea, like the audio sense of effect send and return, you know, maybe that's a flow where you have an NDI come into a product and then come out of the product, and then it goes to your switching solution of your choice, so that you know that camera source, that audio source is doing its job, kind of thing.
Okay.
So one more thing to watch is the transitions right here. So it's not just wipes and cuts anymore.
Okay.
It's actual video processing to get that accomplished.
The other ones you keep running to get the final time.
So could I bring two video sources in?
Yeah.
Here to,
Yeah. So these are actually, this is one camera.
Okay.
And then this is another camera. So these are two video sources that I'm cutting back and forth between.
Wow.
Yeah. So this is we've got a lot of requests from customers that say, you know what, our switching needs are kind of low, but our graphic needs are super high.
Okay.
And because we have this strong graphics background, he says, you know what, let's make an all-in-one solution that we're cutting video also, and then RTMP streaming that out.
Okay.
And we've
so you could totally ditch the switch.
Yeah, for a lot of users, for a lot of users,
so.
it's just a complete package right here with effects, transitions,
How
graphics.
many cameras could you do?
We do up to 4.
Up to 4?
Yeah, we have no intention to become this beefy switching solution, right? Keep it simple on the switching side.
But the perfect thing about this is you could have 4 cameras here, NDI out, goes to another box like an OBS or a Wirecast or something like that, and then have another, and then you're changing the CPU cycles, so you're not relying on one computer to do everything.
Right.
I like that. I like that a lot.
So here's a version of the Stat Crew data is coming in from a Stat Crew file.
Okay.
And we get all this data, and it's being thrown into a score bug, and we have clock control. Another one is, let's say we want to go live with a 2-person design here.
So right now, what version do you have out right now?
Right now we have Title Live 4, the whole family of Title Live 4. You have broadcast, complete, present, depending on the kind of work that you're looking to do. And so this technology preview is a product that's not out yet. So we're thinking maybe around July. It'll be coming out, and initially for the sports market in partnership with Presto Sports, which also has Stretch Internet with them too. Yeah. But also check out within a month or two, we're coming out with a new version of Titler Pro 7, which is animated graphics for post production. So you can see we really have this back and forth between post, live, same graphics, same effects, and more people are not relegated only into post or only into live, but they're really having to do both, and they want to do both. They want to produce something live and edit in post, or make something in post and broadcast it live, and so we're making that possible with the effects and graphics.
I definitely I use that. I actually, out of my Adobe products, I use the New Blue FX over the effects options, graphics options there. So awesome, cool. So newbluefx.com.
Newbluefx.com.
All right. Well, Travis, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
All right, we got a lot more coming from NAB 2019. Jeffrey Powers from Geekazine. Go ahead, like, subscribe, comment over on YouTube. Hit the bell notification for the next video. And until then, you guys geek out and watch on.
Exhibits and saw and visited with some of our exhibitors and sponsors, and had an opportunity to partake of some of the really cool exhibits that we have, including the self-charging stations and other types of the Tesla advances that are there present at the event today. I'm very excited about this next event, and we specifically chose something for right after lunch that was a little bit more exciting. We know how the circadian rhythm can go after lunch. You need that little cup of coffee, and so this is something that we think is going to help wake you up. It's an exciting area of hardware, and one of the things about this area that I think is really kind of pertinent to everything that we've been talking about today and the last couple of days is that what we have really kind of in our environment is things that have been developed a long time ago are now really reaching and exceeding a tipping point, right? In this building, we had VR systems 30 years ago for Silicon Graphics. We created the first virtual human. It was called Adam, the anatomical man that was, there was a prisoner that donated his body to science. We froze him and sliced him into 50,000 slices and recreated it. It took a visual computing system, it took a workstation to actually put it back together and to do VR back then. And now we have VR via these mobile devices that we all have in our hands. So it's really changing the way that we see and that we are. And so with this panel, that we've titled XR, New Ways of Seeing and Being, we're really looking at how this momentum of this industry, of these advances, is going to actually change and impact our lives, our days, and all of society. So please join me in welcoming our XR panel to the stage. Come on up. And I want to introduce and thank Ivo Henning. Ivo is a Chief Movement Officer for her Open EXO. Ivo actually stepped in at the last minute. Amy Peck was unable to make it today, so really appreciate Ivo being here. She's an experienced XR designer and developer and has been in the transmedia and XR spaces for a number of years. So thank you all, and I'll look forward to this panel.
Thanks for joining us, everyone, and thank you, Beth, for having us here at HardwareCon. I'm going to introduce you to our amazing panelists today. Number one, we have Michael. Yes. So Michael Ludden, as you see, Principal Augmented Reality at Bose. Next, Tish Shoot. We're going to let our panelists introduce themselves in just a moment. And Michael Carter. Michael Carter is an educator and also works with Lifelike. So we're going to have a seat here. We are going to explore a bit of the integrations between XR and the field as it's emerging and changing, AI, specifically the different types of technologies that show up in our full stack experiences across the board. And then we're going to talk a little bit about where these fields are going, integrations, and some applications and use cases. So I'm hoping each of you can take a little bit of time and introduce yourselves. For those of you I haven't met, my name's Ivo. I have about 20 years of experience in mixed reality. I consult, I produce, and I have a special effects hardware company down in Los Angeles. So Michael, please tell us about yourself.
That's okay. So Michael Ludden, I've been in sort of the XR space since I'm the Johnny-come-lately to this group since 2016, right before the launch of all the consumer-facing VR headsets. Recently joined Bose to help stand up Bose AR, which is an audio-first augmented reality platform. I'm sure we're going to get into the details of what that means here and doesn't mean. So the platform itself, and then also a developer relations program around that. It's all net new to Bose, and it's just kind of the Wild West. What is augmented reality when you're not using a screen, when you're leveraging another sense? So it's really exciting.
And my name's Tish Shoot, and I'm Director of AR/VR at Huawei Technologies USA, and I'm the co-founder of Augmented World Expo. But a little disclaimer, I am actually speaking, all of the opinions I offer today are my own. They don't represent any company, other company or organization. They represent me. And I think I have I'm probably one of the few people in the world who's managed to spend their whole career on augmented reality. And I managed to do that by getting involved in visual effects for film and television very, very early in my career. And my first startup was a motion control robot for film and television. It's a 6 degree of freedom robot that could run on a railroad track. And you can, in film, you can layer effects on real live footage just as you can in the real world, by exactly using, matching and putting your effects in precisely the right place so you don't see matte lines and it seamlessly blends a virtual scene with a real. So that was how I began, and how I basically began with spatial computing, because that was a real-time spatial computing problem. We used a real-time operating system. Since then, jump a huge amount of things, but got very interested actually in AI quite early on, because I was fortunate enough to work with Will Wright, who's one of, if you know him, he's the creator of The Sims and SimCity, and probably one of the great masters of AI long before it was easy and commodified. And now I would say I'm very much a full stack person. I'm very, very interested in what I see in the future, which is going to be a transition from electronics to photonics. And most of the hard problems in the hardware of AR, VR will be solved in this transition, from basically electronics and conventional optics to optoelectronics and photonics. So that's my hardware interest now, but I'm very broad ranging, and I think we were talking, most important thing is that why are we doing this? And why are we doing this, why I do it, is we're aiming to give humanity new ways to communicate that improve our ability to communicate and collaborate. That's really important. So maybe a good time to hand off to Michael, who actually does this.
Yeah, well, I was a history professor back in the 70s, and somebody taught me how to program so I could write a simulation so kids could role play a situation in the French Revolution. And ever since, I've been working on it with startups, and I even worked for a big company when it was a small company, Apple. But now I work with startups all over the world. And it's all about, for me, it's all about using whatever the emerging technologies are to improve learning. And VR, I met Jaron Lanier in the mid-'80s, and I've been kind of holding my breath for 30 years to get, to see virtual reality pay off in a school situation. And it's starting to happen. I work with a company that was originally a 3D video game company, and now does these beautiful interactive 3D models, dinosaurs and molecules and space stations, and it's really exciting. They have it in HTC Vive, they have it on a tablet, they have it on the browser. They have augmented reality, they have Microsoft HoloLens, and it's really fun to watch all these kids playing with these new technologies, because they like science because it's fun and it's interesting, and they don't have to try to interact with a dead tree and with type on it, It's a fundamentally different experience, so it's starting to feel like a lot more fun than I thought it would be 30 years ago.
So as we were preparing for this conversation, we began talking about the capacities of new sensor technologies, for example. And I'm curious, how many of you work in the XR space or consider themselves somewhat literate in XR? Okay. It sounds like most of you may not even necessarily be in the space, but adjacent to it. Each of you work in spaces that are also adjacent, whether it's augmented reality or full stack integration of these technologies. I'm wondering if you could speak to useful applications and where you're seeing, for instance, these technologies coming to bear in terms of people's hands in everyday life, whether it's learning or in other use cases.
So I guess I can kick it off. And this is by way of explanation of what Bose-AR is as well. So what Bose is doing is shipping wearables, including, I don't know if you guys have seen, there's a new form factor we put out there, which are sunglasses that have sound. So it's a Bluetooth headset essentially that are also sunglasses, open ear directional sound. That's the first device that we put Bose-AR in, and Bose-AR is basically a sensor bundle. So it's a magnetometer, a gyroscope, and an accelerometer. I'm sure the company wouldn't appreciate me saying this, but you could imagine like wearing a Wiimote on your head, and the functionality is potentially similar. It has a lot of the same level of quality of sensors as you have in your mobile device, but ultimately it pairs to a mobile device, and an application on the mobile device has to run, and it can take advantage of whatever sensors the device has. So the frames were just the first form factor we shipped it in. We've also started shipping them in the over-ear headphones that are really popular, and we're going to be shipping them in every wearable form factor we make going forward. And really the value to Bose is literally what you just described, which is can this sort of experience provide some value for Bose customers, and is that a reason that maybe they would choose Bose over a competitor, in addition to the sound quality and the other aspects of the Bose brand. And so an example of a potentially useful use case that I talked about in our prep for this, there was a company called Navisense, and they created a mobile application called Naviguide. And to time things with South by Southwest, where we made our first announcements about the available Bose AR applications, they developed a Bose AR feature, which is essentially audio Yelp. So using the GPS from the phone and compass heading from the either frames or whatever Bose AR device you're wearing, you can understand where somebody is in the world and then what direction they're looking in. And using just that information, you can say, okay, we think they're staring at this restaurant. And without ever having to take your phone out, if you have the application running, I could be talking to you, be present in the world. We could say, do you want to eat there? Okay, let me check. Double tap, and it'll pull in data from Yelp, and it'll say, oh, okay, that's bangers. It's 3 stars and out of 500 ratings, so let's pass on that. And I haven't disconnected myself from the world. So that's one potential use case for the platform. And we're really looking in travel and fitness, therapy and recovery, gaming and entertainment, accessibility, education, all of these different areas. It's so greenfield. Like, what does a spatial audio interface sound like without a screen? And so we're really kind of casting a wide net there. But it's all about the usefulness.
Well, I think, one of the things that I'm a little sad about in AR, VR is the kind of narrowing it down to either an eyewear experience or a gaming experience. I actually think of myself as someone who works in spatial computing, and that's why I like this title, because essentially it's really about new ways of seeing and being. And spatial computing, what's at the heart of AR, VR, is basically reality is the platform, whether you're doing sound. And I will tell you, the thing I'm most excited about in the world right now is the work of a young designer in Oakland called Brett Victor. And you can go visit or look at it on the web, but it's called Dynamic Land. And while it's not exactly spatial computing in terms of, 6 degrees of freedom, that project is exactly about redesigning how we use computing for collaboration, for communication, and how we code. It's focused on changing the way we code. And, awesome. And basically, everything hangs from the ceiling. No one needs eyewear. I mean, this is a concept of I suppose you can say, AR, because it's augmenting reality, that actually says, we don't want screens. We don't want eyewear between us. Why would we put that friction? And I would have to say my most exciting feeling about all of this is that the real place for AR, VR, and spatial computing is really fundamentally giving us a better way to communicate with computers. Because what we've done to ourselves is because our computing has been fairly early up to now, is we've confined human communication to the bandwidth and the pixels of computers. We don't need to do that anymore. Now, computing needs to support our high bandwidth modes of communication. So if you go visit Dynamic Land, you will not find that you have to have lots of people sitting in front of screens and in little rows or cubicles. You will find people acting like normal human beings with each other, coding together, and not having to, reduce their natural human bandwidth. So I do encourage everyone to think of it this way. I mean, new ways of seeing and being, XR, AI, and spatial computing, because these things all connected. You know that it's coming to your Alexa soon, don't you? And things like this, things that are in your home now that are just very primitive devices will become spatial computing devices. And we've got lots of work to do to think about that's the question that Dynamic Land asks, is how can this technology actually support human beings? Not how can we reduce and fit our incredible ways of communicating into pixels or separate ourselves with screens. So that's my big thing at the moment. And I think it actually segues to Michael.
Well, I spent a lot of time about 10 years ago studying how kids learn outside of the classroom with about 24 ethnographers. It was funded by the MacArthur Foundation in Chicago. Learning today among kids is really a social thing. And what I found with these new technologies is the kids get access to stuff that they couldn't otherwise have access to. In some cases, it's places that they can go on virtual field trips. In some cases, it's things that don't exist anymore. So there's a great video of these kids in the Czech Republic with a HTC Vive on. I mean, real short people. And they've been walking basically in Jurassic Park or swimming with a great white shark. And they just find it really exciting. And the reason I laughed is because in the video, they're interviewing one of the kids afterwards, and he keeps turning around. He's got the headset up, right? He keeps turning around and pointing like the dinosaurs are still there. And they gave a headset to a young woman with muscular dystrophy, and she went swimming with a great white shark, and her mother broke into tears, and her therapist said, this is something she could never do. She could never swim. And so that young woman was engaged in an experience that she'll never forget. And all of the kids that do this stuff, nobody says, like the would-be gentleman, you're speaking prose, nobody says you're doing science, but they are, and they're having a great time. So I use the AR in some of the lesson plans I do to put kids, project the skeleton on them, or project the circulation system, or do you actually know where your heart sits in your chest? So you project a heart where it really is. So it's an experience that the kids can't have in real life, so they have to have it in virtual life, but it turns them into scientists instead of readers.
Absolutely. So you're speaking to the power of immersion to change our relationship to this information, and then to interactivity to collaborate with that information differently. So if we're looking at exponential data, we're talking about sensors that are getting more and more refined and capable all the time. And then we're talking about a full stack where we have better AI tools that we can bring off the shelf or computer vision opportunities. How do you see these technologies converging, for instance, in education or in other fields, to make information more accessible, but also to help us connect better as human beings?
Well, in 1985, when Steve Jobs left Apple to make Next, his model was a digital wet lab. He wanted to recapitulate a biology laboratory in digital format. And I think that's really, we are coming to a point where without glasses or headphones or microphones, people will be able together to learn, whether they're in the same place or not, about things that they don't have access to, that aren't really there. And so there will be a whole new form of conversation about all sorts of things that were never in play before. And I think that's going to transform what we think of as a classroom.
So have you guys ever heard this? VR is the empathy machine. Anybody ever heard that?
Chris Milk.
Who is it by?
Chris Milk.
Chris Milk. Yeah. See, that's what I was about to say. Yes, attributed to Chris Milk. So people call VR the empathy machine, and I think it really comes to life when you experience something like you enter an experience and you're shorter than you are in real life, and you experience the perspective, literally, of someone who's of a different height or a different gender or able to swim, right, when you can't. And I live in Austin, Texas. I moved there from the Bay Area about 7 months ago, and I was just at a local co-working space called Capital Factory and an accelerator, and they have a fund, and they were doing XR pitch competitions, and there were some really good ideas, but the one that won was called Mind, M-Y-N-D, and they are doing VR for senior care, and they showed a really moving video of some seniors going into VR and doing and basically exploring the world in a way that they couldn't anymore, and that helped them kind of take their mind off the four walls that they were in. And I thought that that was really telling and interesting that that won, because I think I'm most interested in XR for the purpose of augmenting human ability, obviously, but also allowing us to extend our empathy for others and for different situations, and really understand the world from different angles than we otherwise could. And so, yeah, I think that's something that is really good.
Actually, I caught an earlier panel today where they were discussing another big thing that's sort of happened since the early days of AR, VR, and that is that, we are now able to integrate our electronics and our photonics to our bodies. And this is another thing, photonics has changed the game entirely, because we're now able, through photonics, ways of seeing and being that photonics is enabling, to actually really envisage a world where really the eyeglasses are more about your relationship with yourself and your own biology and perceptions. And I have to say, I've been thinking a lot about where eyewear fits in this, because I am not entirely convinced that, well, I mean, I think what I mentioned, dynamic land, I think we do not ideally want screens separating us. If we really want this world of spatial computing, we want, exactly as Brett Victor says, we want to have a full bandwidth experience enhanced by the computers, not us fitting into this. But this is something where I think the eyewear is very interesting. And I did ask you about whether you were why you use the earbuds or eyewear if you're just doing audio. But I do think actually we're going to see some of the most powerful use cases for eyewear actually to be about perception engineering, about that integration with your own biology. Because of course, the eye is a direct input to the brain. And if you want to follow up on how far along this kind of stuff is, look at the work of Mary Lou Jepson and her new startup, Open Water. She was the head of display at Facebook for a while, and was, I mean, I really, her career trajectory is really interesting, because she's also was involved in one laptop per child. But she's focused now on brain imaging. And brain imaging, if you listen to what she's saying, it's not just about, she's working on a cap that's an MRI that's a very, low cost and low difficulty to use. But that is also imaging the brain means we can communicate with our own brain in new ways. So this new ways of being and seeing will also be about how we relate to ourselves. And I think the eyewear may well be its breakout moment, because, I mean, if you look at AR, VR eyewear right now, we've not quite found that product market fit where the barrier of wearing the glass is equivalent to the value add. And I mean, there's been lots of amazing efforts for people with impaired vision, because then it's really useful.
Right.
But, I think we're going to see some, perception engineering efforts here. And obviously there's a lot of topics to discuss here, because, this is the one big thing about spatial computing and having reality as the platform. There's a lot of discussions to have about, trust and data and all of these things. But I have to say, I'm beginning to feel the way I want the world to be is screenless. But I do think eyewear as an interface to myself.
I can think of, like, I want a gauntlet, like Wonder Woman. I want my device right here, and then I want the device to disappear. I don't want to have to think about anything between me and other people. And so barriers to communication or connection seem to hinder this new way of being. And I'm curious, you spoke a little bit to some of the barriers around what what's happening in collaboration. Obviously, our technology is moving a lot faster than we can. And sometimes when it comes to things like wearables, we implement something, but we can't necessarily make a good or ethical use of it, right? So we've seen, for instance, wearables that kids are wearing that can be hacked, or other solutions where the input device isn't maybe the right choice. And so I'm curious, as we begin to think about integration with computer vision and AI and a number of sticky challenges there, how are you thinking about designing these solutions for people connecting with each other when we're talking about somewhat risky interactive technologies?
Well, I have to say, this year I was just really, really fortunate. The first time in my life, though I've admired him my whole career, is I met Alan Kay in person. And I have to say, he is still the absolute leader in really the deepest level of what counts in computing. I mean, I recommend anyone who, if you can find anything, he's got some recent talks online, because he frames and he has framed, I mean, remember, this is the person who probably influenced our current day devices more than anyone else in the world. And also, if you've not heard of Alan Kay, he's also the creator of object-oriented programming. And if you listen to him, he still has the magic that a lot of us have forgotten. And that is that fundamentally, all of computing is centered around, communication and collaboration. If you look at his early work and what, drove him forward. And he's actually, again, interestingly enough, he's for a long time sponsored Dynamic Land. And I think one of the messages that he still has for us today is that we really need to look at computing in a new way, because the greatest challenges to our society are systems challenges, they're global challenges, and they're communications challenges and education challenges. And I know he said this to me, I mean, it is amazing that we still don't really have a conference call down, that we really can't, look each other in the eye on a simple technology like, well, it's not simple, but anyway, I think that's, it's time for us to think at the level of Alan Kay, if we can, or at least read and see.
Yeah, it seems like we're still in the uncanny valley in a lot of places for technology, where something is supposed to help us collaborate across great distances with greater fidelity than we used to. But in point of fact, it's like a 20-minute trial and error every time you get into a conference room. My hope is that we arrive at a non-dystopian version of that, where it is seamless, it's more Star Trek-like and user-oriented, not so much advertisement and kind of like intrusion, notification oriented. Yeah. I am concerned about that, though.
Yeah, yeah. It's. I mean, I think that it's time to look beyond our very, very narrow understanding of communication and computing right now. That's what Alan Kay has done his whole career. And I think we need. Yeah, oh yeah.
So perhaps we are all vast sensors.
Actually, yes. Anyone here never heard of Alan Kay? It's a good.
I think there's a display to him downstairs if you want to go look.
Yeah, because there is. I think his anniversary was celebrated here, was it?
I think so. I think so. We are going to take questions in just a moment. I wanted to ask if there are any other thoughts you wanted to put in before we take a few questions from the audience. Okay, great. For those of you interested in the BCI piece of this conversation, what you were speaking about, Mary Lou Jepson's work, there's a great new product out today for one of my collaborators, Project Unicorn. So if you don't want headsets, but you want something else that you can hack on with your kids, this is a very simple BCI device that you can play with at home and begin to hack on. It just came out today from Anouk Whitbresh.
Oh,
so
cool. It's a BCI?
It's designed for BCI hacking at home. It's called Project Unicorn.
It's shaped like a unicorn?
It's a unicorn horn. It was designed with autistic youth in mind. That's how it originally was developed.
What a great idea.
So it's a fun little fashion play. Are there any questions from the audience on how all of these mixed reality XR and AI pieces fit together?
Hello. So actually I have two questions. First, I'm Chris, and I came all the way from Brazil.
Yay,
and
Brazil!
Thank you. So actually I want to make one question for Michael. regarding the new Bose.
Which one?
Two Michaels here.
Yeah, sorry, the Michael from Luden from Bose.
Yep.
Yeah, it's specifically the new eyewear from Bose that has like the headsets and
Yeah.
the accelerometers.
The frame, Bose frames.
Yeah, so it has, I understand there's like a SDK for it, and even people doing like unofficial SDKs, hacking it in all ways.
Are you a plant? Did Bose plant you there?
No, I heard of that.
Try not to be too advertising here.
But
No,
yeah,
happy to answer.
But I want to know like how people are using this device in even in ways maybe that surprised you, because
Sure. Yeah, definitely ways that surprise
and because I understand like maybe what's the ecosystem behind.
Yep, sure.
And I actually want to hear from everybody, if possible, what's your perspective on voice as the user interface, and if you're going to integrate in a more screenless world like that?
I'll try to answer the first one really quickly, and then that's a good question about voice. So the Bose AR platform is available at developer.bose.com, and we have mobile SDKs. We're really focused on delivering apps to app stores that are Bose AR enabled, meaning either have a feature that's audio only that can take advantage of some of the gesture recognition that the Bose AR devices have. But just to back up about Bose frames, so frames are the glasses that you're seeing, and they are sunglasses. They're the first form factor that we announced Bose AR in. They're not the only one. It's not specifically tied to frames, and I do think that it does confuse people that they have lenses, but there's no screen. They're just sunglasses. So it's like a Bluetooth headset that has extra sensors, so you can understand if somebody's nodding or shaking their head or double tapping or what direction they're looking in, or you can create custom gesture recognizers where you recognize when somebody ducks. You can certainly use text-to-speech engines to do voice interaction as a method of controlling the audio interface. In terms of, so the platform is free, that we're not planning to monetize that. The value to us is customers who have Bose products find value in Bose AR apps. And so in terms of things that I've seen that are kind of unexpected or interesting, I mentioned one example, but there's so many, it's so early, we really need the creativity of like the broadest possible swath of developers that we can get. So we have iOS SDK, Android SDK, and Unity for cross-platform. And they're just deployed as mobile applications in the app stores. And so some of the ones that are out, I actually helped run a game jam in Boston in early February, and one of the teams created an app that's actually in the Apple App Store now called Sonic Samurai. And I'm really interested in some of these early games because they showcase early control mechanisms that might be possible. So for this game, basically you're a blind samurai, there's monsters coming at you, and you hear them coming from specific directions, and you have to use your phone as your sword, and using the gyroscope in the phone, you swing it at the enemy when it's close to you. And so there's a leaderboard, and you can kind of duck and dodge a little bit. That's a fun, interesting game use case. There's an interactive spy novel called Comrade AR, where you hear somebody talking to you over your left that's kind of like a computer AI, and it's like, I need you to do this and that, and you have to locate sound, and there's one point at which you have to duck quickly or you'll get shot, and nod if you hear me. Like, okay. And you can look like that crazy person off in a corner, just like talking to themselves. There's Headspace did a demo with us. Headspace is a meditation app for mobile. The demo at South by Southwest, basically, before you go into meditation, it asks you to do some head rolls. Roll it around in a circle. It goes bling when you're done. And it'll be like, all right, stretch right, stretch left. Okay, now, and then you get into the meditation. That's one potential example. New Balance created a rep counting situation where it's going to encourage you to do jumping jacks. So they created a custom gesture recognizer using the gyroscope where if you do jumping jacks, it counts 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, push-ups, sit-ups, squats. They recognize all that stuff. So these are all just really early tastes, almost teases of what's potentially possible. And really the most interesting thing to me is not so much the use case. I'm particularly interested in education and accessibility as ways that we can enhance people's lives with audio interfaces, but also I'm really interested in what does a really good spatial audio interface look like. And I'll just end with one more example. So there's a company called Otocast, which does walking tours. We've got a lot of interest from people who do walking tours. It makes a lot of sense for a number of reasons. And this app, I helped them actually create their first stab at a spatialized audio interface. And so with this app, it uses GPS from the phone, and it uses compass heading from the device. And so it knows what direction you're looking in. And if you have the app open on your phone, and that's That's a way that we're avoiding the whole dystopian output where, maybe you get advertised to constantly. You have to actually opt to download the app and keep it open on your phone, then put that phone in your pocket, and specifically connect the Bose AR features. So with this app, you do that. You're walking down the street, you'll hear a spatial ping that's like attached to a building, and if there's an audio tour there. And it's just a light touch thing. It's not going to bother you if you're talking to friends walking along the street. You can turn towards it, double tap. It'll tell you the title of a tour. You can double tap again, and it will start playing a walking tour. It's just full sound, but it's geofenced. So if you leave the area, it will ask you to nod if you want to continue the walking tour. And if not, you're popped back out into this spatial audio experience with pings. So those are a few of the interesting examples.
Audio connects people. I think we have just about a minute left, so I want to be able to give each of you a moment to speak into, is there anything you want to give this audience about new ways of being to look forward to in our field?
I want a minute to think about that.
Well, I can just recap. I think that really what we're talking about is an era of spatial computing. What does that mean? That means reality is the platform. The reality includes you and now your biology too, because we can interface with that. I think that the spatial computing is defined by natural interaction. I think you mentioned the voice, and that doesn't mean gestures. We're not going to have these screens where people are doing this and making up a language to talk like this. It's going to be natural. So you'll point when you need to point, you'll talk when you need to talk, and you will look when you need to look. So I think that it's multimodal but natural is where we're going. And I think also, don't get too fixated on screens. We're trying to get out of we're shifting to an era where we don't actually need these screens between us anymore. So don't get too fixated on just eyewear or contact lenses or goggles. Think of this, think of this as this is an opportunity to have the appropriate technology to what you want to do. If you want to collaborate and code together, you shouldn't have to be in a cubicle. So I think that's it. And actually, to mention the AI, essentially, this is really critical because this is what all of this will have. It will have intelligence and proactivity. So proactivity is now part of this. And what does that mean in these? All of these experiences, you have to include that word because now we have this built into our devices. What does it mean? Where does it fit? But anyway.
Well, I think most of us here figured out how to learn in spite of school and probably are pretty good at helping our own kids do that. So I'm looking forward to using technology, to having technology advance to the point where kids don't have to fight school to learn.
Well, I love that we're bringing it all right into your hands, Michael.
Oh, yeah, so just really quickly, two quick things I'm really excited about. One is, and now, what was it called? The adventure? What?
Oh, Dynamic Land.
Dynamic Land, there we go.
You can, it's in Oakland, so I think you can arrange to visit. They have community events.
I actually gave a talk at AWE last year, and I gave a story that kind of highlighted this concept, but I'm really interested in physical code. Like, I want code to become something that is akin to being a mechanic, like a real mechanic, where you're working on a car.
Okay, you have to go to Dynamic. I mean,
I know, I do.
Essentially, the concept is you're actually inside the computer, and every object is part of your computing.
Awesome.
And keep an eye out on them. Go and visit one of their computers, because they are have a really wonderful project, which is about new design tools for hardware innovators. Because as you all know, when you're working with hardware, it's not as easy just to sort of like quickly change something and see go visit for that, because that's one of their, I think they call it, I don't know what they're calling the project, but they have it set up. And if you're a hardware designer here, that's a really important thing to have new tools available.
So that's one. The other one I would just say is creating new senses. There's a magnetic belt, and then there's something called North Ball you can wear on your foot that will buzz in the direction of magnetic north. And for people who are not visually impaired, it's very effective at kind of giving you a tingle, like a sixth sense for direction. I'm really interested in concepts like that that can actually augment our abilities.
New ways of being and interacting. Thank you for joining us, Michael, Tish, and Michael.
All right, thank you all so much. Stick around for our next panel starting in just a couple of minutes.
Jeffrey Powers with Geekazine. We're here with Brian Olson at NewTek. We got some new stuff with the NDI front, some software from NewTek, and of course a whole bunch of updates. We're going to do that next on Geekazine. So, lots of cool stuff. I was at your event on Monday, and VizRT, is that how you pronounce it? VizRT?
Yes, correct.
Tell us a little bit about that.
So we're super excited about this acquisition. NewTek and VizRT coming together, it really makes us the largest company in this space dedicated to IT-based video production and software-driven workflow. And obviously our push for the transition to IP through NDI, and also SMPTE 2110 for VizRT for broadcasters. So it's a really good marriage, very complementary. We're going to be able to do a lot of things that we've always wanted to do much faster now. So it's good all around.
Okay, a lot of questions. The biggest one is, how much is VizRT going to encompass into NewTek? Is it going to be NewTek powered by VizRT, or do we know those factors yet?
So right now the two entities are going to stay separate, the two brands. So NewTek will be a wholly owned company of VizRT.
Okay.
Obviously there's going to be a lot of coming together on IP, on technology, and building new products. And those combined products, probably that's where we're going to join together and probably sell those on both sides of the fence.
Okay.
And we'll leverage infrastructure between the two companies, but the NewTek brand will continue, NDI will continue as an entity unto itself, and VizRT will continue.
Yeah, because that's the next question. Everybody's getting into NDI. I have lots of people that are starting to do their streams. It's like, how do I do this IP thing through NDI? It's like, this is perfect for a lot of people. That's not going to change at all with this acquisition.
No, absolutely not.
Except get better.
So Andrew Cross, our president and CTO of NewTek, is now the new president of worldwide R&D for the combined company. So Andrew was the driving force behind NDI and now controls all of engineering for both companies. So I expect very little change in how we approach the community with NDI.
Okay. Now, we don't do too much on the TriCaster end, but tell us, did you guys announce any new TriCasters at the show?
So there actually is an update to a model, the TriCaster 410 Plus. So it's a respin on the 410, which is now 3G capable.
Okay.
A lot of the same features, but we also came out with Premium Access, which is version 2, which is the subscription service for users that want to have the latest and greatest advanced features for their TriCasters. And we just announced support for Premium Access for all TriCasters.
So and then that's even backdating older.
So
right?
figure back at least probably about 4 years.
Okay.
We have an application, a compatibility tool that you can download from our website, run it on your system, it'll tell you whether it supports.
And if it does, you can download it. And how much is that for that?
So it's $99 a month, basically, and you get a ton of stuff. So in version 2, we added more than 10 new features. I think we're up to 20 features total in Premium Access. And one of the coolest new ones is something we call Live Story Creator. And this is simplified automation.
I love this,
This lets anyone basically write their script in a Word doc, put in their production cues, camera changes, graphics, clip rolls, all that stuff. You load it into any of our TriCaster VMC products into our teleprompter interface, and the whole control of the system is now under teleprompter control.
That is awesome.
So whether as soon as that production cue, when it hits the arrow in the teleprompter, it's going to do the shot change, bring in the graphics, all that stuff. So virtually anyone from education, house of worship, corporate, even up to low-end broadcasters can do automated production without having an editorial system, an automation system, a teleprompter software. Another person, because the director is basically the teleprompter operator. And we output the teleprompter as an NDI stream, so on a tablet, a real teleprompter, wherever you want to put it. I think this is really revolutionary.
Yeah, what's really cool is last year, I think it was, I came up with a video on how to make like a Daily Show or a Last Week Tonight type situation where they had the PowerPoint coming in. This is going to make that so it's a lot easier. And in my thing is basically you record your script first and then you put that in afterwards. In this case,
do it on the fly.
You get it all, you all script it and then you do it right on the fly and then boom, it's out there and done. And that's what I really like about that.
So another thing that we're adding in version 2 of Premium Access is the ability to do digital media aspect ratios. So we can convert the whole system into 9:16 video, square video, and we're not just cropping or rotating the video. You get full switcher functionality. your graphics are in the right place, your wipes go the right direction, all that stuff. And you can stream directly out of our systems to YouTube Live, Facebook, whatever, in the perfect aspect ratio for whatever your content needs to be.
That's awesome, because it's tough when you put in multiple sources and it gets tripped up because you're putting in a .mov file and then an MP4. It just doesn't know where to go from there. So awesome stuff. Let's turn the tables. Yeah, let's talk about NDI 4. What are the new features?
NDI is really exciting. Just on some housekeeping stuff, it's 45% faster, higher video quality at the same bit rate. We have a I/O plugin now for the Unreal Engine, so video in and out of Epic Games Unreal Engine, which is pretty cool. One of the coolest things, though, I think, is NDI recording. So we are natively now taking an NDI stream without recompressing it and writing it to disk, just wrapping it up into an MOV. This means there's hardly any GPU, CPU usage. So what you can effectively do now is ISO record all of your sources for your production. You can also set up replays, an unlimited number of replays too. So if you're doing a production, you need to back up 5 or 10 seconds to run a replay, you can do that right from the program preset list, which is a nice thing. Back to NDI recording again. So you've got all these ISOs. So maybe you do a line cut and you go back with your ISOs and do fixes later, or you ISO record everything and then go to post and build your show from there. We have an Adobe Creative Cloud plugin now for NDI recording that brings in all those files, recognizes the time code on them, and allows you to sync them up perfectly to do multicam editing.
Nice. So you can have one stream and then put the multicam in after the fact.
Yeah, so we make Adobe recognize the time code.
That's
the other cool thing is if you lose one of your sources during production, it will hold on the last frame and continue to record and pick up the stream as soon as it resumes.
Okay.
So effectively it leaves the proper gap in there, so when you stack those files up on the timeline, everything lines up perfectly.
Cool. Well, that's a nice little feature right there. And you don't end up with like a blue screen or something really garbled or anything like that. So.
And we've got one other thing. This little guy here comes in 2 flavors, the Spark Plus. It's full bandwidth NDI, not HX, so you don't have to deal with any latency. HDMI inputs, you've got, can't see them because it's not plugged in, you got tally lights on the front.
Oh, okay.
Screw mount on the bottom to mount on your camera.
This is wired and wireless or just wired?
Wired only.
Okay.
But it's full bandwidth NDI, so
USB-C here.
Full quality, extremely low latency. $495 for 1080p 60 and $595 for 4K P30 at this point.
Are you going to have a wireless version of that?
So we'll still have the Connect Sparks that have the Wi-Fi on them.
Okay.
Those will be HX and Wi-Fi.
Okay.
For in-studio work and people that don't want the latency.
Okay. Well, that's awesome. That's awesome. So, all right, now let's talk about this because I just learned about this today. I'm really excited. The VMC software. Build your own box and have a Wirecast system. And that's exciting.
So VMC is our flagship production system. We're basically allowing you to peel that software off of the turnkey system now on a software subscription.
Okay.
So it can be by the month or annually. Right now, there's a 16 input 4ME version for $9.95 a month and a full-blown 8ME 44 input version for $19.95 a month.
That's $995
yes.
a month. Okay.
So basically, you only pay for it when you're using it.
Okay.
So if you've got to do production for a couple months, pay for your monthly subscription, you're done, cut off your subscription until you need it again.
Oh, okay.
So it allows you to scale and flex as your production schedule dictates. Put it on your own hardware. You want to upgrade your hardware to something faster and better, just move your software license over.
Okay.
Ultimately, if you want to virtualize it, it's really, since our products are all software based anyway, it's really giving you guys the tools to be able to do what you want.
Yeah, which is nice. It might be a little bit higher price for a lot of people out there that are doing video in Geekazine land, but I know that there's 1 or 2 people that definitely want that solution, and now that they have that here, they'd be really excited about that. I know at least one person that's watching right now that's super excited on doing that. So.
Awesome.
Wow, we got a lot of cool stuff here. Of course, if they want to check out the TriCaster, it's a great product as well. Lots of great switching, lots of great video IP solutions, and of course NDI. That's in my wheelhouse.
We love
right
NDI.
now. Love it. So, Brian, thank you very much for your time. So.
All right.
Newtech.com, right?
Yes.
All right, newtech.com. I always forget that part. Jeffrey Powers with Geekazine. We got a lot more great NAB video action here. Newtech, all the other stuff. So stick around over on YouTube. Go ahead, like, subscribe, comment, hit that bell notification for the next video. Till next time, you guys geek out with the video. What up, my geeks? Jeffrey Powers here from Geekazine. Today we're going to take a look at the Nuguna neckband. It is an aid, a device for people hard of hearing. And my friends from aving.net, they got this to me, so thank them. And of course, the folks at Nuguna. This is a South Korean company, and as you know, I've been working with South Korean companies in the last few months, especially startups. And it's been very cool. Lots of cool tech coming from South Korea, from across the country, or across the world, not across the country, across the world. That's the word I'm trying to think of. So anyway, Nuguna neckband. So they asked me to do this. First of all, yeah, I am getting paid for this review, and I do have product for this review, but all opinions are of my own. Go over to geekazine.com/reviews to find out all about my review policies on Geekazine. Now let's take a look at the Nuguna neckband. What is the Nuguna neckband? Well, it is not a device. It's not like telling you to turn left or right or anything like that. It does one simple job, and that is alert you as to what could be coming your way. Maybe the doorbell rings. Maybe you're walking down the street and a car starts coming towards you. It uses the sound to create vibration, which will then alert you on there. So if you have an issue with your hearing, you have an extra aid that'll tell you where the sound's coming from, how the sound is, how to be concerned about this sound. So let's take a look at it really quick. Let's go over here. This is the Nuguna neckband. Now, Nuguna, first of all, means everyone. So everyone, I'm guessing everyone having the ability to go out and be as independent as possible and be alert as possible. And so this is the Nuguna neckband. As you can see, it looks like a lot of other neckbands that, will play lots of music and tell you directions and take pictures and stuff like that. But this doesn't do it this way. It's got one simple function, and that is to alert you if there is an issue, if you have to worry about. So how does it work? Well, basically you take the Nuguna and you place it on your neck like that. They have two models. They have the neckband, and then they have the one with headphones. And but this is just the one, the regular neckband right here. It comes with an app, of course, and this is the Nuguna app. Of course, it's not activated because I don't have the Nuguna turned on right now. The app is only for Android right now. I'm assuming that they're going to be working on a iOS version. So what we're going to do is we're going to take this off again, and then we're going to turn it on. There's a button on the side here. Hold it down for 5 seconds, and it vibrates. And not only does it vibrate, but there's a little blinky light right here. That tells you that it's on. And then once you pair it with your device, your Android device, it will it'll go 5 times. And then let's call up my device here. There we go. There it is right there. So it found it. It says my battery's at 81%. I can do some simple things. We got the settings and we got the alarm. Now, so what's happening? You might be hearing the vibrating. As noise happens, this band is telling me where the noise is happening. Now, right now, it's going off of me because I don't have the settings on right, because I had it over my hoodie there earlier. But the idea is, let's say something's coming this way and you get a loud beep, a loud noise. It actually has microphones on the sides that tell you where everything's coming from, which side, which way to go. Now, let's go back here. Let's go to the app. So you can change this all in the settings. And as you can see, as you can adjust the sound level, it'll tell you through the sound level app here. Let's just do that so you can see that a little bit better. You can change the responsiveness, and you can change the vibration count. So right now we can do a 5-step responsiveness. all the way down to 1. We can turn down the intensity down to nothing, so that'll be a lot better. And of course the vibration count. Right now I have them, it does 2 buzzes every time it hears a sound. So then of course we can turn it off. So now it shouldn't be doing anything at all. But you know, if you're sitting at home and all of a sudden the doorbell rings, the idea is that it's supposed to tell you exactly where it is through the vibration. So let's turn this back on and hit the save button and go back here. We can also set an alarm. So let's say if I get a phone call, if I get a text message, or if I create an alarm, that in 5 minutes it'll go off and it'll remind me to go from there. There's another one for medication. Let's say you have somebody that forgets to take their medication. It can set that up right there. Now you can also control it from the band. So this thing is going off a little bit crazy here, but you can through the buttons here, you can tell it to be more or less. You can also pause it. You say, no, I understand what that is. And as you can see, there's the microphone right here, and of course the other microphone's right here. We got a USB charge right here, and then the power button being right there. So that's the Nuguna band in its own. Let's talk about some pros and cons with this device. First of all, like I said, this is Android only. If you've got an Apple phone, it's not ready yet. But you know, hey, that's gonna be coming down the line. This is gonna be perfect for anybody with hearing issues, and it's gonna be an aid that will help you go back and forth. Now, I've only had this a couple days. They asked me once I got it to give a review, so it would be out there for Mobile World Congress. Now, for a device, for an aid, if you have, and it's also actually great if you have a pair of headphones in, instead of having the headphones say, somebody's at the door, or it's time for your medication, this thing can vibrate. So you can be, you could be in a movie theater, you could be at a play or a musical or something like that, and then be able to turn off that, but be able to turn on, so if you do get a text message or a call, you will be notified of that through the vibrations in your neck. You want to wear it on top of the clothing, not as much on the skin. That way the vibration from you doesn't set this off too much. So something like the hoodie would work. We'll talk about the price. The price is, right now, it is pretty steep at $278. And then I had to pay shipping to get that in here as well. So it is a little bit higher end in the price. And I've talked to them already about that, but we'll see what happens. Maybe get that down once more units get developed, and go from there. So, but the Nuguna neckband, everyone's neckband, being able to see what's going on, hear what's going on. So if you have focus, you have somebody saying, "Hey, there's something coming this way," or the doorbell just rang, or whatnot. So you can check that out over at Nuguna. Let's go back over to the webpage. I'll have the link in the show notes on how you can get that. It's by a company called UFirst, and they do make ones with headphones and ones without, and they go from there. So that is the Nuguna neckband. What do you think about this? Is this something that you would use in your everyday need? Or whatnot? Let me know by tweeting me over at Geekazine, Think Magazine, Put in a Geek, Facebook.com/Geekazine, YouTube.com/Geekazine, where we're live 24/7, Twitch.tv/Geekazine, where we're live 24/7. You get the idea. And of course, contact me whenever, wherever. That is the Nuguna Everybody neckband. My name is Jeffrey Powers. Thanks a lot for watching. If you got a product that you want me to review, just let me know, and let's get it in here. Let's take a look at it and go from there. Thanks a lot for watching. Till next time, you guys, geek out and take care. Ladies and gentlemen, CES 2019, and we've got cool stuff, including PTZ cameras that they will follow you wherever you will go. And we're going to talk about that. Jeffrey Powers with Geekazine. Let's do it right now. All right, so of course this is the Geekazine rig that I use, my camera, and it's now pointed at a TV and a camera, and this is the camera right here. It's called the OBS Bot. OBS Bot, and it basically is a way so I can walk around and I can talk to people and I can say, how you doing over here, and shake his hand, and look at that, and it's moving with me, and of course this guy's taking a picture over here. How's it going? And you know, it's following me as I go, and I can do a little bit of self-control. Like for instance, let's see if I can do this right. Close it to zoom. I'm gonna close it to zoom, and then open it, and it'll zoom out. Now you're seeing the camera down below here, and try this. I'm a loser. Okay, put it. Should I put it there?
Maybe beside your face.
By my face?
Yeah, there you go. So
oh,
beside your legs.
now it's look. Okay, now you're seeing my feet. So how do I get it back here?
It will go up automatically.
Okay, eventually it'll come back up. So oh, there we go. Do the rock and roll. Okay, we're gonna go rock and roll, and we're gonna rock and roll. Whoa, dude, I'm surfing on the TV. This is the OBS Bot, and as you can see, it's pretty easy to control. If I want to lose the control, you see that little green light here? If I do this, it's going to change off to the blue light right there, right?
Yep.
And now no, it's still on me. Let's try that again. Now I'll walk away. There we go. And somebody else could walk in and go, oh, go ahead.
Okay, so
now it's on him, and he's moving around. Yep. So we'll come back to me. Here we go. And zoom in. There we go. Should be like right behind here, right? So anyway, and of course I can follow. So you can hand it off to somebody else so they can talk. They can hand it back to you so you can talk. You can do this and go from there, and then it gets confused. But they got us. I'll let you hold on to that. They got a Kickstarter already that they're launching very soon. From between 400 to 600, you'll be able to have this device in your home. Let's take a look at that again. Get a good close-up of the back here. We got some, looks like we got a USB connection here down below. No HDMI connection that I saw, but it looks like there's a charging unit on the bottom. And then it probably weighs about, well, I'd say about 5 pounds. And so it's pretty cool. So check it out. It's the OBS Bot. And it's so cool. It's moving you around. I got to look at that camera, not at the TV, because if I look at the TV, it's like... So anyway, Jeffrey Powers with Geekazine. We got a ton of great content at CES 2019. This thing is going crazy. Rocket! Come on, rocket. There it goes. So check it all out at geekazine.com, youtube.com/Geekazine. Go ahead, like, subscribe, comment, and surf and whatever. And we're gonna just check it out. We'll have a lot more coming to you from CES 2019. And until then, you guys geek out. There you go, I'm running away. It's waiting for me. It will not waver. It will not waver. What up, my geeks? Jeffrey Powers here from Geekazine, and today we are going to have a little bit of fun using a new product that I have, the DJI Osmo Pocket. We're going to live stream with DJI Osmo Pocket and a thing called Cosmo Streamer, and then we're just going to add in a slider to it using the Grip Gear slider, which I have had in my arsenal for a while. I haven't figured out a good way to use it, and this is going to be a perfect way to use it. But this is going to be the feature right here. This is the DJI Osmo Pocket. As you can see, it's small. It's like a pencil small, and that is crazy because I can. Well, here's a nice little stylus pencil. You can kind of see the difference. See what it looks like there. So, but the whole idea is this thing is great for getting video, and it's axis stabilized, so you can move around your hand. Let's turn it on, and you can move around your hand, and this thing will stay in its position. Here, let me show you through the PTZ camera. So that's basically the gimbal, and of course you can do. There's a lot of features to it. We're not going to get into it too much, but we're basically going to show you how to take this and actually use it for live streaming. That was the first thing I wanted to find out when I put this all together was, can this be used for live streaming capabilities? And the short answer is yes. There's a lot of working parts in here, and we're going to get to all of those working parts, and we're going to start by going over to the web page that really makes this all possible, Cosmos Streamer. This is over at cosmosstreamer.com, and the idea is they have several different pieces of software for DJI software and other stuff. In fact, if we scroll down a little bit, they got the projects. Let's go to straight up to the projects. There we go. Products: Cosmos Streamer for Osmo, Cosmos Streamer wired light, DJI Go for Windows Mac, Cosmos Streamer for GoPro, and then a super secret project. Now, he's been also working on some really cool stuff like the Osmo RC car and the helicopter camera. So that's pretty cool. But this software is really awesome because it lets you take this thing and stream it to whatever system you're using. Now I'm using Wirecast. That's the stuff you're not seeing behind the scenes. All right, let's get into this. Let's figure out, because you're gonna have some needs. You're gonna need to pick up some products here. So let's go through the whole list of everything that you need to run this software. What we need, first of all, we need the DJI Osmo Pocket. This is about $350, and I got a link down in the show notes how you can get it, and of course it supports the show, so thank you guys very much. Next up that we need is the Raspberry Pi 3 Model A+. Now this is very important because you might get yourself a Raspberry Pi Model B, which I've got one right here, and these are the popular ones, the B+, but we don't want the B+. We want the A+, because the A+ is the one that it works with. And I've actually tried it with the B+, and it didn't work. So trust me, maybe down the line they will have one for the B+. But for now, you have the A+, and of course, standard setup. It comes with HDMI, USB. It's USB 2.0 port. This is the latest version, and I want to point this out. This is very important on the specs. Make sure that you have these specs for the Raspberry Pi. This is the Pi 3 A+ model. It's got 512 megabytes of RAM. It's got 1.4 gigahertz quad core inside, and it's got the wireless 2.4 and 5 gigahertz wireless, and Bluetooth 4.2. Low energy. We're not using Bluetooth. Like I said, single USB 2.0 port, full-size HDMI. Here's another factor to keep in mind. This system also allows you to connect up through the Cosmos Streamer, allows you to connect up an RC module, so you can have a joystick for your gimbal and run the Osmo through a joystick unit. We're not going to do that part. We got too many working parts here, so we just want to continue on straightforward from there. So we're just hooking up the video and then giving it some separate stuff through the grip gear. So we have the Raspberry Pi, and once again, the Raspberry Pi 3 A+. That's the one you really want to get. All right, let's move on. What else do we need from here? So we have the Raspberry Pi. Next up, you need an OTG USB cable. In a lot of cases, you might not have that cable, so you have to make one. So, and you go on Amazon, you're going to find these little products everywhere, anywhere. So basically, it's USB-C to 3.0 USB. That's what you really want. And what that is going to what's going to happen there is that's going to allow you to go into the USB port. And we're going to use the bottom port in this case and use it to send the signal to the Raspberry Pi. Next up, we need a USB Wi-Fi adapter. Now this is actually going to be for the computer that you are using to control the software with. And especially if you got a laptop or a desktop. I had a desktop and I thought I could actually go through my LAN, but you need to have the wireless for the A, because it's got one USB port, and that USB port is being used for the Osmo. So this USB adapter is going to be used to create the second Wi-Fi port, and there's a way to do it in the software. All right, next up we have the grip gear. Now this is, you really don't need the grip gear, but in this case, what we're doing is I'm putting it onto a slider to kind of have fun with the tracking system that's inside the Osmo Pocket. Yeah, this thing can track your face. You can hold it like this, you move it like this, you move it like this, and of course the gimbal will move with it. So we're going to have fun with that by putting it onto the slider and kind of see what kind of reaction it gets. And then finally, the Cosmo Streamer license. This is very important because if you don't have the license, you're not going to be able to do this at all. So to get the license, fairly straightforward. What you do, and we'll talk about that in a couple minutes, because this is a whole process here that we go down. All right, first of all, what you want to do is you want to download the DJI Go for Windows or Mac. Now, this is the software that you're going to put onto your Windows or your Mac, and it's going to control it. I have it on this laptop right here, and I have it all loaded up, and right now it just basically says device not found. It's just sitting there waiting for a connection, and that's perfect. That's what we want it to do. So you go and you download this software and install it. Straightforward on the install, not a problem. With your Windows or Mac, you want to separate, of course, your Wi-Fi. And the Wi-Fi and this is why you need that USB dongle. The Wi-Fi for the Cosmo Streamer in default is Cosmo Streamer with a password of 12345. 12345. But you can change that, and we will show you how to do that once we get everything up and running, because the first thing we need to do is get it all plugged in. So we've got our Pi. There's a full set of instructions that you can go to, which I have, right here. Of course, you can, cosmostreamer.com will have the instructions that you can go from. You can also purchase this, just so you know. He'll give you the A module. He'll get a license key for this. Of course, it'll all be preloaded and ready to go. And you can go over here. I'll show you the prices here. $270 for just with a case, with a box, everything good to go. $150 for the license. He'll get that out to you. And of course, he'll also have, with that $270, he'll give you some support if you have it. But I've been talking back and forth. I'm very, very awesome group there at Cosmo Streamer. So let's get this all connected. So we downloaded the software, and of course you download it onto a micro SD card. What you have to do inside the micro SD card, this is the next step, is when you have it downloaded and installed onto the SD card, you have to create another file called license.txt. This is where your license is going to be. Now, in order to get the license.txt, and we're going to go over the instructions to show you, when you turn on the Raspberry Pi without any instructions, on the bottom left-hand corner, you see a serial number. This is the serial number of the Raspberry Pi. This is what he needs to actually create the license file for you. So you basically give him the serial number, and then he'll send you off a serial number that you can use for your Pi. Now that you have that installed, you basically put it into your Raspberry Pi, and it's ready to go. So what we want to do is we want to hook up the cable conglomeration I have right here. And of course, I have the 3 cables, the USB cable right here. We'll plug that in. And then this is the USB 3.0 cable that's going to go to the device here, which I have sitting on the grip gear. I'm going to plug that in. And then finally, your USB power, 5-volt power. I had a cable that actually wasn't working because it was underpowering the unit, which is really weird. So But anyway, just so you know, if you've never used a Raspberry Pi before, this is what it looks like when it's all connected. And eventually I'll get a case for this, and I need to get a heatsink for this because this takes up a lot of process. And then, of course, if you're going to hook up the RC controller stuff, then you'll be using these pins right here. But for this case, we're not going to be using that. So we've now got it all set up. So let's go ahead. Let's go over and let's plug this in. So here we are. We'll see it in a second. Definitely a lag. All right, so this is the screen. If you don't have the license key in here, you would see the serial number on the bottom left-hand corner like I was talking about. And then, of course, this thing would say that the telemetry is disabled and no video found. And the other reason why you're not seeing it here is because I already have the Go hooked up through the laptop. So let's bring the laptop back into play here. And of course, it's saying device not found because we haven't set up the device, but the Wi-Fi is found. So now I have my Cosmos streamer set up in my Wi-Fi. We're going to see this. It's going to say telemetry disconnected and video disconnected. And that's what we're expecting to see because it's not ready. But it is connecting with the Pi. So if we right click here, we're actually going to see this thing that says box settings. And we're going to go down here, and that is going to give us where we can do our firmware upgrade. We got the Wi-Fi. We can choose which one's going to be our Osmo, which one's going to be the network connection. We can change the Wi-Fi username and password, and which mode we're going to use, 2.4 gigahertz or 5 gigahertz, and go from there. We've got video audio quality. We can disable the video stream to viewer. If we needed to display this HDMI mode, we can do multiple ideas here with the horizontal flip. You get the idea. We have the RC inputs, and like I said, we're not dealing with that, so we're just going to pass over this really quick. And then, of course, a restart for rebooting the box or restarting the firmware. So other settings in here, we have overlays. There's going to be overlays on this thing once we have it turned on. The disable Osmo connection mouse move control, if you want to use the mouse to move the gimbal or not. Connection settings, camera global settings, and restreaming settings, and of course saving screenshots. So that's that. Now we're ready to connect up the Osmo to our system. Now I have it over on, like I said, I'm doing this by using the grip gear, and I have this. Let me just pull this up really quick. All right, got the grip gear here, like right here. It's a basic slider that's meant for your phone, your iPhone, your GoPro, and the Osmo Pocket. Before we do that, we have to make one adjustment to the Osmo Pocket, and that is the dongle right here. As you can see, I got the Lightning connector dongle on here, but this needs to be inverted, or otherwise this will not work. So what we're going to do is we're just going to snap this out, turn around, and put it in. Just like that. It still works that way, so there's no problem. But it will not act as a video distribution system if this is out, because it's going to try and push the video from here to like your iPhone or something like that. So what we're going to do is we're going to put it right into the cradle here, and then I'm going to turn this on. All right. Well, last night after that part, everything just kind of went south from there. And that's all about the project and how that all works, because this is all experimental. This hasn't been done before. And so we're learning a little bit about it. And one thing that I learned was, well, this is a really nice adapter to get. It's basically a USB-C mounting adapter. So on the bottom, you can mount it to a tripod, and on top, you plug in your USB-C, so you can plug in a USB-C from the side. It's a 2-in-1 adapter. So there's a USB-C right on this side and on this side. And when I plugged this in, it did a decent job, but apparently it was flaky. And I was going to talk about how flaky it was. When I took this piece off, totally changed the landscape on this to a more doable thing. Now, The problem is that means I have to use the USB-C directly from the controller. So in order to do this on the grip gear, which is the next piece here, I actually had to tilt it a little bit. Let me show you what I mean. So this is the grip gear, the slider, if you want to call it that. We have, let's focus that a little bit. There we go. We have the unit actually tilted at an angle, which is perfectly fine because when you connect Osmo Pocket to like a Phantom drone or a Mavic or something like that, it'll actually be like this instead of like this. So it's perfectly fine to be tilted at an angle. And the reason why I have it tilted at an angle is because that USB-C controller, USB-C adapter, and then of course the USB-A cable is right back here. And of course I needed to tilt it forward so it would plug in. Now you can get an OTG cable that actually is an adapter with a regular cable, small cable, and then of course it'll adapt to a USB-A type plug from there. But yeah, you can check that out. But this still works, and I had a lot more success by doing it this way. So now let's finish this up. So we talked about putting this all together. Last thing we talked about was the Raspberry Pi and putting it all together. Let's see what this looks like with all of that together. This is my Osmo Pocket from the slider, from the area. And now it's fixed right now. So when I start using the slider, that'll definitely start changing the game here a little bit. And what's really cool is that with this change, now we'll have some movement into it. So I'm going to, and with the grip gear, you can actually get with a remote control. But anyway, I'll take it up to the highest level and then go like this. And now I have a slider, a fixed instance slider. The gimbal is still being a gimbal, so it's stabilizing the picture and giving me a nice stream as it's going. Now, because this is on a Pi, we're doing a third party, there might be a touch bit of latency, but I'm noticing, in fact, I'll do this. We're going to switch this over. So my main camera, and this is my secondary camera. We do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You might see a little bit of slowness to the second one, but it's not too bad. I've also hooked it up to NDI, and you'll see little glitches like that, but I'm not exactly sure how that glitch is happening, if it's the cable, because the cable's now being moved with that, or if it's just the fact that the Pi just doesn't have enough to do everything with the movement. Because when you start moving something, you're now sending more data across video. Like for instance, if I just stood here, if it was just this static image, like the one in front of me, the camera in front of me, all this stuff in the background can be kind of said, okay, that hasn't changed, so we don't need to mess with it. Now we're putting in a moving object here, and with that, that's moving the whole landscape. And it can't just say, okay, it's static, but we're moving it over, because it doesn't think like that. All the glitching, once I took this little puppy off right here, this little bugger, it changed immensely. And before I was saying, well, it's a great idea, but it's not useful. Now in this case, especially if it might be the cable connection, all of a sudden we might have something that's a little more viable for live streaming. And even if we don't use it as a continuous slider, we could actually put this on a slider, position the gimbal, and then position the slider, or reverse, actually position the slider and position the gimbal. So if you're running like a panel or something like that, then you can position the Osmo Pocket to where the person is going to be, and then you can make the shot from there. That's a video thing here nor there. But the other cool thing is with this software, let's flip over to the software on the laptop here. With this software, I can control it in many ways. I can do it as a mouse. So if I take the mouse, and I don't have a scene set up here. So if I do it like the mouse, I can move this around, the gimbal around. As you can see, the gimbal's being moved around by me. If I set the tracking on it, now the gimbal will move when I move. And what's really cool is now with the slide, and of course, yeah, that is definitely gonna start causing more issue, because now you've got a lot of video data that has to be sent back and forth. So you might have some hiccups from there. But for the most part, if you have stable somebody just talking like this, not moving around too much, but moving around enough so if it needs to do some adjustment, it can. Then all of a sudden we have a solution that can work as a slider, a streamer, and a tracker. And if you don't mind those little glitches every now and then that's thinking that's part of the video experience, then hey, it goes from there. The only other problem that I have with this is every now and then the system will freeze, and it doesn't happen too much. And I think once again it might have all been because of this little bugger right here, but it hasn't froze since then. I was a little concerned that it might have been a little overheating from the Raspberry Pi. I did order some heat sinks for that, and they're coming in a couple days here, so I'll test it with the heatsink to see if that happens. But with this, at the resolutions that we're at, 30 frames a second, pushing through into a streamer, I could see somebody using this, and as the software and hardware continues to develop, we might have a really awesome solution for a slider with the Osmo Pocket and going into a stream. They just have to figure out how to fix some of these small little glitchy type things. So I slowed it down a little bit so it showed a little bit less glitch. Now you get the idea of how this works and how well this works, because with minus the little glitches that we've had, the stability is pretty decent for this test, and being able to do something like this, and all of these items could literally fit into, well, the Osmo Pocket fits into your pocket. The slider itself, the biggest part on this whole rig is the fact that I have it on 2 tripods, but with the slider itself, you can actually set it on a table or set it on the ground or anything like that, and then run video that way. But of course, you can put it on a tripod. So everything could fit into a very small backpack. So there you have it. We have a proof of concept, taking an Osmo Pocket, hooking it up to a Raspberry Pi 3 A+ board, very important, downloading the Cosmos Streamer software, getting the Cosmos Streamer license, and then hooking it all up. And like I said, there is a way you can actually put in the RC control through the Raspberry Pi, but you can also use the app, the Go app, to do that as well, and that works really nice, and I can really have a great image passing through once I have this connected up into maybe a multi HDMI hookup or something like that, or maybe NDI. That is it. That was the DJI Osmo Pocket with the streaming capability, using the Cosmos Streamer, and then putting it on the slider, the Grip Gear slider. I hope you enjoyed all that. If you have any questions, feel free to comment down below. If you're on YouTube, go ahead, like, subscribe, and comment. Hit that bell notification for the next cool video coming out from Geekazine. We're going to have a lot more how-tos. We're going to have a lot more interviews, lots of CES action, NAM action, NAB action. So stay on this channel and keep geeking out where we love to geek out, right here. So you guys geek out and take care. What up, my geeks? Jeffrey Powers here from Geekazine, and today we're doing an unboxing, and pretty cool unboxing. We're going to be unboxing the Osmo Pocket, which is from DJI, and it is an awesome little device that allows you to create content, video content, through your phone, through this device, with 3-axis gimbal, stabilization, and more, and it's just super small. And it's always amazing to see these products get smaller and smaller as we go forward in time. I'm just amazed on how that works. So let's take a look at the Osmo Pocket really quick. This is it, of course, 3-axis gimbal. So it doesn't matter how you have your hand. If you got a little shake going and stuff like that, you can also attach it to devices like your drones and your hats and stuff like that, and have some really cool stable video. And we could definitely do some tests with the Osmo 7 or the Osmo Pocket and maybe a Hero 7, but I know there's a few out there that have already done that. So this is just simply the unboxing. So let's get straight to it. We've got the Osmo Pocket right here. And now this is a $300, I think at the time it was $350 on there, but watch out for specials and deals like that. So here we go. I did talk about it with the folks at DJI at CES, so it was pretty exciting there. So let's do that. All right. So now here's the Pocket right here, and simple box. I mean, it is small. Look at that. It's very small. It's smaller than your phone, and weighs about the same weight as a phone, I would say. So let's open this up. There's some plastic film I took off here earlier. So we'll open that up, and then we got the contents right here. We have the Osmo Pocket, which is plastic. We'll start with that. And, excuse me. Hold on a second here. There we go. All right, so we'll take it out of the plastic here. And as you can see, it's a nice little carrying case. The carrying case allows so you don't bust this gimbal thing, because it's pretty sturdy, but it is a little bit fragile, so you got to watch out for that. So keep this close by. And here we go. We'll pull this out of the case here, and this is the Osmo Pocket right here. Now we've got a little yellow piece of right here that we can pull off. That's the foam to make sure that the pocket does not get crunched. So there we go. That's pulled off. Then we got a piece of film here on the lens, which you need to take off as well. There, got that. Here we go. This is oh, we got one more piece right here. This is where the screen is, and so you can see what's going on right here. And then we've got a area where we're going to be putting the USB, our USB designation, whether it's USB-C or USB or Lightning, excuse me. And as you can see, we got a connection right here. So this is what's really cool, is the fact that if things change, then they'll have a new adapter for it. So they might have other adapters. Maybe you'll be able to hook it up to your computer through USB-A down the road. Not right now. So, but anyway, that's that. We're not going to try and turn it on right now. We're just going to set that right there. Let's finish out the unboxing here. We got a small piece right here that we're going to pull out, and inside there we have the USB. This is a USB A to C cable, so this runs off of USB-C, not from here but from down here. And what's really cool about this is there's adapters you can get, including a microphone adapter. We also have the mini card adapter right there. So all right, so we have the USB A to C cable. We've got a nice little wrist lanyard, so we don't drop our Osmo. That's very important. And here we go. These are the little dongles, I guess you could say, for whatever device you choose to put this device on. And you don't need to put it onto a phone. That's the best part. So this is the Lightning connector, and of course that'll just go in to the side like so. And we'll pop that out. Look, I already lost it. What do you know? And down on the bottom, get it out here. Come on. Come on. There you go. There you go. We got the other adapter, and that is the USB-C, not Thunderbolt, USB-C. And I think that's important to say. I don't think it is Thunderbolt. I've not seen any description of it being a Thunderbolt connected port, which I highly doubt. And of course, so once again, that slides in, and that'll look like that for your USB-C device. So we'll put that there. Give me a second as I go retrieve the Lightning cable. I'll be right back. So in the box, we still have a little bit more here. So it's on the bottom here. So we have the instruction manual right here.
on how to use the Osmo Pocket. We've got 2 guides. This is the quick start guide right here, and over here is the disclaimer and safety guidelines. So we'll put that right there for now. And then one last thing, I know I saw it. Maybe it was just the silica gel. Yeah, silica gel. Gotta have the silica gel. So anyway, so that's the Osmo Pocket and all the accessories that you get with the basic model. Let's bring this all over now. So we got the lanyard. We've got, let's move that out of the way. Junk out of the way. So we got the lanyard. We got the cable. We got the Osmo itself, the carrying case, and then the adapters for your phone, or whether you're using Android or you're using iPhone, or you're using iPad for that matter. So, all right, let's do this. Let's see if this boots up here. We're just gonna put this the lightning in there. Snap that in. It's kind of a little bit tough. I don't know if it's totally in or not. I heard a click, so I'm gonna assume that that's it. So we got 2 buttons here. One looks like a record button, one might be the power button. There we go. And it just turned on. It says we want English or Chinese. Is this touch? Oh, this is touch screen. Nice. We'll say English. And there we are. It's now stabilized. And of course, there's some cool accessories that you can move the gimbal around with, so you can put this onto a stand and then move it that way. We've got a pretty low battery, so we're not going to have too much time to connect this on here. Device not activated, it says down here. So if I hit basically if I hit the record button, it says, hey, there's nothing here that we can that's working. So not activated. I got a case on my phone, but we'll give it a try. We'll see what happens when I plug it in. So the idea, of course, is you plug it in like this. Maybe it'll work with the case. I don't know. Nope, it just misses it. Just misses it. I'll have to take the case off before I can do that. But that's the idea. Now you can go from there. But you don't need the phone right away. You can record it onto the SD card, mini SD card, and be able to do some recording from here. Stabilized recording. You're not seeing this too well, but I'm moving this around, and you're seeing my TV monitor that I look at, where my camera is, and with the shake, there's almost no shake here. So I'm really excited about this. So we'll get more of a review on this, but this is the unboxing right now for you to check out. So that was the Osmo Pocket unboxing. I hope you enjoyed that. If you have any questions, hey, feel free to contact me over at Geekazine. Think Magazine Put in a Geek, or geekazine@gmail.com. If you got a product you want me to unbox or review, let me know there as well. There's a whole contact page that you can contact me on there. If you're an Amazon, looking for Amazon reviews, please follow those terms of service, because I do not do those types of reviews for PayPal reimbursement, which you're not supposed to do. Not supposed to do it all. So, but we can talk about some other stuff. And of course, you can go over to Geekazine.com merchandise over at Geekazine.com/merch. Get cool stuff like this and the podcast t-shirt. And of course, we're on Patreon.com/Geekazine, or tip me one time at PayPal.me/Jeff Powers. Everything in the show notes you can do from there. Thanks a lot for watching. This has been the unboxing. Until next time, you guys geek out and take care. You might think that this is something, like wearable, like, VR, but no, I can actually see you. I can see the camera. You can see me, because this is Otus, O-T-U-S. And the idea is simple. It's training your eyes. It's helping you to see better. CES 2019. We're going to talk about that next on Geekazine. All right, so back in the 90s, I tried this thing called aerobics. It was a book that you read to learn about certain things to do with your eyes. Like, for instance, you would take a string and you'd put it by your eye, and then you'd stretch the string out. And the idea was to look at certain points of the string to get the muscles going in your eyes so you could see better without glasses, because a lot of people believe that we're more of a glasses kind of world
and we just rely on things like LASIK surgery to fix our problems, and we could fix the problems ourselves. Otis has the same idea. Now, with these goggles, what you do is you wear them for 5 minutes before you do something like watch TV, use a computer screen or anything like that. You can even walk down the street, but it's more for looking at a screen. So you do about 5 minutes here, and what it's doing is kind of like being in the eye doctor. You'll see all of a sudden it'll be changing lenses. You'll see something flash through on the eyes. You'll still have great vision besides the peripheral vision. But you'll be able to continue to watch, like for instance, there's somebody putting hand cream on their hands over there. I can see that perfectly. I'm wearing my glasses easily. So, but within the 5 minutes, I've just relaxed my eyes, and I've also exercised my eyes a little bit by relaxing the ciliary muscle inside the eye. So 5 minutes a day, help your vision out. And you can continue to watch TV, and then you just take it off, put it to the side. Rechargeable battery and everything like that. They're launching in the United States by the end of this year. $299 for the base model, and it sounds like there's going to be other types of upgrades and probably family plans and stuff like that, so everybody can have better eyesight and be more relaxed. And this is the Otis, O-T-U-S. You can check that out. We'll have the link in the show notes. So go over to geekazine.com, check out the show notes. Go over to youtube.com/geekazine. Check out the show notes of Facebook, all that other stuff, and check out how you can get this really cool Geordie LaForge looking pair of glasses. So anyway, we got a lot more cool stuff over at CES 2019. Jeffrey Powers. Maybe I should just walk around the whole show like this.
You can.
Okay, yeah. So anyway, thanks a lot for watching. You guys geek out and see better. You might think that this is something, like wearable, like, VR, ooh, but no, I can actually see you. I can see the camera. You can see me, because this is Otis, O-T-U-S. And the idea is simple. It's training your eyes. It's helping you to see better. CES 2019. We're going to talk about that next on Geekazine. All right, so back in the 90s, I tried this thing called aerobics. It was a book that you read to learn about certain things to do with your eyes. Like for instance, you would take a string and you'd put it by your eye, and then you'd stretch the string out. And the idea was to look at certain points of the string to get the muscles going in your eyes so you could see better without glasses, because a lot of people believe that we're more of a glasses kind of world, and we just rely on things like LASIK surgery to fix our problems, and we could fix the problems ourselves. Otis has the same idea. Now, with these goggles, what you do is you wear them for 5 minutes before you do something like watch TV, use a computer screen or anything like that. You can even walk down the street, but it's more for looking at a screen. So you can do about 5 minutes here, and what it's doing is kind of like being in the eye doctor. You'll see all of a sudden it'll be changing lenses. You'll see something flash through on the eyes. You'll still have great vision besides the peripheral vision. But you'll be able to continue to watch, like for instance, there's somebody putting hand cream on their hands over there. I can see that perfectly. I'm wearing my glasses easily. So, but within the 5 minutes, I've just relaxed my eyes, and I've also exercised my eyes a little bit by relaxing the ciliary muscle inside the eye. So 5 minutes a day, help your vision out. And you can continue to watch TV, and then you just take it off, put it to the side. Rechargeable battery. They're launching in the United States by the end of this year, and this is the Otis, O-T-U-S. You can check that out. We'll have the link in the show notes, so go over to geekazine.com, check out the show notes. Go over to youtube.com/geekazine, check out the show notes of Facebook, all that other stuff, and check out how you can get this really cool Geordie LaForge looking pair of glasses. So anyway, we got a lot more cool stuff over at CES 2019. Jeffrey Powers. Maybe I should just walk around the whole show like this.
You can.
Okay, yeah. So anyway, thanks a lot for watching. You guys geek out and see better. Up my geeks, Jeffrey Powers here from Geekazine, and today we are taking a look. We're going to be doing an unbox. We're going to be unboxing the Eden Lux Otis Eye Care technology. and we're going to do that next. How you doing? Jeffrey Powers here from Geekazine. Think Magazine, put in a geek. You got me. And yeah, you can find me on Facebook. You can find me on YouTube. You can find me just Magazine Geekazine. There you go. And you can always like, subscribe. Go ahead, subscribe. Hit the bell notification for the next video. You can also go over to geekazine.com, and there's a bell notification there, which you'll know when the next video comes or the next article comes up on geekazine.com. Okay, today we're going to do this. We're going to unbox the Otis eye care technology. Now, I saw these guys at CES. Amazing product. So basically what they are, let me just pull this up really quick. Basically what they are, let's pull up their screen here. This is for your vision, especially my vision. Now, of course, as you can see, I wear glasses. I need glasses to see, so my vision, and in the last year, my vision's gotten a little bit worse to the point where I have progressive. So you're clear right now, you're blurry. You're clear right now, you're blurry. So I want to find any and every single way to try and keep my vision at least to where it is right now, if not improve it. And I know that there's many different ways to do that through certain exercises. And that's what Otis is a technology that helps you exercise your eyes. Now, the cool thing about this is it is a headset, but it's something you see through, which means you can watch TV. I could be using my computer. I could be in bed if I wanted to. Wherever you want to be, you put this thing on. You could be on a plane, you could be on a train, you could be wherever. You put this on for about I think it's 5 minutes, and then it does some stuff, I think some focal stuff to kind of trick your eyes and exercise your eyes. And then when you're done, you keep doing that and you keep doing that, and it's gonna help with your vision. Now, it comes with an Otis app, and of course that helps you customize the training right there. Let's go back to the main page there. It'll help your eyesight improve, and like I said, you could be watching your iPad, you could be watching your TV, and basically what it's going to do is it's going to figure out how your eyes are working, if there's any issues that are coming up or anything like that. It's just going to improve all the vision. So let's get here. Let's get into the unboxing part for your vision. So let's get this going. Now, first of all, hey, I do want to say before I get into this is a product that was given to me to review and test out and use. I have been not compensated for this in any way, shape, or form. Of course, if you want to find out anything about how Geekazine works when it comes to review, go over to geekazine.com/review. All opinions are of Geekazine, and there's no influence in how I perceive this product. But this is just an unboxing. I have not unboxed this. I've only seen what I saw at CES. It could have completely changed since then. So I want, it's just going to be a first-time look and see what you get inside the box at this point in time. So let's do that. Let's break open the seal. Let's open this puppy up and go from there. We'll switch over to the PTZ, and I'll grab, where'd my knife go? Oh, I lost my knife. We'll have to improvise. Give me a second here. There we go. So, do not accept if this seal's broken. That's what it says down there. But we're going to break the seal. There we go. We just broke the seal. And here we go. Opening it up. At the beginning, we'll have a quick manual. Now, it looks like this quick manual is in Korean. Now, they've told me that there's going to be an update to this quick manual, and there will be an English version. So don't worry about that. But right now, I have the Korean because this is an early model, so don't worry about that. It'll come with English language here. So now inside we have a nice soft foam. That's pretty cool. And let me just undo this, and we'll bring this over here. And when we remove the foam, set that down here, we will see the full Edenlux system. Edenlux is the parent company to Otis. So, and of course, the website that you saw was at edenlx.com. So, what we have here, what I can see is, first of all, the headset right here. This is a guarantee card. I'm not exactly sure what that is just yet. We've got the manual, the pouch, and the cleaner in here, and then of course a pad in here. So let's start with the straight up part here. That's the device, and we're going to take it out of the packaging. So that is the set of goggles. Glasses over glasses. In fact, it did fit over my eyes last time. Let's just make absolutely sure. So it's got a little retractable strap here that we'll bring out, and we'll bring it over. And yeah, even with my new glasses, I can see the screen. I can continue on like this. In fact, let's continue on like this. So, all right, inside we also have the pad. Let's see what the pad. Oh, we got a couple pads. These must be pads that get reused, maybe per person or something like that. So let's open that up. Okay, yeah, these are foam pads. So it does feel a little bit hard right now. So I'm guessing I got to put these pads over the goggles, or maybe that's to replace this pad right here. I'll have to check on the instructions, but yeah, I'm pretty sure that this will start to wear out, and when it does, you'll just replace them with these. That's the way that looks. So, all right, we got that. We got the manual plus pouch plus cleaner. So you get what is in here. It's a manual. It's got a pouch. It's got a cleaner right in here. So we'll just leave that. Next one is the charger set. So we'll definitely need that to open that up. So let's go ahead and open that up. Encased in foam. Now, once again, this is an early model, so it does not have the US plug in here, but that's okay. This looks like to be a micro USB port. So I have many cables like that and many plugs like that, so that's not an issue. But I'll definitely use this. I can, when I go over to Korea and stuff like that, I can definitely use this to charge from there. All right, what else we got? It's got this guarantee card. That's interesting. What does the guarantee card say? It's got the serial number on it, and I'm tipping it this way so you don't see the serial number. It's got a QR code, and everything in the guarantee card is in Korean. But when the US version comes out, you'll definitely probably get a card that's more in English. So let's see if there's anything underneath these pads. More foam. That looks like all foam, all foam, all foam. So that's basically it. With the manual, we'll open this up really quick. The manual, the pouch, and the cleaner. There's the pouch right there. Standard cleaning fabric right there. And then once again, this is probably going to be in Korean as well. Yeah, it's all Korean, but that's okay, because not only they're going to be sending the manual to me in English, so I'm going to be doing a 30-day, about a 30-day review, because I need to kind of figure out how to judge how my eyes are getting better with this device. That's the challenge for me. It's not like I can put them on and wear them and after 30 days say, yeah, this is great. I want to find out if there's a way to figure that out. Maybe that is just get an eye appointment and see and go from there. I don't know. We'll figure that out. If you got any ideas on how I should test this, then let me know. Let's look at this a little bit more close up. It's got some buttons. It's got some levels on here, which I don't know just yet how everything works here. So basically what we have, this looks like to be the power button. This one says, are you on your phone or on your TV? I suppose that makes a difference on how near or far that device that you're looking at is, so it can tailor to the situation. It's got a dial here, which, if I remember correctly, this helps. Okay. I don't know if you can see that inside, but that's actually moving the eyepiece. So if you got wider eyes, you go into the wider stance. If you got more narrow eyes between the bridge of the nose, then it does that as well. Now let's see. Let's see if there's any power to it. It is. We turn it on, and now at this point we install an app, and that app There is an Otis app. I think this is it right here. So we'll hit the get button and I'll have to install it on the phone. So it's asking for to create an account, which I'll have to do. Let's see how easy it is to. It's asking me terms of use and privacy policy, and then it says type in the serial number. Okay, it's going to be a little bit more than what, and you need that card for that part because it's going to tell you the serial. It's going to ask for the serial number and go from there. So we'll basically leave it at that. That's basically the unbox of the Otis Eye Care technology. And like I said, I'll be doing a full review of this and figure out how to test this with my eyes to prove that this is actually working and my eyes are getting better because of this, because I want that to happen. It'd be nice if I wasn't wearing contacts and I could see you, but right now I just see a blur. So always interested in eye care technology. As we get older, we need to really be concerned about our eyes. Very, very important. So we'll give this a testing and go from there. So what do you guys think? Are you excited to hear about this? I know I've been excited ever since CES when I first saw this. I got the video over at youtube.com/Geekazine or on Geekazine.com. Just look for Otis, O-T-U-S, Otis. In the meantime, hey, you can find me over on youtube.com/Geekazine. Remember to like, subscribe, comment. The bell notification will let you know when the next video comes out. You can find me on Twitter, Facebook, Think Magazine, put in a geek, and you go right there. We're live on YouTube, we're live on Twitch, and now we're giving a test on Mixer.com. Look for Mixer.com/Geekazine, and I believe that's the link, but don't hold me to that. So anyway, thanks a lot for watching. This has been the unbox of the Edenlux Otis Eye Care technology. Pretty exciting stuff. I can't wait to really review this. Just as you're 5 minutes a day as you're watching TV. All right, thanks a lot for watching. Till next time, you guys geek out and take care. Jeffrey Powers, Geekazine.com, NAB 2019. We're here with Josh at Padcaster, and we're going to check out this thing, which is a cool game changer for you guys using your iPhones and your iPads to record content. We're going to talk about that next. So, I go through normal broadcast, it's a prosumer camera. It's really nice and everything like that. And the reason, one absolute reason why I do this is the optical zoom. And you guys have been around forever. I remember when you came out with your first Padcaster. It was awesome, but once again, you had the interchangeable lenses, but nothing that could zoom in, zoom out.
Right.
That's changed the game with this one. So tell us a little bit about what you got here.
All right. Well, depth of field adapters have been around for a while, but they were always made to marry to a much larger camera. Like, that thing's got what, like a 58, 62, something like that?
Yeah, something like that.
And so it matches up with those. None of them were ever tuned to work with a 10 millimeter mobile phone lens.
Yeah.
And so we basically decided to make one that goes from a 10 millimeter lens to a full frame 35 sensor.
Okay.
It goes on in position. It doesn't need to be calibrated because it's a PL mount.
Okay.
Locks on, solid as a rock.
Okay.
And it has an E mount that can be converted to anything.
Okay.
So let's say you wanted to use a Nikon zoom, right? Or a Canon zoom. As long as it's a manual lens, put it right on the end. Turn our app on, so we made an app that works with it. Tell it what phone's in there, click the button, and it calibrates. You're ready to shoot.
That's awesome.
And you have the same zoom control that you would have with that lens and any other camera.
Okay.
So
manual focus, but
manual focus, manual exposure.
Yeah.
But most of the people we talk to want more control over it. Like every time autofocus is trying to help, it breathes and it's hunting for focus.
Yeah.
When automatic gain control in their audio, it's like someone starts to talk softer and it jacks the volume up and it can't be fixed. So, most of our customers are looking for more control over their picture and sound.
Yeah.
So this gives them that.
Now, let's say I'm doing a Facebook Live or anything like that, will you be able to still do that with the software?
Our app goes live to Facebook, YouTube, or any custom RTMP.
Okay.
So you can actually have this shallow depth of field, zoom in, zoom out capabilities, and go live with lower thirds, green screen, and your company logo as an overlay all at the same time.
And it saves to the phone as MP3 or M4V or?
Whatever the H.264 flavor of Apple is, it saves to.
Okay. What about Android? Is there Android?
Oh, no, not yet. We want to, but we'll let the other guys worry about that for now.
Yeah, that's true. So, and it's amazing what you can do with your phone, with any iOS device to get the shot, and just the fact of optical zoom now is crazy. So, what is this out yet, or
this is coming this summer? So look for it summer 2019.
Okay.
And yeah, I mean it's it's a mean little kit, and it feels, if you hold it, I mean cradle at the lens like that and put your hands on it, feels like you're holding a camera.
Yeah.
Right.
Like this, and there you are.
And there the focus. The focus is that guy.
Okay.
Hold on. Well, I don't know what the minimum focus is on that thing.
Let's see if we can show that. You can see that right there.
Can you see?
No, I got it. You're perfect.
You got it?
You're zoomed in. Where's the zoom one?
It's not, that's a 50. That's a
50.
prime.
That's a static. Okay. So as you can see there, pretty nice. And you definitely have that depth of field there. So now, really quick, of course you have all the other podcasts. I love this thing right here. Let's just
the studio.
Yeah, this is if you got a small studio. This is really nice. So tell me everything that's on this one.
So this is after a lot of years of curating and working with a lot of people in corporate and education. They want a turnkey solution.
Yeah.
They don't have to buy anything else, right? So we give them a kit that has a unidirectional mic, a stick mic, lavalier mic, light, sunshade that doubles as a hard case, teleprompter, tripod, you name it.
Okay.
And it all fits in a backpack that also comes with it.
Awesome.
So
let's just turn this around really quick so they see the front.
So this is the studio, and this is our baby
little teleprompter.
Parrot teleprompter.
Welcome to NAB 2019. Meet the Parrot teleprompter attached to a Padcaster Versa or almost any camera system. Insert your smartphone, running the free Parrot app, and read text while looking directly into the lens. Oh, looking directly into the lens is
that
here.
will
right
go on
here.
that, and then you can do,
Oh, I could actually, I could attach this to here.
This goes on any. It just so it comes with 13 mounting rings.
So I could flip this. I could put this here.
Yeah, like you'd have to take the sunshade off.
For this week only, in celebration of NAB, get the Parrot teleprompter for just $99, over 25% off.
You can kind of see it.
Kind of see
So
it.
this is a 62.
62.
You screw a 62 millimeter mounting ring like this.
Okay.
And just pop it right
Pop it
down
right
front.
in. That is
absolutely.
awesome. So
You're good at
something-
ad-libbing though. You don't need a teleprompter.
Yeah. No, sometimes I do. Sometimes I do.
Even if you bullet point what you're trying to say, so you can keep track of your ideas.
Yeah.
And then ad lib, it's awesome. And it has saved my life so many times.
Absolutely. Really quick, how much is this?
Studio's $15, but it's on sale here at NAB, of course, because you have to have a special. So I think it's like $13 here.
$13? Okay, perfect.
$13. If you can carry it out, you can take it.
And of course, when the lens comes out, do we have price points on that?
So the adapter and this with this system, because it's a phone like this, is also, it's gonna come like this with mounts for more sort of prosumer lenses, little moment lenses, things like that.
Yeah.
So the whole kit with the depth of field adapter is looking to be $450. But if you're just buying this to go on an iPad, it's a whole different ballgame. Okay. We're going to create mounts for tablets also.
Yeah, there'll be different prices for what you need as you go. So padcaster.com for...
That's where you find us.
All right, cool.
All right.
Thank you very much for your time. So, and you guys, how exciting is this? If you've got a small studio, even in your bedroom, you don't want to show your bed, you just put that in front of the bed and do your stream. You even teleprompt and go from there. Or if you're out and you want to take some really cool photos and video and live streams, awesome stuff.
I'm going to take a quick video of you.
I'm going to take a video of me as I'm talking. Jeffrey Powers from Geekazine. Check everything out over at geekazine.com or youtube.com/Geekazine. And we'll have a lot more. Go ahead, like, subscribe, comment, hit the bell notification for the next video. And as always, I'll do it both. Geek out. I'm ambidextrous.
Hey everybody, Steve Luther here. I'm going to put my glasses on so I don't say anything really weird. Think about that. I'm very, very honored to be here tonight. When Peter asked me to be the guy, I was a little bit shocked and also taken back. The truth of the matter is, Peter and I have been friends for 43 years. First time, I mean, I adore this man. He's a big hero of mine, as well as being a great friend. But it's ironic that he would play 4-Day Creep. I didn't know he was going to play that. That's the first time I ever heard him play. But I dropped the needle over my friend's house in junior high school. They said, you got to check out this band. And it was the live album, you know, Rockin' at the Fillmore. And the first tune is 4-Day Creep. And the thing that killed me was, like, I'd never heard anybody play the way he plays, modally with all the different notes for you non-musicians. It just sounded different to me as a young guitar player. It really hit my heart and started me on a different path than just playing regular blues like everybody else. Peter just had a young sound. He's only 20, 21 years old when he did this. And those were the days of live albums. You know, they were really live before you could fix everything. And this followed Peter to his infamous, famous, legendary live album that we all adore. And set new standards, not only for him as a player and as an artist, but also what live albums are supposed to be like. And his tone just hit the back wall, and it still does to this day, and I'm constantly inspired by him. And we've worked together a lot over the years. As a matter of fact, my band Toto, the first time we ever played Arena was opening for Peter in 1978 in Hawaii. And it was a big thing for us. And he was so welcoming, and the band was so good, and they were riding high on that Friend Comes Alive thing, and it was just on fire. And who knew at that moment that we'd be lifelong friends as we, even our sons, my son Trevor and Julian, who are both here tonight, are great friends. So this isn't really just a little thing for me. This is a big thing because it means a lot to me from my heart, and it's a family thing. And you know, this went on, and I was turned on to the solo records by my friend Bruce Gowdy in high school, and you know, I just got into it, and the live album blew everybody's mind. And all I can tell you is that to be asked to do this and present this award to one of my favorite guitar players, also one of my favorite people, I'm really without. We just did this a few years back. We were able to play together for the Beatles' 50th anniversary TV show. with Don Was put together an all-star band. And me and Peter were the guitar players, and I was just looking at him, here we are at the 50s Beatle thing, and Peter Frank, he was at my house, and we're playing Here Comes the Sun. I always still get a little starstruck because he's a dear friend, but he's also a hero of mine. And I could do 20 minutes up here, and they want to get me off real fast because you'd much rather hear him play than hear me talk. I just want to say it's a great honor to one of the most original voices on guitar, a Grammy Award-winning legend, and somebody honored to say is a dear friend of mine. Please, Peter Frank.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Steve. I really want to thank you. It's as Luke has said, it's been we've known each other many, many years, and he's talk about being an inspiration for me. He's an incredible, as you all know, guitar player. So Luke's very he's very familiar with my history because he was, as you could tell, he was there for most of it. We've been mates, obviously, for a very long time, so he didn't need to look me up in Wikipedia. But he missed out a couple of stories, but I think that's for another time. Or maybe later. Seriously, though, Luke is a great friend, and of course, one of history's finest players, finest guitar players. And I'm so thrilled that he's here to have presented to me, and it's such an honor. And an honor it is for a guitarist, for any serious musician really. Any association with Les Paul is a privilege and an honor. So many, many, many thanks to Namtech and everyone responsible for this acknowledgement. Now, thank you. I love you too, sir. So now I could take this opportunity to simply talk about myself. Some of you know firsthand that I can be, you know, quite the poet.
Oh yeah,
Yes.
oh yeah.
You? Really? Now? But I'd rather talk about Les. Everything you can say about Les and his impact on our industry is absolutely true, obviously. He is the godfather of modern recording as well as the most innovative of guitar players. Simply, he was the inventor of what we do. It's a debt that we all owe him. I was fortunate enough to know Les. We first met in the mid-70s, and I had an opportunity to hang out and play with him over the years. It grew into a lovely friendship, I have to say, which blew my mind. In the mid-90s, I was playing with Ringo's All-Star Band, and we had a huge date in New York, and it was very, very close to showtime. And a stagehand came up to me. I was just putting my guitar on, and he says, "You've got a phone call." I said, "I'm a little busy right now. I have to go on stage. It's time to go on." He said, "You'll want to take this call." I wondered, was it the Almighty? Well, almost. "Peter," the voice says, "it's Les." I almost dropped the guitar, I tell you. He just wanted to say good luck and he wished that he could be there with us that night. That's the kind of guy that he was, thoughtful, always warm and encouraging. Really, no one was more supportive of young musicians. He got so much joy out of watching you succeed, and he took great pride in the fact that you had a Les Paul in your hands while doing it. Les was a great character and could tell a hell of a dirty joke. If there was more time, I'd share a few. We'll see you in the pub later. Les and I were both great admirers of Django Reinhardt. He got to meet Django and once showed me a photo of the two of them together. I'm still jealous. The two of them together is mind-boggling, isn't it? And it's always the sound of an instrument that inspires me to play. Les and I shared a curiosity for new sounds, new ways of making music that went back to our childhoods. I told him about my first experiments with recording. When I was 12 or 13, I had asked my parents for a reel-to-reel tape machine so I could record myself, then hear back what I was doing. Then it quickly dawned on me that I could play back the rhythm part and then play the lead part over the top. So that meant back to mum and dad for another tape recorder so I could take the idea further. It was my own very primitive start to multi-track recording, which Les had already innovated and perfected. And of course, all the while, I had been commandeering the family bathroom, which of course had the best echo in the house. And Les liked that. He said, "The bathroom's the best. I used to stick Mary in there for hours at a time." He did. Just goes to show you that great art can come from anywhere, even the loo. There's no question that Les Paul had a hand in everything I did and continue to do, both on stage and in the recording studio. Whatever I've done to earn this wonderful recognition, it all started with Les. That is an immense source of pride for me. I just want to say to all the young musicians out there, be inspired by what Les made possible. He showed us that innovation isn't about high-tech or money, it's about ideas. It's about using the tools at your disposal to make music in ways no one has done it before. That's Les Paul's legacy. Thank you, Les. I just want to also thank my band and my incredible team who have been there for me throughout the years, my family, and of course my fans. Thank you all, but we're not done yet. It's been a great night, but we've got one more for you. Is that okay? He's holding it for me.
Is it tracking my face? Jeffrey Powers with Geekazine. We're here at the Pivo booth. Of course, I saw him in South Korea. Lots of cool stuff with the smartphone and, of course, facial tracking and other cool stuff. We're going to talk with them next on a couple of the new features that they have on this thing, and we're going to do that next. I'm a monkey, monkey, monkey. Woo, woo, woo. I'm a monkey, 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 monkey. I'm a monkey. I'm over here. I'm over here. I'm a monkey, 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 monkey. Woo, woo. So these are the new features. That was facial feature on the Pivo, and this is tracking feature.
Object tracking. Yes, this is object tracking. Is something we have been working on very hard. So we can put our face here and make a something like this. Yeah. And I can move.
He's moving around, and it's moving with him.
So this is a face like object tracking.
That's awesome.
And it can go pretty far. So it's like
if you leave the screen and it can't find you, will it unfind you and just kind of sit there, or will it start searching for you?
Yeah, we got we are kind of split.
Okay.
We don't know which is better experience. We are trying to test it.
Okay.
Yeah, okay.
All right. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
And that's at CES 2019, CES Unveiled. You can find me over at Geekazine.com. This thing's moving with me. It's so cool. I'm a monkey. Oh, you don't have my monkey face there. Anyway, you can check it out over at youtube.com/Geekazine. Go ahead, like, subscribe, comment down below, and hit the bell for notifications. Facebook.com/Geekazine. Thanks a lot for watching. You guys geek out. Until the next one. No, I'm over here. Over here. Okay, yeah, come over here. Over here. There you go. All right, we went a little bit over. We had a lot of articles here because I went to I was gone for a couple weeks. But let's talk about our main subject, and that is this. I went to San Francisco, like I said, to VMworld. And before I went to VMworld, I got an email. I said, hey, and the email said, hey, we've got a podcast booth that's set up. Would you like to reserve some time in the podcast booth? Now, this is not the first time I've seen that, but I'm finding that a lot of non-techie conference, that's a technical conference, yeah. But I'm finding even non-techie conferences are starting to think about this. Smaller conferences are starting to think about podcast booths. Being able to bring somebody aside because you're there at the conference, they're there at the conference, setting up a recorder, whether it be through your phone, whether it be through a recording system or whatnot. And in some of these cases, they're actually giving you an area with a mixer and 2 microphones, and you just basically plug in your recorder, you plug in maybe your computer. If you're doing video, you plug in the camera, and you do your show. And you do your one-on-one interviews with people that you don't normally get to see on a day-to-day basis. And you don't want to do it over the interwebs. So with this, I'm finding, and you know, podcasting has always been a part. As long as you had a device to record, you could always do a podcast, audio version podcast or video version podcast at any show. So it's amazing that, you know, some of these conferences are realizing, hey, we've got to have these booths so people don't have to lug big gear. They can make a show that actually sounds maybe even better than what they produce, and make them realize, hey, you know, maybe we should up our podcast game and get some of this equipment. Gives them a chance to test out new equipment. Like, for instance, the the Podcaster Pro. A lot of people haven't gotten a chance to try that, and some of these shows have Podcaster Pros there now. So you can pop in your SD card, hit that record button, do your conversation, stop it, pull out the SD card, and then put it in your computer wherever you need to go. So with that, you have a lot more option. And you don't have to lug all this equipment. You can still do it the old-fashioned. You can still take your equipment. I'm still taking my equipment. But, you know, if you don't have the best equipment, you know, and, you know, have old mics or anything like that, you don't want to shove those into people's faces. You want to sit down in front of a table and have a conversation. You can do that. It's amazing where podcasting is going, because it's got such little overhead in setup. Because I could probably rent out a storefront, put up a podcast booth, which is a table, 2 microphones, a mixer, and a place to plug in your computer, and then rent it out. And then people can come there and do their shows there. Then have that studio at home like I have, because they don't have room for that studio. And it has all the soundproofing in it. The rooms, you know, they don't bleed from one show to another, so you can have like multiple podcast areas, and really bring in some great talent and record shows for yourself. Have other people rent it out. Say, you know, $10 for a half hour, depending on where you are, of course. And you can go in, you sit down, you have your podcast. Maybe even set it up so the phone line, it's easy call access. So if you do need to call somebody and you don't have that option at home to do that, you can easily go to one of these incubating type podcast areas. But conferences, you know, you go to. It's very important to actually go to a conference in your field. And this is whether you work at a 9-to-5 job or whether you're independent or whatever. It's always a good idea to get out to something, whether it's a local conference or a regional conference or a national or even international conference, to find out what's going on in your world. Whether it's IT, whether it's accounting, whether it's HR, whether it's customer service. There's shows for all of them, and all of them are putting together podcast booths. So if you do have a show, you can set up times and talk with people and get them on your show. Sound bites, full episodes, fun clips, bloopers, everything like that. All of the stuff, it's perfect. And being able to do that from a conference and getting people, like I said, that you don't normally get to interact with on a regular basis, it's amazing. And you know, that's how I got to interview Steve Wozniak. That's how I got to interview Adrian Grenier. That's how I got to interview, you get the idea. South by Southwest, I've interviewed many, many, many celebrity, because I go out to the show conference. I brought my gear, yeah, but you know, eventually South by South. I'm surprised South by Southwest doesn't have a podcast room. Maybe they do, and I just haven't found it yet. And then bring that in so people can sit down, podcast. They do have a media room, and in that the news media, because I do have press, and in back of the press room there is an area where you can go and do your podcast, but they don't have the equipment set up for that. So I don't know. It's awesome to think on how podcasting can really take things to the next level. And putting it in having it in conferences is great for the conference because that brings you there more than it brings you there for the people. But now you have an avenue to interview some of these people, and they're willing to give you schedule time to interview. It's win-win situation. So if you do not go to conferences and you're a podcaster, think about it. Dragon Con was just this last week, and I know Todd Cochran and Rob Greenlee took the new media show to Dragon Con, and they had shows at Dragon Con. Now that's just a visual experience to begin with. But doing it live, you bring people in, and maybe or doing it in a booth, you still bring people in, and you get people interested in your show. And that's the key right there, is to really bring people to your show. So, you know, lots of people will watch. Yeah, maybe they'll give you 1-star review, but maybe they'll give you a 5-star review, and maybe they'll become your regular listeners, and maybe they will also comment on your shows and interact. And then all of a sudden you go, "Oh my goodness!" Whereas before nobody was coming back and talking to me, I've got tons of people doing that now. You see, it's just that win-win situation. So I could go on forever about that, but I'm definitely going over on time. So yeah. So what do you do? Do you, first of all, I'll put out that question. Do you go to conferences to a podcast? And don't think outside the box like I always do. And just because the conference, let's say it's a local conference that comes to your town, there's always somebody that you can interview that fits into your niche. Even if your niche is basket weaving, there's always going to be somebody there that you can interview that works for your podcast. I guarantee it. I'd be surprised if it didn't happen, but you do have to look for it sometimes. So even if the show's in town or, you know, close to a major city, you know, an hour drive or something like that, do it. Even if you're there for the day, do it and get a couple sound bites and talk to a couple people, and then put that in your show. And you find that brings a lot more. And make sure when you do interview these people, make sure you have their Twitter handle, make sure you have their Facebook handle, Instagram, all that other stuff. So when you post it, you're saying, okay, follow this person, and then tweet about it with this person, and you know, so they see it, and maybe they'll tweet you back. Don't always expect that, but maybe they'll tweet you back, and then all of a sudden you're growing your audience. That's a great organic way to grow audience. All right, let's talk about our main subject here, and that is intellectual property. We're creating audio, we're creating video, and the last thing we want to do is have somebody take that audio or video and use it for themselves. Basically, steal your content, freeboot your content, and put it on their site, and they make lots of money while you're making nothing. Once again, we're talking about the business thing, being afraid on this, and this kind of goes with that as well, because sometimes, you know, I know how to get an advertiser, I know how to do an affiliate code, those things I have an understanding on. But somebody might have a better understanding of this type of advertising, doing this, and then they're thinking, oh, well, we're just putting your podcast on, and then we're getting the rights. Some are just outright taking it, because with podcasts, you can download the podcast, and then you have that file there. What do you do with that file? What do other people do with that file? Some of them can kind of rip it and then put it onto their own site. They host your media. they get your download stats and they put advertising in between that. And there's many websites that have done that. I've seen many times a website that just shows up and starts taking my content. And so I've written a Google alert, and if you don't have a Google alert on your podcast, you should, because that's a great way for you to be aware that somebody is already grabbing your content and using it for themselves. And that, that's important, because if they're stealing your content, it's your intellectual property. No matter how no matter how you play it, it's down to earth. Even if you completely open it up for everybody to take, it's still your intellectual property and at your control. That's why we have something called Creative Commons. That's why we have, and we're going to talk about that. But first of all, let's talk about your rights to your podcast. Your rights to your audio podcast, your video podcast, as long as you're not taking anybody else's audio, video, whatever. Like, for instance, this show, 100% me. That is my property. No different than a painting is, no different than a poem, no different than a TV show, no different than a radio show. This is my content. I'm giving it to you. I'm letting you consume it. I might have a Creative Commons license on it to say, okay, you can edit and reshare, and as long as I get credit for it, and in some cases that doesn't happen in those cases. But the important thing is that it's my content, and I'm giving it to you, but don't abuse it. And I should have the ability to say, okay, you're abusing it, it's gone. Now, YouTube has just created in their beta YouTube creators. It's a great tool. It's the copyright tool. And they're basically scrubbing all of YouTube, and they're finding videos. And this isn't out to the full public yet. I'm in part of the preview mode group. And basically, so it finds videos, it content matches those videos. And whether it be 10% of the video, 20%, 100% of the video, and then it comes back with a list. And there were a couple that I had collaborations with that I said, yeah, okay, those were collaborations. I put them in the okay pile. But then there's a whole bunch of them that just downright stole my content and put it up on their site. And now I have that tool to say, okay, done. They get their copyright strike. And a lot of the times, sometimes it is new channels, but sometimes it's older channels that tried to do YouTube and they didn't understand how it all worked. So now I have a great tool on YouTube. How do I do that on podcasting? How do I know that somebody's not taking my content and sending it over for their website, for their walled garden? That gets even tougher because now it's in an area that I don't have access to, and my content could be there. So then I have to rely on people to say, hey, I saw your content over on this walled garden. I don't think you're a member here. Now, okay. Yeah. So the first thing, word of mouth. Simplest. We'll get into the whole thing. What you need to do to help protect your content a little bit better. Now, word of mouth is probably one of the best ways to do it. I've found many a time that somebody has been taking my content simply by a tweet, simply by an email, simply by a Facebook post. Hey, I saw your stuff over here. And then you go over there and it's like, wait a minute, that is not my published channels. And now you have, at least you have the knowledge of where to go. And that's where that Google alert also comes in too. Once you know where it is, now you can start to attack it. So, or not attack it, tackle it. An older case, but it was still, it's still important, and that's Stitcher.com. It shows that people can't just take your content. There were a lot of podcast companies just starting out, and they noticed that, hey, our content, our audio is on Stitcher. We never signed up for a Stitcher account. We never said you can use our stuff. We never agreed to a terms of service with you guys. But yet your podcast, our podcast is on Stitcher.com, and you're thinking, oh, it's exposure. No, it's not exposure. It's stealing. So in 2014, they were told, hey, you got, and this was podcast 1, you got to take those shows off or work a deal with us, because we're not into any blanket deal. And at the time, Stitcher had a portal for advertisers and putting advertising in, and then you basically, just like YouTube, you signed up for it. You said, okay, these are the terms, that I agree to these terms, we'll go from there. And then of course you could see your money being made or whatever. So as you can see, even stuff like apps like Stitcher or Spotify or anything like that, they have to adhere. They can't just say, oh, it's an RSS feed, let's just bring it into our system and we'll let you listen to it. No, it doesn't work that way. Keep in mind, I saw this meme a couple days ago, and that was, and I wish I could pull it up, but basically it said, where did Spotify get the money to create their podcast group? Well, the answer was all the songs that they ended up paying $2, billions of downloads, and only paid the artists pennies for. And if you remember, a few years ago, that's what happened with Spotify. And if you get into agreement with Spotify with your podcast, will that be the same thing? Will they make 99 cents to your penny on the dollar? And if that's the case, I don't want to be on Spotify. Even if I had 1 million people watching or listening to my show, and I only get 1% of what's being made on that, no. YouTube has a 60-40 rule. And if you're on an MCN multi-channel network, that means that they'll take part of that 60%, so you get a lesser cut, but then they give you more exposure. The whole idea is supposed to work out a little bit better. The bottom line is you get a good cut, and you go from there. And watch out for those things. So what's the next thing to do? Well, first of all, for any podcast, you should put in a Creative Commons. I don't care what type of Creative Commons you decide to do, whether you decide to do a all-encompassing, hey, take this content and use it for whatever you want to do, I don't care. Or, hey, you can use my content, you can remix my content, but I want credit for it. You better credit me for what you take. And then of course the whole, I have the rights to this show and there's nothing you can do. You steal the show, you're going to get in trouble. And you're thinking to yourself, well, okay, how do people get in trouble from that? Do I have to hire a lawyer? Unfortunately, yeah, you have to find a service that will help you hunt down these people taking your content and either sending cease and desist letters or actual lawsuits. I don't know of any company as of yet that is tackling this on a whole of somebody stealing your content. I know that, companies like Shutterfly, they've had problems. Getty Images, a perfect example here is Getty Images. They decided, okay, people are going to take our content. And we can go for each case and we can try and get millions of dollars. And you've heard some of these cases where people have used a picture or something like that, and they sued them for lots of money to make an example out of them. But in the end, nobody wins. If you sue them for too much, they go bankrupt, and then you don't get the money anyway. So what do? So what Getty Images said is, they basically said, okay, if you want to use our images, that's fine. Just to credit us for it. So we got the right kind of, I don't know if it's a Creative Commons license that they have, but it's a license similar to that. So as long as you're not, they have their terms of service, their rules. And if you abide by those rules and you accredit Getty for the pictures, you can use their pictures. Simple as that. So same thing with podcasts. I don't know if there's any podcast lawyer system out there that does that. If you get into something like a podcast one, yeah, you're definitely going to have somebody watching this stuff and sending out cease and desist letters, and of course, ultimately lawsuits if they're losing big money on somebody taking a show. Otherwise, Adam Carolla would not be doing a show. Otherwise, half of these celebrities would not be doing a show if they knew that they couldn't make money off of what they're doing. Simple as that. So the Creative Commons is very important. Now, another thing, I wrote this article about a year ago, and when the GDPR policy came out, and a lot of people came back and said, no, podcasts don't need GDPR policies. Yes, I think they do. I am a big advocate of putting on a terms of service, at least somewhere where a terms of service is, and a GDPR policy. Now, the cool thing is, if you have a WordPress site, there are plugins that will set up your GDPR policy, what people will expect from this website. Now, if you give away anything on your show, you want to have a GDPR policy, especially if you give anything in the UK. If you say, okay, win a $100 Amazon gift card, anybody around the world can participate. Yeah, you better have a GDPR policy on your site, because that's going to help you navigate through and say, this is what we're doing with the third-party data. So I wrote this article, like I said, I think, it was around this time last year. And it's very important that you have these types of things in place. So if anything comes into question, you can refer them to those policies. And as I'm looking at my page, there's a lot of memes that I've taken out, and that's, that falls under the same issues with fair use and stuff like that. And you do have fair use. So if, let's say I said, Sally sells seashells by the seashore, and somebody took that clip and used it as a news story, that's fair use. Let's say you use it as a parody, and they put it in their show. There's fair use on that. But that they take the whole show and they put it on their podcast. No, that doesn't work that way. There are gray lines on that as well. But anyway, you can check that out. But GDPR policies are very, very important for that, especially if you are running a contest that makes everybody outside the United States eligible to win. And in some cases, you want to get more listeners. You want people from the UK to come and say hi, because they have great British accents. That's how it works. Love it. But if you just don't want to deal with that, then say it's US only and no GDPR policy. But it doesn't. It only takes a few seconds. Like I said, there's plugins that you can use that will do it for you, and it's just amazing. So another thing is that terms of service. Now, this gets a little bit tough. You gotta, when you put your podcast on iTunes, and I'm assuming once the podcast app, maybe we've already gotten it. I'll have to double check, but maybe we've already gotten it. But eventually, you're going to get terms of service for the podcast app over iTunes, because iTunes is going away. So Podcast Connect's terms of service, I did find one. It's on Pod News. It's from January, so you can read through it a little bit, but remember, this could have changed because of the fact, it's 6 months later. And companies like to update their terms of service as frequently as possible. And then they let you know, hey, we changed our terms of service. You gotta accept the new terms of service and go from there. But this is a great, this is a quick read for what your terms of service are. Now, basically what it's saying, and if it doesn't say this, then you really should be concerned, is that you are allowing Apple to redistribute your show via your RSS feed to other people. They say that we're not taking your show, that you have as much control. The only thing that they're going to do is if you are, if your titles are wrong, if you're throwing out fake news or anything like that, they have the right to terminate your relationship with the app. There is probably, in some of these terms of services, there's probably a little nomenclature that says, hey, we get to use your information to promote. Like, for instance, New and Noteworthy. In New and Noteworthy, they're basically promoting iTunes or promoting podcasts app with this New and Noteworthy, because people will go there and say, hey, you know, my show's there. That's awesome. That's the back and forth that they get out of that. But most of the times, these terms of services say, okay, you have control of your content. We get a little bit to kind of promote you and make everything happy, use you in use cases, and sometimes use your statistics and, you know, things like that. That's why it's so important to read through that whole terms of service to make sure that they're not doing something like, okay, we have full rights to your show if you slap on there. And there have been some podcast apps out there, podcast systems out there, that they're gone now because of their sketchy terms of service. It's basically saying we have full rights. When you put your podcast on our platform, forget about it. Forget about it. There's that TV show called Songland, and I read an article that basically said Songland is where they have it's a competition where you have songwriters that are creating songs for artists, and they choose the song, and then they make the adjustments, and then that singer uses that song. It might be the next big hit. But there were a lot of concerns because some people noticed in the terms of service that you basically give up your song for this show. And so some people are just like, no, we're not, you know, I'll try and figure out a way to get my song, to get John Legend to sing this song where I make some money off of it. Not promotion, not exposure, not bunnies hopping back and forth. That's what I feel like I'm doing right now. Anyway, the whole point is that so you got to look at what you get out of it and if it's worth it to you. And that's why looking through the terms of service, especially if you were trying to make your podcast a business, that's what you have to do. There is some ways to kind of make your podcast a little bit untouchable so people can notice it. If I say the Intel tone, you know what I'm talking about? If I say NBC, you hear those tones in your head? NBC, you know, you get that? Those are all copyrighted tones. And there's websites like this one right here. It's called Signature Tones. And what they do is they give you a brand to work with. So if I created, let's say I created Geekazine, I could go to them and I could pay for their service to make that into a trademarkable tone. So if somebody says Geekazine, you know, that's me. Now if they try and take the show and put it onto their own site and their catchers find it, all of a sudden, you know, their legal issues start to come in. Now, yeah, they could edit it out. They go, and that's all you hear. But if it's in there and they just steal your show, boom. I don't know the prices on stuff like this, and it's called sonic branding. And I don't know the prices on sonic branding. I suppose it really depends on something like Signature Tones, where you go through and what they'll do for you to keep your intellectual property intellectual. Yours. I don't know if I said that right. Anyway, to keep your property yours and you in control. So that is one way to do it. Another way, like I said, Google Alerts. It's free. Just do a search, Google Alerts, boom. Look at what you're going to do, what you want to alert. Like for instance, Geekazine. You know, so some people say don't make up a word to brand. You know, you should be like podcast super help man. How to podcast. That's the show. And I can set up an alert. So if I see somebody else taking my content,
all of a sudden I see that. And when I look down the list in Geekazine, every now and then I'll see a website that's like literally taking my content. And then I got to go through all the rigmarole. Sometimes it's not worth it. Sometimes these sites are here and gone, fly-by-night type things. But there are some people that are making some serious cash, that try to make some serious cash on what I do. And that's wrong. Just because you can download the content doesn't mean you can take the content. Just as long as, if they say have a free cookie at the store, doesn't mean that you can take that cookie, go outside and sell it for $1. I know, you probably eat the cookie, but that's the point being that they don't want to resell. And some of these things, when you get a free product on the package, it says not for resale. And if you try to sell it to somebody else via Amazon or eBay or something like that, you can get in trouble. Same thing here. So hopefully I've given you some direction, because that's the key. Because it's tough, because ultimately if somebody starts stealing all your content, what you have to do is you have to get a lawyer that practices that type of law and figure out what to do next. Sometimes you can go to like a local university and find a law student to create cease and desist letters. If that's all you want to do is make them stop, then have those crafted. And that's the easiest way to do it, because, they're looking for experience. You're looking to just get a name out there to say, hey, I need a legal form. And you can do it yourself. You can create a form, and then when something pops up, you just fill out that form with the proper credentials and then send it off that way. So that's very possible. So having something like that might be helpful, but it helps even more if it comes from somebody that is studying law, trying to become a lawyer, or is a lawyer for that matter. So let me think. Anything else on this? Basically, it's tough when you're putting out your own content, and you definitely want to, in some ways you definitely want to get with a group that can actually handle it, but in other ways you want to handle it yourself. And in some cases you don't care. Let everybody have it. That's yours. That's my gift to the world right there. My longevity in life. I don't know. What do you guys do to protect your audio content? Do you have to worry about that? Shows that are getting over a couple thousand listens or views might be worried about that more than the people getting 20 listens or views. But they might all still be getting ripped off the same exact way. Anyway, let me know. Tweet me over at Geekazine, geekazine@gmail.com. You can definitely go over there, like, subscribe, comment over on YouTube. The bell notification also on geekazine.com. Also on How to Record Podcasts. It lets you know when the next episode comes out. Very important. So anyway, thanks a lot for watching. Thanks a lot for listening. Go down, and of course the Facebook group. Go ahead and ask your questions, and we'll have them for the shows in the upcoming weeks. I don't know. Anyway, let's get into our main topic here. And that is Beta Brand Podcast Theater. And this is a subject that I've been thinking about for years, and that is podcast theater in general. And when this article came into play, I decided, well, let's talk about this a little bit here. This is about, and this is over on Forbes.com. Beta Brand Chris Lindlad is created a podcast theater. So basically, you go into the podcast theater, you sit down, and you listen to people podcasting. That's pretty cool. And I've seen it. I've done live remote podcasts before, and they're fun. And sometimes they're live streams, sometimes they're audio. But you go to this place, and then you can listen to a podcast or two. And I think that this is actually going to be part of a new genre, and that is podcast theater. So maybe it's not your local bar. Maybe it's more of, a small theater, small bookstore, or something like that. They say, come down on June 23rd and listen to these local podcasters talk their show in front of a studio audience. And you go, I'll do that. you know, I like this podcast, so, or I'm interested in finding a new podcast, so I'll go down to this theater and I'll just check out people doing their podcasts. And you know, even in conferences they do this. They give people the theater time, and you know, they'll have a rig set up for them to do their podcasts on, and then they'll come in, they'll bring in their USB drives or their SD cards or whatever to capture the audio, or it sends on. I don't know how, you know, it depends on how the system does this. They have their allotted time, they do their podcast at the show, and then go from there. And then of course, some people just do it independently. They'll be on the show floor and they'll get together and say, hey, we're doing the podcast right from the show floor. So, but with theater podcasts, you can make a night of it, you know, maybe as a dinner theater. Maybe some of these places that have dinner and events, you know, you sit at a table and you have dinner and somebody's talking on a podcast. That, you know, that's a possibility. Maybe it's a lunchtime thing, you know, lunchtime podcast educational series. Why not? That would be really fun. Lots of different ideas on that. So I put a question in the poll notes. What would you go to podcast theater? Now, different scenarios. First scenario is this is an evening event, starts at 7, just like a concert, and you get to listen to 3 sets of podcasters, famous podcasters, and their shows. And then it's kind of like a theater situation. So, you know, one person does their hour-long show, brings on the guests or whatnot, and then you take a small break, and the next person comes on, does their show, take a break, you know, stuff like that. Evening event, big theater, 1,000 people maybe. Second event, lunchtime, how-to type podcasting situations in a bookstore or someplace that, you know, you can bring your bag lunch into, and you can listen to the podcast as you're eating lunch and just consuming it like you would a session at a conference or something like that. So you got that session. And then, of course, third one is you're in a bar and somebody, maybe a couple sports podcasts or something like that are going, and they just take an afternoon at the bar. So these are different situations where podcasting can come into play. Now, when you talk about a bar situation, a lot of the times it's going to be loud and noisy. Other people are going to be in there. Somebody's going to try and play the jukebox and things like that. So that might not be the best situation for that. But I know that there are some bars that have side halls, business rooms, or concert halls that are pretty much empty during the day. So you rent that out and you have like 4 or 5 podcasts. You can sell tickets, or you can say it's absolutely free, and go from there. And I don't know if you want to do a 2-drink minimum in the middle of the day at a bar, but it's how you set up your podcast theater. Podcast theater can have a lot of cool stuff coming to it, because it can be more than just theater. And if you really think about it, a talk show is kind of like a podcast. So if you wanted to go see The Tonight Show, or Late Night with Stephen Colbert, or Jimmy Kimmel, or Seth Meyers, or Conan, or, you know, all these shows like this, you go in, you get your seat, they do the show, somebody warms up the audience, you know, comedian warms up the audience, maybe the band plays a couple songs, everybody gets everybody in the mood, talks about how with those lights that say laugh pop up, please laugh, you know, try to, you know, don't overdo the laugh, but, you know, if you feel that it's funny, just laugh. And just have a good time. And then, of course, they do their show, and then they thank the crowd, and then everybody disperses. That's a good, you know, right there, that's a good hour and a half show right there. So you get 2 or 3 of that like that, and you just keep doing that. Boom, you've got podcast theater. Good 2 to 3 hours worth of content. And they're not going to see a band. Maybe there's a musician on the side or something like that, but they're not going to see a band. They're going to see people talk like I'm doing right now. And sometimes it's without script. Sometimes it will be with script. You know, but the question is, would you do it?
would you do it? I really see in the next few years, if not a lot sooner, that podcast theater is going to be a thing of nightlife. Podcast theater will be a thing in afternoon. You know, I am surprised that groups like the Rotary Club are not doing Rotary Club podcasts during their shows. And maybe they are, because there's a lot of Rotary Clubs throughout the world. But if they had a more centric thing where people would get onto audio or video and they do like a presentation, like a TED Talk or something like that, and they put it out as a podcast on a regular basis, they could have a lot of content into, and of course, more interest, so people would go to their Rotary Club meetings and they would become more involved. So, podcast theater, it's a great idea. I'm very excited. I will have to see. This one is in, I think this is somewhere in California, right? So it's well, it's a data provider, of course, and they have over 700,000 podcasts globally. And I've talked about other companies that are starting to work around U.S. tours, take podcasts, you know, kind of like musicians would do on a USO tour or something like that. You'd have like 4 or 5 bands, and they'd play Chicago, then Minneapolis, then Detroit, then New York, and they'd do the circuit, and then, you know, one band would exit at a certain point, another band would come in, and then they'd do the circuit like that. Podcast theater could be the exact same way, and you could localize it to a state level, you could localize it to a city level, or nationwide. So I could take my podcast on the road, and then you could see how to podcast in Biloxi, Missouri. You could see my podcast in Orlando, Florida, and stuff like that. And of course, my podcast would be my podcast, and Joe Schmo and Fred Bean and this guy right here, this person right here. She's got an awesome podcast every single week. She talks about ginger people and the lives. She's got awesome stories of ginger people, ginger-haired people, and what they do in their world. So you got to listen to her podcast, or go over to this guy's podcast. His podcast is about, what is his podcast? Oh yeah, his podcast is about enterprise technology and how you can put everything into the cloud. So that's an awesome podcast. And then of course, if you're listening to the audio, I'm going through pictures. This little girl right here, she's got an awesome podcast about kids' toys. So, and of course, that's on this person does not exist.com. I got to do more of that. That's a lot of fun. So anyway, what would you do? Would you go to podcast theater? Let me know. That the poll's in the show notes, and go from there. So I think that we're gonna round that up from this week for How to Podcast. Thank you guys very much for coming to the show. If you want to know more, go visit me over at Geekazine.com. Think Magazine, put in a geek. Facebook.com, Twitter.com, Geekazine, Pinterest.com. And you like the show, tip the show over at PayPal.me or Venmo. We've got links to that, and I'll make sure Venmo is in the show notes as well. Anyway, let's get into our main topic here, and that is your podcast is not worldwide. You might think it's worldwide, but it's not worldwide. And let's talk about that a little bit, because when you go to create your podcast, you think to yourself, oh yeah, I'm going to publish it on iTunes, and everybody's going to see it. I'm going to be popular in this country, and this country, and this country. And there's been times where I've seen my podcast get traction in another country. But the reality is, your podcast doesn't always transfer over to another country. And the reason why I brought this topic up was because of the fact I had another person. I was answering somebody on another forum, and they were talking about copyrights and fair use. This is where it all stemmed from. Fair use is a United States rule,
They basically said, hey, you can take clips of some audio and use it to tell a story, talk about certain things. Fair use is a very mixed and muddled thing. It's tough to use, but bottom line is, even with certain Creative Commons licenses, you own the content. So, like, for instance, if I took this audio and I said it's under this Creative Commons, no deriv, I think it's no, you can't use it commercially, so you can't just take this audio and then turn around and put the whole thing up on your show and make lots of money off of it. But it says that you can take my show or clips of my show and talk about it. So if I talk about this and you want to respond to that, you can add this and then go from there. But it's ultimately my decision, which means that if I watch or listen to your version of it and I don't like what's going on, I can say, no, you got to take that down. So fair use, and that's the whole line on fair use. Is it's so mixed up, muddled up, shook up world. It's just crazy. But you get the idea is that, sometimes, if you're creating a show, and I'd love to have somebody like Anthony from 10 Second Songs come on and talk about this a little bit, because there's ways to get around that. And it's like Weird Al Yankovic said, when he made parodies, he knew he didn't have to get the person's permission, but he'd always get that person's permission first. And if they did say no, or if they said no, take it down, he did take it down. You just have to play that game when it comes to fair use. But we're not talking about fair use. We're talking about podcast distribution across the world. Now, you might have seen somebody listen or watch your podcast in another country using podcasts. Now, we're not talking YouTube or anything like that, although this does pile in on the whole thing. And so you might have seen somebody consume your show from another country, and you think to yourself, oh, wow, I'm global. I've seen it myself. I've had people in Guam watch my podcasts, listen to my podcasts. It's like, I'm international now. This is awesome. But that's not always the case. There's a lot of terms, there's a lot of conditions, and there's a lot of basically how your podcast can go. A good example, iTunes. Now, of course, iTunes going away now. Podcast, it doesn't matter if it's iTunes or podcast app. They still have the same terms of service. And the terms of service that we sign in the United States saying that we're part of the United States, and we're gonna follow the rules that our country has about publishing content, and go from there. So you got that podcast, and let's say you are publishing with content. For some reason, it doesn't work in the UK. Here's a perfect example. John Oliver does a show called Last Week Tonight. During his show, he shows clips of the UK Parliament. Apparently, they can't show those clips in the UK. So he ends up replacing those clips with other clips. Kind of funny things like Gilbert Gottfried reading, I don't know, some public domain book or something like that, for that point in time that they can't show what they show in the United States. Same thing happens here. In the United States, you have your iTunes. iTunes has a license in the UK. iTunes has a license in other countries, but not always will your podcast move over to these other countries. So hopefully, I know it's kind of confusing a little bit, but the reality is that if you want your podcast to show up in some of these countries that don't automatically just move it over, you have to register for it. A perfect example, your podcast will not be seen in China. This podcast will not be seen in China unless I register into the podcast area on here. There's an interesting article. This is over on NeijingMarketingGroup.com. And basically it says, hey, can you put your podcast in China? And the answer is yes, but it's not easy. And we'll go down here. It shows the
what they're calling online radio, because it's not really podcasting to them. It's online radio, which and we've talked about this in weeks past. But here's some of the networks, I guess you could say, that are podcast apps that you can use. Like, for instance, Koala FM. First example here. Launched in 2013, China's most popular news app. The target is for people that think about online radio platforms, 40 to 55-year-olds. And registration. Here's the key right here. On Koala, users are only allowed to upload pre-recorded podcasts, no live content. For individuals, you will need to submit a Chinese ID card, info, or a passport if you're not a Chinese citizen. The account is free. So I can use my passport, or a Chinese ID card, which I don't have, of course. So for companies, soft companies, a Chinese business license, and judicial representative. So what I would have to do is I would have to hire somebody to list my podcast into this network to get into a Chinese network. Now, there's other ones. This one, Lizzy FM, their registration says all you need is a Chinese phone number and you'll be sent a verification SMS. An account is free. There's different qualifications on these podcast apps that they use in China, because they don't use iTunes in China. And so you get the idea is that you might even be creating a Chinese podcast that's going to be completely friendly, doesn't talk politics or anything like that, because those podcasts get banned in China as well. But you could have a really China-friendly podcast that you want to publish in China, and you have to go through these steps to do that. So your podcast doesn't always transfer over. And the same thing, in a few weeks, I'm going to South Korea. South Korea is known for podcasting. They love podcasts. They love to listen to podcasts. So how do you get into that market with your show? Because they do listen to English-speaking podcasts. What needs to happen back and forth? Now, the other thing is, can I listen to my podcasts while I'm in South Korea? And that answer is also no, because of, it's no different than a TV show. I can't watch Storage Wars Canada unless it gets broadcast on an American channel or something like that. Same thing, there's always been that issue of who can see something. Like, for instance, any type of pay-per-view, they've got to get licensing not only for the United States, but Canada, for all the countries, because all these countries have different rules. And things like fair use is one of those rules that if they don't agree to, then they have a hard time bringing that podcast in. There's going to be headbutting, and you just gotta do what you do and work on licensing in other countries for your podcast. Now, is your podcast worth going to other countries? For the 706,000 podcasts out there and the percentage that still do podcast, the answer is probably no. I don't know, maybe your podcast is about working with programs that are only in the United States. They're not going to care about it in China or South Korea or India or anything anywhere else, unless they have a reason to care about it. So probably the answer is no. But if you do want to take your podcast, like for instance this show, there's people podcasting in South Korea. I want to show them how to podcast in South Korea. They'll show me how to podcast in South Korea. I don't know. But the bottom line is that they'll be able, once I have that connection, once they know I have a show and they respond to the show, we can set up a communication, go from there. So maybe it's worth it for this show to be in South Korea. Maybe this show is worth it to be in China. That takes a little bit more than just publishing an iTunes feed, an RSS feed. Now, you can get your podcasts from other countries using things like VPNs, which we won't get into because there's also legalities in that. It's the same way, if you're trying to watch your Hulu or your Netflix while you're outside the country, you VPN into a country, into the United States, and then you watch it from there, and which is nice. But like I said, gets into legalities on that. So you can definitely pull your podcasts and continue to consume what you need to consume. But it's not always going to work the way that you want it. So if you're heading out of the country, remember that's one of the things you want to research yourself is how do I continue to get my podcasts while I'm out of the country? And then if you want to podcast and put your podcast in another country, you got to find out the rules for that. Now, I did a lot of searching on the internet. It's tough to find what the rules are for the individual country. Will my podcast show up in India? Will my podcast show up in South Korea? Will my podcast show up in wherever else? A lot of them, they will. I was in Spain. I could get to my website. I could get to my shows. I was in Tel Aviv, Israel. And I could get to my website. I could get to the content, and ultimately, if they can get to your website, 90% of the time they can download the content from the website and listen that way, consume that way. But if you're connected with YouTube, if you're connected with Spotify, if you're connected with iTunes, Google, as far as I know, Google only is in the United States and Canada. iTunes has reach outside the United States, but not as far as you think. And those are things to put in consideration if you really want to expand your show, is how do people consume it in other countries? I have friends that live in other countries that sat there and go, I really wanted to watch this show, but I could only watch it in the United States. So either I had to wait to get to the United States to watch the show, or I had to do something that wasn't legal to consume that content. And that's what people do. They're basically, if they're consuming your content in another country and you don't have it registered in there, they're obtaining it illegally. I know that sounds weird, doesn't it? But it is. That's very true. That's how it works. You want to be legal in all countries. Let's say you have a worldwide podcast. You want to show everybody how that works. You want everybody to consume it, and in order to do that, sometimes you need to basically find somebody that can help you put your podcast in that country, especially a place like China, because that's tougher when it comes to podcasting. Like I said, they don't call it podcasts. They call it radio TV or something. Or no, not radio TV. Radio. That was stupid. Yeah, the radio FM. Yeah. So that's big key right there. So, but the real question is, do you focus on having your podcast outside of the United States? Maybe you're outside of the United States and you want the U.S. population to consume that podcast. What do you do to bring the podcast in? Because the same rules apply here. And one other thing I do need to mention, and that going back to the fair use, if you're in the podcast store in the United States, you're falling under the rules of the podcast store in the United States. And there's ways around it. I'll give you an example here. A few years ago, there were a whole bunch of gambling websites that just popped up. And the reason why they could function was because they were not based in the United States. They were based in, wherever they could do gambling legally. So basically, if you placed a bet, you didn't place a bet in the United States, you placed a bet in another country, and then they paid you. And so there was a little bit of question on the legality on that. Eventually, a lot of those websites were taken down, in the United States. They could probably still be used in other countries, but they were taken down in the United States, which probably ultimately ruined their use, and then they went down anyway. But the idea is that, you know, they skirted it by going to another country. You're listening to iTunes in the United States. You're following the rules of their terms of service, which are based off of the rules that the country has and each individual state has about whatever. And of course, fair use is a part of the United States rules, and therefore fair use will get applied within your podcast. If you move that outside the country, technically, if they're getting it through iTunes, they still have to follow the U.S. rules. But it's easy, you know, a country can say, no, this website, it doesn't follow what we deem as appropriate, and therefore you get shut down. So hopefully that answers a little bit of question on that, because it's a big, you know, a lot of people think, you know, I publish a podcast, you'll be able to get it on Mars if there's somebody out there trying to catch a podcast. No, that's not always the case. Even though you put your content out there, you still have to take steps to take that content to other places, especially if you need people in China to consume your podcast. We're here, NAMM 2019. Oscar is back, PreSonus. We were just talking about the Atom. Watch that video. Now we got to figure out how to get your voice into the computer. So we're going to do that with some new boxes, including the 1824C. And we're going to do that next. Studio, I've been using studio boxes, especially on the road. They're small, they're easy, they're lightweight, and of course you've improved on that. So tell us a little bit about what you got.
Yeah, absolutely. So the Studio Series USB-C line of audio interfaces are our best USB audio interfaces that we've ever made. So they have our XMAX preamps, they're clean, transparent, they have accurate LED metering. Not to mention we've future-proofed them by adding USB-C on the back side of it.
And when you're on a Mac, you know, not having to worry about where that cable is.
You have to go into dongle.
Godsend, right?
Dongle heaven
Dongle
or the
heaven.
opposite place?
One or the other.
One or the other. One or the other.
It's all good. So.
But let's say you don't have a USB-C computer, you're totally covered because we have both C-to-C cables and C-to-A cables in there as well too.
Oh, really? Okay,
yes,
you supply that. That's nice.
Yes, absolutely.
That's nice.
So we future-proofed them with USB-C. We also have the best software package available in this class of audio interface because we have Studio One Artist in the box, unlimited tracks, unlimited plugins. And then we also have our Studio Magic plugin suite, which gives you some of the best effects and virtual instruments from companies like Isotope, Brainworks, Output, etc.
Okay.
So you're getting a killer software package with this. It's a killer box, future-proof with USB-C, and you're pretty much good to go.
Okay, and of course we have it in, this is 2-channel.
Right.
We got a 4-channel and we got an 8-channel. There's more than 8 on this one.
Yeah, well these two over here are expandable via ADAT.
Okay.
So we have 8 analog on board for both of these. This one has 4 pre's with 4 lineouts. The bottom one has 8 pre's. But you can expand them with ADAT and put in your favorite ADAT mic pre on there.
Okay.
And then these other ones, the top two, 24 and 26, are both bus powered, so they're meant to be mobile, high quality, high definition boxes on the go.
Okay.
And then the 68 has 4 pre's, 2 on the front, 2 on the back, so it's perfect for a smaller studio that just needs more inputs.
Or on the go type stuff.
Yeah, exactly,
Awesome.
exactly.
So what are the prices on these?
Sure, so we have $149 for the 24C, $199 for the 26, we have $299 for the 68, $399 for the 1810, and then $499 for the 1824.
All right, that's pretty good pricing to keep it under $500 for some of these artists that are just starting out or want to reduce their studio.
Yeah, absolutely. Whether they want to get into Studio One with the included Studio One artist, or they're already using another DAW, it's completely compatible.
Okay, perfect. And of course, PreSonus.com for that information, right?
Absolutely.
All right, there you go. And of course, check out your favorite music store. They'll probably be in there as well.
Sure thing.
And go from there. Oscar,
Shipping now,
thanks.
NAMM. Thank you very much.
Shipping now, NAMM. There you go. So anyway, we got a lot more great videos over at NAMM 2019, Geekazine.com, YouTube.com/Geekazine. Go ahead, like, comment, subscribe, bell. You got it. And check out Oscar over at PreSonus.
Please.
And he'll wave it high at you. So.
I will.
Thanks a lot for watching, you guys. Geek out and rock on.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome VP of Corporate Communications, Qualcomm Technologies Incorporated,
Geekazine. Many of you are familiar with Qualcomm, and I mean it to the bottom of my heart. We at Qualcomm, engineers, marketing, executive team, everyone at the company takes pride in developing breakthrough technologies that really spur invention. For over 30 years, we have been at the center of technology shifts, whether it be analog to digital, 3G to 4G, the desktop compute to mobile compute, and now we're embarking on the transition of 5G and couldn't be more excited. So it's 2019. 2019, the year of 5G. We at Qualcomm have been talking about it and working on it for several years, and we are finally here. 5G has taken a lot of work to accelerate to 2019. From an R&D perspective, core standards work, developing test platforms, working across the ecosystem and developing chips. And we're on the cusp of 5G and couldn't be more excited. The impact of 5G is going to be significant, not only in 2019, but really moving forward. It's going to transform industries, it's going to enrich lives, it's going to create new jobs. And what it will also do is remove any barriers for invention.
When Qualcomm's breakthrough technology will transform lives and enable new industries, we can't wait to see where it takes us.
With respect to our Snapdragon 855 mobile platform. And when you pair that with our Snapdragon X50 modem, it will be powering nearly every single 5G device in 2019. And we've talked previously about having 20 or so OEMs that will be launching devices in 2019. Today we are announcing that over 30 plus devices, predominantly smartphones, will be launched in 2019. And a significant part of that is nearly all of these will be using Qualcomm's RF front-end solutions. That is from Qualcomm Solutions. We couldn't be more proud of that. Today we are announcing, and Netgear is announcing, that they will be using Qualcomm's Wi-Fi 6 solution as part of their Wi-Fi Mesh 4B solution. And the list of these technologies is a testament to the traction that we have across Wi-Fi 6. So if we combine both the 5G announcement in terms of the traction with the Wi-Fi announcement, it really shows how we're growing with respect to connectivity. But as everyone's aware, the show is way broader than just connectivity. If you come by our booth, you'll get to see us and all the other solutions, but automotive is a key part of CES. And so I'd now like to introduce the main part of our press conference, which is on automotive. I'd like to introduce Patrick Little, the General Manager and Senior Vice President of our automotive business unit. Patrick?
I have to admit it's an incredibly exciting time in automotive, and so much has happened over the last few years. And I feel a little bit beholden to our mobile group because so many of those technologies have been inherited from that group. And so, Pete talked about these technologies that we're developing to drive the mobile ecosystem. Many of those are the same underpinning technologies that are transforming the automotive industry. And as an example, I think one that is the most empowering is cellular connectivity. It's the horizontal change agent across automotive right now. Qualcomm is really focused on enabling the automakers to enable their vision of the connected car. But I have to tell you, the number one thing that we're focused on in connectivity is really safety. And so beside all the sexy digital services that we can enable, cellular V2X technology is something that we're incredibly passionate and excited about. We think it's going to help to transform the world of transportation with automotive, and we also think it's going to save a tremendous amount of lives. Another area that's personally, I think, is incredibly exciting is what's happening inside the car, the in-vehicle experience. And so those buttons and switches and knobs and all those things you're trying to memorize, those are going to go away very soon. And what you're going to have is a natural voice gesture interface to your car, just a lot more humanizing user experience with the car. And so really I've found in talking with the automakers that consumers want a smartphone experience in their car. And that's what we're helping to deliver, I believe. And so I think one humbling experience or one humbling lesson that we learned over the last year is one company cannot do this by themselves. And so literally we paired with almost every automaker and every tier one on the planet to be able to vision what does the future of automotive really look like. We're really doing a lot of right to left thinking, not thinking about how can we make our technology important in the world, but what does the world really need to drive safety to a much higher level or to drive that that in-vehicle experience to the next level. And so we're investing in those breakthrough technologies in cellular connectivity, high performance, low power computing. AI machine learning is definitely making its way very quickly to personalize the cabin of the car. In-cabin Bluetooth and Wi-Fi is 2/3 of them are actually now using our Snapdragon compute as well. And so this has been a pretty wild vertical ride for us with the adoption of our Snapdragon technology in automotive, something that frankly we're quite proud of. We're just very thankful that the relevance of the Qualcomm technology has made its way over to automotive and quite frankly a lot of other adjacent industries to mobile. And I think that we're beginning to make quite an impact in the car and in the automotive industry itself. And so here to talk about in much more depth what are the announcements we have planned for CES, I'd like to introduce Nicole Duzal, who's our SVP of Product Management.
Thank you, Patrick. Very excited to be here today. When we look at the state of transportation, safety and efficiency in 2019, we actually see a tremendous number of challenges ahead of us. Approximately 1.3 million people lose their lives each year on account of road traffic crashes. Road traffic injuries are the leading cause of death in children and young adults. When it comes to traffic congestion, just in the US alone, the cost and loss productivity exceeded $300 billion last year. However, the legacy V2X technologies have been around for a number of years. The investment rationale for investing in legacy technologies has also been poor. For OEMs, it's very hard for cash-strapped departments of transportation to invest and upgrade their assets. Finding the best technology that is future-proofed and is on a global evolutionary path rather than being stuck with legacy. And Qualcomm has been leading the way over the last 2 years with cellular V2X. Our global ecosystem is underway, delivering CV2X for transportation and safety networks. This will result in safer roads, reduced congestion, newer experiences and services. The barrier of incremental spend for automakers is resolved as cellular V2X gets pre-integrated into the wireless modems that are now part of all telematic systems. Road infrastructure deployments find synergy with massive 5G rollouts that are upon us, creating significant savings for states and cities who would otherwise need to spend heavily on a dedicated V2X only deployment. Our ecosystem is focused on the deployment of CV2X globally. We've seen tremendous traction over the last few years, starting in 2016 when the standard was published. We've conducted numerous trials globally in North America, in Europe, Japan, China, Korea, Australia, and of course the US. And these trials have been about proving the readiness of the technology across performance, across reliability, and the overall readiness of being able to deploy CV2X as soon as possible. So these are just a few examples of how the extended range and reliability of cellular V2X can make roads safe. Qualcomm has been working along with several automakers, the road infrastructure industry, regulators, and various departments of transportation over the last 2 years to accelerate the deployment of V2X in the US. I am especially proud of the partnership that we've had with the Colorado Department of Transportation, which was our first deployment in the US, where Colorado DOT, Panasonic, Ford, and Capsch partnered up in June of 2018 to take 100 RSUs in Denver and light them up to be able to show the capability of this technology. All of this work over the last 2 years has been building towards some very exciting news that I would now like to invite Don Butler of Ford to share with you. Please welcome Don Butler, Executive Director for Ford Connected Vehicle Platform.
And it is an important time in terms of the transformation of the automobile. We are at a key inflection point. And we've talked about this notion of connectivity, connecting our vehicles together. And at Ford, we are rapidly implementing our vision for smart vehicles in a smart world, and it's connectivity that will tie these smart vehicles to that smart world. Ford is taking an important step today by committing to deploy cellular vehicle-to-everything technology, or C-V2X technology, in all of our new vehicles that we'll be launching beginning in calendar year 2022 here in the United States. And that will allow vehicles, traffic signals, and cell phones to connect directly through obstacles, around corners, And as we saw, it's being planned alongside the rapidly developing and building 5G cellular network. This also builds on our prior commitment that we actually announced last year to equip all of our vehicles in the US with that core cellular technology before the end of this calendar year. In C-V2X, we also envision it being compatible with our Ford Copilot 360 technology. That's driver assistance technology that's rolling out in our new vehicles as well, passenger cars, SUVs, and trucks.
So to my right, you will see our latest concept vehicle, which we are using to showcase Snapdragon Gen 3 platforms at CES. This one supports a comprehensive suite of displays, cameras, and sensors to offer advanced capabilities that allow automakers to provide truly differentiated experiences based upon our graphics, audio and video IP and DSPs, our camera technology, integrated AI, built-in 4G and 5G modem technology, Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, and last but not least, cellular V2X. The first step is going to start the car by going for a driver authentication step.
Jeff, I recognize your face. Please scan your fingerprint. Jeff, you are all set.
This involved two-factor driver identification where Jeff is recognized both through the in-cockpit camera and Qualcomm's ultrasonic fingerprint sensor technology. As the system turns on, you can see that Snapdragon Gen 3 uses two 30-inch curved displays from our partners at LG Display that stretch across the breadth of the dash. All of these surfaces are running on the same single display and can be personalized and modified for driver and passenger-specific needs. I'm also pleased to announce that we have worked with Amazon to bring their complete suite of assets, including Amazon Music, Audible, and Prime TV. And today we'll be running the demonstration using all natural language processing, leveraging Qualcomm's Snapdragon voice activation, coupled with Amazon's natural language processing using their intelligent assistant that we all know and love. Jeff, let's play some music.
Alexa, play Cat Stevens' A Wild World.
Wild World by Cat Stevens, starting now on Amazon Music.
As you can see, the Snapdragon Automotive Gen 3 platform also supports high-resolution displays with distributed content across each surface. We'll now show you maps which we will access using Amazon's voice backend services to give us access to points of interest, gas stations, restaurants, hotels, etc., and allow us to interact with.
That's not true.
Alexa, find me the nearest restaurants.
Here are a few popular restaurants. 1. Strip Steak. 2. Reba Irish Pub. 3. Husson's Cantina Las Vegas. And 4. Burger Bar.
Alexa, navigate me to the first one.
Getting directions to Strip Steak at 3950 South Las Vegas Boulevard.
Video content is becoming a large part of our lives, both in terms of live streaming as well as offline downloaded content. This will be a major part of the in-vehicle experience going forward, as passengers can now have access to a vast catalog of content accessible over superfast 4G LTE and very soon 5G connections, making the car an extension of the home. Finally, let's see how the car interacts with its environment by showing you some contextual safety demonstrations that are based on cellular V2X that Don and I went over in the previous session. For this demonstration, we have a roadside unit that we've integrated with the camera, and it is embedded with machine learning from our partners at DOE. And this setup supports pedestrian detection, and it focuses on intent determination. What that means is we monitor the motion and the faces of the pedestrians to determine if they are likely to cross the street. On the screen that you're seeing up here, you will actually see passengers, and as they show intent to cross the street, the vehicle receives an infrastructure to vehicle alert that highlights that there is a pedestrian who's likely to cross, while the car is waiting. This is an example of where there is no network involvement. This is the direct interaction over cellular V2X between the car and the infrastructure because of the requirements, because of the latency requirements that will be involved here. And we expect that next generation infrastructure is going to have cameras equipped at pedestrian intersections so that the focus on intersection safety becomes extremely important as cellular V2X starts to get deployed across vehicles.
With that, I'd like to thank everyone and really encourage everyone to come experience Qualcomm as we start off on the into the new convention age. Thank you, everyone.
Thanks everybody for watching. You guys geek out, and of course some of you know what's going on my personal life, which this is very close to me right now. So thanks a lot for watching. We're going to be doing some more from the Qualcomm booth tomorrow, and of course a lot of coverage from CES as we can with the live. Hopefully the live stream didn't cut out too much, but you can watch this recorded later on Geekazine.com. Geek out, folks. Geekazine.com CES 2019. We're here at the Qualcomm booth. We're going to learn a little bit more about this V2X that we were at the press conference, and how that's not really autonomous driving, that is more assistive driving. And we're going to do that next. Qualcomm CES 2019, we're here in what would be considered the car of the future, although this is probably not the car that you will see on the road. This is a nice demonstration. We saw that demonstration yesterday at the press conference. Yep. And so we got the idea of how it all works. But let's ask this question. From what everybody's seen from the footage, how much of that is actually going to be into an actual car?
Well, you're going to want to start to see this experience in a car in terms of performance, in terms of being able to have that phone or that tablet experience, to be able to pinch and zoom and have a very easy flowing, intuitive UI, a very a voice activated UI. You're going to start to see that, and you are starting to see that in vehicles today. So even though today we have these very large stretch displays and there's a lot of information, as the autonomous kind of age comes into play, where the passenger as well as the driver are going to have a lot more cycles and the ability to do a lot more things and interact with your car or interact with your displays in new ways. But this is just one concept. As we've seen in different concepts, displays don't necessarily need to be completely stretched across the display. We can have center console displays that stretch and now have the curved displays across your front console here.
Okay, and I suppose if you have whatever budget you have, you'll have it all, the maximum amount of displays or the minimal amount of displays.
Exactly, and these displays will be likely all HD resolution displays, 4K, 8K. I mean, it really, the sky's the limit. It really goes back to, in many ways, what kind of user experience can that chipset really provide?
Okay.
Does it support the high resolution assets? Does it support all the great navigation features and then the points of interest and then natural language processing? So as the chipsets become more mature and more powerful, these user experiences are really going to change the way we interact in the vehicle as driver and passenger, as well as how we interact with our car.
Okay. Now you talked about we talked about driver distraction and getting your focus back on the road.
Yep.
You also talked just briefly, and I want you to reiterate on the ability to make sure that the passenger is alert as much as the driver.
Yeah. So as a driver or even a passenger, you can ask the vehicle, or the vehicle can have access to the car interfaces. I showed you earlier that there was a blinking icon in my cluster, and I was able to ask my assistant what that actually means. And the car was able to look inside the cluster and say, oh, hey, that's a flat tire or a low pressure tire. As well as I've shown is that if I wanted to wake up my passenger or have some attention to my passenger, we can start vibrating seats or even have audible alerts. So the cameras in our vehicle have wide enough lens so they can track both the driver as well as the passenger. And the use cases are somewhat clear now, but In the future, as the machine learning models are become much more complex and much more efficient, we're going to be able to detect people bringing up, holding a phone and maybe ducking their head, and actually detecting a phone in the person's hand, or some other distraction, like me eating a burger on the road or something like that. So these are the things that the models, the machine learning models, are actually detecting and working on that will be available very shortly, and those models will be running on Snapdragon processors, either in our neural processing unit or our DSP processing engines.
And what Snapdragon processors are in?
This is a third generation Snapdragon processor. We have the previous 2 versions out, and they're already in production in vehicles today, and we're calling this Gen 3.
Okay. How long have Snapdragon processors been in cars?
If you think about our telematics modules, Qualcomm has provided modems for OEMs and Tier 1s for many, many years. So some of the very first telematics modules for 3G and 4G and for connectivity have been in cars for over 10 years. Now our Snapdragon processors driving infotainment experiences have been in vehicles probably for the last if it's between 3 and 5 years ago.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now you guys we had the nice little Alexa fail during the presentation, and one of the things that was asked was why Alexa. But
sure.
The reality is it's not your decision to put that in the car. It's going to be the automaker's decision to put whatever voice recognition software is in there, right?
So today, we'll support either the Amazon services, whether it be through the personal assistant, as well as in this case we've shown you a lot of the Amazon content for Prime Music as well as Prime Video services. But we'll also support the Googles of the world to be able to support their assistants, as well as their navigation platforms, as well as their backend services as well.
Okay. Getting back to the eating a hamburger or looking at your phone in the car, let's say the car does get into an altercation. Will that be something that, like a police report, could note into? Would this be then public information, or could you privatize it a little bit more?
I'm not sure if I'm the right person to answer that question.
Fair enough.
Yeah, but technically there would be no reason why it couldn't. Okay. Right? The modems are always connected. They're just like your phone. They always have 24-hour service in terms of being able to get to the Internet of Things, so to speak, and that includes automatically detecting a crash and calling 911 without any user intervention at all.
Let's talk about where you're going, because this is the one thing that really piqued my interest when it came to these types of vehicles. Is the fact you can say, hey, I'm going here. And the car takes on a path. Now it talks with the other cars, and if Joe Blow next to you says, hey, I want to go here, and that car is eventually going to get in front of us to turn left at the 2 intersections from now, this car then will know about that, correct? Yep. Is it that constant communication at that point?
Qualcomm, obviously, at our press conference, talked a lot about our cellular VDEX technology. And really, that's a vehicle-to-vehicle technology. The word cellular is kind of a misnomer in the sense that we don't need a carrier's network like a Verizon or AT&T. It's a direct communication. So when I'm broadcasting my location, I'm broadcasting it out, and anybody that's within range of my car is going to hear that broadcast. Okay. So within cellular VDEX technology, we're talking to the infrastructure, we're talking to the vehicles, and I'm constantly updating everybody. This is my position. This is what my car is doing. If I slam on my brakes, that information gets sent out to everybody that's in earshot, in this case of a wireless connection, and that'll hear that. And the local system will take that message in and will determine if it's interesting to that vehicle or not. The main message here is that cellular VDEX will just become yet another sensor in the autonomy world. Okay. Whereas we'll have radar or camera sensors that are feeding all this information in that will detect things that are typically line of sight. Yeah. With cellular VDEX, you could be 6 cars behind me, and you're going to get that message that I slammed on my brakes, and you're going to know about it. So cellular VDEX can have this non-line of sight messaging and alerts that other sensors can't handle.
Yeah, actually, the one thing I always tell people when I'm driving is I'm always looking 3 to 4 cars ahead, because it's not going to be the car that's in front of me that's going to slam on their brake lights most of the time. It's going to be that third car up in front that forgets to turn on its left turn signal, or somebody says, no, turn left here, or squirrel gets in front, whatever.
Yes, exactly.
And that starts the chain reactions.
Exactly, and that's a lot where Cellular X is going. The non-line of sight is a very interesting aspect of that technology.
Okay.
Obviously, as well as the low latency connection, right? These are the things that that cars are going to be able to talk to each other, as well as infrastructure, as well as the cloud. So we don't even know, I think, that the user experiences and the information that is going to be available to us. Every single intersection can be equipped with Cellular X that send us information, whether it be streetlight information, icy road information.
So street lamps could have CVTX.
Exactly, and in fact, we have deployments here in Las Vegas that are actually doing that today. But what Qualcomm is really wanting to get across is that the performance of our new chipsets really allows us to do a lot of different things, as well as coupling that with all of our Bluetooth, our Wi-Fi, our telematics modules for 4G and 5G, as well as our cellular integration. So Qualcomm has that full spectrum of hardware, software integration to be able to kind of turn over to a tier one or OEM and says, listen, this is everything that Qualcomm has done already in the automotive space, and allow that tier one or OEM to come into the market so much faster because they're leveraging all of that Qualcomm technology, and it's already been integrated and already been tested.
Okay. Awesome. Well, Jeff,
Great.
Thank you very much for your time.
You bet.
Thanks a lot to our friends over at Qualcomm for giving me the VIP treatment here at CES 2019. We learned a lot about assistive driving, the V2X movement. Rather, it's not really autonomous, it is assistive driving. Keeping your eyes on the road, keeping your attention to where it needs to be. We've got a lot more here at CES 2019. You can check it out over at Geekazine, youtube.com/Geekazine. Go ahead, like, subscribe, comment down below, that bell notification for the next video. And check it all out. Check out a lot of the other videos I've done throughout the year, and we'll go from there. Thanks a lot, and you guys geek out. CES 2019, Jeffrey Powers here. We're at Qualcomm just outside the strip. We're over by the Rio, and we're in an empty parking lot. And the reason why is we're going to learn a little bit more about this CV2X initiative. And we're going to show you this, and then of course we're going to get in the car and experience it between 4 different vehicles, and we're going to do that next. Hey everybody, Jeffrey Powers from Geekazine, Think Magazine, Putting You Geek, you got me. You can find me on Facebook and YouTube. Go ahead, you can comment, you can hit the bell for notification, and subscribe, of course. I'm going to show you this really quick. This is just the idea of the course. We're just at an empty open parking lot, but this is where the situations are going to happen, the scenarios. They got 4 cars out there, actually 3 cars and 1 motorcycle, a Ducati, a Ford, Audi I think was the other one. But the whole idea is, it's all about this intersection. What happens when all 4 cars stop at this intersection and nobody makes any decision? We're going to be in one of the cars filming as we go. And the idea is the CV2X is going to communicate between the 4 vehicles to say who gets to go first, if somebody's turning right, if somebody's going forward, if whatnot, so they can make the proper decisions so everybody can get out of that intersection at a decent rate. So this is the 4-way stop that they're using in this scenario. There's going to be 2 scenarios that come from this. The first scenario is there's going to be 4 cars that stop at this intersection at the exact same time. What do you do in that situation? Now, if you know the rules of the road, the person to the right of you gets the right of way. But if all 4 cars stop at the same time, who has the right of way? That's what the CV2X is going to do. It's going to determine who has the right of way. And we're going to see a situation right now where a car just blew by the stop sign, and this Ford F-150 had to react. If the driver didn't see what was going on, the car could have reacted for it.
Vision-based sensors, camera, radar, LiDAR are great for a whole bunch of things, but they don't share intention.
Okay.
And so part of this demonstration is to help navigate through, to do it efficiently, to do it safely, and obviously to support autonomy.
They all stopped at the 4-way stop, and they negotiated the CV2X who goes first. The 2 cars were going forward, so they let them go first, and then they let the truck go next, and then the motorcycle. Another situation is the Ducati is going to go through, barreling through this intersection. All the other cars will be at the intersection when this happens, so we'll see how that reacts to it. We'll see it from inside the car and from here. So in this scenario, it's all about the pedestrian and not getting hit by the car. As you can see, we have a kind of a crosswalk here. And the idea is that the cars will be coming and the pedestrian will start to walk through the crosswalk, causing these cars to notice and, of course, stop. So if you're like this and these cars are coming at you, you're going to feel a little bit more safe. So that is the Qualcomm CES 2019, or the Qualcomm test drive. To learn a little bit more about the CV2X, we'll have a lot more over at Geekazine.com. You can check that out there. YouTube.com/Geekazine. So you can feel safer on the roads. You can feel safer in the crosswalks. You can feel safer when a Ducati comes 100 miles towards you. The car will help you figure out what to do. So Jeffrey Powers with Geekazine. Thanks a lot for watching. We'll see you next time. Geek out. So anyway, let's move on from there. So we asked the comments. Let's talk about the main focus of the day, and that is this. And I'm recording this now so you can watch it over on YouTube. And that is basically, Telestream has a program called Restream. Now, if you go to your Wirecast, go to my Wirecast, there's my Wirecast, and you go up to Output, and you say Output Settings, and it says, hey, there's already output in progress. There's this little thing down here that says Telestream Cloud Settings, and you're going, well, what the heck is Telestream Cloud Settings? Well, it's a really cool program that lets you push out live to more than one stream. Now, inside my studio, I have the secondary computer, and that secondary computer pushes to YouTube Live, and then it also pushes to Twitch, twitch.tv/Geekazine. And that runs 24/7. That's part of my business model, because I have internet connection that'll do it. But if, let's say I decided to dumb down my internet connection and want to do something different, I can actually get a service. So all I have to do is send out one stream through my internet provider, and they will take that stream and repurpose it to 2 to 3 to 4 to 5 to as many as they want. Of course, it's gonna come with a price, but it's a great way for you to get your live show out to the masses over on Periscope. LinkedIn's coming with LinkedIn Live. You have Facebook, you have YouTube, you have Livestream, you have Ustream, you get the idea. And you want to have at least 4 megabytes of upload speed for each stream, at least. And this is talking about if you're doing a 720 stream, you could probably have 2 to 3 for 720. But if you want 1080, and if you want to do 60 frames a second, you want to have 4 to 6 per service. And then enough that left over, so if you need to search on the internet and do things, it'll let you do it. So you get the idea here. So we have Telestream that has the Wirecast web services. Let's go over to here now. The Wirecast web services, which includes Restream and a captioning service. And so you basically go live, and it's captioning as it goes, and then when it sends out the live stream, which is going to have a delay to it, because when you put a captioning service on, you need to give it time to do what it needs to do. So it's going to have a delay. So right now, there's 5-6 second delay on this stream. So when I'm recording it 6 seconds later, 7, something like that, it'll come through Facebook, it'll come through YouTube. But with the captioning service, it will take a few more seconds. you get the idea. Is for a decent captioning. Same thing with web services. Now, because what it's doing is it's going from home base to cloud service to services, as opposed to home base to cloud services. There's a middleman now. So, and they want to, they'll probably want, some services will go, hey, you know, we will monitor this for you as well. So if anything happens, we can help fix it. If, yeah, and that, so that does bring a little bit more. So you might see about a minute delay on that, and that's fine. So, but just keep in mind, that's what you get with those services. Is it's not as instantaneous as you might want it to be. Heck, it's if you called up the Facebook page, you called up the YouTube page, and you called up the Twitch page of this stream right now, you would see the differences in it. It would not sync up perfectly. It wouldn't. So, but anyway, so with Restream, you can then send it off to Facebook. You can send it off to YouTube. Now, I've talked to people, and they say, you know, Restream is this service is great, but it's not to where I need it to be. So what we're going to talk about some of the other services, and we're going to start with the one that I've heard about a lot, and that's Switchboard. And it comes with a free demo. We've got it shows 3 different services, but I think you can do a lot more. Look at that: Facebook, YouTube, Periscope, Twitch. I'm guessing that eventually it will come with other services as they come through. You can use your TriCaster, your Teradek, your Epiphan Video, your Wirecast. So you have multiple ways to send it out there. You can get a free demo. Let's take a look at the pricing on this. Professional starts at $99 a month. You can have 5 team members. So this if you got more than one person doing live streams, you can have 5 teammates connect up. 5 megabit bit rate and resolution of 1080p. So, and then of course you get 50 hours per month. And then of course you want to get higher on that. You need more bandwidth and more team members. You're going to have to contact for the prices. But Switchboard is the one that a lot of people use that I've heard outside of Telestream. And so that's one. The next one, this is also very popular. It's called Restream.io because there is an absolutely free plan that will take, and it's only a couple of them, but it'll take your video and you can just send it to YouTube, but it'll take the YouTube video and then send it to the other ones. And I think what happens is you connect up a service like YouTube or Facebook, and then it grabs that and then restreams it that way. So the latency on that is going to be a lot more as well. Their pricing, let's take a look at that. You have a personal free. You can 30 plus streaming platforms. You can monitor stream quality, no bit rate limit, and Facebook personal profile. That's not too bad. And then the standard is $16 a month. Custom RTMP, which is what you want, because you want to send it to a custom, because then you don't have to put in all the credentials every single time. And of course, they have add-ons in transcoding, so you can get the right resolution. So it comes in 1080p, 720p, 480. You know, you get like that. But I'm guessing this is also going to be 1080 at the top. And then of course, they have company plans right there. So that's Restream. Next one I found was a company called Caster, and you can stream. Of course, it'll do platform simultaneous streaming from Caster, and and these are called CDNs, content delivery networks. So, and I have a CDN myself. I don't think they do live streaming on this on CacheFly, but I'm not 100% on that. I'll have to check. So they can do live streaming, they can do restreaming on here. So let's take a look at their pricing. The broadcast single stream, 5 publishing locations, absolutely free. 1 Facebook channel or custom RTMP. That's not too bad. Broadcast $9.99 a month if you need 2 streams. 10 publishing locations. So I could literally, what I could do is I could sit there and say, okay, I'm doing Geekazine to here, but let's say I want to do a new venture. And I start a new channel. And I want to push out both of those streams. So now I might need somebody to take those two separate streams and push them out to their own Facebook channels, their own YouTube channels, their own Periscope, their own whatever. You get the idea. So you can do a lot more with that. So that's Caster. That's pretty good pricing right there. If you want to get a hardware solution, I've talked with Wowza a few times in NAB, and we almost worked out a deal too. And I really wanted to I was really hoping that would work. But they also have appliances that will help with the restreaming, encoding, and stuff like that. But their streaming is streaming cloud with ultra low latency. Let's take a look at their pricing. And this really depends on if you also get the hardware that comes with it as well. But they have managed live streaming service, starts at $49 a month. And then, of course, their streaming engine, which is $65 a month. And of course, they have a lot of cool features on there. So Wowza, and I would use Wowza if I decided, okay, I've got to do a really more professional keynote type thing or something like that. Because then I got hardware that'll handle it, and if there's any problems, the hardware will help. So, excuse me. Let's move on from there. We've got Boxcast. Now, this is an interesting one. I don't know why that keeps doing that. Anyway, Boxcast is a piece of hardware, and in that piece of hardware, it can stream. And I think you need the hardware to do it. And they have Boxcaster Pro, which is higher end. I think it's like $3,500. But then they have Boxcaster, the original one. And the original one, that's actually $249, I think it is. And so as you can see, you put in your HDMI video there, and then you put your internet connection in, and you can broadcast. It's similar to the Epiphan. And then, of course, they go to a cloud service, which then gives you multiple options. Now let's take a look at their pricing. Their standard is $99 a month for starting. Embed on your website, stream Facebook Live, YouTube, Periscope, and more. And 1 month of video storage. Next up is a little bit more conventional. Friends at Livestream, Vimeo Livestream, have the thing called, what was it called? It was Livestream something. Oh, man, I had it. I forgot about it, the name. Simulcast, that's it. So anyway, so you do simulcast, and you do it from the Livestream portal. So the RTMP you send your video to from Wirecast or whatever is through Livestream. I've used that before. It's but this was a few years ago, but it does a great job on there. And it will send it off to your YouTubes. It'll send it off to your Facebooks. It'll send it off to your Periscopes. Their pricing's a little bit different because you're getting the full service. And they've got, they start with $75 a month. So that also means that you don't need Wirecast to do it. You can get OBS, you can get others. Or you can just set up a camera, and through their interface, you can send that single camera there. Next up is Core. And I think that's the last. No, we got two more here. Core is the next one, where it also is going to give you an RTMP area where you can then send that out. You can send that as an embed code to your website. So it can be very agnostic when it comes to service. And then Facebook, and then YouTube, and all that other stuff. Their pricing, let's take a look at that. They're by the whatever, $3 an hour on transcoding, and $5 a gigabyte on a hotspot. Data, 50 cents a gigabyte inbound and 50 cents gigabyte outbound. Now, think about that. If you send, let's say 1,000 people are watching, 50 cents a gigabyte. Let's say you're doing a 1080p stream at 5 megs. Times 1,000. And then you're gonna see the numbers rack up. If you have several thousand people watching the stream, that price is gonna get pretty high really quick. Just keep that in mind. This is not single. This is per user, per person that watches. So if somebody watches and they kind of put it in the video in the background, yeah, that's what's going to happen. So that's so you know. All right, one more here, and that is Stream Shark. And they have, of course, the video encoder to Stream Shark to the playback series. Now they're also saying, hey, we're also doing VR, and I didn't see anything VR related on the other ones. So that's if you're doing VR, and I'm not sure if it's 360 or if it's just saying, hey, we can send playback to your Oculus or your Samsung or whatever. So let's take a look at the prices on this one. They got monthly plans starting at $199 a month, and then of course their enterprise plan. It's pretty straightforward, and I like these. I like these companies that give you it's one or call us, because if this doesn't work for you, we want it to work for you. So we'll put out something a little bit more specific. And so that's all live streaming. Now let's switch gears here, because you might want to have some captioning to it, and that's the one thing that this service has is also the captioning service, the Restream and the Wirecast Live caption. Which, of course, the pricing. Did we show the pricing on this? I don't think we did. I don't think it had a pricing page. Let me double check here. Okay, here we go. So Tier 0, free trial is 100 minutes. Tier 1, $25 a month, 500 minutes. That's the Restream. And then $60 a month for 500 minutes of captioning, which comes out to 12 cents a minute. That's not too bad. So on the captioning side, you have other options, and you might need to use these other options. Or was Easy Live the last one? Oh, maybe Easy Live was this last one. Let me check here really quick. Hold on a second. No, I have two more before I go to the captions. I apologize. Okay, let's go back here. We go over to Easy Live. Easy Live, as you can see, they work with a lot of companies. As you can see, all of them work with a lot of different companies. And of course, the video to the Easy Live service, and that'll publish to your areas. And the pricing on this starts at $199 a month plus $9 an hour for 720p, 30 frames a second video. Pro package, $399 a month, $9 to $29 an hour, and that can do 1080p, 60 frames a second. So these are not cheap. These are not cheap. So, and then finally, we have Groovy Gecko. Why didn't I knew that there was one in here I was missing, but Groovy Gecko. It's also a live 360 partner, so it will do 360 lives. And I don't think they had a price plan on here. It's basically call us and we'll do a demo and go from there. Yeah. So they do social, and they'll do all the social streaming. So those are the services. Now let's get into the captions. And the cool thing about captions is that if you go with a caption service, sometimes depending on your live event, sometimes you'll get discounts, you get grants and things like that to caption these videos. So let's say you're doing a live event and you need to put a caption service because it's required. You can go out there and you can apply for grants to get that caption service paid for by companies. You can get sponsors to cover the captioning as well. But you get the idea. You don't have to flip the bill on the captioning, and it's a great addition to your video. Now, me doing this, I'm not going to get anybody to sponsor the captioning on this unless thousands of people start to watch. Then I could get a personal sponsor. But let's say I'm doing this as a service. Well, technically, I am doing this as a service, but it's more humanitarian service. Like I have my friend who does Mark, who does the homeless people YouTube page. It's been growing exponentially. It's awesome. But he could probably, if he was doing live stuff, we could probably get a grant to get captioning going. So you know, and so using something like Caption Associates might help you a little bit better with getting that type of help to get the captions out there. So, but they have several services, including remote and on-site real-time caption that brings somebody out to caption. Had an error. Not sure what that error was. Let's continue on here. They have transcription, offline captioning, live webinar captioning. You get the idea. So lots of cool stuff, and then of course you can get the files, so you can tweak them yourself and go from there. Other services we got. Let's see, we got 2020 captioning, Steno Cart, real-time live captioning on Facebook and YouTube, live sporting events, captioning for meetings, events, and conferences. So, and then of course I also found this one right here, and this was captionmax.com. Captions instantly streaming news meetings and classes are there. Now, on my podcast, I don't think I talked about it here, but on my podcasting, I'm going to call this up really quick. I'm going to look it up. Otter.ai. I use this captioning service. This is awesome. Where you hit the start recording button and it'll record the MP3 and then it'll caption that, and live time captioning. And then of course you can share that out to other people. So it doesn't come onto the video, but what we'll do is you could go to a separate page and read what's going on as it's happening. And that's pretty cool. That's a nice service right there. So those are the streaming and captioning services. What do you use for your streaming captioning service? Let me know over at Geekazine, and we'll go from there.
Jeffrey Powers with Geekazine, and we're here at the Roland booth. We're going to show you this right here. It's the hybrid drumming TM1 module. We're going to do that next on Geekazine. NAMM 2019, we're here, and this is just a part of it. You can make it as small as this, or you can actually put this on your drum set. This is the TM1 module, and they have a snare and a bass drum here. They got a module down at the foot here. This module is it's like a regular stomp pedal for any guitar player. So you put it next to there so you can change your sounds. And they have about 12 sounds, I believe, in there. And you can do some adjustments. You can change some of the sounds in there. It is 15 ready-to-play onboard kits and nearly unlimited sound customizations, 2 built-in foot switches for triggering sounds. So that's the up and down. And you can connect up to 2 pads and triggers, like a snare and a bass drum, and then of course, or 2 toms, or whatever you need. So let's get some sounds out of here. So I'm going to put this on, and we're going to start right at the beginning here, right at 1. So here's this sound. They just started blasting some music here, so it's kind of loud in here. To get the idea of how it works, we'll have the price points right here, and we'll just you'll see it up close as we go. We got a lot more video. NAMM 2019. Jeffrey Powers with Geekazine. Geekazine.com, YouTube.com/Geekazine. Till next time, you guys geek out. Take care.
Great. Dude, we're here at the Roland Booth NAMM 2019. We're here with Chris. We're going to take a look at this little thing right here. AV streaming mixer VR1 HD next on Geekazine. This is pretty sweet. Tell us a little bit about it.
Yeah, so the VR1 HD was inspired by live content creators. So the
like myself,
like yourself,
awesome.
And the YouTubers and the Twitch gamers and the vloggers. So at a very high level here, we have 3 video HDMI inputs, and we have 2 XLR microphone inputs, and we have 1 RCA line input. VR1 HD takes all of those sources, mixes them together, and then outputs on HDMI to a monitor or display.
Okay.
And outputs also via USB 3 to a PC or a Mac.
So we're seeing this is not live. These are recorded segments.
Yes.
But we can switch them around as we go.
Yes. Yes.
So awesome. So show us a little bit about how that works.
Okay. So 3 key features to the product. On the audio side, we have audio effects. So we have the classic reverb for your microphones for talking.
Okay.
We also have some sound effects and background music. Think of it as the background could also be a stinger. So you simply push the buttons. The sound effect right now is just a clap track.
Okay.
Cues claps. Background is just some background music that's playing. And then we also have a voice changer. And voice changer was really developed for the gamer. We know that the gamers spend lots of money building and creating their custom character, so they can now create a custom voice for their character.
And then you can adjust that?
You can. So
make it sound like an alien or make it sound like a...
Yep, like a robot.
Like a robot, whatever, yeah.
Anything you want. Yep,
Okay, cool,
exactly.
cool.
Yep. And those are very simple. We load up WAV files on the for the sound effects. You load up WAV files on a USB thumb drive, stick it in the back, and then you just assign the WAV file to the button.
Just like you would a soundboard.
Just like a soundboard.
Okay. So the video side, let's take a look at that part.
So on the video side, we have what we call scene mode. So it allows us to do compositions or picture-in-picture mode.
Okay.
Picture-in-picture.
Yep.
So we can position the picture-in-picture anywhere, and it can be any size we want. We also have split screen, so if we wanted to do 2 cameras side by side or up and down, really you can create and customize your scenes any way you want.
Okay. Wow, that's a lot there. And you got the on-air button.
Yeah, the on-air button is for the live output to the live stream.
Okay.
So very simple to use. If you don't want to go live, you just turn it off. When you want to go live, you turn it on, and it sends out audio and video.
So is it RTMP? Is it go to Facebook? Where does it go?
Yep. So the reason we use USB 3 is once you connect USB 3 to the PC or the Mac, all your streaming services or your programs simply see the VR1 HD as a webcam.
Okay.
So very easy to use. I'm not streaming to the web in this demo. I am using our VR capture software. So if we notice up here in the top right corner, it asks for video input. So we just select VR1 HD as the video input and audio input.
And that comes with the mixer software-wise?
No, it's a free download. Yes.
Free download.
Yes.
So, you could get it for anything.
Or you could get it for anything.
Awesome.
Yes.
Or you could put it into your OBS or your vMix or your Wirecast or TriCast.
OBS.
Like that.
OBS.
Yeah,
Yep. Correct. Yep. Absolutely.
All right. Oh wow, that is pretty sweet. Now, it's outputs at 1080p.
Yes.
You said it was USB 3, right?
USB 3 for the stream.
For the stream, but it's a regular USB A connection or USB C connection?
USB A.
USB A connection. Yeah. Okay. And then HDMI in.
Yes.
Maximum is 1080p, 60 frames a second.
Yes.
And then the output is 1080. Also 1080, 60 frames a second?
Correct.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, so
there's a lot here.
So this is the last kind of major feature of the product. So auto switching was put in place for the performer who is the talent and the director of their live stream. So we have a couple of modes. The mode we're showing today for the musician is called beat sync mode. And so it allows, what happens is the VR1 HD will detect the beat or the tempo of the music and automatically switch the cameras based on the tempo.
Okay, cool. Can you MIDI it, or can you put a foot switch to that, or
no?
No, not at all. Okay,
Nope.
not at all.
Nope.
Okay.
But you can select the auto switch for beat sync. You tell it what input you want to hear audio. You want the audio to be synchronized to. So it could be a mic, or it could be an HDMI.
Okay, so I could put in a microphone to a cymbal on my drum set,
Yes.
as I'm doing the band, trying to do the switch of the band, and every time I want to switch that camera, I hit that cymbal, and then I'll switch it. Okay,
Absolutely.
perfect.
Yep.
That is awesome. And that's pretty cool. And then, like I said, like you said, this is a pre-recorded, but it can also go live.
It is.
as well.
Yes, built for the live.
All right, let's talk about price and availability.
All right, so we launched it at CES earlier this year. It will be available Q2, and it is going for $1,500 US.
All right, Q2, and of course they go to Roland.com to find out more.
Yes, sir.
All right, Chris, thank you very much.
All right,
for your time.
my pleasure.
And that is it. We got a lot more video over here. NAMM 2019, Geekazine.com. Go over to Geekazine.com, YouTube.com/Geekazine. Like, subscribe, click, bell. Got it. Yeah. Okay. Lots more video. Go over there, geek out. And thanks to Chris and Roland. We got some more Roland video. Really cool stuff coming up. So check it out. And see you at the next one. 2019 on the CES. Jeffrey Powers with Geekazine. We're here on the Samsung booth, and we've got the wall. The wall. In a world where we need TV bigger than ourselves. We're here with Jason, and we're gonna rock this wall. We're gonna talk about it next. So Jason, they can't see us. We're silhouettes from oh, look at the sun. That's kind of hot. Ooh. Anyway, tell us a little bit about this little puppy right here.
So the wall is based on micro LED technology, and it is built up of small modular panels.
Okay.
Great thing about what we're showing here, this is 219 inches of absolute stunning beauty.
Wow.
Now, it's 219 inches as we're showing it here, but since it is based on modular panels, it is customizable. When this becomes a consumer-facing product, you do have the ability to build it out to fit any size, any wall, any space you want in your own home.
So if I have like a door like right there and it's just got like a little notch, I can actually put a notch into the screen?
You could not necessarily do it that way, but if you have a wall bigger than this, you could go bigger than this. If you have a wall smaller than this, you could take it down smaller.
I got a ceiling this big.
You can put it on your ceiling if that's what you
there
want
you
to
go,
do.
put it on the ceiling.
Now we're not only limited here, we're not only talking about size variety, we are also able to have a freeform, if you will, when it comes to resolution, aspect ratio, and really bezel. There are no bounds to it.
Okay.
What we're looking at right here is actually 6K when it comes to resolution.
Wow.
If you want to go smaller in size, we can shrink that down to 4K resolution.
Okay.
If you want to go wide with the CinemaScope, we can go with the wide aspect ratio or bring it back into a normal 21:9.
A nice 70 millimeter look as opposed to an HD look, or even 240p if you really want to go that far. So.
Hey man, if you want lifelike quality when you're watching football games or watching movies, this gives you the way to not only have it lifelike, but customize it to exactly how you want it.
How do I connect up to this thing? Is it built into the wall, or is there like an external box, or what?
There's actually a frame kit that the panels all hook into, and then once it's up and you're actually interacting and controlling it by yourself, it has a tablet-like remote control that allows you to do normal TV control functions, but then you can also customize it. You'll see in the background here, going from 219 inches worth of TV, you can customize it down to make it look like its own digital wall with a, we'll say, 75-inch screen TV in the middle of it and a fireplace underneath it if you want to. So you can really design it to look however you want.
How many devices can I hook up to it and run? Like, let's say it's NFL Sunday or something like that, and I want to watch all the games. Can I put them on on the wall?
That would require more than just what the TV is capable of when it comes to matrixing out all those different signals. Not exactly sure how that would work, but I imagine it's something that will be capable down the road.
Okay, picture-in-picture or anything like that, it does that?
Again, something I'm sure you have the ability to customize down the road.
Okay, let's see. Wow, there's a lot to think about with this thing, especially when I watch your TV shows.
Yeah. So one thing I do want to make sure I mention, I did say earlier that it's micro LED technology. Now what micro LED is each individual pixel is able to self-illuminate from a red, green, and blue subpixel.
Okay.
So there's no traditional backlight, no color filter. So you're getting the best of everything when it comes to picture quality with the micro LED.
Awesome.
They are self-illuminating, so you can go pixel by pixel. They have complete absolute black. You also have the ability to expand way out into the color spectrum. and produce high dynamic range contrast.
Awesome.
And you're doing it all free from any concern when it comes to burn-in or image retention. So you really are getting the best of the best when it comes to the wall and picture quality.
What about this audio? I mean, we're hearing some pretty darn good audio here. What's the deal on
these
that?
are some incredible JBL speakers from Harman. That is a Samsung entity, so we're really excited about the partnership there and what they're bringing into the audio world for us.
Awesome. Well, I got to ask the question. It's probably going to cost more than $1. How much?
I would imagine it's going to cost more than $1. Official information on release, pricing, and the actual sizes and exactly how it's going to be built out, that's coming sometime in the future, but nothing official yet.
What's the smallest size and what's the largest size?
The smallest size we've announced was 75 inches from our micro LED lineup. We introduced that a couple days ago.
Okay.
And we are showing it here at 219. And then again, it is customizable, so you can go anywhere in between.
There's a lion. So, and of course you have 8K displays, which you're showing over there. Let's go over there and take a look at it.
Yep, sounds good.
All right, so we got the 8K display, 8K display here. It looks phenomenal. I mean, it just has a depth that I'm looking at. It has although it's not 3D, it looks a little 3D-ish.
It does.
Impressed,
So and also think about how close we are right here.
Yeah.
Now, 8K, that sounds like 2 times what we've been talking about a lot in the TV world, right? 4K.
Yeah, 4K, yeah.
It's actually 4 times 4K because you're adding resolution to the vertical and the horizontal when it comes to the actual pixel structure.
Because you think about it, your 1080 is like right there.
Yeah.
And then your 4K is like right there. And now, boom, you have 8K. That's crazy.
So this is actually our second iteration of 8K QLED TVs. We launched our first in the 4th quarter of 2018. This is a newer version of it. We're also expanding on our sizes. Last year was just one model at 85 inches. This year we're going all the way up to 98 and actually smaller down to 75 and 65 inches. So we'll have some more offerings.
Okay.
And again, going back to the pixel count, 4 times more than 4K means 33 million pixels are in this panel here, providing all that depth and all that detail. And even as close up as we are right now, you can't see any of that pixel structure.
Yeah.
So what's great about that is you're thinking TVs this big, which is what consumers are showing that they're trending towards, which is larger and larger screens. Rooms aren't getting any bigger, couches aren't getting moved any further back.
Yeah.
You need smaller and smaller pixels so you don't have any of that line item distortion, so you can see all of this amazing detail packed into these TVs.
That is awesome.
It doesn't really matter what you feed into it. If you're watching regular broadcasts from your home, you're playing something on a Blu-ray player, video gaming, streaming off of the internet, we use something called AI upscaling to take whatever that native resolution is and scale it up so we can fill out all those 33 million pixels and give you this amazing lifelike experience. With it being AI, what that means is on the back end, there's a machine learning process going on, referencing millions of data points and reference images so that we're able to not only scale amazingly today, but the machine learning process improves over time and then deploys new updates out to all the TVs through simple firmware updates like we are already doing with our smart TVs. So we can over time get better and better at scaling those images up to fill this 8K pixel structure.
That is awesome. So is this out now?
The 85-inch 2018 model is available now.
Okay.
These sizes ranging from 65 to 98 are expected to be released sometime in Q2 of 2019.
Okay, perfect. And then Samsung.com to find out more?
Absolutely, more information on Samsung.com.
And also with the wall, that's also at Samsung.com. So there you go. Go to Samsung. Oh my God, you're gonna get me one. I'm gonna put it in my living room, right?
We'll just carry it right on out of here.
Okay, we're gonna do that right now. So thanks a lot for all your time.
Thank you.
Thank you guys for watching. Geekazine.com, youtube.com/Geekazine. Go ahead, like, subscribe, comment, all that other good stuff. And of course, hit the bell for notification on the next one. CES 2019 QLED 8K Geek Out.
Hey everybody, Jeffrey Powers here from Geekazine, and I am here in Gangnam in South Korea, and we're here at the Samsung store, and I'm checking out the new Note 10. I'm also going to check out the Galaxy Fold 5G. It's actually right here. We're going to do that next on Geekazine. So this is the Fold 5G. It's a 9.28 ounce, 4.6 inch phone. It's actually pretty thick, but it does unfold to a 7.3 inch Android 9 tablet. Inside is the Snapdragon 855 CPU with octa-core processor at 2.42 gigahertz. Graphics are Adreno 640, and memory is 12 gigabytes of RAM and 512 gigabytes of internal storage. There's no card slot on this. In fact, the only connector, outside connector, is the USB-C connector. 4 cameras on this phone: a dual rear camera with 12 megapixel telephoto and 16 megapixel ultra wide lens. Front camera on the 4.6 side at 10 megapixel, and the front camera of the 7.3 side at 10 megapixel selfie with an 8 megapixel RGB depth lens. This phone has no headphone jack, like I said. The only thing is the USB-C 3.1 connector. Stereo speakers at 32-bit 384 kilohertz and Dolby Atmos sound supplied by AKG. The phone will go up to 73 decibels and a ringer, I believe, of 90 decibels. The battery is non-removable at 4,235 milliamps. The iPhone 11, in comparison, has a 3,969 milliamp battery. Fast charging at 15 watts and a new reverse wireless charge at 9 watts, so you can charge your other phones or your watch. There are 2 colors to this phone: Space Silver and Cosmos Black. And for secure access, you do have the side-mounted fingerprint reader, which is easy to log in if you have the phone folded or unfolded. The phone is also set up for 5G 802.11ax dual band Wi-Fi and can be used as a hotspot, Bluetooth 5.0, GPS, and NFC support. The phone looks fairly sturdy. The spine makes the phone a little bit thicker, but it seems to be very sturdy in opening and closing. It didn't feel flimsy at all. If you look closely at the unfolded AMOLED screen, there's a small faint rib in the middle. That's probably by design, as if it weren't there, it might break more easily. On that point, I'm not sure if it's going to get wore down over time, or if we'll hear about that being the main single point of failure. As a tablet, this device really shines. The graphics are pretty stunning, and I played Asphalt 9 Legends. Now, it's not as great as the gameplay cockpit with the 8K QLED technology I played after, but this one fits in your pocket and is a lot less expensive. Now, the last point is this 2-screen system of the phone. If the tablet screen does break for some reason, you still have the front screen to use as a phone. It's a bit bulkier than something like the Huawei Mate 10 because of it. Now, the price is a little hard to swallow, $2,000 for that 5G model, and if you want the 5G model, you'll have to buy it here in Korea or in the UK, as the US will only get a 4G LTE version, according to CNET. So because of this, I'm seriously thinking about getting this here in Korea. Now let's talk about Samsung Delight. It was a great experience, and I was pleasantly surprised on how it all worked. I've done a lot of Samsung pop-ups experiences at South by Southwest, CES, and such, and this one was very similar, but also very different. The first floor experience, I got my face on the board, I went through all the stations, I got my city, I got my feelings, and all that other stuff. It was all mailed to me. You can see the pictures in the post I have on Geekazine.com. The second floor, they had basically some history of Samsung, and then the possible future IoT experience, including the connected home, the connected vending area, the exercise room, the classroom, and more. So if you're in South Korea, I highly suggest you go over to Gangnam Square area and go to the Samsung Delight experience and get your fix of geeky technology that you can already get or that will be coming in the future. It was an amazing time, and I was really happy I went. All in all, it's a great experience. It's a lot of fun, and if you're in South Korea, you got to stop by the store. It's pretty impressive what they have here, from pianos to computers, to full gaming systems and massage chairs and beauty areas and everything like that. And it's a lot of fun. It's right here in Gang, and you can check it all out over at Samsung. And of course, Jeffrey Powers with Geekazine, Think Magazine, put in the Geek. Go ahead, like, subscribe, comment on YouTube, hit the bell notification for the next video. We got a lot more videos coming very soon, so check that all out. Until next time, you guys, geek out and fold on. CES 2019, we're here at the Sengled booth. We're going to talk about floodlights. We're going to talk about 100-watt equivalent lights, and we're going to do that next on Geekazine. We're here with Robert from Sengled. You've got two products that both of these are CES Innovation Awards?
Exactly, yes. Okay. So this year we are showing quite a few products on the table right now, and these two are winning us the Innovation Award honoree. And this one is a 100-watt equivalent smart LED bulb. Okay. This is the first in this category. So one thing we realized that a lot of people have like high ceiling rooms, like family rooms, 2-story high, and a traditional 65-watt equivalent is not bright enough.
Not good enough, yeah.
This one is 1500 lumens.
Okay.
So that's the one.
And 100 watt, equivalent to 100 watts, but how many watts is it?
14.5.
Okay.
Yep. So, and if you touch the bulb itself, it's still cool enough.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you should be able to take it out and put it in at a moment's notice.
Correct.
All right. And the other one?
This one is what we call the smart LED bulb with a motion sensor. Okay. So as you can see, this is the traditional floodlight you can use outdoors, so that you don't need to change the light fixture itself. You just twist it in. You have a smart LED bulbs. And also in the middle, you have a PIR motion sensor. So what's special about it is you can program this one to turn it on, right? When people are walking by, trigger this motion sensor, you can turn on the rest of the house. For example,
so I could have it would turn that on, and then like maybe 5 seconds later, the kitchen light would turn on. Correct. So as I'm making my progression into the house, it will turn on lights for me.
It can both give people the warm welcome when the people go home, or can if you have like intruders going around your house, it can scare people away.
Yeah, so it'll simulate if the kitchen lights turn on, then they're thinking somebody's at home.
Exactly. Yep.
So are these out now, or?
This one is already out, priced $29.99.
Okay.
And this one will be out before the second half of the year, which it will be like $20. Okay.
And I'm assuming you need the hub for both of them to work.
Correct. We have Zigbee hubs to power both.
And how much are the hubs?
The hub will be typically about $15, $20.
Okay. So ultimately about $70 for both of them to get your house lit and ready for any issue.
Correct. Exactly. Yep.
Oh, perfect. So where do people go for more information?
You can go to sengled.com, sengled.com, or go to amazon.com to search for our products. And we also have products in Best Buy.
All right, perfect. Well, Robert, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for your time. Thank you.
So that's everything over at Geekazine CES 2019. You can go over to youtube.com/Geekazine. You can go over to geekazine.com, like, subscribe, comment. Once I get these, I'll do a full review, and then we'll go from there. Of course, we've done some reviews of Sengled lights before, so go into the archives to check that out. Thanks a lot for watching. Until next time, you guys. I can't do. Oh, they'll do it this way. Geek out. Take care. NAMM 2019, Jeffrey Powers here. We're at Session Wire. We're going to show you how to be a session musician from your own home, your own studio, and be on albums and stuff. How cool is that? We're going to talk about that and a whole bunch more next on Geekazine, NAMM 2019. All right, here we are, NAMM 2019, and I'm looking at a computer screen. This is crazy. We got Kevin. Where are you located, Kevin?
I'm in Vancouver, Canada.
Vancouver, Canada. Wow. So welcome to the United States virtually. So the program is called Session Wire, and the idea is I can bring you in as a session artist, and you can perform for me, and then I have the track. You don't have to come here to Anaheim to do that. Why don't you tell us a little bit about it?
Yeah, I mean, basically, it's not just for overdubs, mix reviews, remote producer. There's a good dozen strong use cases of what you can use SessionWire for. What I'm currently set up for here is an overdub session. So what I've received is through a file transfer that's come to me is a stem mix from a producer remotely who would like me to play some piano on it, so or a Rhodes part on it. So I have if I screen share here for you, I'll just show you what it looks like from my side. The app allows you to screen share here. So this is what my side looks like. So you can see I've got the stem track here I'm pointing to. I've got a track ready at the top where I can play Rhodes on, and I'm sending you the Rhodes track there.
Okay.
So what I would be doing, unlike sending files back and forth with people where you really have no idea about the input from the producer, you and I could be talking. You could say, yeah, I really like that riff you played, or the voicing of that chord, or something to that effect. I'm just going to switch back to my other camera here. So we
absolutely
back to the play camera here that I've got. So you would be able to give me that feedback while I'm playing. That's the big piece that's missing when people collaborate at this point, because you're not working in real time with somebody.
Okay.
So you can tell me, yeah, I really like that, the voice in that chord, or that sucks. I wish you'd play it differently, or whatever.
Can you play an E flat instead of an E?
Yeah, exactly. So I mean, what it would look like, if you like, is I'll go back to the screen sharing. I'll just play a quick little piano part, Rhodes part over top of this stem here. Switch back, go into record here. I'm going to switch off my talk back.
Okay.
No doubt about that. Turn that beat up. The new kid on the block, right Saturday night.
That is crazy.
I'll switch back to my other camera here, just there again.
Yeah.
And there, now you've got my track that I've created. I would bounce it to disk, send that to you via file transfer, so you can see I've let you accept it at that side. It will download to your side. Then you would drag it into your session that created the stem to begin with, and it's as fast as that. We work together on it till whatever I send you is what you've been looking for.
Awesome.
Yes.
Well, thank you very much for your time. We're gonna. So SessionWire, are you the founder? Or?
Yeah, I started SessionWire quite a long time ago, and it's only been in the last 2 years that we really put the company together and started building the software. We just did a soft launch in July, and we're hoping to do a full launch in 2019.
Okay. So are there any special protocols that are involved in putting this together?
Well, we wanted to build SessionWire on top of a known set of protocols, so we chose WebRTC. For the video chat, because it's obviously supported by Google and Apple and Microsoft and Mozilla, and then we added our own custom software layer on top of that. We didn't want to spend all our time working on the foundational protocol for the video chat. We thought we'd let that develop in the open source community, and so far that's been a very good choice.
Okay.
The audio that we're using is studio quality audio, and we have CTO who is involved in the MPEG specification committee, and he's licensed codecs to Apple. His name's Rick Beaton, he's our CTO. And so we have very high quality studio audio for monitoring great distances. We also have peer-to-peer file transfer, so it doesn't touch a server, very secure for those that are concerned about their tracks leaking out into the greater world.
Yeah, absolutely.
Sitting on some server somewhere makes them quite nervous.
Can you record and they record at the same time?
Well, no, not really. It's even though it's live, it's not strictly real time because there is delay because of the speed of light. So we create an illusion of a latency-free recording experience, but we don't actually get rid of latency because we can't.
Got it. Okay.
But it's very functional and it works very much like the workflow in a traditional recording studio.
Okay.
So if I'm the ears and I'm listening to your performance, I can hear you live. I can respond to it live. It very much feels like you're just down the hall. I had a session with a guy in China. We tested it through the Great Wall. It worked. Now, I've connected with people in Munich and all over the globe. We have people in New Jersey connecting with Moscow and Italy, with New York, South America, all over the place. So it really already is changing. It really is already changing the world and how people work together.
So it's basically one-on-one sessions right now. Is there any plans to do multiple band type sessions?
Right now it's one-to-one. Yes, we have sort of pre-wired it for many-to-many because it is a peer-to-peer communication. So it's kind of a mesh situation. However, recording a band in that environment is tricky, but we have ways that we can actually make it happen. We could do a live off the floor type session with 4 or 5 different people in the future, but it's not exactly like it would be in the studio because everybody can't hear everybody at the same time. It just won't work.
Absolutely.
But it can be done. But what we're finding is 99% of the people that we talk to feel that the one-to-one communication is more than adequate for their needs. Doing mix reviews, doing overdubs, doing voiceover sessions, all those types of things. So there's a lot of utility packed into it, and we're not even at 1.0 yet. We got a lot of things coming. We also are building out a social networking aspect to it, so people can find other musicians and service providers within the Sessionware platform, connect with them, and then interact with them very easily, just like calling somebody on Skype.
Okay. So when are you planning to have this software out?
Software's out now. It's available. It's $15 a month. It's $150 a year for an annual subscription. Anybody can try the software for 14 days, fully functional. After 14 days, if you choose not to subscribe right away, it will revert to guest member status. And you can have all of the features at your disposal. You just can't call somebody else, but they can call you.
Yeah. So if you want to create a session, you have the license. I can be on your session, but I can't do that. It can't be reversed.
Yeah, so if I'm a producer, I can have 10, 15, 20, 30 musicians at my disposal. They don't have to subscribe if they choose not to.
Where do people go for more information?
Go to www.sessionwire.com on the web, and there's lots of information there. You can email info@sessionwire.com.
All right, cool. Well, thank you very much, Robin, for your time.
Thank you very much.
And that is Sessionwire, $15 a month, $150 a year. That's not too bad. If you're a session musician and you create something that's going to be on an album that becomes very famous, you know, that's well worth the price right there, I think. So anyway, we got a lot of great videos over at NAMM 2019. Go over to Geekazine.com. Go over to YouTube.com/Geekazine. Remember to like, subscribe, comment, bell notification for the next video. And we got a lot of great videos, so check it all out. And until next time, you guys rock on and geek out. You can't bring it over because it's that thing.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Let's see if we can get it in the camera. Hold on a second here.
그럼 저거를 판매하시는 거예요?
If you look in the distance, there we go, and you see there's like a robot like right there.
Yeah, that.
That's what we're talking about, and it's more than full size. I'd say it's about what, 7 foot tall?
이게 몇 센치인가요, 저게? 3m. 3 meters.
Is there a person inside this robot?
Yeah, wearable.
It is wearable. Okay.
Yeah.
So it's a wearable suit that, can I wear it? Can I get in there?
Well, sorry, normal person cannot. Because that has to be someone who was trained.
That's not fair.
It's not fair. Yeah, life isn't fair.
Yeah, it's true.
Mm-hmm.
Life isn't, wow.
Also, he's preparing the wearable robot for everyone.
Okay.
So just wait for a few months, maybe.
What type of training is involved in
그럼
putting
이게 숙달된다는 게 어떻게 교육을 받는 건가요? 아니면 어떻게 해야지 어떤 사람들이 because it's an initial process.
Okay.
So that's quite heavy.
Yeah.
So it's not really comfortable wearing it and then move around. So that's the structure of their robot. Okay.
That's the structure of the robot right there. Okay.
So they're developing the wearable suit.
요거는 이제 저희 게 아니고 이게 이제 저희 거 지금 저기에 두 번째 시리즈.
That's a second series.
Okay.
He's preparing.
Okay.
Yeah. There's a prototype as well.
Okay.
트렌드라는 게 체험. So there's a experience kind of land, we call it, like a amusement park.
Okay.
So they made a kind of area or zone that the people just are trying to wear them and then make their kind of fight,
Okay.
a little bit fight.
Yeah. 네.
And that will open next year in March, end of March.
Where in Korea?
어디죠? 그게 여수?
여수에
So
이렇게
여수, the province, the location is which city called Yeosu, which is, let me see, the south part of Korea. It's like
South part of the Korea? Okay.
far end of the Korea.
Okay. By Busan?
No, Busan.
Busan, yeah.
No, just next to like left side, west side of the Busan. 부산에서는 서쪽이죠, 여수가.
네.
그쵸?
여수 세계박람회
There's a big expo in Yeosu as well.
Okay.
There will be 2 zones he will prepare. So for one is like a future robot kind of experience zone, and then the other one is for the kids. They prepared like the movie set.
Okay.
Like that, so the people can wear the robot suit.
Okay.
특수 효과와 뭐 레이저
And there will be a laser or a lot of effects that will make. So you can actually kind of feel, experience the robot world.
See if we can show a little bit of this on here. So that's the robot world thing. Okay.
퍼포먼스가 가능한 세트장을 구성해서 저희들이 세 개의
There will be a second.
Okay.
게임을 할 수
For-
있도록
for gamer,
우주
okay.
전쟁을 할 수
네네.
있도록 해서 미래 도시 전투전 그리고 뭐 해상 전투전, 우주 전투전 이렇게 세 개의 테마로 전투를 할 수 있도록
There's a 3 theme will be
로봇과
prepared.
슈트를 입고
So the people can wear the robot and then have the effect as well.
네네.
So like you can really experience the actual robot shoot with you and with the some of the effect.
You're not planning to have these robots do industrial tasks.
SF 공상과학 관련된
그러면
컨텐츠.
what he's planning is he's kind of build a amusement park,
Okay.
like a kind of theme amusement park, so which you can experience the robot shoot. So he's not gonna sell or he's not gonna make the mass product of their robot. So he just produced the robot for the theme park.
Okay.
So that people can come visit and they experience, and that's how he's
Okay.
planning at this moment.
What kind of patents do you have on this
혹시 그럼 뭐
technology?
특허 같은 거를 갖고 계신 게 있으셔? So there's some patent or there's some kind of certificates
These are the
they've
patent
got.
numbers,
Yeah, patent numbers, and then for like the movement of the fingers
Yeah.
and then all the parts of the body of the robot, and also and that's a kind of 2-leg walking system. So they will put some wheel under that foot.
Okay.
상표 등록까지 지금 진행.
Also they finished the brand as well.
Okay. So when are you planning to have this theme park set up by?
Next year, 이게 그러면 내년 3월 정도에 개관 예정이신 건가요?
예정.
So yeah, the ETA is next year, like
Okay.
March. End of March, they can open his.
And I'll be there for the opening?
Yeah, he would appreciate if you can visit.
Okay.
That will be fun.
Yeah, we can definitely try. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
네.
All right. Well, what type of insurance do you have? Because you're going to be putting people into these suits. You're going to average people into the suits, right?
So of course they will have certain type of insurance to kind of protect the people who's playing playing in it, because he is aware of there's no way that you cannot say you're not gonna fall off or something like that. So of course definitely he will have some insurance for the people who want to play
이
in it.
앞에 있는 로봇의 움직임.
So he will show the video.
Well,
Can you see? Yeah, 여기에 보여주시나요?
okay.
Then you can see the movement of the robot that displays is just right there.
There's some of the movement of the robot. How articulate can it get? Is it running? Is it?
Yeah, at this moment it's quite limited, like just
maybe.
movement or just to slowly walk. But they are planning to develop it much more faster movement, and also if they, as he showed us the second series, that will be a different material they're gonna use, which is much lighter than that. So with that type, he can kind of develop another more explore movement. Like it's not sure because he hasn't done yet.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
yeah, he's kind of on the way to kind of develop.
Okay.
Mm.
Yeah, because I'm assuming that there's going to be an area where people can train. They put their hand in an arm and move it around and then take it out, and then maybe get into something that's a little bit more controlled during the theme park, learning how to ultimately get into a suit, but they just don't jump into a suit right away and start.
Oh, okay. So there's a kind of different sector he's kind of developing. So that one is the robot, but there's a shoot you can call like a two type of shoot. So
Shoot,
just a
shoot.
suit.
Suit. Oh, okay.
Suit.
Okay.
So we call it just like a shoot. When
A
you
shoot?
say like Iron Man shoot in
Okay.
Korean, we
Okay.
prefer to say like a shoot.
Okay.
But anyway, the suit is a wearable suit, which is like sometimes you can just have the affection like when you kind of have a like machine gun or just a kind of toy gun.
So it's a
that you
regular. It's
can-
not a 10-foot tall suit.
Yeah,
It's
yeah, just a suit like
Okay.
a kind of just
Armor.
more
Armor.
like that.
Got it.
Mm.
No.
So
Okay.
it will be more kind of realistic to have at the theme park.
Okay. How much is it going to cost to go to the theme park?
그러면 그런 거 이제 그 테마파크에서 이용할 수 있는 요금 같은 거나 이런 거는 어떻게 생각을 하시는지. That it would cost like around $30.
$30? Oh,
Around
okay.
$30, and then you can get discount as well if
Yeah.
there's any kind of coupons or something like that.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, and also he just opened the crowdfunding today. So if you buy today from this through this site from this crowdfunding site, then
Okay.
you can get like for 5 people, like you can get around $45.
Okay.
So like let's say $10.
Oh,
for each
so
class.
this otrade.co is a crowdfunding site.
이게 오픈 트레이드가 지금 펀딩 사이트인 거죠? Yes.
Okay. Okay. Because I tried to put that in. And, okay. So there's a crowdfund going on, and then you'll open the park. You have the land secured. Are you building on the land right now?
그러면 이제 그 지역에는 이미 다 개설을 하고 계신 건지.
네, 지금 이제 바닥 공사는 마쳤고 지금 이제 공사가 시작이 되기 직전에.
Yeah, they are doing the construction at this moment.
Okay.
So they finished they make the flowers,
Yeah.
and then they are doing the other things until they open
Okay.
the land.
All right. Well, I wish you the best of luck.
네, 잘 되시길 바라고요. 네.
And 감사합니다. It looks awesome. I can't wait to see it. Hey everybody, Jeffrey Powers here. We're at the Shure booth at NAMM 2019 Geekazine. We got this little product right here for your iPhone. It is the MV88 video kit. We're going to talk about that next.
Yeah, so it's the MB88 Plus, which is a follow-up product to our MB88, which we've been selling for a couple years. As we do, we listen to the market and kind of observe and try and solve all the problems with our current product and use cases that have popped up since then. So you get an awesome configurable stereo microphone. You plug it into our app here. You can go narrow, you can go wide, you can do just the front microphone. You can do just the sides for like an interview type of setup. It's super configurable. You can where it picks up. There's a couple options for compressing, limiting, high pass filter. If you want the microphone to be a little bit brighter, you can just go to the EQ and change that, and now it sounds a little bit brighter. And all these settings live in the microphone themselels. So once you use our app to configure, you can go over to the regular camera app. We also have a video app that has the same video controls as the built-in camera app, but offers some metering and some ability to change the recordings on the level. So kind of optimized for audio. You get everything that's here except the phone. So you get the mic, you get a clip that has both a 1/4 inch and a shoe mount on it. There's a phone clamp, an awesome Manfrotto tripod, and a roll-up case for everything. Everything has a home. It just kind of rolls up, so you got one thing to throw in your bag and not 8 accessories to keep track of.
Will you be able to hear everything in the or in the headphone app? So I could actually probably use the headphone app to go into like a live streaming internet?
Absolutely, absolutely. Yeah, the headphone amp works. It follows the output of the thing, so you kind of use this as your gain control, just the volume on the actual or your output level control rather of the thing, and you have 36 dB of gain up here to make sure your level's all right. So yeah, it's configurable to pretty much anything, and the mic remembers all the settings.
All right, perfect. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much.
That is the MV88 video kit for you vloggers or you interviewers that use your iPhones or your Android devices to do interviews. Jeffrey Powers with Geekazine, youtube.com/Geekazine. Go ahead, like, subscribe, comment, hit the bell for a notification. And, got a lot more at NAMM 2019, so go over there, check it out, and geek out. CES 2019. We're looking at all types of tech. We're here with Rianetta, we're here with Christina. We're gonna be talking about this. This is a great way to fit yourself, and unfortunately they don't have my size, so I won't be fitting myself this time. Not impossible. We're gonna do that next on Geekazine. Tell us exactly what we're doing here.
Okay, so Soma Intimates launched today and yesterday at CES, the perfect bra fit. So we say the future of perfect bra fit is here.
Okay.
We have a bra that is a fit tool. You put it on over your favorite fitting bra. And what we have developed is a set of filaments, digital filaments, that run not only around the circumference of a woman's body, but also are measuring dimension of a woman's body. So you don't need to take an online quiz. You almost don't need to use a measuring tape. This gives you a much more exact, precise, and detailed measure of how you fit an assortment of bras. So at Soma Intimates, what we did is measured thousands and thousands of women, and we calibrated all of those measurements against our own assortment of bras. So when you put on the Soma Intifit...
So you just turned it on, but there's no electric current coming through here, right?
Correct. So there is no electric current coming through the bra. You do not feel anything on your body.
Measuring right now?
Yeah, and it's measuring. You see on the app. You can save your measurements. And then what it does is give you your own personalized assortment of bras and sizes. And what you'll see is that it is giving 34B in some bras, but 34C in other bras. And what it's trying to do, and what Soma Intimates is trying to do, is educate women about the fact that their unique size, shape, and dimension actually fits different bras different ways. So if any woman's ever been in a fitting room and she's got all of the same size bra and she can't figure out why she can't find her perfect fit, it's partially because a woman's body does not fit every bra exactly the same way. Soma offers bras in size 32A to 44G. And if you are 32A to 44G, you are able to use Soma Intifit and measure for the perfect bra.
So what size do you think I would be?
I think you are a 40C.
Do you have a 40C?
We do not have a 40C, but what we do have is 278 stores across the United States. We have more than 1,900 certified bra fit experts. The fit experience at Soma is like no other fit experience a woman gets anywhere else.
So you don't have to buy the fitting unit, you could just go to one of the places to get fit for it.
Absolutely. So right now, Soma Intifit is available online for an introductory offer of $25, and then you get $25 off your first bra purchase. Or you can walk into a Soma boutique and say, please fit me, and they will use Soma Intifit, and one of our certified bra fit experts will help you find the perfect assortment of bras for you. What we're hearing is that maybe very young women who are going for their first bra fit, it's not something they're really looking forward to, but they could do it with all of their friends at home, or someone who hasn't been for a bra fit in a very long time. This really helps women get comfortable with the idea that they can find the perfect fit too.
Perfect. Where do people go for more information?
Soma.com, SOMA.com, or a Soma store near them.
All right. Well, Christina, thank you for your time.
Thank you so much.
Ladies, thank you for your time. So this is the Soma Intifit. Amazing, a little device. I can't wait to give it a try, and it's comfortable, right?
So comfortable. It's amazing.
It's amazing for you. It's perfect. So check it all out over at Geekazine.com, YouTube.com/Geekazine. Got any questions? Go down, comment, like, share. Hit the bell notification for the next video. And we'll check out more tech like this because it's cool tech. It is cool tech. So thanks a lot for watching. Till next time, you guys geek out. NAMM 2019, Jeffrey Powers with Geekazine. We got Andy here, the man that knows the sounds that comes out of Sony. And we're going to talk to him about some cool recorders next.
So, NAMM 2019. Good to see you again, Andy.
Good to see you. Good
Awesome.
to see
Last
you.
year we talked about high-end digital microphones.
High-res microphones, absolutely.
Yeah. Now we're talking about the recorders that you can probably used to use those with, but
exactly.
other stuff. So tell us about what you got.
Well, in general, last year, as we said, we were talking about high-res microphones, but the idea of high-resolution audio continues through, and we have new portable audio recorders this year that incorporate high-res microphones of their own.
Awesome.
These little microphones here, which are, by the way, aimable, both go out to 40K frequency response, even in this little guy.
Oh, wow.
40K frequency response. This small one, which you just gotta want one when you hold the thing, it's so small, and you just keep it in your pocket like a pack of gum. I mean, it's so small.
And we can have a conversation.
Absolutely. Comes with a little soft case, and it's always with you, which is half the battle if you think about it.
Absolutely.
I got to tell you, before I jump into it, I was outside here at the NAMM show, out in the courtyard under the palm trees here, and there was a brass band playing, these like 8 guys playing brass. And I just pulled this out of my pocket, I set the mics wide, and I got there and I set it on 9624, and I got an incredible recording because I had it. The best mic and the best recorder is the one you have with you.
Absolutely.
Anyway,
Absolutely.
so this little guy, besides having a bunch of interesting features, does 2490 up to 2496. This guy, which is this guy currently available, this guy is probably going to be out in April.
Which doesn't fit in your pocket.
Which doesn't fit in your pocket. PCM A10, PCM D10.
Okay.
This guy does up to 192 24-bit. Now, something that we've been wanting for a long time, as many of our customers, XLR connectors, yes. One of the things I really like about this, and I might have mentioned it last year with some other models, is we have a free of charge app for your phone or your tablet on both of the App Store and that allows you to remote control these devices via Bluetooth from about 60 feet away.
Yeah.
So if you think about it, what's one of the biggest challenges with a portable recorder? Well, first off, you want to get it as close to the sound source as possible so you get a good recording. And you kind of guess at the record volume, and then you walk away because you can't hang there, it's too close, and then you go, oh, please, did I set the record volume right or not? Oh, is it overloading? Well, now you don't have to do that anymore. You just, from 60 feet away, you call up your phone app, and you can see if you're overloading and kind of change the levels and do all that kind of stuff. And it's kind of makes it makes your life just kind of worth it. It makes it getting great recordings really very easy.
iPhone and Android, right?
iPhone and Android. And you can mark, tracks and leave little flags that show up in your editors and something happened or go back to this spot or whatever. So that's really a very interesting choice.
That's cool.
On this guy, you can remote control the volume. On this guy, because we, really prioritize high quality sound, we put an analog volume pot in here.
I was wondering what that was.
Exactly. So this is actually a dual concentric analog pot where you can adjust one channel versus the other channel, so you don't have to share the same settings.
Okay.
So in a professional situation, that's important. It's an analog pot, so it is not remote controllable. And we did that for sonic quality.
Yeah.
But you can still, with a phone app, you can monitor the level, you can start and stop recording, you can do all those kind of things.
Now, I noticed with the XLR,
yes,
can this work as a 4 microphone system, or would it
no,
be 2 and
it's
2?
It's 2 and 2, but there is individual phantom assignable to both. And one of the things that this is good, you can use it with your own, with the microphones that are built in. But in this environment here, what we're showing, hooked up to our C100 high-resolution microphones. So if you're a very serious podcaster, you can buy one C100, bring it into the left channel, set this guy for mono recording, for example, and then you can have, the highest quality sound. So PCM A10 and PCM D10.
Yeah, this is perfect. I talked to a lot of companies that are starting to get into podcasting.
Yeah.
And video streaming, for that matter.
Yeah.
And they look for stuff that's going to be able to move from cube to cube to cube.
That's
and
true.
Stuff like this is perfect for that. Plus, I could put it on. Well, I got a really nice
wireless on top of my camera right now, but I can put this on top of there and really add a lot of sound, or move it somewhere else independent and bring the sound in at the end.
Now imagine you're doing an interview for a podcast and you are sitting at a table. You can put this standing right there, aim the microphone, so I have one mic and you have the other mic.
Yeah.
And we can have our own mic, and you can even do that on this little guy as well.
Does it do left channel, right channel?
Yep, sure.
Wow.
There you go.
That's awesome.
This little guy, I think street price is about $229, and this one is not too much more. I'm not positive. I think we probably announced $499 as a rough retail price.
But
so
for
we'll
high
see.
quality audio,
Exactly.
That's
exactly.
That's pennies.
And to just reinforce, we put a lot of that money into microphone technology, because if you don't get it at the microphone, you're faking it the rest of the way.
Okay. One more question about these. This feels a little bit strong, rugged. So if I accidentally drop it,
oh yeah, we do drop tests in design. We do tons of
good
drop
on that.
tests.
Yeah.
Right.
And the microphones, is there any waterproof rating or anything like that on it?
No.
Okay.
No.
Okay. Checking
Good
out.
question, though. In our new body packs for our wireless mics, we got IPX4 and IPX5 waterproof rating.
Yeah.
Because a lot of times if you put a body pack on Talent or an outside weather guy in a hurricane, you got to worry about perspiration or rain flying around or whatever.
Dead cats or
all that stuff.
Dogs and cats, the whole
Great.
All right. Well, Sony.com for everything.
Sony.com/Pro Audio.
Pro Audio.
Right.
And then I'll see you at NAB.
Oh, you will.
So we can find out what
What's
you guys
new
are
there.
doing over there.
And we got stuff in the pipeline.
Lots of cool stuff.
Okay.
Thank you very much for your time. So
appreciate it.
You guys go over to Geekazine.com, YouTube.com/Geekazine. Go ahead, subscribe, comment, bell, notification. You'll see Andy's face when that happens. It's weird.
Good guy.
It's crazy.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot for watching. We'll see you for the next video. You guys geek out.
We're at the Sony booth, and we're looking at the AI-based video analytics area. Saw this at NAB. It's actually pretty cool. They have the ability to take their cameras and create an AI effect on it. Now, this right here, we have an overlap of what he's doing. It's got the 4K HD PTZ camera.
The way you set it up is you set the 4 points
with
of the
a
whiteboard.
1
Now, right